Good morning. Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
No, it isn't. Merry Christmas, everybody. Dieter Kurtenbach, Tracy Sandler in this morning here on the KNBR Morning Show. Hanging out with you until 10 a.m. on this, a day that I don't think a lot of people are going to work. If they're working, it's a half-ass day through and through. Tracy, how you doing this morning?
I am doing well. We are not going to half-ass it.
No.
But I would say...
I'll speak for myself, maybe.
Maybe. I'm not going to half-ass it. You probably won't half-ass it.
Okay.
I've known you a while, Dieter. I don't see it happening. But yes, I would agree. That's probably true. But good morning. Merry early Christmas.
Yeah, it's one of those weird weekends, the way the calendar falls, where it feels like Christmas is like a 3-day event. Mm-hmm. And for Los Angeles Dodgers fans like yourself...
Woohoo!
Christmas has been, now a month-long event?
It has been. I would say it's been a 2-week-long event.
Yeah, it is. It's not good for Giants fans out there. Yoshinobu Yamamoto. So this was the number one target for everybody in baseball once Shohei Ohtani signed his papers with the Los Angeles Dodgers, or at least signed into some sort of investment agreement with them. I'm not sure if it was a contract to play baseball or some sort of mutual fund. Yamamoto goes for $325 and 12 years. He signs with the Dodgers. Seems like the Giants, get this, weren't really in it in the end. It was mostly the Mets, Yankees, and Dodgers. And 12 years, $325 million. It's a 25-year-old pitcher. It's another loss for the San Francisco Giants. Another guy that we had heard reported the Giants wouldn't be outbid on.
Right.
So one of two things happened here, and we'll get to the bottom of it perhaps as the show progresses. Either the Giants were outbid on him, in which case not ideal when you say stuff like that again and again and again, and then you consistently get outbid. Or the second part is he wanted no part of San Francisco, which we've heard that one before as well. So we'll get to the bottom of whatever was going on there. But from the Dodgers' perspective, I can't believe that we have this on the air right now, but from the Dodgers' perspective, what does Yamamoto mean for the Los Angeles Dodgers in the National League West?
Well, first of all, 12 years for a pitcher is...
He is 25.
He is 25.
So that was my initial thought. My initial ground was like, oh my God, I got 12 years for a pitcher. Like, the Dodgers really don't think that Major League Baseball is lasting for more than a decade here. This is a I got nothing to live for deal. But 25 years old, a big difference than most guys who hit the market. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's fine. Well, first of all, what it means for the Dodgers is they are all in on building a rotation. The rotation last year was a mess. Some of it out of their control, some of it injury. There were other issues that happened, but this team has had a lot of issues in the playoffs. As I know, Giants fans love to tell me all the time that they won the one World Series and it doesn't count.
You mean the year that everything was completely topsy-turvy?
Yes.
Where did they win that World Series? What city were they in again?
They were in Dallas, Texas.
And did they play a single game in Los Angeles, California?
Not for the World Series, but they did play. They did play, I believe, playoff games.
Thank you, Rob Manfred.
Yeah, in Los Angeles, California. Somebody sitting here actually went to Texas for games 1 and 2. It was not Dieter. Spoiler alert.
No,
it definitely.
I'll be going to Texas on Friday for Mizzou and Ohio State.
Oh, you got to talk to Nick Wagner about that. Did you talk to Nick Wagner about that?
Who do you think my 15th call was?
Okay. And he was honored to be number 15.
He was like, dude, I can't do this. I can't do it. Even I going into this game, it's just college buddies. I went to Mizzou. That's no secret. College buddies went to Mizzou. And even I'm like, I'm not sure I'm going to make it. I'm not sure. Like, I'm going to go. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure I'm going to physically survive, much like the Giants in free agency.
That's possible. Also, please beat Ohio State. But anyways, we have digressed here. but if we want to talk Ohio State, Michigan.
Well, you're saying Dodgers rotation, absolute ass last year.
It was terrible.
4.57 ERA for the starters last year.
Absolutely. And it hurt them. And the thing is, for the Dodgers, they didn't do a lot last year in free agency, pretty much almost nothing, because they wanted Ohtani.
Right.
They didn't really do much at the trade deadline again, because they wanted Ohtani. So they were all in on this year, and they are definitely showing it. But, he's unproven in Major League Baseball, but my assumption, and we can talk again in a year, but my assumption is that he is going to be what everyone thinks that he is, that they weren't going to go all in on this if he wasn't. But it also means, like, they're sick of the narrative. They're sick of losing in October, and they are going to do everything they can do to make it work. Now, they could have every great hitter in the history of baseball. They have to hit in October.
Yeah, they have a pretty close thing to that.
They do, but last year in the playoffs, Mookie and Freddie are 1 of 21 in the playoffs. So it still is going to have to work. I think that it will. And I think last year, too, was a little bit of, I don't want to say a throwaway year, but they did a lot better than I thought they were going to do because they really didn't.
Well,
I mean, they still have Mookie Betts.
The Overton window had shifted quite a bit for the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Yes.
You thought they were going to win, 95 games as opposed to 105? And this is where I keep coming back to when it comes to the Giants. Like, the Dodgers lineup is sick. Yeah. They have now spent $1 billion on 2 Japanese dudes. One of them we know for certain worth whatever you're going to pay him.
Absolutely.
I know that everyone wants to now go back, and we're a couple weeks past this, and say the Dodgers are cheating. $700 million is ridiculous. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Full stop. If the San Francisco Giants did that, we'd think they're genius.
And they did try to do it.
Right.
And he chose a different team.
He chose a different team.
It's like getting mad at the guy who picked the other girl because he didn't pick you. What are you going to do?
Listen, we were just talking college football. The transfer portal will open in baseball at some point.
Could you imagine? Shohei Ohtani has entered the transfer portal because he got mad at practice the other day and he was like, I'm out of here.
That'd be great. That'd be incredible. The Dodgers are betting on an unknown entity here. I think Jeff Passan last night called him an enigma or an anomaly. One of the two. It was a big Passan word. Me and Jeff don't get along. We don't know if he's going to be good. From what I can determine, we got to be honest about this now. Because, again, I know what's going to happen today. Here's what Giants fans are going to do. And they're right to do it because they're not incorrect in these statements. 12 years is a ridiculous amount of time. How many Tommy John surgeries is this guy going to have in 12 years? Right. This guy is 5'10", 175 pounds and a righty. He throws 99 miles per hour. Now, Giants fans certainly have some familiarity with a pitcher of that type, but we also know that they're a bit of a supernova.
Yeah.
Once you lose that 99, now what do you do? What can you do? If you're a power pitcher with a small frame, 12 years is danger zone. Yeah. So I think that's a fair assessment. Now, in the here and now, the dude's got insane stuff. From what I can determine, the dude's got insane stuff. And I do think that the Dodgers are operating, this doesn't take a genius to figure out, on a different time frame and window than every other team in baseball.
Doesn't make you not a genius just because it doesn't take a genius to figure it out.
Listen, there's a lot of things that don't make me a genius. But they can pay for 12 years to get 5. They can get away with stuff like that, especially because Ohtani deferred all that money.
Yeah.
Yada, yada, yada. What do the Giants do next? That's the big question. From your perspective, what should the Giants do next, given that they've missed out on number 1 and number 2 on their list?
I think they have to be realistic about where they are. That's the first thing the Giants have to do. They have to be realistic about where they are in terms of the National League and the National League West in terms of Major League Baseball.
Where is that?
They're a mid-tier team that I think has potential to be a top-tier team. Okay. But they have to go after the guys that aren't the Ohtanis and the Yamamotos. And
they're not getting those guys.
So they're not getting. But what I'm saying is that's not the caliber. That's not where they are. Yeah. So they gotta develop from their farm system.
Right.
And they gotta sign those. They have to sign other guys.
Give me a name.
Okay.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
It would kill me for it to happen.
Do not say it.
Okay, but you realize that for me to say it
I
is
asked
so
you,
big.
and I still don't want you to say it.
Okay. Then I won't say that one. So you give me
No. You say it, because I want to talk about it.
Cody Bellinger.
Don't do it.
Okay, so it would break my heart into a million. Also, though, you guys, Giants fans, I'll say this.
Yeah.
It would make me like a quarter Giant fan.
You're that big of a Cody Bellinger fan?
Cody Bellinger is my number 1 favorite baseball player.
So you just love guys who can't hit the ball hard?
I think that was unkind and uncalled for so early in the morning. It is 6:09 a.m.
You got like 3 hours and 50 minutes left of this.
It was unkind and uncalled for in the 6 a.m. hour.
To chase good money, and we can make an argument that Yamamoto is good money or bad money, okay? I think unquestionably Ohtani is good money. To chase good money with bad money is the hallmark of a team that doesn't, to your point, understand where it lies in the hierarchy of the National League. I think that the Giants, this might be liberating for them, missing out on the top 2 again. Because now I don't think that there should be any expectation. Because we had the Carlos Correa thing last year. And the Carlos Correa thing gives you this notion that there might be some free agents that want to come here. Now, Carlos Correa was right on that line. And we saw what happened in Minnesota. It was okay. I mean, he got injured a bunch. Like, wild. Who could have seen that coming? I believe both the Mets and the Giants team doctors could have saw it coming. But they cannot try to spend their way out of their spot in the order. They just can't do it. Mm-hmm. Now, listen, I'm not saying that they shouldn't do anything in free agency. I just think that they need to come to the acknowledgement here. And I think fans, probably more than anything else, need to come to the acknowledgement here that this is either the last place top-tier team, so the last place that any top-tier free agent would want to come, or the top mid-tier team. There's three kinds of teams in baseball. There's the Dodgers, who can build. Every single kind of team has to build and draft well and develop their own players. Every team has to do that. That is a must to be a good baseball team in the modern era. But there are teams like the Dodgers, Mets, Yankees. I don't even think the Red Sox qualify anymore.
I would agree.
Padres did qualify. They fell out, and that's something I want to get into a little bit. Mm-hmm. Those teams can spend to augment. They can go get the big-time dudes with just cash money. So it's not just developing your own guys. It's also augmenting with money. That's a very short list of teams. Texas Rangers, I guess, would qualify as one, though I'm not sure if they do anymore because they kind of already spent their money.
Correct.
And this is kind of where we get into some regional TV rights deals and what's going on with Bally Sports in a lot of these markets. And so a team like the Seattle Mariners, who might have been an option to spend, they can't do it anymore because they got to buy out their own TV rights. And now that money that was guaranteed coming in, that's not coming in anymore. They got to go earn it. So that's a whole other thing. Whereas the Dodgers just keep getting cash from Spectrum every year, unlike any other team in baseball. The Yankees, they already sold off a big chunk of the Yes Network, so I don't know where they go from here. They have the pile of cash that they did from selling off part of the Yes Network, but that's a finite amount of cash. You can only sell so much of a thing before it becomes not yours anymore.
Right.
The Mets have Steve Cohen's money. It depends on how the stock market's doing that day. Regardless, that's a very short list. And the Padres don't do that anymore. They already lost their TV deal, and then their owner died. So it's pretty clear that they're not part of that tier. The bottom tier are the teams that have to draft and develop, but then there's no chance in hell that they're going to keep their guys. Right. Unless they sign guys to those almost predatory deals when they first come into the league.
Okay.
So like a Tampa Bay Rays. Okay, well, we'll give you a 10-year contract before you've ever shown anything. We'll give you the Yamamoto deal.
Right.
Just because we're never going to re-sign you if you ever get to show your worth on the open market. Like if you ever get to the point where you are going to be a free agent, you're gone. And then we got to trade you. Cleveland Guardians are a team like that. There's a lot. Brewers are a team like that to a certain degree. There's a lot of teams like that. And then there's the middle tier. The middle tier is a team like the St. Louis Cardinals. Middle tier is, I would argue, the Houston Astros to a degree. Chicago White Sox, probably not, more like the Cubs. These are the teams that I think the Giants are in the tier of, which is you can keep the guys that you draft and develop. You're in a good enough market that these guys aren't saying, I got to get the hell up out of here. These are, Boston now is part of this. If you draft and develop and you turn a player that costs you nothing into a player that's worth $300 million, you can sign that person to stay for $300 million. We saw Logan Webb already do this for the San Francisco Giants. It had been a minute, but they hadn't really developed anybody for a minute. Right. So it wasn't really something that came up on the day-to-day. I think that's where the Giants are. And I think there's something liberating about just knowing that as much as we want it, as much as it seems logical, as much as this is something that the Giants probably should be, they're not a top-tier organization. They're just not there. And until they start developing their own guys and then re-signing them, they're not going to be able to move up. I say we let Bob Melvin, who's a manager who's proven to develop players. I mean, his track record in Oakland speaks for itself. You got Farhan Zaidi, a guy who has done more with less. I think now this sort of scenario, this sort of realization, this reality sort of falls into their laps, and we just got to let them cook. And we just got to see where we're at in 2 years for the San Francisco Giants. It hurts. It sucks. But that's not to say that everything is hopeless, because I do think that this team and this organization is particularly built for the reality of the scenario whereas maybe they needed to move that window down a little bit for fans in these two deals that the Dodgers made are going to automatically do that. But it's the Dodgers division through and through.
Do you think Giants fans are ready to accept that? I mean, I know they don't have a choice, but do you think there's going to be a lot of anger and sadness and maybe a less of a Merry Christmas as a result? Or do you think Giants fans look at that and say, it's okay, let's do this?
I mean, I'm not even sure where we garner said information. I guess the text line, 808 KNBR. I'm sure there's a lot of
your opinion.
I'm sure there's a lot of people who are angry today.
Mm-hmm.
And I just,
there are.
And I don't quite understand what they really expected.
Right.
And this, by the way, this is bad PR by the Giants.
Mm-hmm.
The Giants feed into this. Mm-hmm. They absolutely play this game. Let's not pretend as if some of this information that's being leaked out during the free agency process isn't coming from the San Francisco Giants.
Absolutely.
I mean, a lot of it's coming from agents, but a lot of it's coming from the Giants too. They want everyone to know, oh no, we're a big-time team. We're a big-time team, guys. We're in the mix. We won't be outbid. And then every year they get outbid. Because, well, if the money's equal, why the hell would you want to go there? Why the hell would you want to go to San Francisco? And I know that the company line now is people are watching Fox News. It's dangerous out there. Forget that nonsense. If you're a hitter, you don't want to come and play at Oracle Park, which is going to zap 15 home runs away from you every year. And now Cody Bellinger might look at a big old pile of money and say, I am content with having a bunch of home runs zapped from me every year because I'm never going to get paid like this again. This is a guy who just went to the Cubs. He had to do that kind of make-right deal. I guess he made right. The counting numbers were really good. Paying Cody Bellinger $200 million isn't going to solve anything. It's just not going to solve anything for the Giants. What's he going to do?
Solve a lot probably for Cody Bellinger, but no, not for the Giants.
I mean, I think Cody Bellinger's fine no matter what. I don't understand how Cody Bellinger, left-handed, long-swinging, low exit velocity hitter, would work at a place where you need to be Barry Bonds after some stuff to be knocking out the ball. If he was a righty, we'd be having a different conversation. But Barry Bonds, left-handed power hitter, head size growing a couple centimeters over the course of a period of time, that guy can hit the ball out of Oracle, Pac-Bell, whatever the hell you want to call it. Cody Bellinger can't. He can't. Matt Chapman, best days are behind him. Don't take that pile of money that the Giants had for the really good ones, the ones that they really valued. Don't take that money and then move it to guys that you don't value as much or you shouldn't value as much. That is a telltale sign of a team that doesn't understand its station. Mm-hmm. And I think that the Giants have been humbled to the point, I hope they've been humbled to the point where they now understand their station. And by the way, once you understand where you stand, I think you got a better shot of moving forward.
I would agree with that, 1,000%. So then I flip the question to you. And also, by the way, no Cody Bellinger in San Francisco does make me a happier human being.
Where do you want him to go?
Well, I'd really like him to come back to the Los Angeles Dodgers, but
He might. I've heard some rumblings. He might.
Honestly, okay. I just want to throw this out there now. If that happens, you guys might want to do like a live camera reaction on me at home because somebody.
I'm sure it will just kill on the socials. Dodgers fan loves Cody Bellinger coming back. I mean, we've really lost the plot here.
It will kill on the socials because it's so much a part of me. But I am where do I want him to go? I actually think he should stay in Chicago. I think
he doesn't want to stay in Chicago.
I know, but I think if you're asking, I know that's what he wants. You ask what I want. So
does he take your counsel?
I don't think he does, but if he's listening, Cody, I think you should stay in Chicago. But he went there; it was great for him. But otherwise, I think Toronto is a great place for Cody.
Toronto is a great spot for anybody, and this is a great spot for you to be on your radio dial this morning. Dieter Kurtenbach, Tracy Sandler, in until 10 a.m. Seth Wickersham of ESPN is coming on at 6:50. Tim Kawakami, Greg Papa. Heavy hitters today. Mm-hmm. Young Tony coming through. Kurtenbach and Tracy until 10 on the leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
When asked about facing the Ravens on Christmas Day, Brandon Ayuk said it will be a gift for all football fans around the world. That story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
St. Helena. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, St. Helena's sports leader.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
For sure. It's going to be it's a good gift for everybody in the football world on Christmas, so we're excited as well, too.
The great Brandon Ayuk yesterday at 49ers practice, giving a soundbite to television. It is. Sometimes it is just brutal. Tracy, you know what I'm talking about. Dieter Kurtenbach, Tracy Sandler in this morning. Christmas, how's that going for you?
Was that a question?
No.
Okay.
No, yeah. Well, that's how most 49ers feel when that gets popped in their face
right.
during a scrum. Listen, it has nothing to do with Christmas. It has everything to do with the fact that these are the number one seeds in the NFC and the AFC. We're talking about going missile toe-to-toe, whatever.
Oh, well played.
Thank you. I like that one.
Very well played.
But we got a shot that this is a preview of the big game in February. This is a shot. And I do think that this is somewhat of an MVP referendum for both. Well, I guess you can make the argument, both Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, and Lamar Jackson, the triumvirate there. It's a big one. And the 49ers are 5.5-point favorites as of now. I'm not seeing that line moving. And I know that Baltimore's a little bit salty about that. But Tracy, a couple of 49ers have their own podcast. Fred Warner has his own podcast. Eric Armstead has one. I'm just going to be blunt about this. Eric Armstead's one is unlistenable.
Okay.
It's just my personal opinion. I can't do it, guys. There's a lot of folks out there. It's a new media world, and everything is flat. And if you're a big name or even a medium name, you got to have a podcast. Apparently, don't know why, but you gotta. And when you have a podcast, you got to say stuff. Though Eric Armstead might be coming up against that one. And apparently, Ravens cornerback Marlon Humphrey, who was once a very good player, this year not so much, has his own podcast or was on a podcast. He was saying some stuff, and he didn't think that we'd be listening. Here's what Marlon Humphrey had to say about the San Francisco 49ers ahead of their Christmas Day showdown.
I don't respect them.
Keep talking.
Yeah. No, man.
Shout out. Who don't you respect?
No, I don't respect a single person on their football team.
Yeah. Frauds.
Literally. No, but seriously, I'm excited for this one. I mean, their defense is crazy. So, but their offense is our offense is gonna. I'm not gonna say they're gonna struggle, but they're gonna have to put some work in it to score points. So the defense got to come ready, but they just got key playmakers. Christian McCaffrey scores every single freaking game. Debo, Ayuk, Kittle. I mean, they dang. Wow. They might have the most all pros.
Easily.
Yeah, sure. Sounds like he doesn't respect them. Listen, I don't know if he does or he doesn't. He is finding out firsthand because I know you guys played this on the show yesterday, Tracy. This is something that's making some waves. He's finding out the hard way, as Dieter Kurtenbach once had to. Sarcasm does not translate on these airwaves, baby.
Also, sound bites happen real quick. And if you say something like that, that is what's going to get cut and make its way all the way around. I'm glad we have the extended clip today. But
the journalistic integrity of a young Tony behind the board does not exist at other radio stations,
correct.
Folks. We played the full clip. We gave Marlon Humphrey the floor to say what it is he wanted to say. And it sounds like his co-host just kind of sucks. Shout out, who don't you respect? What a line. But
and with the response, all of them.
All of them. All of them. Hey, Marlon, you had an out there, buddy. Do you think that Kyle Shanahan's going to play the full clip? I don't. I don't think the 49ers get into the whole bulletin board thing or this guy said that thing. I don't think that they play that game that much. Now, they have created bulletin board material. That's kind of a thing that they like to do. But they're creators, not takers in that regard. I don't think that is something that they need to motivate them. But someone's going to find out about this. I mean, somebody's listening. I know the folks down at 4949, they're driving in. They might have heard it by now.
They might have. They may have heard it yesterday right here on KNBR.
I'm just saying, not a good look there, Marlon, who, by the way, been kind of ass this year. I'm not saying he's like James Bradbury, but he hasn't been very good this year. And this Baltimore team as impressive as they seem with their record, as much as this, we build it up to be a Super Bowl preview, kind of got into the tape yesterday, hanging out with some of the numbers that I like to look at. Niners are 5.5-point favorites, and that seems just right to me.
I actually said yesterday on this show, I think they win by 10.
Okay, walk me through that.
I think it'll be close through the fourth. That is my feeling.
All the way through the fourth?
All the until midway through the fourth. Until somebody goes, wait, Tracy said 10, score.
We're up by 3.
Score,
Garbage time.
Score. No, I think it'll be close midway through the fourth, and then I think the 49ers just pull away, and maybe just one extra score.
Yeah.
But I do think the 49ers pull away with it. I think the offense is just going at such a high level right now and hitting on all cylinders. You have a Ravens team that is so good at disguising the pass rush. We had Greg Cassell yesterday on. We talked about that.
Awesome.
But you have a Brock Purdy quarterback who's excellent at making decisions on the fly and adjusting.
Yes.
And I think Brock Purdy wins in that situation because of Brock Purdy's play. And I was going to say the weapons he has around him, but I'm not one of these people who feels like, oh, it's weapons. I just mean because he's so good at that and finding his open man and getting the ball to where it needs to go and to who it needs to go to. I just think they're too good. And this offense is, we've seen 49ers teams in the past where the defense has at times had to make up for the offense.
Yes.
This is a 49ers team where the offense is capable of making up for the defense. And that's
As
no
we saw
disrespect.
in Arizona.
As we saw in Arizona. And that's no disrespect to the defense. It's incredible.
It's a top 5 defense, but it's not number 1.
It's not number 1. But that, to me, is going to be the difference maker. And I think the 49ers are going to be better at taking care of the football. And that is me walking you through it. So, in my opinion, it's a 10-point game. I thought, to be honest, I thought the Dallas game was going to be a blowout by San Francisco.
Yeah.
I don't think this is going to be a blowout, but I am sticking with my 10-point lead. And if it is a minute to go and they're only up by 3, I'm going to need someone to get out there and score a touchdown. Thank you very much.
Are you putting a little action on it? Listen, the mortgage payment's on this.
I'm not, but just for my
and by the way, only bet what you have.
Validity.
It's as I wear a FanDuel hat, but
I'm wearing purple.
yeah. By the way, I mean, coming hot with positive Dodgers takes and wearing purple today. I mean, you're going for it. You're like the ultimate heel.
Yeah, you guys, this is bad, and I didn't even think about it. And then
Twitch.com/thesportsleader. Check out
going
Tracy's.
Straight to 49ers HQ from here. Someone is going to be like, "Why are you wearing purple?"
Yeah. You
Well,
might want to
that's gonna
stop
be
at Target or something beforehand. There's a nice Target on First Street down there in Santa Clara. Actually, I think it's in San Jose. Regardless, the reason that I come to 5.5. And I'm with you. I don't think that this is going to be some blowout. I do think Lamar Jackson deserves the benefit of the doubt in that regard, whereas a Dak Prescott did not.
Yes.
And whereas the Eagles, I was wrong about that game. I thought that was going to be a close one. I thought that was going to be interesting. Whew. Nope. I mean, I guess it was for the first quarter. Yeah. But it was not interesting from that point on because guess what? James Bradbury is trash.
Well, Debo was right.
Yeah.
Debo actually, usually when he says things like that, he's usually correct.
Debo is a sneaky connoisseur of the game. And I think you and I both know not everybody in an NFL locker room actually knows what the hell's going on in the NFL.
Right.
And listen, they have to spend a lot of time watching these guys, and they're watching specifically things that they can attack. So I don't think that film study necessarily breeds the highest level of respect, especially offense going to defense, whereas a defense, you're reacting. You're just trying to survive as a defense, whereas an offense is taking it to you. And when you're Deebo Samuel and you have so many ways to take a dude down, you're probably not thinking that the guy across from you is any good.
Right.
Most of the time. I don't even know who you would say Deebo Samuel would respect at the cornerback position, because who does he have to respect? He gets open no matter what.
Right.
But and we'll see. We'll find out today if this Marlon Humphrey sarcasm or not has made it down into the locker room. Regardless, 5.5 points makes a lot of sense to me. I do think that 10 might be a bit of a stretch. I do encourage you to find that alternate line and put something down on it. But
I'm probably not going to do that.
What I like to do in a big game like this is just break down the 15 best players.
Okay.
Because everybody goes, 5.5 point line, that's ridiculous. The Ravens can win this thing outright, and they absolutely could. But 15 is about the biggest spread you're going to get in the NFL, one way or another. So I like to use that as the number. And then I like to say, okay, 15 best players, big-time plays, big-time games. That's the idea. I see the Niners having 10 of the 15 best.
I would agree with that.
And I don't even – the Ravens, they're lucky I'm going to 15. Because if it was top 10, it'd be 8-2.
Yeah.
Now, the flip side is Lamar could go at 1 or 2. I have him at 2 behind Christian McCaffrey.
Okay.
Part of me wanted to put Debo at 1. Lamar's at 2 on my list. 7 interceptions this year. I don't think that the passing has been as good as a lot of people make it out to be. I still think it's good. I just don't think that it's some sort of revelation. I don't think he's nearly as good as he was during his MVP season.
I think that's fair.
And everyone goes, well, he's throwing it more. He has a lot of highlight plays. Mm-hmm. I think a lot of the simple stuff, which is what the 49ers are going to try to force him to do. We'll see if they're effective. I think a lot of that simple stuff doesn't work for him. It just hasn't clicked. And as we get into, as we're clearly now, in December football, January football, you got to take what the defense gives you. And it feels like Baltimore, maybe a little bit of their struggles recently have been because they're, yes, passing it more, but it's all predicated off the run game, as with the Niners, but then they're pushing it deep. Whereas when you see with the Brock Purdy, he's pushing it deep because they're taking away the underneath stuff. They don't respect Brock Purdy enough, opposing defenses, to say, hey, take these underneath routes.
Right.
They say, you got to go over the top of us. And Brock Purdy's like,
no problem.
My pleasure. Nothing I love more than threading the ball over a linebacker. He lives for that.
He does. And he does it.
Lamar Jackson, everything is that line drive, or it's the really nice deep 9 ball on the sidelines. It's all a little bit too big game. It's a little bit reminiscent of Dak Prescott, if I'm being honest there. Mm-hmm. Dak loves that deep one. I'm not sure about, you get into heavy traffic areas, things get a little murky. It's a lot of quarterbacks. I think that's where Lamar is still at. If he gets rid of that, he's unstoppable because he runs unlike anybody else.
Right.
Maybe in the league at any position.
He's probably not getting rid of it before Monday, though.
Probably not getting rid of it before Monday. So Christian McCaffrey 1 on my list. Lamar is 2. And because Lamar is 2 and he plays the most important position, the guy who touches the ball every damn play, that can skew your perception. If you're out there and you're saying you think the Ravens are going to take this thing or it's going to be really tight all the way down to the end, I can respect it because they have an unbelievable player. Ooh, listen, I'm bringing up some warts. Unbelievable player. Mm-hmm. One of the only guys in the NFL you'd trade for Purdy.
Okay.
I mean, leaving the contracts out of it, obviously.
Right.
But if you're just saying, who are the better quarterbacks than Brock Purdy, it's a short list, and Lamar Jackson is probably on that list.
Okay.
That's on my list. But then we go Debo Samuel, Trent Williams, Nick Bosa, Brock Purdy at 6. Mm-hmm. And I'm with you. I am not somebody who believes that Brock Purdy's getting this MVP love because other people are doing it for him. There were really good players around Jimmy Garoppolo. We never had a conversation about MVP with Jimmy Garoppolo.
No, we did not.
We didn't have a conversation with Brian Hoyer or C.J. Beathard or Trey Lance or the second coming of Jimmy.
Nick Mullins. Don't forget Nick Mullins in that.
Well, we did for half a minute. No, I'm kidding. Because Nick Mullins was putting up numbers.
That Raider game was something
He
else.
was putting up numbers. By the way, most passing yards, and I think the first 16 games in NFL history, it was once Patrick Mahomes 1, Nick Mullins 2.
That is a correct statement.
And I think it's now like Nick Mullins 14, but here we are. Fred Warner at 7, okay, and then George Kittle. Now I get to my second Raven, which is Roquan Smith, who is awesome and fantastic. But I'll take Kittle, I'll take Warner, I'll take all of those guys I mentioned before him. Number 10 is Charvarius Ward, the Mooney Man, who is on an absolute heater right now.
Yes, he is.
If he wasn't on the heater, I wouldn't have him at 10, but he's on a heater, so he's number 10. 11, Ayuk. Okay, where are the Ravens here? I'm looking for all these big-time players on the Baltimore Ravens. I got Kyle Hamilton at 12. He's a really cool and interesting player. They put him in the slot, plays actually, too high safety. By putting all those guys on the line of scrimmage, like you noted with Greg Cosell yesterday, and we'll talk about it in a minute, like his versatility really brings out a lot in this Ravens defense, and I think will make things challenging for Brock. Kyle Hamilton's at 12. I got Zay Flowers at 13. I felt remiss not having him on the list.
I think that's fair.
He's got a foot thing. I don't know what he's going to look like. He had 1 catch last week. He can get lost. He itty-bitty. He can get lost over there, and if there's a lot of big grown men flying around and they're playing fast, his the thing that separates him is neutralized a little bit. Because if this is a big physical game and everyone's playing fast, he ain't big, he ain't physical, and now I guess everyone's playing fast too, and he's got a foot thing. So I'm not buying in on Zay Flowers in this game. I could be proven wildly wrong because he has that kind of talent. I got him at 13. I got Javon Hargrave at 14 if he plays.
Okay.
I don't think he's going to play, which is kind of a big issue for the 49ers, and I do want to get into that a little bit. But let's put Dre Greenlaw at 14.
Okay.
Because he brings the oomph to the 49ers defense. And when Dre is on his X's and O's, that Niners defense goes to a different level. I think he's the separator between the Niners defense being good and great.
Yep, that's fair.
And he's just fun as hell to watch. And 15 is Justin Tucker. Justin Tucker, the kicker. 15th best player in this game. Because if it comes down to special teams, as great as Mitch Wishnowsky has been, and as good as the kid has been, I think I'll take the greatest kicker of all time. So let's just run the numbers here. Out of the top 15 players in this game, 10 of them are 49ers. Out of the top 10, you got 8 of them as 49ers.
Mm-hmm.
Why is everyone freaking out about the Niners being 5.5-point favorites at home?
I have no idea. Also, by the way, just as you were doing that, it's amazing to me that George Kittle on any other team would be so much farther up. It's just
he's 8th.
He's 8th. I mean, it's just the 49ers.
You could switch it with Fred. Listen, a lot of this is nebulous. This is just one guy's opinion.
But I think just generally it speaks to what they have on this team and how good they are and how superior they are from a talent perspective. And they are far superior than any other team in the NFL from a talent perspective. We're talking about Monday night's game, but as you were doing that, I was just thinking there are so many teams in this league that be like, we'll take 8 through 15. Well, please.
Oh,
we'll
8 through 15 is a playoff
14.
team.
8 through 15 is a playoff team. We'll take
the Baltimore
14.
Ravens are considered the second best team in the NFL. They had 5.
Yeah.
What are we talking about here? Now, listen, this is not a perfect exercise. 15 players doesn't make everything. There's a lot more that goes into a game. The ball is not even round. It will bounce in a weird way, and that can change the entire game too.
The ball is not even. Wait, what?
The Dallas Cowboys can make the argument that they would have 6 on this list, right?
They would. They'd be happy to tell you how many of their players are so much better than everyone else.
A lot of yapping, not a lot of winning.
Exactly.
Dallas Cowboys football for the last 3 decades. But there's a lot of teams that can make a case that they have more players than the Ravens. And by the way, if you wanted to expand this thing out to 20, 25, there'd be a lot more Ravens that start showing up.
Right.
But, man, nobody is even remotely, I think that your point is very well taken. No one is even remotely close in the kind of top-level talent that the San Francisco 49ers have. And when it comes down to it, when there is a big moment in a big game, and maybe this is why the Niners have been such a great big game team over the last couple of years, I want better players. I want the top-end guys. I want the dudes that you can look at and say, well, he's got it. He's got it. He's got it. I mean, do you want to have to amalgamate a victory every week, or do you want to just hand it off to Debo sometimes and say, take us away, big fella? Christian McCaffrey, do what you do. Brock Purdy, who is in this? Sorry, everyone who says he's just a game manager. I ain't seen a game managed like that in a long time.
And yeah, if he is and he's the greatest game manager of all time, good for him.
Kurt Warner was a game manager too, I guess. I mean, what are we doing here? If we can't acknowledge greatness at the quarterback position, then what are we actually talking about with the sport of football? That should be the easy part. It should be easy to separate the good from the bad at quarterback. And yet apparently a lot of people on 4-letter network names can't do it. So that's interesting enough. But we got to take a break. Dieter Kurtenbach, Tracy Stanley. We're breaking down 49ers Ravens all day today. Seth Wickersham is on at 6:50. So he's going to come up next. We're going to talk to him about this. Greg Papa at 7:35. Big Hit at 8. Cooler Content at 8:30. And then Tim Kawakami coming on at 8:50. I don't think I've ever had Kawakami on in all my years here at the Leader. So we'll see if he shows up. We're here, though. Thanks for joining us. Kurtenbach, Sandler, until 10 on the Leader.
What about Bradbury? Trash.
Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Taking him out of his comfort zone, taking the space out of his run game stuff, and he's their top rusher. So, yeah, just making him uncomfortable in the pass game, not rushing scared, not trying to mirror like we did sometimes against some of the other mobile guys, but getting on him and wrapping him up so he can't break tackles.
Nick Bosa. I mean, always a riveting listen. He's an insightful dude. I mean, imagine if he put a little bit of something behind it. He does his talking on the field, no question about it. 49ers Ravens on Christmas. Hope you are having a great start to your Christmas weekend. We are. Dieter Kurtenbach, Tracy Sandler. In today for Murph and Marcus, though who the hell knows who's on this show any given morning. Oh, my goodness. We'll get into that later. We'll also talk to Seth Wickersham of ESPN, Greg Papa at 7:35. Looking forward to that conversation. Cooler content at 8:20 and Tim Kawakami at 8:50. Dieter and Tracy until 10 on the leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tracy Sandler, Dieter Kirkenbach on the Sports Leader, back with you here. And we are going to go to the UMA guest line and talk to the great Seth Wickersham from ESPN. Good morning, Seth.
Good morning. I'm not sure I'm that great, but I'll listen to you say that as many times as you want to.
I think you're great, Seth.
Thank you.
We got to build you up this morning, Seth. I mean, come on.
Hey, I'm with you. Go for it. Be my guest. I'll take it.
Let's talk NFL with Seth. And let's start with the Christmas Day game, 49ers-Ravens. Obviously, that's where our minds are this morning here in the Bay Area. I don't know. Let's just be blunt about it. You think this is a Super Bowl preview, Seth?
That's a good question. It could be. I mean, I don't know. One of the weird things about these games is that like whenever we think there's a Super Bowl, that they might be a Super Bowl preview, inevitably it ends up being half true.
That's right.
And the weight of the season or a ball bouncing the wrong way in the playoffs ends up like affecting everything. And so like even though the playoffs are close, they're right around the corner, it still seems like there's like a lot of football to be played, and not to be like a Debbie Downer, but it feels like there's a lot of things that could go wrong. And so I don't know if it actually feels like a Super Bowl preview. I'm not quite sure. I do think that it's definitely a matchup between, clearly the two best teams in the NFL right now.
Let's take it one step further than that. We're seeing the Buffalo Bills kind of coming on hot here. And we'll find out if they got enough juice to get over the finish line. But it's pretty clear, at least in the conversations that Tracy and I are having, that teams in the AFC are like, oh boy, we do not want to face Buffalo. It's a kind of a wide open conference, far more so than the NFC where there's a clear favorite. But with the Rams win last night, do you feel like they might be, maybe Buffalo's a stretch here, but they might be that feisty team that no one will want to face that's coming on hot in the NFC?
Yeah, kind of like how the 49ers have been, sometimes in the playoffs. I mean, they've proven to be a really good road playoff team in, the Shanahan era. And there's no doubt. I mean, like the Rams have a lot of really exceptional players at the top positions. They have an exceptional coach, and what's weird is that they're kind of plucky, right? I mean, even though they just won the Super Bowl 2 years ago, they're in the position where, everybody thinks it's like a rebuild from them, and they have nothing to lose. And that's like a very, very, very dangerous position for a team to be facing them in. I mean, it's going to be interesting, of course, if they face the Niners in the last weekend of the season, and the game means nothing for the 49ers, but everything for the Rams. And how the Niners try to handle that, knowing that they probably don't want to face the Rams for a third time this year.
Yeah, we saw how that went in 2021, in the 2021 season.
Did we? Should we bring that up?
I mean, we won't make a big deal about
everyone
it.
always talks about, Kyle Shanahan's record versus Sean McVay, which is, exceptional. But Sean got him in the championship game. And so really, whatever the record is, I think it's like 9 straight wins. Is that what it is?
That's
Something
right.
like that. But like not 9 straight in the regular season. It's really like 70 to 9. It's like how Pete Carroll has like beaten the Patriots every time he's played them for the Seahawks, except the Super Bowl. So it's really like 100-3.
That's right.
Yeah, that's fair. That's pretty funny. I also think it would be funny if the Rams end up playing the Lions the first round of the playoffs, because the storylines abound, and then of course Matt Stafford taking the Lions right out of it would just be real full circle.
Yeah.
But anyways, let's look at that Christmas night game again between, at least right now, as you said, the two best teams in football. We were talking a lot about Lamar Jackson and talking about how he is throwing the ball more, and there's been a lot made of the success of that. But maybe when you really look at it, it's not quite as effective as they would want it to be. How have you seen him grow in this season, and do you still feel like it is a bit of a weakness for him?
I mean, I think that like any quarterback throwing in known passing situations is not an optimal place for a play caller. And so I don't think that that's unique to him. I think that that's unique to everybody. But I think that he's an exceptional force. And when he is hot, nobody can touch that guy.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, the question is, of course, is like, you know, can you get him out of rhythm? And, you know, the 49ers have a defense that is, you know, specializes in getting quarterback out of rhythm, but he's a unique force. And when he turns it on and when he is on, and he's a tough guy. He's a really, really, really tough guy. And they've won some really, really tough games. And I think that, you know, I think that if you're in a situation where you have any quarterback and you've got a lead and they're forced to throw, you like where you are. But, like, I don't look at him in known passing situations as necessarily, like, a better thing than him running the ball.
They have won some really tough games, and I guess a quote-unquote knock on the 49ers, even though it's really not a knock, is that all of their wins tend to be blowouts. And we've yet to see them win kind of one of these grimier games that Fred Warner had talked about weeks and weeks ago. When you look at Monday night and it comes down to that, who do you think is better suited?
I mean, I think the Ravens are going to win. I'm probably going to be wrong. But, like, you know, and I don't think it's a knock on the 49ers. I just think the Ravens are really good. They're well coached. They're tough. And I think that, like, it's a good chance for them. But, I mean, look, Kyle knows that better than anybody. I mean, remember, like, his dad had a team in '96 that was very similar to the team they've got now, where they were just rolling and just cruising through the AFC. And I think, if I remember right, they locked up home field with a month to go in the season. And, of course, Jacksonville, a second-year franchise, comes into Denver and knocks them off and beats them. And so that stuff can happen. And, you know, it'll be interesting to see how Kyle coaches down the stretch, knowing that they're playing for the second week, you know, the second playoff week in January.
Seth is the author of the fantastic page-turner, It's Better to Be Feared story about the New England Patriots' great dynastic run. Clearly that's over. And I'm just wondering, with your insight on the Patriots, what do you think happens next there?
It is over. That was a succinct and accurate way of putting it. I don't know. It just seems hard to imagine after, you know, 2 straight years of no playoffs, of, you know, the most important player, Mac Jones, regressing. You know, remember, I mean, he was a really good rookie. For a while, it looked like that he might be the best rookie out of that class, at least like during that rookie season when Josh McDaniels was coordinating the offense.
Class.
Yeah. Oh my God.
That class. Oof.
Oh, hell of a class.
I don't know. Like, what has happened there? I mean, it's like you look at poor Trey Lance and wonder if he's even going to have a career at this point. And then, you know, obviously, like, Purdy is like the jewel out of it. Which is now, where do you guys fall on the system quarterback thing?
We're terribly biased over here, Seth. I mean, we also. I mean, I do think that there is something on actually watching every snap of the game and seeing a lot of the situational scenarios that he's put in and how exceptional he's been. It's almost like jaw-dropping how good he has been in understanding the nuance and complexity of the quarterback position and executing at a terribly high level, like a preternaturally high level for a young quarterback this early in his career. So when you see little things like that, and then there's the highlight plays on top of it, yes, he has an incredible supporting cast. So did Joe Montana, and so did Steve Young, and so did Kurt Warner, and so did, you know, a lot of the, you know, Patrick Mahomes, when he had a bunch of great receivers. He had Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce winning MVPs. Doesn't have at least one of those guys, and the other one's kind of banged up right now. Doesn't look like an MVP. Like, you have to have good players around you to win that kind of award. If he's a game manager, I'll take it all day, every day, because he makes some throws that are – we watched Jimmy Garoppolo for a long time. That guy can manage a game competently. This is something completely different. That's where we fall. Where do you fall?
Yeah, I think every quarterback's a system quarterback to an extent.
True.
You know, and I don't think it's like a bad thing. I think you need all the pieces, like you alluded to. It's funny, like, my next book's on quarterbacks, and you know, everywhere from like high school guys to retired Hall of Famers. And a year ago ish, I was in I was with this high school kid who works out at the same gym that Purdy does in Jacksonville. And we went to his gym, and Purdy's jersey was on the wall, and it was his Iowa State jersey, right?
Yeah.
And after he worked out, we went to lunch, and they were showing the highlights of Purdy's first game action. I think it was against the Dolphins.
Dolphins, yeah.
It was
right?
against the Dolphins.
Garoppolo
Yep.
goes down. Purdy comes in against the Dolphins.
Yeah, and
4th
so
of
it was
December.
the Monday after that game, and we were watching him, and this high school kid texts with Purdy or whatever, and it was just wild because we had just been at this gym where Mr. Irrelevant has his college jersey up on there, and here he is tearing up the Dolphins. And here we are a year later where, this guy's going to get some serious MVP consideration. Anyway, it's just wild when you really step back and you look at it and you're like, holy hell, like what has happened?
No one's
crazy.
been more shocked than us.
Yeah,
No one. I mean, to say that anyone saw this coming is revisionist history. I do think, and Tracy can attest to this, like there were a lot of people in training camp who were like, ooh, who's this guy? He was kind of like he was plucky. Mm-hmm. He had a little something to him. And you thought, well, he could make the team. And he was good in the preseason. And you say to yourself, well, that guy's better than, who is the?
Nate Sudfeld.
Nate Sudfeld. So the Niners eat $2 million to get rid of Nate Sudfeld. And we thought that was that because he's the third string quarterback. That Dolphins game, he was good, though. And I remember writing after that game, like, well, let's see this out. Like, there might be something here. And, well, I undersold that one a little bit. That's all we can say.
It was the Seahawks game. The Seahawks game for me on short rest, injured. Thursday night, goes into one of the toughest stadiums to play in, and he plays the hell out of that system and manages the hell out of that game.
Yeah, if you're going to be a system quarterback, be in that system.
Yeah, it's a pretty good system. But to Dieter's point, we saw Jimmy Garoppolo in that system, and he was fine. He was not Brock Purdy. We've seen C.J. Beathard, Brian Hoyer, Nick Mullins, a lot of people in that system.
All of them MVP candidates.
And it didn't work this way. And I'd like to know when we started punishing quarterbacks for having good players around them who can catch the ball when they throw it to them. I'm not sure why that's a thing. But, yeah, I guess you get a pretty good idea of our feelings on the system quarterback thing.
But anyway, like going back to the Patriots, I mean, I just think that like the ultimate system team.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And it just seems difficult to imagine after the past 2 years, and after how public the owner has been with his expectations for the season and how drastically that team will have fallen short of it. Mm-hmm. Belichick's back on the sidelines.
That's wild.
I just think that 24 years is a long time. And it just seems hard to imagine, but we'll see. I mean, I'm not sure Bill wants to coach somewhere else. I think he likes living in New England. He likes his life there. Maybe there's a way forward for them, but right now it just seems hard to imagine him on the sidelines at the beginning of the 24 season for the Patriots.
You mentioned how long Bill's been there. We all know. I mean, it's been a quarter of a century, damn near. And I'm wondering if coaches are very insular. I know that they hobnob a little bit and they're out and about, Super Bowl stuff like that. If they're not in it, there is a little bit of networking. But when you're a young coach, we talk all the time about Kyle Shanahan's sort of tree, which of course is his dad's tree and all that. Well, Kyle was on 7 different teams in 10 years. Mm-hmm. He's bouncing around left and right, and he's networking. He's making connections with coaches all over the league because he's bouncing around as an assistant. Bill has been in the same role, more or less, only gaining more power. Mm-hmm. And talking to more or less the same people for 25 years. How much of that is a factor, you think, in perhaps, this feels like a strong word, but I'm going to say it, the demise of the Patriots, that Bill doesn't have the biggest Rolodex anymore?
And they've lost a lot of people. It's hard. I know that, Kyle, he has a coaching tree, and McVay does too, but it doesn't mean they like it. I think they like some continuity. And I think that Kyle has spent a lot of time on the defensive side of the ball. We think of him as just, it's a dangerous sight in the NFL when he's on the sideline, dialing up the next big play with that play sheet covering his mouth and his hat brim pulled low. But he spends a lot of time on the defensive side of the ball because they've had so much turnover. And, they've had turnover on the offensive side of the ball either. And I think that there becomes a limit to not only the ability to take in new big ideas, but also you're spending a lot of time teaching. So it's all kind of coming out of your head. And I do think that with Bill, they've not only lost a lot of really trusted people, but, you know, they lose someone like Josh McDaniels, who's incredibly valuable in the New England area and completely expendable anywhere else, apparently. But, like, you know, he could hand Josh the offense and didn't have to worry about it. And he just doesn't have, you know, that type of, you know, system around him. And, you know, one of the key things I think is, you know, he lost Ernie Adams. Ernie Adams retired in 2021, I think. And, you know, Ernie Adams is a guy, it's why God invented best friends. I mean, he's someone who wanted to do nothing but be there to help Bill and use all of the knowledge that he had amassed in the banking world and years in football to help Bill make better decisions in the game, on draft day, all these things. And losing him hurts. And I think that, like, Kyle kind of has that with his dad. You know, I think that, like, the fact that Kyle has those eyes looking at opponents, looking at personnel, and just being there for him, I think, you know, is a big deal. And I think it's probably one of the ways that it helps, you know, the 49ers weather all of these departures, because they have lost really, you know, good coaches. And, you know, at the end of the day, it's up to Kyle to make up the difference. He has to be a total head coach, not a glorified offensive coordinator.
And we've already sort of seen that happening in San Francisco now, 7 years in for Kyle, with having to bring in Steve Wilkes from the outside. There was nobody to logically step into the role vacated by DeMeco Ryans, as DeMeco was the great option to follow Robert Saleh. And I guess some guys are going to get fired so they can come back into the fold the same way they do with Belichick. But and that's what I want to get at here, Seth. Like, it does seem as if we're heading to a pretty chaotic offseason when it comes to the coaching carousel. We've already gotten some reports, I don't think substantiated, but some numbers being thrown out here for guys who haven't coached before and the salary demands, perhaps thanks to Sean Payton and what he just got from the Walmart clan. It sounds like stuff's going to be absolutely insane. What are you hearing about that already?
Well, I haven't heard much about salaries outside of, you know, what we've read, and you know, that it seems a little hard to wrap your head around and maybe believe, given that you know, the head coach, the bump you get from being a head coach is substantial from being a coordinator, and just because it may not be you know, as much of a bump as, you know, what's being reported still doesn't mean that it isn't one. But
that's a bump to being like a second wide receiver. That's what that is.
And it's just interesting, right? Because it's like, what do owners want? What do they need? If you look at, you know, if you look at Kyle, let's just take him for instance. He didn't have a winning record as a head coach until about a year ago, which is kind of amazing.
Yeah.
Because he's been one of the most dangerous coaches throughout his entire tenure. But as a head coach with the 49ers, he didn't have a total winning record until about a year ago. And it shows that, like, first of all, I think you need somebody who can imagine football. And I think that, like, you know, look at someone like Ben Johnson. Some of the things they've done on offense, a lot of the really smart offensive-minded head coaches around the league have stolen from them. I mean, I think that he's someone who can think for himself. And but it kind of goes back to what we were saying earlier, you know, about Lamar Jackson. I mean, every quarterback does it his own way. There's no cookie-cutter way to do this. There's a prototype, like the John Elway type, but there's only one John Elway. And all these guys figure out ways to get it done. And I think that, like, when you're looking for the head coach, is that ability and that skill set and the leadership ability and the mental capabilities to find answers. And I think that, like, there's no way, like with quarterbacking, you know, you'll never know if they can do it until they step into that job. And clearly there's a lot of guys with promise. I mean, DeMeco, obviously, like, you know, he's coached phenomenally this year. And they all do it their different ways. You look at, like, Mike Vrabel, the program that they have going there, he does it his own way. And so I think that, like, you know, owners need to define what it is they're looking for beyond just their version of a Kyle Shanahan or Sean McVay.
You hear that, Greg Tepper? Sorry, had to get it in.
As well, you should have. As long as we're talking coaching and the Kyle Shanahan coaching tree, there's one more game going on this weekend I would just love to get your thoughts on, and that is the Dallas Cowboys versus the Miami Dolphins. And would just kind of love to get your thoughts on that and the Cowboys. And it seems the Cowboys, they do a lot of talking when they lose. They seem to be very upset that people are talking about them. So when you look at this game, the game this weekend, how do you see that one playing out?
I kind of see Dallas winning, but again, there's kind of a strange team, right? Because they will always be there in the mix, and yet who's really scared of them? Do you think the 49ers are scared of them after what's happened the past two, January times that those two teams have met? And, for as much criticism as Jerry Jones gets as a quote-unquote general manager, if you give him credit for this, he and the people around him have done a great job of building rosters. Now, I don't know if they've been able to build a team, but, that's the bar for them. And it kind of reminds me a little bit of, the Eagles with Andy Reid way back when they made it to, 4 straight championship games and lost all of them. It's nobody can tell the difference between an A-plus coach and an A-plus quarterback and an A-minus coach and an A-minus quarterback until they get out there.
That's right.
And, what can you do to make up that difference? To me, that's the entire ball game for Dallas. Is it do they have the ability, does that roster, not team, but does that roster have the ability to turn into a 49er-like team and scare people in January, especially since they're probably going to have to do it on the road, I'm going to guess, to reach the Super Bowl? I mean, that's the only question for them. And if they fall short again, you have to wonder if they've plateaued. Even if they've plateaued at a very high level, it's a plateau nonetheless.
He's Seth Wickersham, ESPN, senior writer covering the NFL. A big MIZ to you, Seth, by the way, head of this Cotton Bowl. If you haven't already, highly recommend it. Better to be Feared, real page turner. Go to a local bookstore and buy it today. Seth, thanks for the time, my man. Let's do it again soon.
Great to talk to you guys. Thank you.
Interesting stuff from Seth Wickersham. Maybe we digest it after this break, Tracy. Dieter Kurtenbach, Tracy Sandler, Intel 10 on the Sports Leader.
Milpitas, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Milpitas' sports leader.
Hold it now. The Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I'm excited to see Jordan tomorrow. I think he's going to get a great reception from everybody, coaches, players, especially our fans. I think, given that this is the one visit to Chase this year, and it's our first chance to really thank Jordan for his contributions, for helping us win a championship a year and a half ago, for being a huge part of that, and for everything that he gave, the way he worked, the way he approached things. So I really look at Jordan as a huge success story. 28th pick, it doesn't happen often that the 28th pick works his way up to, key player on a championship team, life-changing contract, It really couldn't have gone any better, and then I hate the way it ended. It's just really unfortunate how it all played out. You just wish that things could end in a more positive note, in a more positive way, but it didn't happen that way. And all that has been documented. But I can tell you that everybody here looks forward to seeing him, and we appreciate him.
That is Steve Kerr, of course, talking about Jordan Poole. Dieter Kurtenbach, Tracy Sandler in this morning for Murph and Marcus. Listen, we keep pretending as if the Warriors, Jordan Poole, not we, they, keep pretending as if everything was so hunky-dory. It was so great. There were good times with Jordan Poole. There's no question about that. But it ended for a reason. Mm-hmm. It's not as if they woke up one morning and they're like, oh, damn, Jordan Poole's not on our team anymore. No, they looked at old-ass Chris Paul across the way, would have languished in Washington, and they said, give us that. We need to get rid of Jordan Poole on the contract that we just signed him to, and we're going to take Chris Paul, in part because we think Paul can help us more this year, but in a larger part because Chris Paul's contract isn't guaranteed next year. And if this is all going to go to hell, at least we have some luxury tax considerations that we can take into play. Whereas Jordan Poole, that's money that you got to pay him no matter what. He's too young. It has not gone well for Jordan Poole in Washington. Mm-hmm. He's become a meme, which long time coming on the meme stuff with Jordan Poole. And then his numbers are the exact same. Mm-hmm. I mean, he's playing about 30 minutes per game. So much for being the man in Washington, playing about 30 minutes per game. He's averaging 17 points per game. That's what he did last year with the Warriors. Now, last year with the Warriors was also excruciating to watch at times for Jordan Poole. But nothing has really changed when it comes to Jordan Poole and his output, save for the fact that now he's doing it on a worse shooting percentage. He's fouling more. He's assisting less. A lot of the things that maybe the Warriors could have bolstered, held up a little bit, fallen off a bit. So my takeaway on this, and I want to get your thoughts as a Michigan woman and talking about a Michigan man here. I don't think anyone's happy about this trade. I don't think, looking back on it 6 months and having a couple of months of the season now, I don't think that anybody is looking at this and saying, oh, we came out gangbusters in that one, guys. We're feeling really good about what we did this offseason. I don't think the Warriors hate it. I don't think the Wizards hate it. But I also don't think that anyone's looking around and going, we're killing it. Wizards have 5 flipping wins. If not for the Detroit Pistons, the Wizards would be the number one story in basketball right now. At least Greg Popovich has a track record. I mean, you'd be looking at the Wizards going, well, what is it you guys do besides complain, do stupid stuff. I mean, stupid. They lead the league in Shaqtin' a Fool moments this year. They just do a lot of stupid stuff. Jordan Poole, Kyle Kuzma, that's a dynamic duo of dumb. No one's looking at this and saying, we nailed it, guys. We killed it. Chris Paul can't shoot anymore. Understandable. Man's 38 years old. He got no legs. He's got no legs. At least Klay Thompson's young enough that his legs came back a little bit. And I got to eat a little bit of crow on Klay because he's been really good since Draymond got suspended. He's been really good. And his shot has come back, and this has been a big positive. But the Warriors still need someone to provide 20 points in help of Steph Curry every single night. They don't have anyone they can consistently trust to do that. Jordan Poole might not have been someone they could consistently trust to do that, but at least he's someone who could do that. Whereas Chris Paul's not scoring 20 points a game again. I mean, would you think that Chris Paul is going to score 20 points in a game? What, I'll give you over under 2.5 times this season. What would you take?
Yeah, he's not going to do it.
Okay, so under on 2.5 20-point games for Chris Paul. Not to say that Chris Paul isn't providing positive, great leadership, much needed in this post-Draymond world that we're weirdly living in. He is an incredible assist-to-turnover man. He gets the second unit and their success, the young guys and their success, I think Chris Paul deserves a lot of credit for. But if we're talking about the Warriors and Chris Paul fixing them, they're still one of the worst turnover teams in the damn league. Now, would it be worse without Chris Paul? Probably, but it ain't better. Like it's the same. It's the same. It's kind of like with Jordan Poole going to the Wizards. Same thing, different town. And the Warriors are just going to turn the damn ball over. I just don't think anyone's happy about this right now. It's all very weird. I don't think the Warriors have any regrets, though. In the same way that I don't think that they're feeling like they just nailed it. Great job, everybody. Let's do handshakes and champagne after that trade. We really, really killed it on this one. I also don't think that they're looking at it and going, man, we shouldn't have gotten rid of Jordan Poole. And that's a pretty weird spot to be in the NBA season. But what have you made of Poole's season? What have you made of the Warriors without Poole? And what do you make of tonight and just how weird it's going to be?
So I may go backwards. I may go backwards. Your last
so are the Warriors.
Yes, yeah, so I guess everybody's on brand. I felt like what Steve Kerr had to say, I think what he said was great. I think he meant everything he said. It also felt a little bit like, hey, guys, don't boo Jordan Poole tonight. He did a lot for this organization. He's coming to Chase Center one time.
Totally.
Let's not boo Jordan Poole tonight. So
why would you boo Jordan Poole?
I just think you never know what a fan could do.
That's fair. I'll give you that.
I think you never know what a fan could do. I think because of the way that it ended. I think because of all the drama that started the beginning of last season with the punch, the way that was handled and then I don't know that they ever truly recovered from that too. No. And this is a little bit more of an outsider's perspective.
No, love it.
Admittedly, I'm not so ingrained in the Warriors, but I'm obviously paying attention.
I'm too ingrained, so I need this.
We balance each other out. So from an outsider's perspective, it doesn't feel like they've ever recovered. I'm not sure Draymond's ever recovered. Jordan Poole definitely didn't ever recover.
Nope.
So I think there was a little bit of that in that statement. I think that when you look at this trade, you're right. No one is exactly like, we nailed it. But from the Warriors' perspective, they made a choice with the contract.
Right.
They made a bet. The bet went wrong.
They were high on their own supply.
They were.
Everyone was feeling great. The dynasty is back. The 2 timelines will work forever. Who wants money? And they gave it to everybody.
And they gave it to everybody. Then we can go back to the punch because I do think I don't mean to overstate, but I do think it was a big part of everything. And then I think at the end of the season, it became, we're going to have to get rid of Jordan Poole. We're keeping Draymond. We're going to have to get rid of Jordan Poole. Yep. So, we got that veteran guy in Washington, Chris Paul. He's done well.
Let's start with this. Jordan Poole had done so much to tank his trade value.
Yes, they also didn't have a lot of choices.
That there was like 3 guys. It's not like you give us Pascal Siakam. Toronto's like, and what else are you giving us? Because we don't want Jordan Poole. No one wanted Jordan Poole. He had been a turnover machine. It was just chaos. It was not a good situation for him, for the Warriors.
Every storyline, I felt like, sorry, not to interrupt, but I felt like every storyline was about Jordan Poole's quiet in the corner listening to his headphones. He's really locked in. Jordan Poole's really, I mean, that was the storyline of the playoffs.
It was a bad year.
What was Jordan Poole doing? How was he going to get locked in and prepared? None of it was good. And so, they didn't have a lot of options.
Listen, I'm not the biggest Jordan Poole fan. I think his talent is undeniable as long as we're keeping it in a level of realism, like as to what he can be. He would have been a killer six man if he got his head on straight. And I think he's a sharp enough guy that head can get on straight at some point. But so long as he tries to be the alpha of all alphas, it's going to continue to be a meme. And in Washington is probably not the best place for him to kind of keep everything tampered down. It was never going to work in Golden State. It worked for a while. There was a lot more structure around that team. The second you gave him money, the structure kind of fell apart because now he could go and he could look Draymond Green in the eye and say, I get paid just as much as you. Right. I deserve just as much as you. I'm more important than you because I'm younger. And that was never going to fly. And the way that he played told us everything about how he viewed himself, and that didn't fit in the Warriors hierarchy. It's not to say that the Warriors couldn't use him every now and again, just to say that it wasn't going to work moving forward, and they had to get off that money, which, by the way, if they're considering getting rid of some more money, Andrew Wiggins, what the hell? We could get into that a little bit later. That's a whole other kettle of fish. In the meantime, we'd be remiss not to talk more 49ers and Ravens coming up on Christmas. Ho, 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 everybody. Merry Christmas to you. Here's a great football game. We're going to talk about it with Greg Papa next. Dieter Kurtenbach, Tracy Sandler, Intel 10 on The Sports Leader.
Time to come to Papa. Come to Papa. We now prepare you for game day with the voice of 49ers football.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Greg Papa.
Sponsored by Friedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference. And by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle and its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Back with you on the leader. Dieter Kurtenbach, Tracy Sandler in today for Murph and Marcus. We're talking to the great voice of the San Francisco 49ers, the one and only Greg Papa. Greg, Merry Christmas to you early. Merry Christmas to you. How are you this morning?
Merry Christmas to you, Dieter. Has Tracy been talking Dodger Blue all morning?
We got it out of the way immediately.
We did. We did it early.
$1 billion. This one's different, though. Yamamoto has no money deferred at all and a $50 million signing bonus.
And they got to pay $50 million to the Blue Buffaloes out in Japan.
Yeah,
it's $375 in total, man.
Yeah, so the Niners been to win the Super Bowl this year. And after last night and what the Rams did, what's the possibility of seeing the L.A. Rams the weekend of January 20 or 21?
It feels fairly high right now because it does seem as if the Lions and Rams are on one of those narrative collision courses.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, they would be the wild card weekend matchup with a 3 versus a 6. We'll see.
Yeah,
a lot of football yet to go, and that's why this game on Christmas night is so important. The Baltimore is solid. You know, I think they're more explosive teams, even though they're scoring this year. And you're always got an eye on Kansas City and Buffalo if they get in the AFC, and Miami, obviously. But they're solid. They do not have a glaring weakness, except a couple of games they've gotten run on a little bit. But this is going to be a physical game on Christmas night, and then you got a short week, and you got to go to Washington. I know that looks like a free space, but it's just when you got to travel on the road after a Monday nighter, it's hard. And then you got these Rams coming in playing for their lives. You don't want to have to deal with them in the last week of the year. So they got to win 2 to get the number 1 seed, get the 1 against Baltimore, go to the Metroplex and take on Washington. And, the 2 Metroplex teams back to back, Baltimore and Washington, and get this done because you don't want it to linger. And this is going to be a physical game. My main thing is come out of the game with a win on Christmas night and come out of the game healthy. Hopefully they'll go into the game a little more health, but these Baltimore Ravens, they don't tackle you. They punish you.
It's a lot like the 49ers defense when Dre Greenlaw is at his best.
Yeah.
There's just an extra oomph, and it does. You've watched enough NFL football, especially being in the stadium. There's a different feel to the really good teams, and I don't know if I felt that when we were watching Eagles and 49ers. I don't think the Eagles had that oomph. I certainly know the Dallas Cowboys didn't have that oomph. This might be the first oomph game where both teams are just bringing it, and it feels dangerous out there. You get you guard up a little bit, even sitting in the press box.
Well, to me, the Baltimore Ravens are still the Cleveland Browns. I mean, they changed their uniforms. They moved to M&T Bank Stadium. They painted themselves in Prince purple, but they're the Cleveland Browns. And the moment they became the Baltimore Ravens, though, with Brian Billick and the Banshee and looking for the SOB and all that, then Rod Woodson is their analyst. Yeah. He's going to join John and I at 10:50. We know Rod well, and he was part of that great defense. And those guys were they didn't tackle you. They buried you in the ground.
That was a different sport, too, though.
But I don't think they've changed a whole lot the way they play.
A lot of continuity there.
So the point is, the Niners, a lot of weeks, they just control the game on the offensive line. McCaffrey is so damn good. Brock sees everything. And they beat you up in the interior lines. They wear you down. It's why the Rams have completely rebuilt their team. It's why Seattle's completely rebuilt their team. Arizona's completely rebuilt their team. You can't go air raid. These Niners are going to catch you, and they're going to hurt you. I'm not saying they can't out-physical Baltimore, but I don't know if it's just going to be a stalemate on Monday night as far as the physicality. Football always comes down to the more physical team. This is going to be like an AFC North matchup where it's the Ravens against the Steelers and Bengals and Browns. And I know the Niners have been watching a lot of game film on those teams because they have a recipe to deal with them. But this is This is going to be Christmas night. It's going to be a bit of a bloodbath for America to watch these two teams pulverize each other.
USA. This is going to be great.
They love it.
Greg, when you think about the physicality of this game, if Javon Hargrave isn't able to go, what does that do to the Niners' run defense?
Well, I'm confident he is going to be able to go. And we'll find out more today. And then today is Friday, but it's Thursday, and you also got tomorrow. And he was trying. He's been jogging. He's tried it until you get into the game. And I think he will find a way to get in the game. Okay. But the worry with a hamstring trace is the first time, he comes off there as a 3-tech and just rips it. And they got a really good offensive line, Dieter, as you know. Linderbaum, their center, is one of the best in football. Look about that matchup when they slide 64 over to double the Gravedigger. He's got to come with power. So my concern, I think he'll find a way in this game. But, the first time he explodes, how's the hammy going to hold up later in the game? Will he have to come out of the game? Will he have to play less snaps? So the other guys just got to play better. Javon Kinlaw had a hard game in Arizona. Tim and I were watching the tape back. I know you watch it, frame by frame, Dieter.
Yep.
Well, and Tim's been talking about it on the radio yesterday in the football hour, and watch his second foot. He doesn't always get it. He doesn't get it on the ground a lot. He has that long stride on the first step. The second foot doesn't go down. It's pretty obvious, and then you're hydroplaning. As big and strong as he is, in an NFL, they talk about taking half a body. He's literally half a man when he's standing on one foot. And you got guys double teaming him. They just lift him up and they move him. So he's got to get that second foot down quicker. I thought Kevin Givens played better than the grade. He jumped off sides the first snap of the game. He jumped in the neutral zone later. But I thought he held up. T.Y. McGill has not gotten a lot of stamps. Kalia Davis had a hard game.
He did.
He was on the ground, most of the game. And now he's not going to play. So that's obviously a major concern. Going into the Arizona game, Tracy, I just felt, James Conner and all those inside runs. He was second in the NFL and specifically inside runs and average yards per rush. He had that cutback for 44 yards. And Baltimore will still run downhill. 300-pound fullback and Patrick Ricard. They move him around, and you don't highlight a lot of fullbacks, but I'm going to have my eyes on 42 the whole game where he lines up because they typically run behind him like they do Juszczyk or a counter action. So, that's the first thing we're going to find out on Christmas afternoon is the list of inactives. I think Hargrave will be up, but, Eric Armstead's got something going on. So unless they both play, some of the young guys are going to have to elevate and play. And, in the turbo package, they can move Randy Gregory inside. You don't want to do that a lot on rundowns, though. So that is a major concern. And the run defense in Arizona, my God, 234 yards, 7-point yards a rush. And I know Baltimore's opened up the passing game with Monken, their new offensive coordinator, and they got OBJ and Zay Flowers. And even though they don't have Mark Andrews, the tight end's a problem, Isaiah Likely. But let's keep perspective here. These are still the Baltimore Ravens. And like everything we said on defense, their physicality in the run game, they just want to bash your brains in. And then Lamar pulls it and gets wide. I mean, is he the best pure running quarterback ever? Michael Vick was damn good. Bobby Douglas back in the day when I was a kid, the lefty for Fran wouldn't run, he would scramble around. Yeah. I mean, Randall was really good. Steve Young was really good. Russell was different. Yeah. But honestly,
it's almost collegiate.
I mean, Mostert's having an amazing year in Miami. He's got 20 touchdowns, the same as Christian.
That's right.
But honestly, are we going to watch on Christmas night the two best running backs in the NFL? But their running back is their quarterback.
That's right.
And then and when they go empty, and they go empty a lot, they'll put 3 right, 2 left, 5 eligible. They're not empty. The quarterback's the best running back on the field. So they're never an empty with that guy. They just run quarterback draw or power out of it.
Well, Kyle talked so much before the season that they handed the offense over to Trey Lance, which was last season. Feels like 10 years ago, but it was last season. And everything was about 11-on-11 football. That was the theory. The Niners wanted to play 11-on-11 football. The Ravens have been doing that forever. And listen, I don't know how you necessarily stop it. You have to be sound on the defensive line, and clearly the Niners weren't terribly sound on the defensive line, and I thought Fred Warner had one of his worst games of the season against Arizona. A total rarity. It was shocking. He popped off the screen in the wrong way. I don't think I've ever noted that with Fred, save for that game against Arizona. I'm curious to your thoughts on how the Niners have been at defensive end position and setting the edge opposite of Nick Bosa, who has been incredible against the run this season. I have some problems with how Randy Gregory does it, and I'm not sure Chase Young has totally bought into the way the Niners do it. What have you made of it so far?
Just one point about Fred, and I agree. Yeah. He was jumping in the wrong gap. I think a lot of times Fred looks for the strip.
Yes.
And the general rule is the first guy makes the tackle, the second guy comes in for the strip. Mm-hmm. Fred is the first guy, I think too much is going in hide and knock the ball out because he's good at it. Mm-hmm. He's had a couple of huge plays. But when you go in hide and knock the ball out, sometimes you lose the tackle. And then also I think just fitting the run, it's not just the D tackles, it's everybody fitting it behind. It's a run fit. Right. I think the fact that the D tackles were getting knocked back or literally on the ground
Kinlaw's 5
so
yards
much in the
past
game.
Line of scrimmage every
yeah,
time.
So that I just think they had a hard time, fitting it behind. And Dre, he missed the tackle on McBride on the 3rd and 22, and all of a sudden Prater makes a 58-yard field goal. So as far as setting the edge, and this is going to be critical in this game, is how do they handle the zone read? Right. And a lot of that is, do they want to surf it down the line? How do one guy takes the quarterback? I think they, by and large, probably just want to make them hand it off to the backs and not have Lamar pull it. But that's been, a lot of these guys, when they come in here, they play with great discipline in the scheme early. And then as time goes on, every snap you can't be great. And even Nick sometimes, will jump inside. There'll be a blitz inside. And all of a sudden he's running a spin to the inside. It's like, well, you got the blitzes coming inside. You can't leave the outside. So it's not just them. It's, a little bit where they call the rush, and then there's a little bit of freelancing. But you see it in the NFL constantly. Jadeveon Clowney with Baltimore is just, he was a joke early in his career. He'd make all these splash plays, but it's like, what is he doing? How did he get from way out there in there? He's not supposed to be in there. Well, Kyle sets you up. You keep jumping in there, they're going to gash you eventually if you're undisciplined. So, I think that's somewhat of an issue without question. I think Chase has been okay, so far. And, I still think Cleveland Ferrell sets the best edge in the run game. That
100%.
And his effort level is insane. There was a play against Philadelphia where he ran it down from the backside like 15, 20 yards. It's like, what's he doing?
Well, you know as well as anybody. I mean, the talent was there when the Raiders took him. It never came together.
Right,
it just never came together, but the talent is there. You put him in a limited role like the Niners have where you're not needing him to be an every down kind of player. You can kind of specialize him a little bit. I think you're seeing the fruit of that planning. I think
without
he's been really good.
To me, he's a keeper, and the other guys you got to figure out.
Agreed.
But I mean, the bottom line here is just you can rush him perfectly, and I think they're not going to mush rush it like they did against Jalen, but they got to be concerned. That's why you got to get penetration from inside. You cannot give him a hatch to get out. The entire building has to burn together. The implosion. It all goes down. If he has an escape hatch outside, the fire escape, he's gone. And when he gets gone, he's gone. He's not running for 10 or 15. I mean, he had a couple of runs in playoff games where he looks like Charlie Garner, the way he spins out of it. And then even when you collapse the pocket around him, he just gets out of it. He's just so slippery and slides. And the main difference with him, and let's be clear, he's not a great drop-back quarterback. No. He still flicks the ball a lot. He does not have great mechanics. He misses badly. The interception he threw to Rayshon Jenkins in Jacksonville on Sunday night, you can fool him. But if where he gashes you is his running ability. When he gets running, I mean, honestly, Christian's the best running back in the NFL. Lamar's right there. He averages 5.5 yards a rush. And, a lot of them are much deeper runs, and he'll take your breath away. And even when you got him in and outed, he'll spin out of it. He just does incredible things, but he keeps his eyes up, and he presses the line of scrimmage. Mm-hmm. That's what Tarkenton did. Jeff Garcia was one of the best I've ever seen doing that, where Jeff would run literally straight forward towards the line. You would think he's running. Isn't he past the line? Or Rich Gannon would do it all the time. Right. And then, nope, his back foot didn't cross the line. And here comes the house call. Just with Lamar, these guys, and the guy to watch is Zay Flowers, number 4. When they go scramble drill, that guy uncovers and he makes incredible catches and he gets deep. You got OBJ. He's not the same player as he used to be off the 2 ACLs, but he's still good. Aguilar's better. The tight end's a problem with his speed. How you going to match up with him? But he makes up for the lack of precision. He's not Brock Purdy. He can't sit in there and just dice you. But he doesn't need to be. He gets out of the pocket, and you're like, damn, Lamar's going to run. What are you going to do? You going to wait till he crosses the line of scrimmage?
Nope.
He's going to cross the goal line. You can't do that. So you've got to step up. So the one thing they did in Philadelphia, Dieter, that was so great was plaster those wide receivers with Jalen dancing around. Remember
That's right.
the one where he finally got sacked and he fell down and Kinlaw covered him up?
That's right.
How long do you have the ball? Like 7 seconds?
That's his thing, right? He holds onto the ball forever.
And so will Lamar.
Yep.
But downfield, Ambry Thomas plastered
That's right.
A.J. Brown so much. A.J. Brown quit on the route. He was telling him to go to the pylon. They just plastered. They just turned, and but how do you plaster your receivers when you're thinking if you're in man coverage and he sees the back of your jersey and you're covering a receiver that's Lamar, he's just going to run. So as good as you can play it, sometimes he's just going to get you. He's that good.
No question about that. I mean, one of the things that separates, and the Niners have had a nice little run up here in terms of preparation with the quarterbacks that they've faced. With Jalen, Nick Bosa said after that game, hey, we were able to make his eyes come down. We were able to make him look at the line as opposed to keeping his eyes downfield and seeing what was developing in the open field and guys breaking off of routes. Kyler keeps his eyes up pretty well, but they don't have those kind of offensive weapons that he can trust to break free in a moment like that, save for maybe McBride, who was really, really good in that game, as he has been in pretty much all of his games. He's really good. With Lamar keeping his eyes up, that's huge. I don't know how you make a guy like Lamar look at the line and keep his eyes down. Do you just try to contain him in the pocket and hope for what happens next? Like, how do you do that?
You got to rush them completely even, and it's the entire. Remember when the Niners were rolling with the pass rush, and you were like, "Who got the sack?" I think it was. And it's not. I wouldn't even have
three guys.
Yeah, it wasn't halvesies. It was thirdsies.
That's right.
There was one where Fred came on a blitz, and it looked like 4 guys all jumped on him at the same. That's what you have to do. You cannot give, because literally it'll take 3 or 4 guys to get him down, because he'll just squirt out of it, and he's just an electric athlete. I don't know if we ever had a 40 time on the guy, but he's got to be sub 4.4. But it's not just that; it's the change of direction, the spin. I mean, Charlie Garner. Remember when he would go on those spins? It looked like he was on ice skates.
That's true.
It's like, how do you tackle that guy?
Yeah.
This guy's like that, and then because he just flicks the ball out of his hand where he doesn't have the big wind up. He doesn't need. He holds the ball a long, long time, but when he actually decides to throw the ball, it's boom, it's out of his hand, and it's like he just flicked it, and all of a sudden it's gone. And he can throw the deep ball, and he's got guys that will get deep. This is going to be fun.
Yes.
This is going to be the winner of this game. Going to walk out of there on Christmas night with the best record in the NFL, yelling, "Who's got it better than us?" And then. I mean, very simply, it brings back memories, doesn't it?
Oh, I still have that.
She's got those
I
memories.
still have that every Saturday.
Woman.
I know. And then, does the quarterback that stats out on Christmas night, do they pretty much, line it up to win the MVP this year?
Running back.
Or running back, yeah.
Dieter, are you on my camp with Christian? Are you saying Lamar's a running back quarterback?
Well, I mean, you can make the argument. Yeah, there's a little bit of a transition there, right?
Are you one of those analytics guys that just would never vote a running back?
No. But
you know how important McCaffrey's not just a running back.
Listen. You can make the same argument for Deebo Samuel. Now he doesn't have the counting stats, but we know how important guys like that are. Tyreek, before he got injured, probably would have had my vote. If he got 2,000 yards in a season, I would have had a very hard time. Randy Moss should have won it the year that Tom Brady got it with the 50 touchdowns. There's a lot of great players that don't play quarterback,
right.
But they're not all as, all these voters aren't as enlightened as us, Greg. That's just.
Yeah, I mean, I'm bottom line, and I'm not here to say Brock shouldn't win the award. And wouldn't that be amazing if Brock Purdy won the NFL MVP?
Incredible.
In his first full year. I'm just saying, to me, the best all-around football player in the NFL is Christian McCaffrey. It has been a joy to watch that guy play. In the Arizona game, he's had a lot of great games. He scored 4 against him in October, but that game, I mean, I want to see the yardage numbers, dude. You probably got it. Where it got what he's gotten on yardage above and beyond what's blocked for, and he's got a great offensive line.
That's right.
And Trent's having a great year. But there were so many runs in the Arizona game, like the first run when he put his hand down, his left hand to keep his balance, and all of a sudden he's got 10 more yards. The play where he went left, on 19 toss or 39 toss, whatever they call that play, going left, when Warner and Kittle were blocking together and they just separated, and here he comes at the exact moment, like the garage door play the Warriors run. It was like, or the elevator play, play.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, how do you do that? He's just, you know what it is? He sees the field as a running back the way Brock sees the field as a quarterback.
Right.
Where he's got an idea what he wants to do pre-snap, but he's so genius, instinctive, that when the play actually happens, he adjusts. And just going back to what Brock's challenge is in this game, this defense is, they remind me of New England.
That's right.
They're all walking around. They got both inside backers are mugging the A gap. It's like, who's coming? Who's dropping? It's zone blitzing everywhere. Where's Kyle Hamilton?
Awesome.
This whole game's going to be where's 14. And Hamilton lines up pre-snap very different than where he is post-snap. But Brock has got the brain to figure out pre-snap, post-snap, the whole thing in the same way Christian McCaffrey just sees the game as a quarterback and running back. He is truly special.
You want the numbers, Craig?
Yeah. You got them already?
I got them.
Wow.
400.
I talked for 3 minutes for you to dig those up.
497 yards after contact this year.
Well, not after contact. What? Just the way the play is blocked. Do you view it as after contact?
Well, the way that it's broken down, what I'm looking at.
Expected yardage. What do they call that? Whatever your expected.
So yards before contact, he's going for 3.3 yards before contact, which is good but not great.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
Kyron Williams is at 3.7. There's a couple.
That's on the offensive line before they even touch him.
That's right. That's the hole is massive. You're running through it. You're hitting the spot. And by the way, a one cut running back. The kind of Shanahan zone style running back, that guy should be getting that kind of yardage. But Christian McCaffrey has 130 yards more than anybody else after contact this year.
That's incredible.
2 yards after contact on average.
2 yards after contact. Every play, on average, he gets 2 yards more than that's blocked for.
That's right.
Well, there you go.
That's insane.
So, Greg, Christian McCaffrey is your MVP?
No, honestly, I love Brock. I was on Brock before anybody else.
I know you were.
People
you just don't
I love Brock
Purdy.
He's so great. But I come on. Honestly, come on. And I grew up watching OJ, and I know you can't even bring up his name. But that guy
the juice was loose, there was nothing.
But he was different. He would, if he took 18 toss and it wasn't there, he'd dance and turn and go down.
Yeah.
Christian McCaffrey ain't going down.
Nope.
And then just put him in the slot and he's Wes Welker, or put him out at X wide receiver. Hell, and then everything he does. How about the Debo touchdown he had against Seattle on the jet sweep? Christian's 8 yards deep on the 2 yard line, banging his helmet like he's going to get the ball, and they hand it off to Debo. The guy executes a fake free snap, not even post snap. He's doing a pre snap. Like, give me the damn ball. He ain't getting the ball. I mean, and then just watching him in practice, Tracy, you watch him.
I do.
He's that good of honestly. The point I was making. McElhaney or Joe the Jet or John Henry Johnson or Ken Willard or Garrison Hurst or Frank Gore or
going deep in the bag.
Roger Craig. I mean, honestly, is he not the best running back the Niners have ever had?
I mean,
yes,
at the peak of his powers, I mean, there's some longevity there.
He's so good.
Other guys.
Yeah, obviously. He's not only been here a little over a year.
But he's in the running now.
He's the most talented. Skilled player they've ever had at running
to have
back.
Debo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey on the same team,
and you can just interchange them.
No,
it's interchangeable,
doesn't
right?
feel fair.
Yeah,
Greg, we got to let you go. You got a show at 10 a.m. We're looking forward.
I'm just warming up. I'm
sorry that you got to sit on it for like 2 hours.
It's all right.
It's brutal.
It's all right.
Greg, a pleasure as always. Have a great
Thank
call.
you. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Tracy.
Yes, sir.
October. Is this sure a Dodger championship in October?
Oh, from your mouth. Thank you, Greg Papa.
Well, that's what it's all about.
That is definitely what it's all about.
They've won April to October every
year. They win a 5-game series.
10 of the last 11, they've won the West. Took 107 to beat them, but in October, can Doc finally win?
Yes.
In a non-pandemic
Well, they're going to have to. This is World Series or bust.
Yeah.
$1 billion.
What are they going to do with Kershaw now? Is he coming back?
Yeah, they'll bring him back.
Well,
Kershaw's like their fourth starter.
Probably, but
Giants should sign him.
He won't actually be back though, probably till the summer because he had surgery. So, and he's a free agent. So I have a feeling he'll have that surgery, and then somewhere in the summer he'll probably look to see how the Rangers are doing and how the Dodgers are doing, and then he'll
so
decide
he's going
which
to
one
lay
he
low
wants
and
to
not
go
even go to spring training with anyone. Do you think so?
well, he's recovering. He can't pitch at the moment.
They got Oral Hershiser. Bring him to San Francisco and ruin him.
He could sign a contract. I don't know. That's my prediction, but I've been wrong before, like once or twice.
$1
billion, Greg.
Yeah.
$1 billion.
This one's real money, though.
Yeah, this is.
This contract is better than Shohei's contract.
Yeah, nothing's deferred.
He got a $50 million signing bonus. How long will it take Shohei to make $50 million? He's not going to get it to year 11. Crazy.
You might get it in endorsements.
Well, I know, but I'd still want it from my baseball club.
That's true.
Dodgers LLC, they can pay me.
I'll tell you, though, it's a hell of a pension.
It's pretty good.
Greg, thanks for coming on, man.
Yeah, thank you. Merry Christmas, Greg.
Merry Christmas, Greg. The great Greg Papa. We could have gone for like 3 hours there.
Oh,
but he's got to go for 4. We got to be realistic about it. Sorry, we steamrolled you. We got into it. We were just, oh, man, I was teaming with football. I want to get into some of the stuff that we were talking about there on the other side of the break, but we are long overdue. Kurtenbach and Tracy Sandler with you until 10 on The Sports Leader.
Who's got it better than us? Nobody!
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
According to Jeff Passan, Japanese star Yoshinobu Yamamoto has signed a 12-year, $325 million contract with the Dodgers. So, what does this mean for the Giants? That story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hold it now. This is the big hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
They snap it. Purdy under 7-step drop. Gets chased out of there. Will throw on the run. Wide open. McCaffrey makes the catch. Goes down. Gets up. Touchdown. CMC.
As Jackson steps back and flips in the end zone. Touchdown. Isaiah Likely.
I think it's a big game for everybody because there's not just one way in particular. I mean, you think, they lead the league in sacks, so right away you think about our line. And that is true because they have good pass rushers. But also that has a lot to do with how good our receivers do get into their spots and getting open. Brock to get in the right spots. Guys not getting rerouted so they can't get there in time. So when you play a sound, good defense with good players all over, it's a little bit of everything.
Back with you, the Sports Leader. Dieter Kurtenbach, Tracy Sandler hanging out until 10 a.m. A Merry Christmas to you and yours as we're about to get the gift of all gifts. I mean, the NFL, when they came out with their schedule, when they wrote the script, as the kids are saying these days, they put together a doozy for this one. I mean, listen, I know that we've had to sit through a lot of New York Jets on national TV.
We sure have.
And I know that Al Michaels just cries himself to sleep every night because the slate of games that he's gotten on Thursday Night Football has been brutal. Kirk Herbstreit just goes on a plane and spews some greenhouse emissions and then goes to his next thing. But with his dog, by the way, Ben, shout out Ben Herbstreit, the dog.
Love Ben.
Everyone loves Ben. Kirk Herbstreit figured out Twitter. Don't do anything but post pictures of your dog. But this is, I think we say this every week in the NFL, but this is the game of the year.
Yeah, no, this definitely is. There's just no doubt about it. You have the number one, to be this late in the season, have the number one team in the NFC play the number one team in the AFC.
That's right.
That just doesn't happen.
And we've been on a hell of a heater here where you have the Cowboys coming to town in week 5, and that felt huge. And then everyone circles the game against Philadelphia. There were some good games in between there, don't get me wrong. But that game against Philadelphia, I don't remember a build-up to a regular season game quite like that in my time covering the Niners.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
I can't think of one.
And now this one, the build-up's not going to be there because I'm pretty sure everyone stopped working sometime last Friday.
Right.
If you're in the office today, congratulations to you. Kick your feet up. Don't do anything. Or really get that done because there's no time to do it next week. So today is either the most hectic day of work or the least hectic day of work you're ever going to have. There is no in between. We're looking for hectic on our ends. I think it's good radio. But this is as good as it gets. It's on a Monday night. It's national TV. This is one that should live up to the hype. I think you and I are both in agreement. You and your Ravens purple this morning, Tracy.
Yes, I am.
Resplendent.
Sorry, guys. Well, now I have a pink coat on, but there's purple underneath here.
It's all good. Twitch.com/thesportsleader. If you want to see my Carhartt sweatshirt and FanDuel hat and Tracy's beautiful purple sweatshirt. But this one does have all the makings of a great. And you're of the mindset, though, that the 49ers are going to take it away at the end. Walk me through the 49ers winning this game by more than 5.5, which is the current spread on FanDuel.com.
So my thinking, and I don't even know, this is more of like a gut thing than anything else.
Gut counts.
We're going to see.
I trust your gut.
We'll
gut
see
is connected to the brain. There's a lot of stuff going on these days.
That's true. So and it comes from somewhere, but I think the 49ers are going to be up by about 3 midway through the fourth quarter. Maybe they're even tied.
Okay.
But then I'm going to get specific here.
I love it. That's what I'm asking for.
I am calling a Charvarius Ward pick six.
Wow, back to back.
Back to back.
They went
Boom.
more than a year without a pick six.
And then I'm going back to back.
That would be something.
Merry Christmas, 49ers fans. If that happens, that makes up for all my Dodgers takes, and you're welcome.
We're going to do more Dodgers takes. Just sit there in your billion-dollar baseball team. You don't have Mitch Haniger, though. No. Okay, my concern on this game isn't that the Niners can't win or shouldn't win.
Mm-hmm.
It's that one of the only times all year they have the second-best quarterback. No one is playing the quarterback position and all of the nuances and details and just X's and O's aspects of it. And few people are throwing the ball better than Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy is my NFL MVP. I didn't want to break it to Greg right there because we were going to go on for another hour.
Anymore, but
well, I hope he is because, we can always take notes. But Brock is the MVP.
Okay.
And what he's doing at the quarterback position is truly special. And trying to bring it down to this sort of basal argument of game manager or not, does he have too much talent? Forget all of that because it's never applied to anybody else in this conversation ever.
Never.
This is just people holding on to their priors, trying to convince themselves that they weren't totally wrong on Brock Purdy. You know who was totally wrong on Brock Purdy, by the way? The 49ers. If they had known he would be this guy, they wouldn't have waited until the last pick of the draft.
That's true.
It was a shot in the dark. Everyone was wrong on George Kittle. You wouldn't have waited until the 5th round had you known. No one knows what the hell they're talking about in the NFL. Scouting is a complete myth. This is all just guesswork.
Absolutely.
And the problem is when you have a quirky title like Mr. Irrelevant, if you were pick 261 as opposed to pick 263, no one would be talking about this.
I have the argument that undrafted guys who come in
you'd be making more money,
like a Charvarius Ward, like an Emmanuel Mosley.
That's right.
Injuries, but
what is it, like a third of the league?
They're who come in, they have these incredible careers. It's like, oh, that's so amazing. He was an undrafted free agent coming out of college, and now look at him. He's an all-pro cornerback.
No one holds on to that prior.
No one holds on to that. But there is something about being Mr. Irrelevant that makes everybody hold on to it.
So that conversation is just something to fill airtime on the nonsensical networks that we have on this planet. This is not one of those networks. So we're just going to talk about the here and now and the actual play. Brock Purdy is the MVP. That said, Lamar Jackson could win MVP. And Lamar Jackson is a more dangerous player in this game.
That's fair.
And
despite that Charvarius Ward pick six.
From your mouth to God's ears. What I'm saying is when you have a player like Lamar Jackson, who is so dangerous, who is so talented, who is such a game breaker, he is a one of one in the National Football League. As much as people have tried to recreate Lamar Jackson, there is but one of him. It gives me some pause. I trust that Brock is going to be able to win the chess match against the Ravens defense. I don't like a lot of the dudes on the Ravens defense. I love their linebackers. I want to talk about that with you later. I love Kyle Hamilton, but I think Kyle Hamilton can get exposed in open space. Kyle Hamilton's a good player if the Ravens defense has the upper hand, right? Because now he gets to dictate the terms of engagement with the quarterback because the quarterback's frazzled.
Right.
Well, Brock Purdy doesn't get frazzled.
Never.
Now, I sure hope that this isn't the first game where we see that.
Right.
Because that would change things pretty significantly. Now we start talking about how did the 49ers win this game?
Right.
But Brock Purdy doesn't get frazzled. I think about 2 plays in that game against Arizona. First, 3rd and 11, first drive, second half, tight game, kind of weird game. you're thinking, man, the 49ers, they're not playing that great.
Mm-hmm.
They're winning, but they're not playing that great. And they get to 3rd and 11. And now you're thinking, ooh, momentum is on the line here.
Mm-hmm.
And Arizona brings 7 to the line of scrimmage. And they're bringing it. They're coming. They're going to get the ball out of Brock's hands quick. And Brock looks to his right, and you could see him on the telecast go, crap. You see him exclaim crap, which is about as nasty a word as Brock Purdy will say.
Correct.
And we could say it on the air, so there you know. He says it. But he still moves Christian McCaffrey to the weak side, and he still runs the play as designed. And he gets the ball out perfectly. Okay, so they bring the blitz on the right side. Purdy knows he's got to just stand and deliver, that he is going to get blasted in the face after he had to leave the game in the second quarter from getting blasted in the face.
Mm-hmm.
He is going to get blown up, but he's got to stand and deliver. And by the way, Budda Baker's going to drop back, and he's going to be covering George Kittle on that little in route, on that little post, but he's got to wait until Kittle makes his break. He stands, he delivers, he waits till Kittle makes his break, and he delivers such a perfect ball that the 25-yard in the air pass turned into 25 more yards on the run. Next play, what does he do? Pressure immediately up the middle, rolls to his left, is able to survey the field, knows that Christian is going to do kind of an elongated sluggo, and that by rolling out to his left, he's going to bring in the defense. Christian McCaffrey's so open, he falls down. I don't know what to do. And he's able to get up and run in for the end zone. Those 2 plays tell you everything you need to know about Brock Purdy, processor. If that's game management, sign me up. But dangerous, it's different because Lamar Jackson can just decide, I'm doing this myself. And then it doesn't matter who else is on his team. He's one of the few guys in the NFL who can make such a claim. Maybe Deebo Samuel can, but he's one of the few guys who can put an entire team on his back. He has the ball in his hands every play. I'm deeply concerned about Lamar Jackson, especially, too, with the 49ers run defense not looking great, and we don't know who's going to be on that defensive line.
We do not, though. Greg Papa felt confident about Javon Hargrave, but, of course, brought up a very good point that even if he gets in the game, what happens?
You got that same burst.
Can you do that? And with the hamstring, it's very tough. So I don't disagree with you at all. Lamar Jackson is one of one. He is incredibly dangerous because, and if you miss him the first time, it's done. And missed tackles, we haven't talked about that all today, really, but missed tackles have been a little bit of a problem for this defense the last 2 weeks. I think that's the big thing, because if you miss him, he's gone. And as Papa said, he's not going 5 yards, he's not going 10 yards, he's going straight into the end zone. So I don't disagree that is certainly a reason for concern. I still think San Francisco does pull this one out, but Lamar Jackson's the epitome of a game changer. And you're right, maybe Deebo, but Debo's not the quarterback. He doesn't touch the ball every single time.
He should. They should find a way to make that happen.
Actually, we've seen him throw a touchdown.
That's right.
So
that's right. If they're playing the Rams, Deebo does have the ball every single play. But between now and then,
that's his Christian. He also thrown a touchdown against the Rams.
Yeah, I mean, that's ultimately why you have to feel good about the 49ers. It's like, well, who do you get the ball to in a big moment? Well, who don't you give the ball to in a big moment? Even Jawan Jennings, who I don't know if he'll play in this game or not. But even him, you're like, well, damn, at least I know he has an entire down. It's his down.
3rd and Jawan.
So the Niners offense, and I don't know if this is being played up enough. I really don't. And I think that this is maybe a shortcoming of us in the media. This is one of the great all-time offenses.
Oh, 100%.
I don't think that we're highlighting that this is not just the best offense in the NFL, because I don't know if that point feels abundantly made out in the media ether. This is one of the great offenses of all time. We're talking 2007 Patriots. We're talking early 2000s Rams. This is, I think people held on to maybe the Miami Dolphins and what they did, putting 70 points on the board early in the year, and they go, oh, that's the best offense when it's clicking.
It's clicking.
But it hasn't clicked every week.
No.
And the 49ers have just steadily put 35, 41 points on the board week after week without the defense in a lot of cases, scoring touchdowns. So, we'll see with Baltimore. Tell me about this Baltimore pass rush, and in particular how they disguise things. Like, break that down for us a little bit here.
So they'll have like 6 or 7 guys go up there, and then they just spread out, and it's quick. It's really quick. Luckily, the 49ers have Brock Purdy, who is also really quick. But it's masterful. It's almost magical the way that they're able to do it. Kyle Hamilton is a big part of that, but it is almost masterful in the way they're able to do it. And of course, their linebacker duo, which rivals the 49ers' great linebacker duo. This will be the best linebacker duo they've seen this year by far.
Are you a believer that linebackers matter in the NFL? I mean, it's hard to say as somebody who's around the 49ers all the time that they don't matter, but there's a school of thought that linebackers don't matter.
I think they matter when they're that good. I'll go with that.
I'll go the opposite side. I think it really matters when they're really bad.
Well, I guess that's true. You get gashed up the middle when your linebackers are really bad.
By the way, that's where Kyle Shanahan starts his offensive game plans.
That's true.
He starts with the linebackers, and that's going to be a real challenge because Patrick Queen is really, really good, and he's the second best linebacker.
Yeah, I think that Brock Purdy has the advantage of that every day in practice he goes up against Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner. They don't get to tackle him, but I think it does give him an advantage. But I do think this linebacker duo creates a lot of problems. But they are masterful at disguising the pass rush. When you watch games and you watch the tape, the way that they're able to make that work every week, it's just that Brock Purdy is probably one of the most elite, if not the most elite quarterback in the league of being able to counteract that.
Has Brock faced anything like this before, in your estimation?
No, maybe the Eagles being maybe the closest. The best
Eagles can't get to the quarterback, though.
That's true. And the second best linebacker duo I think that he saw was Cincinnati.
Cincinnati was good.
Cincinnati. So I would say that
didn't go great.
It did not, and it did not go great. There were a lot of things that did not go. It doesn't even feel like it's the same 49ers team that played in that game.
No.
But that's probably the closest he's seen to it, and it definitely did not go great. I have higher hopes for Monday night just in a general sense, but I think that's worth looking at, and I'm sure that you and I are not the first ones to have thought about that. Perhaps at HQ that came up too.
I'm pretty sure that they're noting what Baltimore is good at and trying.
Or they're listening right now, and you know what, guys? You are welcome.
By the way, a little late.
A little late, but
I would hope that we're not figuring this out going into the weekend. Do you think that having more time is good for guys like Armstead, who it doesn't sound like he's going to play.
I don't think he's going to play.
So that foot thing, which
and it
was
really, even when he first got hurt with Shanahan, he said it's at least a week or two, maybe more. He's never had an exact answer on exactly what's going on with him. So I think we're a little ways away from getting Armstead back.
And I'm not the biggest Eric Armstead guy, but Eric Armstead has been very good this season.
He's been excellent.
He's been very good. You put somebody, it's funny. I think back to the last time he was this good, and that was the Super Bowl year.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what do you have next to him? You had one of the great defensive tackles in this game, DeForest Buckner. You put one of the best defensive tackles in the game, Javon Hargrave, next to him. Suddenly he's pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm glad that Greg came right off the bat in our conversation. If you missed that conversation, knbr.com/podcast. Is knbr.com still up? Okay, I'm being told it is still a website. I'm a little bitter about that. But Javon Kinlaw and, Kalia Davis went on IR. I think the injury was ass. It wasn't that he pulled something in his butt. It was that he was ass in that game. He's a rookie, and they just said, you got a bump or a bruise?
He's not a rookie. He's a second-year player, but he was hurt all last year.
Effectively a rookie, and so they just said...
Also, the actual injury was ankle, just in case anybody wants to know.
Yeah, I got an ankle injury, too. I dropped a mini fridge on my foot. I actually got an injury. But it was...
Dieter also won't be playing Monday night.
No, and thank goodness, because despite what Mike McGlinchey might have told me many times that I should be playing right tackle, which I go, isn't that your job? But yeah, that's probably for the best that I'm not playing, because the Baltimore Ravens would eat my lunch. Regardless, I'm pretty concerned about the defensive tackle position, because Javon Kinlaw looked like he was back in that Eagles NFC Championship game and just getting pushed back anytime. Greg Papa bringing up second foot, not getting down, and he's just going for the ride. It's like the tush push every play when he's out there. Hargrave has been such a difference maker. There's a reason they gave him all that money. I think Givens is fine. I don't think Givens is anything that's fine. Break a game open, but he can be competent. But if all you have in the middle now is competence, at best. That's a big issue for me, especially against a Ravens team that we're talking about Lamar Jackson, but they can also give it to Gus the Bus, and he could just go right up the middle. If they can just run power and ISO all day long, too, if they feel like that's a weakness. How much concern do you have going into this game about the defensive tackle position? Do you share my concerns?
Oh, absolutely. I think if anybody doesn't share your concern, they're not paying attention. I mean,
I say that about a lot of things.
But I think that the Arizona game, the number of 234 rushing yards can be a little misleading. Okay. Some of those came later in the game. There were a couple long runs. So I think, but it's disconcerting, and it's still the number. It is what it is, no matter what.
Yeah.
And it still is what it is.
It wasn't a good game for Fred or
no,
Dre.
And you were right with what you said to Papa. It was definitely Fred Warner's worst game of the season, and I think Fred Warner would tell you that as well.
But like Fred's one of those guys that you just feel like, he'll bounce back.
He'll bounce back. I think with Javon Kinlaw, there's more concern because
he bounced in one direction. I don't know if it's back. Well, it's backwards.
but it goes to, and this is going to sound so cliche, but I think people don't necessarily always think about this. It goes to, it's not just about the stats. It's what does everybody else do when you're on the field. And without Eric Armstead and without Javon Hargrave, the line is not as good because Javon Kinlaw, it's not taking away from the work he's put in the season he's had up until Sunday.
He's been a great pass rusher.
He's been a great pass rusher, but all of these guys are better when your best guys are on the field. That's just
when they get to go into the specialty role.
Yes, it's like we talked about Cleveland Farrell.
That's exactly right.
But when you put him in a more limited role. So I think it is highly concerning. Not only is it highly concerning from a talent perspective, it's also highly concerning from a depth perspective.
Yes.
So
we knew that coming into the season, right? It's a top-heavy football team.
It is a top-heavy football team.
As opposed to the Ravens, who are very deep.
That is true.
So, okay, maybe I'm talking myself into maybe Ravens plus 5.5. I'm not saying that
you've successfully talked yourself out of the 49ers.
No, I think the Niners are going to win because I do think the Niners are the better team, and I do think that this will come down to 5-10 key plays, right? When you have two teams of this caliber, you want to talk about cliche, third down, situational football, red zone capitalization. And I kind of like the Niners defense in a red zone scenario against the Ravens. And I love the Niners on third down. I think that if you want to throw 7 on the line on third down, Brock Purdy is not somebody who, like Derek Carr last night. By the way, I've never been a Raiders fan. I've never been a Derek Carr fan. I'm pulling my hair out. I got plenty of hair. I'm lucky. I have less today
because of Derek Carr.
Because I'm just watching.
Let him do that
I don't even care about the Saints. I'm in a way rooting for the Rams to win. I think it's a better story. I think they're a more interesting team. I think that's justice in the football world that a well-coached, well-quarterbacked team is winning.
Yep.
And I think it's a good sign that, hey, if you get those two things right, you can figure everything else out. I'm watching Derek Carr, and they're on fourth down with a chance to win the game, and he throws it short of the sticks by like 5 yards.
Yeah, it was a bad scene. But
Brock Purdy doesn't do that.
Never.
You know who did?
We do know who did.
Yeah.
He is the backup quarterback for the Raiders. Full circle here.
Third string.
He's the back? I don't know.
Yeah, who's to say? But regardless, I like Brock in third down situations because you have the weapons. You have the options available to you to, even if you do have to throw short of the sticks, they can make that play.
Yes.
They can get over the top. But Brock doesn't do that. Brock is going to let the play develop. He knows how to just extend just enough, right? He's always 0.1 miles per hour faster than the guy chasing him.
Yes.
And he can make it happen on third down, whereas Lamar, in a clear third down situation, he can run for it. I know he can run for it.
He can run for it, but he can't throw for it. He can't. He may not be able to.
He might not be able to, and that you can fool him a little bit. I'm just very interested to see zone versus man on the back end in this game for the 49ers. Like, do you turn your back to Lamar ever? That's a dangerous play. So, but then if you're in zone, you can get cut up pretty easy in zone in the pass game. You don't have that interior push. I'm fascinated to see how it goes. I think this has a chance to be a shootout, which, congratulations, America. That's going to be a fun Christmas night.
And in a shootout, I give it to San Francisco.
And I think that's where I keep coming back to.
Yeah, in a shootout, I give it to San Francisco for all the reasons that you just mentioned, because I trust Brock Purdy more in passing situations in that situation. So I'm going to go with that. But I am
there's a clear path for the Baltimore Ravens.
I am worried about the
game.
defensive tackle position, but I guess we'll get a little better idea today and tomorrow. And
yeah. I mean, that extra day might be a big difference for our man.
I think for Hargrave, I think it's a big difference. I don't think it's for Armstead, as we've discussed, but for Hargrave, I think that extra day is a big difference. I'm also curious to see on the other side of the ball if that extra day is a big difference for Juwan Jennings, who's currently in the concussion protocol. Yeah. Didn't practice on Thursday. Aside from being third in Juwan, of course.
Yeah.
Juwan Jennings' blocking is so integral to this offense that is something to keep an eye on. They can recover from it, but it creates a challenge.
Yeah, Ronnie Bell is not going out there and knocking dudes on their ass in the blocking.
No, he's not. But go Blue.
It's been a tough go for Michigan men here in the Bay Area. Jordan Poole's coming back tonight. He's a Michigan man. Ronnie Bell's not been so great as of late. Maybe the positive vibes. College football playoffs, everyone will
maybe, and his arm was down. It was not a fumble return for a touchdown.
I love technicalities like that. They make me feel so much better about.
I bet they made Ronnie Bell feel a whole lot better.
I guarantee that, because Ronnie Bell still has a job returning punts. We'll see. Maybe they throw Debo back there.
They might. Though they did throw Ronnie right back out there the next one, which I thought was probably a confidence move.
Okay, we're going to throw you out here. We're going to come right back. Curtin Bach and Tracy Sadler with you until 10. Tim Kawakami at 8:50 on the Sports Leader.
Oakland, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Oakland's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Fred Warner spoke to the media yesterday and said facing Lamar Jackson and the Ravens will be their toughest opponent yet. That story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
We're back with you on The Leader. Dieter Kurtenbach, Tracy Sandler, in until 10 a.m. A very Merry Christmas to you and your families and anyone you've ever met. Like, Merry Christmas.
And your dogs.
And your dogs. They do not understand the concept of dates, but they deserve a Merry Christmas as well. Yeah, my man Moose, who does not understand any of what we're saying, though he might be listening right now.
My dogs are for sure listening.
They're for sure listening. You got the stream up. They're on twitch.com/thesportsleader.
Yeah, and they're like, why are you wearing purple? It's Ravens week. What's wrong with you?
Yeah. What'd you get your dogs?
Oh, well, so we celebrate Hanukkah, but I can't help but be festive.
You got 8 days of it.
Yeah, by the way, not so easy to find presents for dogs for 8 days, but they really love these little peanut butter bones.
Oh, yeah.
They love the chicken bones. They got some new toys, and then every year they get a new Christmas sweater, which they hate.
Yeah.
But they get it anyways. We do a photo, and then I take the sweater off until it's cold.
We do very secular Christmas in the Kurtenbach household.
Okay.
So it's just, I don't know, there's like a weird tree in our house. It's very strange. I was actually looking at the tree the other day and going, this is weird. This is weird. I mean, like, I get it. Like, we're not going to be weird about not doing it. But, like, this is also weird that there's a tree in my house right now that I got to then take out the second this thing is over. So,
do you feel that way about tree? Like, generally, like, wow, there's just a tree sitting in my house for anybody?
I don't look at my house plants the same way.
Okay.
It feels like they're more appropriate. But, like, having a 10-foot tree in my house in the front window, showing off to the neighbor, look at our tree.
That's true.
And it's just like, put it outside. Maybe we should do it outside. Maybe the weather's not going to
But it would make it easier on Santa. He doesn't have to go down all those chimneys if he's just outside.
Listen, Santa is about to have to embark on like a 10-year to 15-year, hopefully 10-year journey of really putting on the Ritz, right? Like, my daughter's still 1. She doesn't know what the hell's going on yet. She's like the dog. She's all of this is totally foreign to her. But next year and moving forward, Santa's going to have to start putting footprints in the house.
Oh, yeah.
Eating cookies. I mean, it's going to be a real
What is she
to-do.
getting for Christmas? You asked about the dogs, so it really only feels right.
Too much. If you all want to get Lottie Kurtenbach a Christmas present, contribute to her 529. It's because she's got enough stuff. The amount of Legos that I step on is out of control, and they're not even the small ones yet. Regardless, let's get to the cooler content. Let's dig our hands in and pull out a frosty cold one. Speaking of cold, here's Marlon Humphrey, cornerback, Baltimore Ravens, was once a great player at Alabama, not so great in the NFL. Though he's had his moments, just coming in hot on his own podcast or someone's podcast. It's just the gift that keeps on giving in the radio world. They might be killing us on the terrestrial bands, the podcast, but they do provide a lot of content for this cooler. So let's listen to Marlon Humphrey sound really stupid for a moment.
I don't respect him.
Keep talking.
Yeah. No, man.
Shout out. Who don't you respect?
No, I don't respect a single person on their football team.
Yeah. Frauds.
Like, literally. No, but seriously, I'm excited for this one. I mean, their defense is crazy. So, but their offense is like, our offense is going to, I'm not going to say they're going to struggle, but they're going to have to put some work in it to score points. So, the defense got to come ready. But they just got key playmakers. Christian McCaffrey scores every single freaking game. Debo, Ayuk, Kittle. I mean, they dang. Wow. They might have the most all-pros.
Easily.
So you've now done, this is your third show here with The Leader. You've been doing great so far.
Thank you very much.
I can only speak to this one and what I've heard the last 2 days. I mean, I'm sure there have been moments, but, I think it's going great. Marlon Humphrey, and maybe this is, listen, you're new in the radio game. You're going to be doing it a lot more moving forward, which is awesome. This is a lesson that I had to learn the hard way, and I think Marlon Humphrey is now learning the hard way. Sarcasm doesn't translate on this medium, folks.
No, it doesn't.
I did a year of radio before I realized, I sound like a real idiot. Much like Marlon Humphrey right there. Now, listen, I still sound like an idiot, but at least I'm coming forthright with the takes as opposed to any note of sarcasm. So, Marlon Humphrey, great job. The 49ers don't really peddle in bulletin board material. They don't need it. They need to win 2 games out of their last 3. They do that. They're the 1 seed. They want that 1 seed.
Mm-hmm.
They want to play the Rams, whether that be on a Saturday or a Sunday, yet to be determined, the final weekend of the year, and they don't want to have to do anything in that game. They want that to be preseason game number 3 in terms of the tone. There's no need to build this thing up any more than it's already built up. We know how good of a game this is. But then Marlon Humphrey just had to go run his mouth and try out sarcasm on an audio medium. It's not a good look for him. Might not be a good look for the Ravens on Sunday. What do you take away from I don't respect any of them? Also, shout out, who do you respect? Frauds.
Frauds.
I mean, I'm very lucky to have a great co-host today. Marlon Humphrey might consider hitting the transfer portal and trying to find somebody else here.
Well, first of all, Marlon Humphrey, you have to know that's the part that's going to get clipped is the first part.
Media awareness.
Luckily for Marlon, this is a top-notch organization and
Journalism standards.
Journalism standards, and the whole clip was played because Tony is a professional. But not everybody feels that way.
No.
And you realize
we live in a TikTok world.
We do, and that clip is what gets played over and over again. It's just a silly thing to say, even in jest. And I said this yesterday, even in jest from one NFL player to another. What an awful thing to say. You guys go through the same things every week. It's such a grind. Everybody's hurting at this point. So even to make a joke like that, I just think is kind of asinine. Can I say that on the air?
Asinine counts.
Okay.
I called Kalia Davis ass earlier, so I think
True.
we're good.
I don't know if Brock would say asinine. That might be too not nice for him. He might stop at crap.
Button 9. Yeah. It's not great. Not great for Marlon Humphrey. Listen, I have a lot of respect. If we want to swing it the other way, I have a lot of respect for a lot of the players on the Ravens, and I have a lot of respect for their operation in general. I do think that if 49ers fans are listening to us talk about defensive tackle, a little bit worried about Lamar Jackson as a runner, I think all of these concerns are valid. Clearly, we're talking about them. I think we look at the game that the Rams, who run a very similar operation to the 49ers, not as high end right now because they don't have the players, but we know, Sean McVay of the Shanahan mindset, Raheem Morris would have been the hire for defensive coordinator had he been available. Like, that's Kyle's guy through and through. He learned at his feet the game of football in a really heavy way on the defensive side. The Rams and the 49ers, they're siblings in a way. There's a lot of blood that's crossed over there. The 23andMe would be popping all over the place. The Rams went to Baltimore and gave the Ravens all they could handle and maybe a little bit more. And that was a big surprise to me because Lamar Jackson, I think, has lost one game against an NFC team ever. And you think about it, just the logistics of it. What are the 49ers doing this week? They're going with Sam Darnold and Brandon Allen playing Lamar Jackson. That's not Lamar Jackson.
No.
I mean, Ronnie Bell, get in there, buddy. I mean, anybody. I don't know if you can. Debo, you're now the practice squad quarterback. That's maybe a reasonable facsimile. You can't.
Probably a terrible idea from a health perspective.
Totally, yeah. The state of the Niners' second-string defensive line, maybe. The point is, you can't practice for Lamar Jackson. Now, the Niners have had a nice little run-up here in that they've gotten a couple of running quarterbacks in a row. Drew Lock excluded, and Geno. But they have had, Jalen Hurts, who is banged up and not that good of a runner, unless you're pushing the tush, which was what Brock Purdy would say would be tush, not butt. And then obviously Kyler, who coming off the ACL is not working the full Kyler Murray experience the way that he used to. Regardless, it's still a game plan point that they've had to harp on the last couple of weeks. There's just no way to replicate Lamar. There's no way to put someone back there and say, you beat Lamar Jackson, because there's one Lamar Jackson. So that's why Lamar, I think, has had a lot of success against the NFC. It's a one-off, it's bespoke, it's individual, and I don't know how you prepare for it, and then it shows up in the game, and you're like, damn, I got to deal with him and these other dudes who are hard as hell to play against. They're bringing a physicality week in, week out. The Niners might be the one team equipped to handle that physicality in the NFC. I don't know. Greg Papa was kind of saying when he had him on a moment ago that the Niners might not be able to match the physicality. I disagree.
Yeah, the Niners are an unbelievably physical football team. And I think at their best they are. And I think even with the Dre Greenlaw stuff a couple weeks ago, I mean, and Kyle talked a lot about, there's that line and that's what makes Dre Greenlaw. But part of that is physicality and at their best. And you look, and we haven't even really talked about on the offensive side of the ball how physical George Kittle is, how physical Deebo Samuel is. It takes 3 or 4 guys to bring those guys down. Same with Christian.
Clearly.
I don't know how Christian does it where he will get tackled, like just knocked down by like 4 guys, and he bops right back up, and he's right.
Yeah,
That's
you hold your
incredible.
breath every time.
Yeah, every time, every 49ers fan in the world is like, and then he pops back up. But this is an incredibly physical football team. And even to your point of what you said about Brock in those 2 plays in the Arizona game, when he got knocked out with a stinger, and then in that other play that you talked about where he knew
it's coming.
He knows it's coming, and he just braced himself. And, we saw
a nice little spin at the end.
Yes, and we see wide receiver George Pickens from the Steelers doesn't make a block because he said, I don't want to get injured. That's not this 49ers team.
No. Clearly,
it's a physical team.
Very physical team. You mentioned earlier the Niners missing tackles as of late.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't feel like a concern to me.
Well, I think that's great news.
I mean, I don't know if my concerns make a game, but
I find you to be quite knowledgeable.
I appreciate that. But as much as maybe on the line, I got a bone to pick with Randy Gregory in the way he sets an edge. It's lackluster at best. I don't think I'd give him any more snaps unless you're going to a 4-rush package. And even then, I'm not sure he's your best option at 4. Regardless, the way that a guy like Yamamoto Lenore, who it needs to be noted, is going to play in this game. And that's a big deal because this is a guy who didn't have the greatest reputation coming into this season. Mm-hmm. Same with Ambry Thomas. I don't know if Thomas has completely shedded it, but he's been pretty good. And I think Yamamoto Lenore has been fantastic.
I think Yamamoto Lenore has been one of the best players on the field for San Francisco week in and week out. He's consistent.
Yep.
And he's scrappy.
Yeah.
And I think he has literally been one of the absolute best players on the field for San Francisco. He does not get enough credit. And you're right. If they miss tackles, if you've got Yamamoto Lenore waiting for you, then you do feel better about it.
I just feel like the secondary tackles so well.
They do.
That and the receivers block so well. Like the physicality of the game, if you're just talking line, okay, maybe there's a concern there. But when you take the whole 11 into consideration, I think the Niners are tougher and perhaps even more physical than the Ravens, and that's something that the Ravens have to have if they're going to win, because they have to win with physicality. After that, they also have a lot of talented players, but they have to predicate everything on physicality, and I think the 49ers might be the one team in the NFC who can match it. Maybe the Rams were too. They're a pretty physical team as well.
They are.
They block great. They tackle really well on the periphery. I like a lot of what the Rams do. And they're playing hot football right now, even with that sort of fourth quarter that they had. And maybe there's a blueprint there for the 49ers to replicate, because you know that Kyle's looking at the last 5 games, and that Rams game is going to pop off the screen for him in a lot of ways. And I'd hope the same for Steve Wilks as well. We got to bounce out. We got to talk to Tim Kawakami on the other side. My hands are cold from keeping him in the cooler. Kurtenbach and Tracy Sandler with the Intel 10 on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Marcus keep rolling on the Sports Leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
We are back. Dieter Kurtenbach and Tracy Sandler on the Sports Leader. We are talking all kinds of things this morning, mainly 49ers, Ravens, and the Christmas gift that the NFL has given you all for Monday night. And so now we are going to go to the Uma guest line to welcome the great Tim Kawakami of The Athletic to talk a little more football and probably some Warriors.
Probably. How you doing this morning, Tim?
Good. Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Doing well.
Good. How are you, Tim?
Had a nice little morning walk to get a bagel, so I'm up and ready to chat some. It's all good. Good morning.
Well, Tim, I want to talk about your story on Brock Purdy and Tyrese Haliburton. I really enjoyed reading it. I'm sure our listeners did as well, and you are all welcome for that plug. But it's just a great story about two guys from Iowa State who are now at the top of their careers, neither of whom maybe did people totally see this coming. Could you just kind of walk us through how you got here and what this process was like? Because it really comes off the page, and you really feel like you know these guys and their friendship.
Well, appreciate that, Tracy. Yeah, I mean, I think we've all been getting to know Brock Purdy over the last couple of years, and I've been chatting with him, here and there, back to when he was playing. Can't say that I did when he wasn't playing, but there's things to talk about, and especially and I knew he was big into other sports. He mentioned baseball because of his dad and all these other things, and then Haliburton wore his jersey during the playoffs last year, during the 49ers playoffs. Like, that's interesting. That's why it's Iowa State. So I just started chatting with Brock about it, and he was really animated. And Tracy, it's not always easy to get him animated, at the podium, certainly. And it's just like, I talk about lots of things with lots of people, golf with Trent Williams, whatever. And, it just became like a recurring theme. And, it was curious to me about it. And I like these kind of multi-sport crossover. I've written a lot about them. I think athletes are interested in other athletes, so they're interested in how they do these things. They're interested in how they succeed, how they fail, and it was just fascinating. These two guys from Iowa State, which you don't really remember their Iowa State careers. I know I don't, at least. They certainly, maybe in Iowa State you do. Well, you definitely do, but have kind of charted this course together. Were separately, and yet in some ways intertwined, succeeding on the big stage. And just talking to Purdy, he's been, touting like, hey, you know what? Tyrese is going to get MVP votes, isn't he? And it just struck me like, this is the guy who's being talked about as the leading candidate to win the NFL MVP, right? the leading candidate. And he's like eager to ask me, is Tyrese going to get NBA MVP votes? And then it's like, as Haliburton blew up, we know Purdy's been big, and we know Purdy's a huge story, but then as Haliburton rising up, and he's been very good as an NBA player throughout, but as he's becoming a superstar, certainly in the in-season tournament, it's like, I better do a story on this. So I let Brock know, and he was happy to talk about it. And then I, let the Pacers know. I've talked to Purdy already about Tyrese. It'd be great to talk to Tyrese about it. And he was fantastic. As you probably could see in the story, Tyrese was fantastic. They liked talking about each other. They like each other. This is a real thing. This is not a fake thing. This is like, I knew that when I asked Purdy about Haliburton wearing his jersey. This is back in January. And he's like, oh, no, that's not a surprise. He's a great guy. We go way back. It's like, okay, this is pretty interesting stuff about two guys who kind of worked their way through Iowa State, not even weren't thought to be superstar recruits, both 3 stars. And now look at them in really interesting combined ways, and they're also different. It just was a natural story, and it's one of those where it worked a little bit to get it, but I think it tells a lot about both. And certainly in this market, I think anytime you can get another detail, another kind of shading of the Brock Purdy painting, it's always good to do it.
Tim, what's the common thread between them other than Iowa State? When you talk to both of them, what struck you as the similar DNA strands that they shared?
I think it comes off differently, but I think it's a little bit of the humility. The word is not quite right, but they know who they are. They know what they were recruited for. They know they weren't at Alabama or, UCLA or whatever, one of the high profile schools. They embrace the culture. And I didn't really know this, but people have said since that Iowa State culture in the athletics department, at least then, and I think still now, is really good. It's like really tight knit.
It's really tight.
It's like we're not on a glamorous stage here. Like we're not. We're fighting our way. There's been really good players. Breece Hall's, there's good players have come through both programs, but it's not a pipeline. It's not a one and done. Haliburton was 2 years, and I think he was kind of surprised it was 2 years. Like it was like, oh my God, I'm blowing up. Purdy will give you the whole career detail. Taylor Horton-Tucker was there the freshman year, and he was kind of the offensive guy, and Haliburton was a distributor. Horton-Tucker goes to the NBA. Haliburton kind of becomes the guy. Purdy was not recruited specifically to start early, but players get hurt in front of him, and he just becomes the guy. I just think it's not really sure this was going to happen, and then it was kind of thrust upon them. They were ready for it, and things take off. And you can absolutely translate that to the NBA, right? I mean, Haliburton was really good in Sacramento right away, but they get traded to the Pacers, and now he's the face of the Pacers. He is the guy. When whatever they do, however far they go, it's going to be Tyrese Haliburton leading them. Purdy drafted to be the fourth 49ers quarterback last year, right? I mean, he was supposed to be the third quarterback. Works his way, wins his way, however it works. He becomes the 3 and then the 2, and then he gets into the game when Jimmy Garoppolo's hurt against Miami, and boom, it all happens. He was ready for it. It's a general through line. It's not exact, but it's coming from an unexpected place without a lot of laurels and expectations, and then just taking every bit of advantage you can and not letting it go. I think that's the combined thing with them, and I think they believe it comes at a start from the atmosphere at Iowa State.
Well, as someone who spent a lot of time in Ames, Iowa, let me tell you, they better have a tight-knit situation with the Cyclones because there's nothing else to do, my friend. Nothing else.
That's how I would describe the Dieter Kurtenbach career, too. Low expectations, but when the moment was there, Dieter Kurtenbach was ready for it.
Keep those expectations low. It makes it very easy to get over the bar.
One of my favorite parts of the story, really, just because I think it really goes to the friendship and anybody can relate to it, is when they were here playing the Warriors last year and he said, yo, can you come to dinner? Are you coming? And he said, Brock says, yo, coach says I probably shouldn't because I got to get into the playbook. I'm starting now. There was something about that just felt so pure and endearing and just two college buddies.
Yeah.
I got to study the playbook because I'm starting for the 49ers now. It was great.
If you look back, it was the night that Purdy subbed in for Jimmy Garoppolo against the Dolphins. That night would have been the night when Haliburton's like, hey, let's go. Let's have the dinner. And Purdy's like, maybe not right now.
Got some stuff going on here.
So things have changed. Things have escalated over here.
Yeah, so. But there's some kind of karma there. There's whatever word you want to use. That's when it was. That's when Purdy took over, was when Haliburton was in town saying, hey, let's go out to dinner. Haliburton was hurt at the time. Just fascinating kind of parallel moments for both of them. And again, like I said, when that's the joy for me of being around these guys and hearing what they're interested in and hearing who the people they know, the people they talk to. And Dieter, you go through this, being able to jump from team to team, you kind of can assess different levels of interest in different sports and different teams.
Yes.
And I really appreciate that part of it. And again, just talking to Brock about the NBA, talking about Haliburton and figuring out, wow, that is a real thing, is one of the things I really appreciate about, being a local, just kind of sunk into all the local teams. And it's hard to get it any other way.
Yeah, amen to that. I mean, and it allows us to do segments like this where I can now ask you about Tracy's favorite team, the Dodgers, and their $1 billion signings.
So, Tracy, you like the Dodgers? I was trying to.
You didn't know that about me? Yeah.
Do you know where she went to school, Tim?
Yes, Tim. Do you know where I went to college?
Let's see. Penn State, was it?
Oh, my God. What a terrible thing to say. That's not even funny, even in jest.
Listen, Michigan's not playing in the Cotton Bowl, so, I mean, I don't know what she has to gloat about. But
no, Tracy's Michigan's proudest alum. Let's just say it right out. Proudest alum.
Thank you.
Do you think she'll be the proudest alum on July 2nd? Or will she have
July
to get
2nd?
Or January 2nd? July 2nd. It might take that long.
I will be the proudest alum at 5:30 p.m. Pacific time on January 1st. I will be a very excited and proud alum.
I presume you're going, Tracy. Sorry.
Oh, you know it.
Okay. Well,
Wouldn't miss it for the world.
That sounds like an ideal scenario in life to go to the Rose Bowl with your team in it. Regardless,
playing Alabama, a pretty big game there.
Yeah, not exactly ideal in the opponent, but
they're going to be fine. Go
Blue.
Blue.
You started asking me about the Dodgers.
I did,
here, so
just down the road.
I will reroute this.
Thank you. Professional you are.
Yeah, this is a monster. They've been a monster for years. This is a monster times a monster. I guess as a media person, the first thing I'm thinking about is, my God, where are they going to put all the Japanese reporters who are going to be covering that team? It's unbelievable. That
true.
press box is tight anyway. I don't know what they're going to do. The clubhouse, everything. But it's going to be amazing to watch. I'm a fan of stories. I'm a fan of interesting things. And, we will not be able to miss a Dodger game if it's possibly on TV. I'm watching it.
Yeah.
And, I don't know that it guarantees them anything. We've seen how great they've been in the regular season in years past. Sorry, Tracy, and not won the World Series. But we've got to believe they are by far the favorite. And when it's back to those Yankees days, right? When the Yankees just stockpiled everybody. And that's a good storyline, though. Like, who can knock off the Giant? Who can get hot in a short series and beat Goliath? I don't know who's going to be that team. I don't know if there is such a team, but I like it. I like the storylines. I'm going to be interested. I don't know. It's going to be fascinating when the Dodgers come to Oracle Park, just what that crowd's going to be like. We'll see what the Giants can do. They clearly wanted both Ohtani and Yamamoto and did not end up with either one of them. I think you can manage to put together a decent offseason anyway, but it's got a sting that they're both with the Dodgers. The Dodgers are just Goliath. That's just like, there is now Goliath back in the MLB, and everyone has to deal with it. The Dodgers have kind of, backed off of paying a big money for the last year or two, plotting for something like this, and they landed it. Man, did they land it. And let's see how it all spills out. But I like it. I like big teams doing big stuff. If you've got that kind of money, you've got that kind of revenue, why not? And then everyone else, try to plot to see if you can knock them down.
Do you think this forces a recalibration at all with the Giants? Because they have thought for years now, right? They've been in the mix. They won't be outbid. There's a lot of buzz. And it's just been failure after failure after failure. And the one time they got the guy, he failed the physical. So it's tough to make the argument going into next offseason with Juan Soto that, hey, we're going to be in it again. Do you feel like this forces a recalibration with the team or even with the fan base?
Yeah, we'll see with the fan base. They don't tend to recalibrate. Fan bases don't tend to do that. Not the ones that I know. I think the recalibration happened this offseason, actually. It was like, we are going after, and we're going to say it. We're going to be out front of the line. We're going to do what we got to do, not just for one, because I think in the past few years it's been one. Correa, we're going to go try to get him. Harper, we're going to try to get him. I guess last year it was Judge Harper or Correa, but it really was the one that they were most likely to get was Correa, and they did until the physical. But the course correction was Farhan, you don't always like doing this, but we're doing it. And we're going to pick the players you like, but we're going to go 50 million, 100 million, whatever million more on top of what maybe the reasonable offer would have been. And they didn't get the top two guys. And whoever, if they get Matt Chapman or, you name it, down Blake Snell, it's not going to certainly, engage the fan base the way that Yamamoto or Ohtani would have. But I think it would lead to, be pieces into a larger puzzle. I think they're committed to trying to add sizzle to this roster. I think that is the commitment. And they didn't get the top guys. We'll see where they are. But Grant Brisbee has said this. I think I mentioned it. It really was, the mistake was in 2021 to not capitalize on that season and just go, okay, we're really good now. But it was kind of a little on the margins. It was kind of who knows if this can last. Let's just go on top of this. We're a winning situation. They were much closer to the World Series champions back then than they are now. Let's go get whoever. And Simeon's the name that has been mentioned to me by baseball people. That would not have been a backbreaker. Re-signing Kevin Gausman, though, there is analytics committee, don't pay $100 million contracts to 30-year-old or older pitchers. That would have been a guy that would have been clearly worth it. They knew him. He was in the system. Logan Webb, that's his guy. I think that's when you look back. And if you had Gausman and Simeon now, maybe Ohtani is looking at the Giants as a top prospect, as the place where he might want to be. That's how. So I would say right now, if you're looking at it reasonably, use this as what you should have done in 21 and build a better infrastructure for the next guy. So maybe Soto next year, because he's going to hit free agency. We know it, right? He's a Boris guy.
Right.
So he's good. He is going to hit free agency, and maybe he likes the Giants. Maybe not, but it's going to be a whole lot better if you're 96 wins than 82, and you have, solid players at the, near the top of the roster who another superstar is going to look at and go, yeah, I want to play with that guy. The Dodgers have done that. And we're seeing it paying off. The money itself isn't getting these guys. It's the money plus the chance to win every year. The Giants haven't won the last 2 years. You can't go back in time and redo 2021. What you can do is say, okay, we're going to use 2024 as what we should have done in 2022 and get ourselves some more marketable, not super marketable, solid winning players. I think Matt Chapman to me is like the classic version of that. Is he worth $30 million a year? No, he's not going to get it. But maybe you pay it out and just to get yourself better at that position and attract other players to what's going on with the Giants. Because I think they were counting on these young guys to do it, and we all see potential in them. I think there's some good quality players. We'll see what Kyle Harrison is. Patrick Bailey clearly is a building block, but there's no stars there probably. Luciano maybe, but probably more likely to just be a pretty good player at the top end. They're not going to they don't have the next Juan Soto coming through. They don't have the next Bryce Harper. You're going to have to go out and get somebody, but maybe this can be a platform to being able to be much more appealing to the next one. That doesn't sell a lot of tickets this season, nope. and we know there's issues about that, but man, if you can't get the top guys, you got to make yourself more appealing to the next wave of top guys. And I think maybe that's what this offseason is going to be like.
I wonder if they take a page from another team in the area, in the 49ers, obviously different sports, and there's a lot of differences there, but they're not where the Niners were when Lynch and Shanahan came in, but they built through the draft, and then, to borrow a word from Dieter, they augmented with some high-priced free agents with some incredible trades, and there was patience.
You fill the holes with money, is what I'm saying.
Exactly, you fill the holes with money, and look at them now. But I do wonder if that's something. I mean, the Niners were pretty realistic when Shanahan Lynch came in. Of course, the Giants are not where they were by any means, but develop the farm system and augment, or maybe there.
And it's not as if they don't have a manager on a long-term deal and now a director of baseball ops on the long deal. Like, Farhan was someone who they brought in who, in theory, could do less with more. And I think we saw that in the 108-win season, as inexplicable as it was. They were, one bad check swing possibly away from beating the Dodgers in the playoffs. And that was a team of, I can't even remember half the roster. So kind of where I'm going with this, Tim, and Tracy's on the same lines. I've brainwashed her now, is maybe the Giants take a step back and say, hey, let's be closer to the Rays. Let's be closer to a team that's not going to go out and get a big-time free agent. Let's build from within. Let's build this thing up. And then when we have a winning team, when we have the foundation, the moment is right, then we can start throwing out money, because buying a player so that you can buy a player, that's a pretty tricky system to get right year after year. And I don't know if the Giants are in a position where the foundation is strong enough to where getting it right 2 years in a row is going to get them where they want to go.
I agree with that. But I think that they can't not try. They can't. You have to try for this market to try to fill that stadium. We know how important that is. And to get downtown San Francisco bustling about the Giants again. I don't know if that's possible this season, but I don't think you can just say, well, you can do it like the Rays. You got to draft better than the Giants have, right?
Factual.
That hasn't
that's
happened.
Joey Bart doing.
Yeah, exactly. And that's not Farhan's idea. It was the previous administration, but this Hunter Bishop, and there's been a bunch of players, not including Patrick Bailey and Kyle Harrison, maybe, that would fit into the line of what the Rays have done. This is whoever they got coming up isn't going to be, you can't stack them up against what the Dodgers have, or what, maybe even the Diamondbacks. And I bring up Corbin Carroll, and it gets Giants people kind of mad at me. Like, they try to explain why, it was Hunter Bishop with this, because, and you just didn't get Corbin Carroll. I don't know what the explanation is. You had a chance to draft Corbin Carroll. you didn't, and your division rival got them, and that's going to change the dynamic between your two teams for a long time.
Yes.
So I don't know, and I don't know that you can play that way in San Francisco. I just don't know that you can say, hey, you know what, we're going to do like the Rays. That's kind of if you really got to win. You know, you better win if you do that, and they haven't. That's been the problem, and you can't really project them to win at this moment. I think they can make solid moves that make them better. That means we don't have to watch the at-bats of some of the people that we watched last season, and I think that there was just depth. And again, they got mad when everyone said they were boring last season. They were boring as hell last season. And like they need to change that. Jung-Hoo Lee, I mean, again, he's certainly not Ohtani, certainly not at the top of this market, but he's going to be interesting. I mean, I watched those videos of him hitting Yamamoto. Like, he looks pretty good doing that.
Yep.
Obviously, there probably were times where he didn't. But you know, if it's Jung-Hoo Lee match, I keep saying Chapman because that's
listen, we know Bob likes him, but
yeah, I mean, I think that would again an overpay that you could explain to yourself. That's what I'm kind of thinking. Reese Hoskins again does not fill the ballpark. An overpay, right-handed power who isn't, you know, a guy who can actually hit into the seats.
True.
I just think those kind of guys are build you towards your next step, and I don't think they can just say, hey, we're just going to go in a draft. Hey, the pick that they make in June this year is not going to play probably until 2027, right? You know, that's a long wait for a franchise that needs people in that park, and they can't have 24,000 every game. They need 32,000 in there. They need 38,000 in there. And it's not the greatest, most sustaining way to do it. Go grab some free agents. They got to do it now. I don't think that commitment's going to change. You got to pick the right ones. You got to do it with some sense of scale and some reasonableness. But I just think they have to do that to plug it in now to get themselves to the 88 to 90 win level if they can, and then from there, that's when you can say, okay, Juan Soto, we're going to be their best place, whoever the next Juan Soto is after that, or the second level guy next season. And, there's going to be guys coming in from Asia. That there's a big time pitcher that I think the Dodgers want, by the way. But just get yourself back into that market. You're bidding against the Yankees and the Mets, and that's tough, and the Dodgers. And by the way, the Yankees and the Mets fans are pissed off right now. This is a big market to play in, but I just don't think the Giants have the ammunition. They got to build up the ammunition to get truly in that market. And by the way, Dodgers cannot sign everybody. I know Tracy wants them to, and it does feel like that, but they can't. And so, find the best spot for the best player available. And I just think the Giants can't pull back now. They can't. They're going to end up with lesser free agents than the Dodgers get. That's just a fact. Then pick the right ones. And it's happened before. The Diamondbacks didn't sign a bunch of free agents to get to where they were. They weren't that great last year, but they were great in the postseason. Can you get to that level? I think that's doable for the Giants. I think there are players still on the board that can get them to, at least to think they can be at that level. Not that many games in the regular season to go try chase down the Diamondbacks. The Diamondbacks could be better. I mean, I'm not saying they're stuck at where they are, but that's attainable. That is where they can aim for and try to begin to restir this pot and begin to think, okay, we can get back to the heights. Maybe not next year, but maybe, and then maybe over the years this becomes much more sustainable.
Well, Tim, we can't let you go without talking about the Monday Night Football game coming up on Christmas between the 49ers and the Ravens, number 1 versus number 1. This is kind of maybe a weird question, but I'm going to ask anyway. What are you most excited about in this game?
That's a good question.
Okay. What are you most excited about in this game?
I just, it's real easy. It's real simple, but what's Lamar Jackson going to look like against 49ers defense, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm not saying, and I really avoid saying, Super Bowl projection. Let's see, this could happen again. I don't know. Who knows what's going to happen in the Super Bowl? But Lamar Jackson is probably the most dangerous player. He and Mahomes are the two most dangerous players in the AFC. 49ers are favored to get through the NFC, and Lord knows if they have the number 1 seed, they should get through the NFC. And let's see what they do against one of the most dangerous players ever invented. And, we know mobile quarterbacks have hurt them in the past, not so much recently, but there's nobody like Lamar Jackson. He's beat them before. What does that defensive line, banged up defensive line, but Bosa is going to be there, Randy Gregory's going to be there, Chase Young's going to be there. Let's see how that works out. Let's see, can the Ravens move up and down the field against them? I don't think they're going to be, but let's see what that looks like just physically. I think it's a tough game for the Ravens. Flying out, road games are tough on Christmas. This is if the Ravens play great, fantastic for them. I just don't see that happening. And again, I wouldn't use it as a measure of how these teams really stack up because it's just different if you play again in February. But I want to just see the athletic and strategic way that Lamar Jackson and the 49ers, basically the front, work out. I mean, I always thought DeForest Buckner was like their best guy to chase down. You wouldn't think that, but he was like, he always was. Yeah, he tackled Kyler. Like he was the one who could tackle Kyler. I always thought that. And he's not there. So, and we know their DTs are banged up. Yeah. Who they have can chase down one of those quarterbacks. Are Fred Warner and Drake Greenlaw going to be the guys? And we know that they weren't that great in the last game. I imagine they're going to bounce right back. But can Kyler find his playmakers? He does not have that many. So can the 49ers just commit everything to him? If they do, does that mean everything on the back end is going to be covered? That's going to be. I think the 49ers are going to move the ball. I know the Ravens are just statistically the number one defense in the league. Every time I turn on the TV, it feels like teams are moving on them, though. I think the Rams put 400 yards on them.
They did.
I know. I just don't feel like that's a matchup that will bother the 49ers. I don't know what the matchup would be right now that would bother the 49ers.
It's an all-time great offense.
Yeah, it's just like unless you start hurting them, those guys are going to score 4 touchdowns. I just go in. That's how I think. They're going to score 4 touchdowns. And can the defense prevent the other teams from scoring 30? We'll see. Usually can. So I just think it's a tough matchup for the Ravens, not meaning that if they can't beat the 49ers. I just think this moment, this place, it's going to be tough. It's going to be up to Lamar, but we know Lamar can pull games out of it, right? We know he can.
That's right.
So what happens when he starts going? Where are the 49ers going to go to? And can they keep him to 2 touchdowns? That's the most interesting thing for me.
He's Tim Kawakami. He's got his finger on the pulse of all things Bay Area sports. Thanks for the time this morning, Tim. Appreciate the insight as always, and a Merry Christmas to you and yours.
Merry Christmas to you guys. Good talking to you.
You too. Bye, Tim.
The great Tim Kawakami, ladies and gentlemen. That's a really interesting point that Tim made there at the end. It's a Christmas Day game. We know that. We've been saying that nonstop. We've circled this for a minute now, right? Since that Philadelphia game, we've been looking at this one and saying, oh, boy, this is going to be even better because that one didn't really live up to the hype if you're talking about ultimate showdown sort of stuff. But Baltimore's got to fly cross-country. And some people want to make a big deal out of that. Other people don't. I'm actually someone who thinks that that's a problem for teams. I'm concerned about the Niners going to Washington on New Year's Eve. But that's a 10 a.m. game, our time. It's pretty normal. This is the aspect that Tim didn't get into it, but I know he was thinking it. Not only is it a game on Christmas, you're away from your family, you don't want to be at the Hilton in Santa Clara or whatever the hell hotel they're at. You don't want to be there. You had to fly out a day early because it's cross-country. Your body clock's a little off, but it's also a night game. And this is something I bring up all the time in college football. Always take the home team for a night primetime game. Always. Always do it because you got a bunch of college kids sitting around in a hotel all day. They can't let them out. They can't roam free. You'll lose them.
Yeah.
You'll be home alone. You'll just, oh, man, we forgot to come to the game with Kevin. And so you're sitting around in the hotel all day. Oh, we'll do a walkthrough in the ballroom. That is the first time you're seeing sun is when you show up at the stadium. And by the way, the sun's about to go down. The same thing for the Ravens. It's not as if you're in an area like you're not staying in Union Square. There's nothing to do. By the way, on Christmas, there's nothing that's open. So you got the Baltimore Ravens flying out, sitting in a hotel all day. All they got to do is think about the game. That's great. But physically and emotionally, that is a spot for the 49ers to punch them in the face immediately. If the 49ers come out and punch them in the face immediately, they can front run the rest of the way because I think it's going to take a lot for the Ravens to gear up for this game. Not to say anything about their coaching staff, the caliber of their players, their leadership. I just think that it's a natural letdown spot, not in the weak scheme of things where you're saying coming off a big game, you're in a letdown spot. Just in, I don't want to be here right now. I want to be at home with my family. The 49ers can do Christmas Eve. They could do the 23rd. They could do the old Kurtenbach way where we traveled, and so we could go to see Grandma and Grandpa in Kansas City on Christmas Day. So we did Christmas 3 days early. No one knows. No, you don't have to tell anybody. You can just do Christmas whenever the hell you want. There's not like an official Christmas starting time. We're doing Christmas Eve this year in the Kurtenbach household. You can make Christmas your own, but if it's actually Christmas, and we're going to be thinking it's sitting in the press box. Like, yeah, it's Christmas. Do we really want to be here? If the game ain't good, I don't want to be there.
Right.
Now, we're going. We're professionals. We'll make it happen. But at least you guys get to sit at home. If you're going to the game, it could be a family event. You can make it your own. I can't bring Moose the dog, my wife, and the baby to the press box. It'd be chaos. So we should try.
By the way,
we should try.
I'm voting
and
for
you
that.
get my wife's catty comments about the defense. She's got a lot of hot takes. She's even worse than me. But my point is, if you're the Baltimore Ravens, you're going to be sitting in a hotel all day. You can't go out and do anything. You know, everyone says, "Oh, our team is a family." Forget that. I don't know. I don't know who the backup safety is if I'm on. Like, I don't know these guys. Half of these people are strangers. They just signed that dude on Tuesday. Like, we're family. No, man, I want to be with my real family on that. And now I got to sit in a hotel all day. I'll watch the game that comes on a little bit earlier, but watch some basketball. You're just sitting around. You're just waiting. And you could say, "Oh, that's going to get them really geared up." Man, you try to do anything after sitting around all day long. I mean, something that starts in motion stays in motion. Mm-hmm. And I think for the Baltimore Ravens, it's going to be really hard for them to get up for this game. And I thought it was a great point by Tim there.
Couldn't agree more.
All right, we got to take a break. My goodness, do we have to take a break? Tim was incredible, but that was a half hour of elite content, and we're going to have to make up for it on the back end. Kurtenbach and Tracy Sandler with you until 10 a.m. Where does the time go on The Sports Leader?
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Fred Warner spoke to the media yesterday and said facing Lamar Jackson and the Ravens will be their toughest opponent yet. That story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Similar. I think those are the two guys who jump off the tape, and I think they're the most comparable to our guys that I've seen this year in a couple years. To me, those two guys make the defense go. They're big, they can run, and they can hit, and not just because they're big, because their intentions are that way. You can tell they like playing football. They're very smart players too. They're good in coverage. They're two of the better zone droppers in the league and two of the better man-to-man guys also. So they're as good as it gets.
Great Kyle Shanahan. Talking linebackers, baby. This has been a conversation that I've been wanting to have the entire show, and then we've had these damn guests on,
and
messing
I'm about
up
to
our
break
flow.
into song here. I'm dancing in the corner.
It's a great song. Feliz
Navidad. Okay, I'm done.
It's another thing. No sarcasm, no singing. No. Kidding. The singing, I do it all the time. But there is a school of thought, Tracy. It's Dieter Kurtenbach, Tracy Sandler with you for the next 30 minutes. There's a school of thought, Tracy, that linebackers are the most overrated's the wrong word, but unnecessarily glorified might be a better way of putting it. Position in football. And that in this modern era where the middle of the field is gentrified. Yeah, anybody, just go ahead, go for a walk down there. Do whatever the hell you want. Back in the day, safeties, linebackers, you come over in the middle of the field, they're taking your head off. Now you can't do it. Rules have changed. For the better, in my opinion. But because of that, what's the point of a linebacker? Yeah, you fill in on the run. Apparently that ain't that hard. You know your gap, you run into your gap. Make the tackle if the guy's there. Obviously takes some skill, but is that all that important? And then in the passing game, it's like, you're a linebacker. You don't usually, you have a little bit of a zone. You have the hook area. Like, it's not that much you can offer. That is a school of thought. You and I watch the 49ers every day. We're breaking down film on the side. Pretty clearly, the linebacking position has some value to the San Francisco 49ers defense. I would venture to say that the Baltimore Ravens agree with that assessment on their end with Patrick Queen and Roquan Smith, who are, that might be the best duo. I think Fred Warner's the best linebacker. I think Roquan Smith is 2 or 3.
Okay.
I think Drake Greenlaw is dramatically underrated. I think Patrick Queen is really good.
Also, Patrick Queen and Roquan Smith feel like they could be like a band.
That's an awesome duo of names.
It really is.
Roquan and Queen.
Roquan and Queen, like.
You want to talk about a podcast?
Yes. That would be a fun. I might change the name of my podcast to Roquan and Queen. It won't make sense.
No.
But people will tune in.
There's a little something to that. Warner and Greenlaw, not so much.
No, it's different.
Dre and Fred just sounds like whatever. Talk me into why this linebacking, I know they're not playing against each other, but why these two linebacking cores are vitally important to the game we're about to watch on Christmas.
Well, you have two teams who run the ball tremendously well. Obviously, Baltimore is the number one rushing attack in the NFL. San Francisco has Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel, who we haven't really talked a lot about this. I think Deebo Samuel is going to be a huge part of the run game on Monday night. I expect that.
This is the break class in case of emergency Deebo run game?
Yes, I think it is. I think this. So
they're playing the Rams, is what you're saying.
Basically, yes, they're basically playing the Rams, who did so well against the Ravens.
That's right.
Full circle this thing. But
if you want to feel better, if you need to be told everything's going to be A-okay, folks out there, I know the Rams didn't win the game, and I know you hate watching the Rams, But again, the DNA is so similar. Go get on NFL Game Pass. Hell, maybe they're playing it on NFL Network. You can DVR it. But watch the Ravens-Rams game, and you'll feel a lot better about the 49ers' chances.
Well, yeah, because you'll have the Rams, the similar DNA, and the 49ers with the superior talent. And so
that's right.
If the Rams had the talent, they probably would have won that game. But that is why I think for the game we're about to watch, that position is tremendously important because it's going to be key to stopping the run, and it's going to be key for the 49ers defense. It's going to be key to stopping Lamar Jackson. And that's
no question about that.
No easy feat. So I think you could make that argument. This is going on a little bit of a tangent, and I won't let us go far, but it just made me laugh. Also, you also have two teams where the fullback's really important. You have two teams that really need.
Yeah, you want to talk about a position that doesn't matter.
Yeah, but for the rest of the league is like, this position doesn't really matter. The Ravens and the 49ers like, au contraire, mi amor, it really does. So I think that's kind of interesting. These teams, match up similarly, very different the quarterback.
Yeah,
but there's some similarities here.
Well, they're both predicated on playing good winter football.
Yes.
Right? And Fred Warner was saying this. I've heard Kyle say it a million times, that the season doesn't start until late November, December, and January. I think if you look at the 49ers the last couple of years, you can clearly see that.
Yes.
This year, obviously...
they have no room for October.
Yeah. It's still preseason for us. Some of that has to do with the quarterback. But regardless, there's a totally different ball game that's played when the weather gets crappy. And I don't know what the weather's supposed to be like in Santa Clara on Monday. Maybe our man Young Tony can get on that for us, figure out what the weather's supposed to be like in Santa Clara on Monday. I can tell you this, it ain't going to be 72 degrees and sunny.
It's not. It's also not going to be snowing, so it is going to be a happy medium.
I mean, we'll take it. But, I think we all know that the Bay Area, I think a lot of people from the outside think, oh, California, palm trees. We ain't Southern California. We're also not the Pacific Northwest, and we're not the Rocky Mountains. It's temperate, but that's not to say it's warm. Right. Bring a coat.
I think it's a high of 60.
And so we're 50 and no sun, mostly cloudy. I don't know what, maybe some fog's rolling in because it's been weird as of late. Just heavy. It's just a heavy atmosphere. And again, what's the coldest winter of anybody's life is the summer in San Francisco. We're kind of getting some August here in December when we're not getting the rain. So all this to say, the 49ers, don't think of them. I don't know how you're holding on to this if you're in our market. But if you're jumping in right now, you're just trying to figure out the pulse. If you're in Baltimore and you're just trying to figure out the pulse of this 49ers team, let me be very clear about this. There's nothing soft about them.
They're kind of AFC Northy.
They're very AFC Northy. And if they can replicate the game plan that the other AFC North teams have executed on Lamar Jackson, they stand a hell of a chance. There's a reason they're 5.5-point favorites. But don't think that this is going to be some tropical vacation for the Baltimore Ravens escaping 30 degrees. Oh, it's going to be a high of 60. That sounds incredible. It's a very different 60. It's going to be 48 degrees during the game. Very different weather atmosphere. I think that this is legitimate November, December, January football. Both of these teams predicated their entire seasons on playing that style of football. So it'll just be really interesting to see who can win the physicality battle. I know that the 49ers have better players. I know that they can make the flash plays. I know one guy on the Ravens who can make all the flash plays. Interested to see how Zay Flowers comes into this game. He was a no-show in the last one. He's got a bit of a foot thing. I think it's a heel, technically. He's the game breaker for them. I'm not concerned about Odell Beckham Jr. I'm a little less worried about their general run game with Keaton Mitchell being out because he was kind of the boom to some of the thunder that they have going on with Gus the Bus. So their run game is going to be a little bit truncated from what it was a couple weeks ago when I thought it was really rolling. This is just good stuff. This is a playoff game, even if it doesn't have direct playoff implications.
And I would argue that on these two teams, the physicality tone will be set by the linebacker duos. Just to bring us.
That's just pulling it around. But what about on offense with Deebo Samuel? Because this is something that we probably don't talk about enough. When Deebo has been out, the 49ers don't have the middle of the field. It's very difficult for Brock Purdy to use the entire field and use that incredible vision that he has to execute. And we saw that in the 3-game losing streak. When you don't have Trent Williams, it's very hard to both run the ball and protect the quarterback. So we know that. But just having Christian McCaffrey and Brandon Ayuk, good, not great. Having a Deebo Samuel who not only brings the juice emotionally.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, him and Trent Williams, they're the guys with the giant boombox. They're the dudes who are gearing everybody up for the game. They bring the juice, but Debo brings the juice physically. It's hard not to get amped when he's running dudes over.
And he literally runs them over.
That's right. He wants to bury them in the ground. If there's any sogginess to that field, they're getting indented. Yeah. And so how much of the 49ers' offensive success can be tied to Debo Samuel just running through a blanker's face time and time again, and the energy and the positivity and just the belief that brings to the 49ers offense? Because, I think it's a big part, and I don't think it's being talked about enough.
It's definitely not talked about enough. It's a huge part because going back to that 3-game losing streak, the offense could not fully get going.
Right.
With all of that talent, he just brings a different everything. It's the energy, it's the physicality. He runs guys over. It's not even just that. He will not go down. You cannot bring this man down. And that is a huge key to this offense, and it opens it up for everybody else.
That's right.
And that is why I don't think we do talk about it enough, because there was a lot of talk preseason. They're going to have to make decisions and all of that. Like, I don't envy those decision makers. He's one of one. We talk about Lamar Jackson being one of one. Debo Samuel is one of one.
Very true. Very true. I want to get your thoughts on George Kittle on the other side of this break, because I have one thought. I think you have another one. We're going to find out who's right come Monday. And I think both of them are positive for the 49ers, but it's just a different looking game, whoever wins this one out between you and me. So we're going to get to that on the other side of the break. Can't miss that, folks, after a tease like that. Kurtenbach and Tracy Sandler with you until 10 a.m. on the Sports Leader.
I'm here with my family.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I mean, you look at the numbers are usually the first thing you see, and you see how great their numbers are. Then you turn on the tape, and it looks just like their numbers. I mean, they're really good against the run, really good against the pass, extremely sound coverages. They know how to get after it with pressures. They know how to get after it with front four, so really good defense.
Kyle Shanahan talking about the Baltimore Ravens defense, which makes sense considering that the 49ers are playing the Ravens on Christmas. That's going to be
weird if he was talking about them otherwise, huh?
Yeah, he might be. Kyle sometimes goes on tangents. And who knows? I mean, Eric Branch of the Chronicle, you never know where he's going with his questions.
That's true.
Brancher could be asking about the Rams 3 weeks from now. But that's just how Brancher works, and we all love him for it. But
national treasure.
I'm fascinated in this game. And there's so many matchups, right? We have, and we could continue to go on about them. This is such a big game. There's so much quality on both sides. George Kittle, though, has really been outstanding as of late. And I think that, at least when it comes to counting stats, I think he's been outstanding all year. And I do think it speaks to Colton McKivitz developing in that Kittle now has more opportunities to go catch the ball. Because, frankly, for the first 6 weeks of the season, he was playing right tackle. And it was necessary. He was outstanding at it. Frankly, you could just put him in line. I mean, he could just play right tackle for you. I know he doesn't weigh as much, but you could do it there. Baltimore, with the 6-7 guys that they're going to put on the line, with defensive ends that are, I wouldn't say twitchy, but they are versatile. They'll stand up. They'll go, 3-point stance. They can move them inside, outside. There's a lot of versatility there. They don't have a Bosa type. They don't have, even I would say, but a lot of Cleveland Farrell types, guys who are quality. I think Jadeveon Clowney has been really good and become really sound this season. For the first time in his career, really finally figured out that hey, maybe I need to start doing the things that defensive ends are supposed to do to stick around in the league. I'm kind of tired of moving. I'm fascinated to see if Kittle is going to be used more as a receiver or a blocker in this game, because I can see a scenario in which they have to keep him in as a blocker. And that does take a little something away from the 49ers offense. You see it a different way, though.
Well, I do and I don't. I think it might be predicated on Juwan Jennings' availability.
Interesting. Just because Jennings is such a good blocker.
Because Jennings is such a good blocker. So if you don't have Juwan Jennings, you need Kittle to block more. So right. So maybe not entirely predicated, but I think that is something certainly to keep an eye on. With that in mind, all things being equal, I think he will be more of a receiver. The Ravens, if there is a weakness in the defense, they are not great in the middle of the field.
Even with those linebackers?
Even with those linebackers, they're not great. They're not. I'm not saying they're terrible. We're nitpicking Nate here, but if you're going to find a weakness, it's a place where the 49ers can exploit it. And I think they call it Kittle over the middle for a reason. I know you think they might call it that because it rhymes, which is totally fair. But
Johnson over the middle does not have the same ring to it.
It does not have the same ring to it, and that would be some weird marketing. But I do think that he will be used as receiver. Also, because going back to the physicality of this game, there is no more physical pass catcher than George Kittle. But I do think this Juwan Jennings thing is something that we have to keep an eye on, because they lose a lot on third down, but they really lose a ton in the blocking game, and he's been tremendous there. I mean, really tremendous. He is probably not talked. In that regard, he did, and I think that's also not talked about enough. So I do think some of it is going to depend on that.
All right, real quick, we only got about 10 minutes left here, less than that. 49ers win on Monday. Why? We can start with lose if you want.
Nope, because I do think they're going to. I'm just trying to think, because there are a number of reasons that I think they win on Monday, but
lay them on me.
I think they win on Monday because of Brock Purdy. I think Brock Purdy, Lamar Jackson, as we have said, is one of one. He is incredibly special. Yeah. But as we talked about earlier, when it comes down to it, on a third down call, on a fourth down call, I trust Brock Purdy to get the job done. So I think the 49ers win on Monday because of Brock Purdy, and I do believe that he sews up the MVP with his performance.
Christian McCaffrey, over under 1.5 touchdowns.
Over.
I mean, now you see, the thing is, if Christian McCaffrey has a big game, and these are the champagne problems of all champagne problems. Christian McCaffrey has a big game, and Brock Purdy has a big game. Maybe then they maintain pace and Brock wins it. But if Brock is fine, winnable, fine. It's not his game.
Mm-hmm.
It's more of a Debo game. It's more of a Christian game. Can you see an environment to where Christian McCaffrey has the MVP in the clubhouse going into the final 2 weeks of the year?
Yeah, I definitely can see an environment. I think also partly because it's been talked about so much. I mean, I do think if we, and I don't just mean you and I, but the collective media and, or maybe just you and I.
It feels like it sometimes.
Just, you know, and Brock Purdy himself saying it. And Kyle Shanahan basically saying a couple weeks ago, it's a quarterback award, but if it's not a quarterback award,
right?
Christian McCaffrey, he didn't flat out say that, but if you read between it, it's now been talked about so much in the media. Yes, if Christian McCaffrey goes out there and has 2 rushing touchdowns and a receiving touchdown and over 100 yards rushing, then I think he definitely makes the case. This game, to me,
I think it has to almost be superfluous.
It has to be superfluous. I mean, it has to be.
You're talking 100 yards rushing and like 80 yards receiving.
Yeah, and which is probably superfluous against this defense, but this to me is the MVP game. Whoever's winning it is winning it on Monday night. And I'm not saying it's just based on this game. It's just that we're in week 16. It's national game, Christmas
the narrative
night.
Award.
And I think that's probably how it's going to go. So I think based on history and recent history especially, it probably is Brock Purdy's award.
Yeah.
Unless he just falls so flat in his face on Monday. I just don't think he does that. I don't think that's like a thing he does.
Yeah, when have we seen that?
That we've never seen that. So unless that is some weird thing that happens, I think this is his to win. But again, if Christian has a night, and if there's ever a player who can have a superfluous night like that, it certainly is Christian McCaffrey.
No doubt. Okay. The easy answer on this is simply Lamar Jackson.
Okay.
And we'd say no more than that. But if the 49ers lose on Monday, beyond just using those 2 words, what's the reason?
Defense couldn't stop the run. And that's not just Lamar Jackson, but I think that the defense is hobbled. I'm going to go with that. I don't think it's going to be on the offense. I think it's going to be that the defense was hobbled. I think perhaps someone gets, I hate to use this word, but I'm not going to beat for a touchdown in the secondary. Perhaps that's, I was going to say burned, but I kind of hate that word.
It's a reality of the modern era.
Yes, it's a reality. So maybe Zay Flowers comes alive and pulls one over and, whatever it may be. I think that's what it is. But I think if they lose this game, it will end up being on the defense, but more likely than not that they just couldn't stop the run.
This 49ers offense is so powerful, so explosive, I would argue historic.
Mm-hmm.
Can Baltimore keep them under 30?
No. Well, I'm with Tim. I think 4 touchdowns, so 28. So maybe they could keep it. But then I'm going to throw a field goal in there, so there's 31. So no, I don't think they can. They're just too good in offense. There's too many variables, too many people that can make a play.
Yeah.
And the problem is you stop one, then you're leaving somebody. We saw it in Arizona, and granted, the Cardinals are not the Ravens.
It's a weird game.
It was a weird game, but you have Deebo Samuel wide open. And that's happened a couple times throughout the season. Like, how is he ever that wide open? But when you have to cover...
Arizona's defense sucks.
And they're exactly, like I said, the Cardinals are not the Ravens. But if you're... I do not envy the Baltimore Ravens on this one. I just think they have too many weapons and they're going to score too many points. And also, I'd feel differently if this was in Baltimore and it was raining or snowing and muddy and all of that. It's not going to be that.
Well, then the reverse hotel scenario runs in
exactly
the Ravens' favor. We've talked now for 4 hours. Has there been any part of the we've talked offensive line, we've talked fullbacks, we've talked wide, we've talked about every aspect of this game except for kickers. We know who has the advantage there. I like Jake Moody, but he's no Justin Tucker.
Yeah.
Maybe we can get into punters in the 5th hour. Are you still of the mindset now, as opposed to at 6 o'clock this morning, that the Niners win by 10?
Now I think they win by 8.
Talk me through those 2 points, Tracy.
Well, I guess the 2, now I think maybe I should have said 7 but couldn't you just see it that there's like a little bit of a momentum shift? Then they're somewhere in the 3rd quarter and Kyle Shanahan says, you know what? 2-point conversion.
No, I can't see it. I can't see it at all. Kyle Shanahan has... There are certain scenarios in which you have to go for 2. Those scenarios are limited in Kyle Shanahan's mind.
Maybe a safety. I don't know why I came up with 8. I really should have said 7.
Listen, it's a key number these days. But
I'm going to just go with 8.
You're coming down a little bit, though, from the 10 you had earlier.
Greg Papa brought me down, but only by a couple points.
What did Greg say?
I just think the way he talked about that Baltimore team. I mean, by the time Greg Papa was done with that segment, by the way, I kind of was like, I don't think the 49ers should go. I don't even think they should show up. Spend Christmas with your family.
Yep.
Beat the Commanders and the Rams. You'll still have the one seed.
Concede it.
It's totally fine.
You got some wiggle room.
Then I kind of got brought back down. But I'll say this: if Traveris Ford has a pick six and the 49ers go for a 2-point conversion,
I'm going to be looking right at you in the press box.
Fleet is like, I'm clairvoyant.
Well, I mean, you should use your powers for more important things, but yeah.
Clearly.
I think the Niners win, and I'm really torn on the line. I think it's a really good line at 5.5.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm really torn on 6 or 4. And
okay. We're all even numbers here.
Yeah. I think they're going to win by 4.5. Let's go with 4. Let's go with 32-28. So 32 is a weird one.
32.
We'll find out. We'll find out how it gets there. We're talking safeties. We're talking 2-point conversions, maybe a 1-point safety. It exists. Drop kicks. We could do drop kicks, right? Mitch Wishnowski on the drop kick. I do think the Niners win. And but there's part of me that really wants to take a Niners blowout victory alternate line going into this. There is something about just the energy of a big game at night. And I'm not saying Levi Stadium has some incredible home field advantage, but it's not an easy place to play.
No.
And coming across the country on Christmas, you give the 49ers a little bit more time to rest. You get the 49ers a little bit of time to get Christmas out of their system. That might be the difference for Javon Hargrave in playing or not. Getting that not just to Monday night. And if he's in, maybe this is all just Javon. If he's in, I have a very hard time seeing the 49ers lose.
Well, I don't think they're going to lose.
Fair enough. But something tells me if they get up early, if they're just clicking from the jump, no guarantee there, but we've seen it before. If they're just cooking from the jump, they might boat race them. They might. But that's why they play the games. Tracy, it's been an absolute pleasure this morning.
It has
Tell
been
everyone
a pleasure.
where they can find you now that we're about to be off the air.
You can find me on Twitter at TracyFGSN, on Instagram at Tracy Sandler, website FGSN.com, podcast The Tracy Sandler Show on Believe.
She's everywhere.
I'm everywhere. But actually, if you just follow me on the social channels, you'll get to everything.
And none of you get to follow me. So, Tracy Sandler, I'm Dieter Kurtenbach, Papa and Lund coming up next on The Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Ladies and gentlemen,
prepare yourself.
Prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund.
That's right. We're getting it going.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The Sports Leader.
20-7 Rams on 2nd and 3. Handoff to Williams. Cuts back to the right. And he's into the end zone. Touchdown. Kyron Williams starting to the left. Cuts back to the right over center. And he is into the end zone. And the Los Angeles Rams, with 5:42 left in the third quarter, have blown it open. The LA Rams will get their 5th win in their last 6 games. They'll get to 8-7. They will continue to hold one of the 3 wild card slots in the NFC.
The Dodgers, Scott, are getting an anomaly. Yoshinobu Yamamoto is 5'10" and 176 pounds and throws right-handed. Yamamoto is a power pitcher in the making of Pedro Martinez and Tim Lincecum. So what the Dodgers have gotten, quite simply, is probably one of the 10 best pitchers in the world, and it cost them $325 million to do it.
Like, the course correction was, Farhan, you don't always like doing this, but we're doing it. And we're going to pick the players you like, but we're going to go 50 million, 100 million, whatever million more on top of what maybe the reasonable offer would have been. And they didn't get the top 2 guys. And whoever, if they get Matt Chapman, you name it, down Blake Snell, it's not going to certainly engage the fan base the way that Yamamoto or Ohtani would have. But I think it would lead to, it'd be pieces into a larger puzzle. I think they're committed to trying to add sizzle to this roster. I think that is the commitment.
There's Jim McConnell. At the end, we'll talk some Giants today as they strike out again, but I don't know if you want to give anybody 12 years to pitch, but we'll get into that conversation. That's the way it's going. The big story today, Jordan Poole returns to Chase Center. We'll discuss that a lot. And, of course, a ton on the Ravens 49ers. A long weekend of football started by the Rams, which, by the way, that Kyron Williams cut at the end. 2 teams have scored 30-plus points against the Ravens this year. The Browns and then the Rams on December 10th. And one thing they have in common, Pop, they had 2 100-yard rushers, and both teams toted the football more than 30 times. The Browns went 36 times, the Rams went 30 times, and Williams went for over 100 yards against the Ravens. So that is your game plan if you want to do your 30 for Purdy. Good morning, my friend.
Good morning.
How are you?
I wanted you to be here. Today really is a Friday, but it's a Thursday. Yeah. I got you a burrito and a coffee. Now you're not here.
Oh,
I'm going to eat them and drink them myself. I'll bring it to you on Christmas night.
Oh, you're a good man.
But I get a feeling it was a Friday. You're going to stay home with the family. Enjoy yourself, John. You got to work on the weekend and on Christmas. But we got to start out by... We don't love L.A. And it started. Mark O'Brien from CAA sent me a text early, and I should have told you earlier. You could have mentioned it on your show. We really wanted to mention that Shohei Ohtani was hugging it out at SoFi with Cooper Kupp and Matthew Stafford and Sean McVay. That was a sight, giving him number 17. Doesn't Puka Nacua wear 17? What number is he?
He does.
And then he went off. 9 catches for 164, another tug. Kyron Williams has turned their team around.
Yes.
How good he is. And the Niners saw it firsthand. 104 yards, touchdown, but it's Matthew Stafford. And I'm thinking of his guy Kershaw, and the big reason why he's an L.A. Ram. The arm angles, I mean, is there a more natural thrower of the football than Matthew Stafford? He is just, and he's over the elbow, and whether he puts touch on it or rips it or lofts it or sidearms it, it's just he's like watching a major league pitcher at the end of his career, or maybe he's lost a little fastball, maybe he hasn't, but he just knows how to pitch. And 328 yards, couple of scores. Matthew Stafford's playing as well as anybody, and this is getting to be a problem here, John. They're moving up now. Since their bye week, they've won, 6 out of 7? They won 3 in a row now, 2 of 3, so 5 out of 6. The one loss being to these Ravens, but that was in overtime, and they got beat on a punt return. The Rams' special teams are awful. They can't make a field goal or a kick. So
they lost the Ravens game because of a punt return.
Yeah, right. In overtime, they had a punt return. So right now they vaulted over Minnesota. They're not only in the playoffs, they're a 6 seed. Right now, so we all know wild card weekend, it's 3 versus 6. Right now, that would be Jared Goff hosting the L.A. Rams and Matthew Stafford and Brad Holmes and Sean McVay and all going against each other. It would just be unbelievable. And then if they pull off an upset there and Minnesota does not pull off one at 7 against the winner of the NFC, this is all under the auspices. The Niners are the number 1 seed, then the Rams will come to Levi's
on either 3 weeks?
January 20th or January 21st, it would be, in the divisional round. So they're playing so well, and they're a real threat, which leads to you got to get this Baltimore game.
Well, they're the blueprint before we leave the Rams. So they scored 31 that game. Kyron Williams went for 114. They ran it 30 for 128. Stafford went off 23 of 41, 294, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. The Rams had 410 yards of offense versus the Ravens. They won the turnover battle 1-0. They had time of possession plus 8 minutes. They went 3 of 5 in the red zone and 6 of 15 on third downs. If you gave the 49ers those stats against the Ravens, they're going to score 30 as well. And the Ravens ain't scoring 30 on the 49ers, I don't think.
Well, Arizona almost did. They scored 29. I hear you. And I think there's, they look at all the common schemes. I think the Niners have been looking at how Pittsburgh and Cleveland and Cincinnati play Baltimore on the other end because they're the teams that know how to play them inside the division. But it's the Niners athletes. Kyron Williams is a good player. He's not Christian McCaffrey. And Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp are not Debo and Ayuk and Kittle. And, Higbee's a good player. Just the Niners athletes with their scheme and an extra day to get ready. We'll see. We'll see how it all goes. Rod Woodson, our friend, former Niner, former Raider, and also Steeler and a Raven on their great 2000 defense, is now one of their game analysts, which I didn't know until I was reading their game notes last night. I'm like, Rod Woodson is the analyst for Jerry Sandusky? Papa and Ryan are now the second best team in the NFL. Those two. And Jerry's celebrating Christmas with his family today with them flying out. And it's hard when you got to go on the East Coast. They lose Christmas Eve and Christmas, so they don't have any holidays. So we'll get Rod Woodson in. We want to talk about their defense, how multiple they are, why the Ravens are always such a great defense. So the great Rod Woodson's going to join us coming up at 10:50 to get in this matchup. But now to the other reason we don't love L.A. Yamamoto gets 12 years, $325 million, completely different deal.
Well, remember when people said he was going to get $200 million? Now he's getting $225
and he got a $50 million signing bonus.
So
what he did, and his
you're
agent,
$375 into the guy.
His agent is Joel Wolf. It's completely different way they did it. Joel Wolf from Wasserman, where Bob Myers was for a long time, and the baseball side of it did the deal, where CAA and Nesbalalo did it. And a lot of it was Shohei, just different. I mean, he gets $50 million the moment he signs his name. The Guggenheims and Mark Walter give him $50 million. How long will it take Shohei? I know he's got the off-the-field endorsements, but your employer is not exactly, doing it that way. So now, and this guy, whether the Giants were all in on Shohei or not, they really wanted Yamamoto. This was a guy who was going to make the loss of Shohei lessen, because you got this guy, and he's 5'10". He's only 25 years of age. His stuff is beyond electric. And then he goes to them. So now the L.A. Dodgers in the same offseason get Shohei Ohtani, Yamamoto. They trade. We haven't talked about this, John. Happened on the weekend when we were away. Tyler Glasnow, who the Giants saw this year from Tampa, has overpoweringly good stuff. So the top of their rotation in some form was Glasnow, Yamamoto. Tight pants will be back. Walker Buehler. They got Bobby Miller, Emmett Sheehan. I mean, what are they going to do with Stafford's guy, Clayton Kershaw? I know he's hurt in surgery.
Probably don't need him.
Well, he's not going to come back in some form later in the year. The Dodgers, their pitchers get hurt.
Right.
They always need him. But to see Shohei Ohtani put on Puka Nakua 17 before the game, the Rams right now, the Niners are the hottest team in football, but the Rams are right there, and they're peaking at the right time. Sean McVay's got to be coach of the year with what he has done with this team, and then get the reports right after that Yamamoto is joining Shohei as a Dodger. We don't love L.A.
No, and on the field, you absolutely hate it, and I guess this is where the league is going. But to me, there's a huge difference between giving a position player double-digit numbers and hoping he stays healthy and pitchers. Remember, I mean, even what was Matt Cain's deal? 5-1-19 or 5-1-12 or whatever it was.
That long ago.
And he had tons of injuries. Like, he was just never the same because of the innings, and we called him the horse. I mean, he was a guy who was just sturdy, take the ball, but then he got hurt, and that was a 5-year deal. Lincecum's injuries at the end. I mean, pitchers get hurt. Tommy John 1, and then, like you mentioned before, Ohtani's at Tommy John number 2. We don't know.
Plus, this guy throws a lot of splitters.
Yeah,
splitters are not good on the elbow.
And he's smaller.
He had the leverage.
He's Lincecum size. Yeah, I like the guy. I'm not disparaging because he signed with the Dodgers. I'm saying this is the direction that baseball's going, because it just takes one to open the gate. And now every agent, especially Scott Boras, is going to say, well, my guy's double digits. Like, I know Blake Snell at his age, because Yamamoto's 25, Blake Snell's 31. So he's unlikely to get double digits. But Boras is going to go to the table then to a desperate team like the Giants, the teams that lost out on him. The Mets are desperate, the Yankees are desperate, and say, okay, maybe not 10 years for a 31-year-old guy, but 7 or 8. I mean, if I'm trying to get pitching right now, I'm scared as hell of this whole thing, because pitchers, 5 years, you're going, ugh, like Rodon. Remember that? It was like, we can't give this guy 5-6 years. And now we're giving out 12-year contracts.
Well, the other way to
pitchers.
look at it is, we thought, when he got to 300 plus, and maybe the Shohei number of 700 is just ridiculous.
Right.
And these agents, whether it's Nesbalalo at CAA or Joel Wolford Wasserman, they want the headline that he just a ridiculous out there, and it's bigger than Garrett Cole's. But when you look at maybe because he got to that big number, the agent wanted the 325, and the player gets $325 million US dollars, but you do it over 12 years. So the average annual value is $27 million. So he didn't take any money deferred, but he kind of did by stretching out his contract 12 years. He does get $50 million of it, though, upon signing. And
California state tax has their hand out on that.
Well, they're going to have that at 13.3%, but he's an L.A. Dodger now, and the top of the rotation, which we thought when they got Shohei a little bit thin, but in the interim they've traded for Tyler Glasnow, and they've added Yamamoto. Are they done now?
Probably
not. Are they done?
Probably not.
Where else do they want to upgrade their team?
Well, their pen could probably use it, and I doubt they're going to go into the season with 2 young guys at 4 and 5. The way that they have it sitting right now, what you just mentioned
they're
is
going to bring
the big
Kershaw
key.
back later,
They
won't
might.
they?
But the big key of what you just said there is $27 million for Yamamoto, deferring all this money for Ohtani, and Glasnow's $25 million isn't a ton for them, and they cleared all this space. So it wouldn't surprise me at all because they could still afford it, as crazy as that sounds, because Ohtani deferred the money and the length of the contract for Yamamoto is so much that they could conceivably go out and still get one of these pitchers. And I don't know that they're going to go get Blake Snell, but I mean, I don't know if Jordan Montgomery's $25 a year. Would you be shocked if he was there $4? I mean,
they're going to add him too.
I don't see them.
That would shock me.
I don't see them going 4 and 5 with 2 unproven young guys. I don't. They're so all in now.
They're going to get an undervalued deal on Clayton because he's coming off an injury.
Yeah. I bet they do more than that. I mean, I hope I'm wrong.
Is Dustin May not able to pitch? Is he so badly hurt he's out? What happened
they
to
don't
him?
even mention him. I don't even know. That's a good point. Because, I mean, can you imagine him at 4 and Kershaw at 5? I mean, get out of here. It's to the point of ridiculousness.
Oh, where's Bobby Miller? Isn't Bobby Miller 4? And
yeah,
Sheehan?
oh, yeah.
They got Glasnow, Yamamoto,
nice.
tight pants, Bobby Miller, Emmett Sheehan.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I hate those guys.
You want to talk about the top of their lineup?
No, I don't.
No.
I don't want to talk about that either.
We don't love LA.
I don't want to talk about anything.
The question is, John, do we love Jordan Poole? Steve Kerr said massive ovation. Massive?
I like our poll.
It's going to be
today,
loud.
By the way.
It's going to be loud.
I agree.
It's going to be loud.
I agree with him. The worst thing he did was get punched in the face. Okay, he's immature, aren't we all? What's he, 24? I mean, my gosh, he's immature. No, really? Jeez. I don't know why anybody would boo him. I don't have any – I can't believe anybody would boo him. Because we always go back to this premise, you and I. Would they have won the championship without him? I'm not saying he was Steph, but would they have won the championship 2 years ago without him?
Hell no.
Probably not.
That's not even close. No,
okay,
no
then,
chance.
Then,
no
then,
chance.
Then why would you boo him?
They wouldn't even been a 6 seed without him. They wouldn't have got the 44 wins. Steph was hurt to start the playoffs. He contributed big time. All of a sudden, he's taking the half-court last end-of-quarter shot over Steph. I'm like, what's going on here? Curry invented that shot, he and Jerry West. All of a sudden, Jordan Poole's launching from 45. And he's making them in playoff games. Hell no. I'm not booing the guy. And we're not in studio, so I'm staying away from the text line. But I know every time you mention Jordan Poole, they go, oh.
Here, do you want me to check it for you?
Do you have your – I don't care.
Oh, yeah, I have it.
The poll will be sufficient.
It's a good poll today,
Do you have your pool party bobblehead? Do you have
Yes,
that there?
I do.
Pull that out.
Hold on a second. Let me go get this thing.
Yeah, I want to see what it –
There we go.
Is he wearing a bathing suit?
Sorry, I was checking the text line. I'll go back.
Is he wearing a Speedo? What's he got there on the pool party bobblehead?
That I've never.
Have you
pulled
ever
this
opened
out.
it? You've
no,
never opened it?
I've never opened this thing.
Freshly out of the box.
Yeah, it's still. I've never.
Wow.
Look at all sealed up.
Makes
I
up
thought,
for
man,
me drinking your coffee and eating your burrito.
I'm so bummed.
You still got a gift.
When I thought, when he becomes the next Steph Curry, man, this thing's going to be worth a mint. Yeah. Not even.
He kind of was the next Steph Curry. It just didn't last long.
It didn't last long. So
Draymond wasn't punching Steph, that's for sure.
Yeah, so I'll hang on to it. I got a bunch of those back there. I got Draymond Green.
Oh, you don't want to open it because you want to resell it? Is that it?
No, I don't know. I don't even know what it looks like. I guess it looks like that. I guess.
Well, let's open it on the air. Let's have a pool party reveal.
Exactly. I mean, somebody's got to have one of these. I bet this is on eBay. I wonder what it would cost. They got these pools.
Why are you not opening it? You want to resell it?
I don't know. That's just what people do. They don't open.
Well,
these
what does Person do? What does John Lund do?
I'd keep them.
I'd rip that box open right now and see what's inside of it.
I got a bunch.
I'd get myself a Christmas gift. I'm not worried about resale. It's not California real estate. What are you going to get for it? Let's enjoy it. It's a good bit for the show.
All right, I'll open it a little bit later.
No, I don't need to shame you. Do what you want with it.
Well, no,
I already drank your coffee and ate your burrito. I feel
I'm
bad.
so bummed because
I pulled up. John's not here because I'm hungry.
That cafe is so good. All day, I got home and all day I talked to my wife about it. I said, they got this great burrito. It's fresh. It's good. Oh, man, it was so good. I said, we're not driving down to Santa Clara to get it, but I said, that's going to be a regular stop for me now, rather because I don't do Chick-fil-A anymore.
Yeah.
I don't stop there.
No, you're not going.
Line's way too long. But, that little cafe by Levi Stadium, that's a gem. That's a nice spot. All right, we got a ton to go over today. Obviously, Jordan Poole and the reaction. We have a great poll. This is everybody's poll, but I think you're the one who texted the answers today, and I like.
Well,
where
it's
you
all
went.
because of what Steve Kerr said.
Yeah, exactly.
Whenever Steve says something, we're going with what he said, and he said something, and I think that's going to lead to exactly the poll. And Connor Letourneau will join us. Big piece in the Cron today.
Yes.
Getting into, wow, they got deep on Draymond Green, didn't they?
They did.
And Connor got deep on Jordan Poole, but the guy who really is bros with Jordan Poole in the media is Logan Murdoch.
Yes.
And Logan's going to join us in the
Saw
1
him the
o'clock
other
hour.
night.
He actually flew to D.C. and spent training camp with Jordan Poole, so I think he knows exactly what's going on in the psyche of Jordan Poole, even though Jordan respectfully has not talked about it and will not. Anthony Slater tried when he went to Sacramento. I think Logan really knows what's inside Jordan Poole's mind.
I'm excited about it. I'm going to go to the game tonight and see. I want to hear firsthand what the reaction is going to be from the Warriors fans to Jordan Poole. I think it's going to be overwhelmingly positive. Steve Kerr said he thinks it's going to be, what did he say, a thunderous ovation?
Massive ovation.
Massive ovation.
Massive. That's the poll. He gave us the wording of the poll.
All right, we're going to get the poll unveiled. Plus, our guest list is outstanding. You just said we added Logan Murdoch to it, but Andrew Baggerly, what do the Giants do now after the Dodgers' amazing offseason? Where do they turn? Can they pivot better than they did last year? Plus a ton on the 49ers and Ravens, a packed house. We'll tell you all about the guest list, and we'll unveil the poll. We got to get this thing going. We'll unveil the poll next. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Roner Parks, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Roner Parks, Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Will Warriors fans boo him, cheer him, somewhere in between? Jordan Poole returns tonight with the Wizards. That story and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the new KNBR app.
Ovation wherever you are around the globe. Stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Once he really found his groove, kind of third year, he was just in transition, point of attack, his ability to get past people changed our team. And then you think about the injuries to Clay for the first half of that championship year with Jordan starting, playing next to Steph. Steph being out late in the season into the playoffs, Jordan able to step in and fill his shoes as the point guard. So, it's just, you can't minimize his contributions, playing either spot, giving us scoring, and then that playoff run, he was lighting it up over and over again. So we don't win that championship without him, and I think everybody here recognizes that. Our fans recognize that. So Jordan's going to get a massive ovation tomorrow, and he deserves it.
All right, so the poll is officially up, and we will unveil it momentarily. But that's Steve Kerr's thoughts on it. How much weight do you think that carries? So let's say somebody was driving around and they're listening and they hear Steve Kerr say he deserves massive applause. Will that change people's mind? Will he influence people?
You'd have to ask everybody individually. Did you hear Steve say that? Are you going to massively applaud him? Are you going to massively boo him? I don't know. I think, all the goodwill that the Warriors and what Andrew Wiggins said about him yesterday, and Kevon Looney, who were his buds and boys. But I know whenever we bring him up, people are they turn venomous. And people that I know that text me that are huge Warrior fans, when Jordan Poole's name comes up, he's polarizing. More so than Monte. Chris Webber was there. There have been a lot of guys that have, asked to be traded and they turned on, and in other sports as well. But this one, he's up and down and all around because his career, it's an amazing career. It's a little like Jim Plunkett's, not the extreme highs, the extreme lows, and then he did win a championship, but, Plunk ended on the up. But this guy struggled to start his career. He was a late one. He wasn't a high one. I thought he was so gifted shooting the ball. You could just see it in pregame warmups, but he was so weak in the legs. When he got in the game, he got bumped off spots. The one guy on the face of the earth that may have benefited from the pandemic, it's ridiculous to say, all the loss of lives and how it changed so many people, but that shutting down of the league and the Warriors not even going into the bubble and Jordan getting in the gym, he came out a changed guy. And I remember Anthony Slater going down there and watching him in the G League and saying, when are they going to bring this guy up? He's ready. And then when he came up, he was a different player. And he had to go back down. But it really was the championship year when Steph was out, what he was able to accomplish. He also led the league in free throw percentage over Steph Curry that year. He's the one guy. And now, Podziemski can do it some. You got some guys that can beat you off the dribble. Kuminga in a different way. But in pure basketball skill, we talked about Steph being the most skilled passing, dribbling, shooting player that's ever been. Jordan Poole, his in-and-out dribble was amazing. He would just go by people with that in-and-out dribble. I've never seen somebody Kyrie uses that effectively, but it's like, whoa. His shooting ability, although he got on, he took bad shots, and there were some rushed, but when he got rolling, he could make it anywhere on the floor. The passing is the one element of his game. They played him as a combo guard, but to me, he was more of a 2 than a 1, but he could play 1 when Steph was out, and you wanted him to play 1 when Steph was on the floor to get Steph to play 2. That's why Chris Paul works, and then it flamed out epically. And now you throw the Draymond thing into it, and what happened to the team last year. And Jordan, even though Jordan's numbers were down, he was way more inefficient. His turnovers were down. His shooting percentage was down. He averaged over 20 points a game. You know how hard that is? There are not many people in the league that can go out and get you 20 every single night. That takes extreme skill. And he played every single day, every game. And to go through it all, I got a lot of respect for him, but it all just turned. It turned on him
Let me ask you the question that I think a lot of people are thinking. If Draymond doesn't punch him, if it's not caught on video, is he still a Warrior?
Well, they gave him a massive contract, 10 days after that? So you'd have to ask.
That was before, wasn't it? Wasn't it before?
No. No. They signed him 10 days after Draymond punched him.
That's right.
Yeah. They signed him 10 days later to a 4-year, $123 million extension, which they did not. That was up against that deadline when the season was going to start, and they didn't have to do that. They could have waited. Now, you would have had to, pay him more later, but they decided to go that way. They believed in his ability. There was no issue. He was that skilled of a player. I don't know why it went. I don't know. I
think that if he doesn't get punched, he's still here. I think he plays with a lot more confidence. I think it drove a wedge between a lot of players and him. I think it contributed to his season, how poorly he played. I think mentally, I think that it totally threw him. I don't think he felt comfortable around Draymond. I don't think he felt comfortable around certain people on the team. And I think that he's a Warrior right now. If he doesn't get punched, I think it's obvious that he is.
I have no idea. You'd have to ask people around him. You'd have to. I mean, he's a little bit immature. People that know him, they recognize his skill. Logan Murdoch knows Jordan Poole as well as anybody. He'll join us at 1:15. So he's already gone to Washington. He knows him. I don't know. I don't know how that transpires. I think you also have to be careful about giving out that contract in that kind of scenario. I think they wanted to reward Jordan for his ability. They were to go there, and they didn't want the fact that he got punched to do it. But why did he get punched? What did he say to get punched? What happened after that?
He'll tell us tonight.
Oh, he's not. Yeah, okay. Logan will? Maybe Logan will on a podcast. Jordan Poole ain't saying crap. And I respect that. He is not saying, maybe it's so heinous and it's worthy of being punched. He doesn't want to exactly say. Connor, by the way, used our exact expression in the Chronicle, that he got cold cocked.
That's a great term.
I do love that.
That is a great term.
Where's that from?
I don't know who first came up with that, but it's just a great one. I mean, in terms of being punched, it's somebody, whether it's the text line or whether it's on YouTube or Twitch, come up with a better term for getting punched.
No, I want to know the
genesis
of cold cock.
I'll look it up, but I don't know that you can come up with a better one.
I could think of a hockey team, driving through Regina in the middle of the night, 2 a.m, and Canada freezing. That could be cold cock.
I'm just saying, like, for somebody to say you got punched, it's one thing to say you got punched in the face, you got cold cocked. When you got cold cocked, what that sounds like is you got knocked out.
Here's one
like,
thing.
Cold cocked is knocked
but
out.
There's a region. You would think it would be below the belt being cold cocked, but it's knocked out typically with a blow to the head.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. See, I didn't know the whole cold cocking.
I just think it's a great one.
Yeah.
Oh, they're coming in. Haymaker. Haymaker's a good one. I don't know where the hell did
Haymaker
Haymaker
happens
come
in
from?
a bar, and if it involves athletes, it's usually Villapiano and Matusak coming over the top of a bar.
And Tatum.
They're cold cocking people. No, Tatum's just going to lay you out. He's going to clothesline you. He didn't do his fists. He just stared at you and you crapped your pants. Those guys would cold cock you, but how often does someone get cold cocked like that in a practice? Well, Bill Romanowski did do it to a certain tight end. It does happen. It does happen.
That wasn't good.
It does happen.
What is that?
He had
What
a
was that
helmet
called?
on. Marcus Hinton. He had a helmet on.
All right, sorry, we didn't unveil it officially. We'll do that coming up next. Get on Twitter, at John Lund Radio. KNBR is going to retweet it as well. It's very simple. We'll give you the 4 choices next. And then the guest list starts, and it is awesome today. Let me give it to you just so that you know how to plan your day, because you're going to want to hang around. The guys did a great job today, and you just added Logan Murdoch. But Rod Woodson, the Hall of Famer, we used to do the football hour with Rod and Bill Romanowski, speaking of, and that thing was crazy. 10:50 for the Hall of Famer.
He's the analyst of the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, and he's just an awesome guy. 11:30, Connor Letourneau is going to join us, talk about his piece. 11:50, Matt Mayoko, all about the Ravens and the 49ers. 12:30, Extra Bags wrote a great piece. How do the Giants pivot now that the Giants are taking the players that the Giants wanted? And then Logan Murdoch, like you said, who knows Jordan Poole very well. He's going to join us at 1:15. All that to come. It's Pop and Lund. We'll unveil it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the Sports Leader.
Thanks for joining us, Papa Lund. Sorry, I'm spending the break on the text line at 415-808-5627. Better term for getting punched than cold cocked.
Sucker
a lot of
punch.
good ones.
Sucker punch.
Sucker punch is in there. Slugged.
I'm looking for the actual. We'll ask Connor why he came up with cold cocked.
Shellacked.
Okay, what is actually the genesis of the term cold cocking? Does it involve chickens in any way? If that's the case, I'm backing off the cold cocking.
Oh, that's funny. Socked.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's some good ones.
We just got past.
Knuckle sandwich. That's a solid one.
Okay.
My dad used to always say that.
Okay.
Keep doing that. You get a knuckle sandwich.
Okay, where did cold cocking come from? That's what I
see here. We're going to unveil the poll in a second, and then the parade of guests start with Rod Woodson at 10:50. Where does cold cocked? Oof, I should probably put that in my browser. Oops, that's not right.
Well, that's not going to the poll. You're not going to write that in the poll, are you?
No, I'm not going to write it. All right, let's unveil the poll. We said we would. People get mad when we delay things around here. I waited and waited and waited. It's time for the Danny's Big Poll.
Dude, grab my pole.
This is Danny's Big Poll.
The most important decision you can make right now is what do you stand for, Danny?
All right, Danny's Big Poll. Danny is out today. So we'll have to survive the poll without him. You can vote. I just put this out at John Lund Radio, or KNBR retweeted it as well. So it's very simple. Great terms today. Jordan Poole returns to Chase Center tonight. How would or will you react? And if you heard earlier in the show, Steve Kerr said it should be massive ovation. Right now, with just a couple hundred votes, because we just started this thing, respectful applause. Well, let me give you the four, and then I'll give you the percentage. Massive ovation, respectful applause, light booing, massive booing. Those are the four. All right, massive ovation, respectful applause, light booing, massive booing. Do you have a guess of early results?
You just
Would you like
gave
to
it
guess?
away. I'm gonna answer number 2, Alex. Since you
gave it away.
You gave it away, and that's what I would think. Respectful applause. Just so you know, the Warriors are going to have one of their video presentations for Jordan Poole right before he's introduced, which may change the tenor in the building a little bit, because they're going to show Jordan Poole in and out dribble, from half court, bang, bang. The long ones that he made in the playoffs, games 2 and 5 were big, and just overall. So I think that'll change the mood a little bit. But so respectful applause is leading. Where's massive booing coming in, John?
So respectful applause is overwhelming, by the way, through a couple hundred votes. A long way to go, but 64% say respectful applause. 19% say what Steve Kerr said, massive ovation.
Oh, wow.
10% light booing, 7% massive booing.
So overall,
So
the two positive receptions, respectful applause and massive ovation lead, and then they'll probably drown them out a little bit. It'll be interesting to be able, and we'll see what they carry. ESPN's going to carry it as well. And now, when you're actually there at the arena tonight, John, you could hear it a little bit differently than what they show on TV. So I'll be anxious to hear what you say. But it's going to be loud. I think what you'll hear is a lot of applause, but you'll hear some groaning a little bit. And then here's the other part of it. After he's introduced, and they're going to play it right after a video presentation where he's an NBA champion. He already got his ring, so you don't have that. I don't think, not going to have a Andrew Wiggins or Kevon Looney hug out at all before the game. You don't have to do all that. But when they go out there, and I think not having Draymond in the building is going to make it a lot less uneasy.
There's a rumor that he's going to buy a seat right next to the Wizards bench.
Oh, boy.
No, he's not.
Is he bringing cold cuts? To cold
Could
cock
you imagine if he did
all
that
over again?
As a fan, he buys a ticket right next to the Wizards
Somebody needs
bench.
to dress up like Draymond Green of the 23.
That would be amazing. Remember the guy that look like Clay?
I'm not getting
the guy that would look like Clay. We need that guy to dress like Draymond.
Jump in the layup line with the
that
Wizards.
Would be amazing.
And put a little mustard on that pass, Jordan. No, please. I'm kidding. Don't do that. Let's be.
Is there anybody who looks like Draymond the way that one guy looked like Clay? We need that. Right next to the Wizards bench.
I know a few guys. But anyway, We're moving on. We're not going to do that. All right, so once he's introduced and he gets the respectful applause, and what is that? You know, like
golf
that?
clap?
Like that?
Golf clap?
No.
Golf clap.
A massive would be pool party!
Yeah.
Welcome back, bro!
That's what he should get. That's what he should get.
Yeah. I lost my voice.
I know.
That was worse than a touchdown. That was worse than a touchdown call. You got to get it together.
The burrito
All
gets
right, here's
stuck
the
in
other
your
one.
throat.
Here's the other one. No, that was just training it there. I shouldn't do that at 10 in the morning. Does he get the Dylan the villain treatment? Dylan Brooks.
So when he gets the ball booed?
Every time he touches the ball, do they boo him? Or every time he touches the ball, is there a murmur? I think so.
I don't think a booing, but a murmur. But here's where he could get booed. Because I could just see Jordan doing this. Because he likes to have fun.
60 on the Warriors.
He's demonstrative. I mean, I could see him, though, I don't know what the point total will be, but I could see him going off tonight. But I could also see him, like, hitting a couple of big threes early or something like that, or maybe a logo shot or something, and then, like, trying to pump up the crowd. And then I could see Warriors fans go, hey, man, we were trying to be nice to you, but you overdid it back, and now we're going to have to boo you. Like, I could see that happening. Can you see that scenario?
If they win the opening tip and he brings the ball up the court, does he get booed? Throw the ball over to Ty at point guard. Get out of the way. I don't know.
I think you bring up a good point, though, because, I'm talking about mainly just, number 13 out of Michigan, Jordan Poole. And, I think he should get a massive ovation. But then during the game, I think it's a murmur. But if he kind of starts to get obnoxious and starts hitting a few shots, and I think he's going to want to go at Steph and all that kind of stuff, then I think we can see it could turn on him pretty quickly. Don't you think?
Who's guarding him? Andrew Wiggins, his buddy, will come off the bench to get him. There's no doubt. That's a good matchup. I think Kuminga could guard him, but you got to deal with Kuzma. So we'll see. So it's what Steve Kerr said. Massive ovation is in second place to respectful applause.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, it's pretty overwhelming. I mean, right now it's respectful applause 64%, massive ovation 20%. So that's 84%
What did Durant
of the vote.
get? What did Durant get when he came back and played? Was that a massive ovation or was that respectful applause?
No, I think it was closer to massive ovation. Somebody could tell me I'm wrong on that. I wasn't there, but I remember hearing it and reading about people who were there and writing about it. I think he got an overwhelming ovation.
Well, they should.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question.
One of the best players in the history of the franchise.
Plus, not only that, when he left, he said, all right, how about, we'll do a sign and trade kind of a deal. So, I mean, he could have just walked out the door, and he didn't.
Well, it did aid him. It wasn't like he was,
it did.
Magnanimous on that whole deal.
And here's the other thing to remember about Jordan Poole. The worst thing he did was be immature. There's no question. I don't know what he said to Draymond Green, but I'm sure he was provoked whether Draymond was going through certain things. I'm not privy to any of that. There was a reason that he got punched. But the overriding factor of why he's not here, I think, is that he's immature, right? He's immature, which probably led to him getting punched. He's immature on the court. He's immature in the locker room. If he's immature with his music, where others are like, hey, bro, like he's immature. That's probably why he's not a Warrior. But, I mean, if that's the biggest charge against him, I mean, who isn't, right? I mean, who isn't immature when they're his age?
What's your ringtone there? Is that Charlie Brown?
No, that's when my wife calls me and I have to go text her now.
Is that Charlie Brown?
No, she's still sick, so I don't know if she's like, because when I have to go and tend to her, it's like I put on 5 masks, a hazmat suit, gloves, and then I stay out and I'm like, within shouting distance, I use a walkie-talkie. Breaker 19. What do you need? I don't even get close to her room right now.
I just like the two. Is that Charlie Brown, though?
No, I have a special ringtone, and I know it's
like
her.
Charlie Brown.
Do you have that with special people? Like,
No,
I bet you have that with me.
I don't answer to anybody.
Like,
no. So,
I have a special ringtone.
Only when Rod Woodson calls me. And I'm thinking about guys punching guys out. Who was it Carl Pickens that Rod went at?
Ooh.
Remember he told us that story? Pickens said something about a member of Rod's family or something.
That's not,
and Rod could light you up, but he was one of the fastest players in the history of the NFL with his corner of safety, and what a great punt returner he was. Remember that he waited for Carl Pickens outside of the Bengal locker room. And I don't think they fought, but they had a lot of guys surrounding everybody to get him out of there. But Carl Pickens said something to Rod Woodson, and he waited for him for a long time. It wasn't like Draymond. Whatever Jordan Poole said, and Draymond just cold-cocked him. right there. That was a practice. It was different in the game. But, even somebody as even-keeled and even-tempered like Rod Woodson playing, he waited for, was it Carl Pickens? I think it was Pickens.
I think you're right. That rings a bell to me. I think you're right.
He was like,
we almost saw it firsthand between
his family and set him off.
Well, we almost saw it firsthand between he and Romanowski during a break the one time.
Yeah.
That was unbelievable.
That was classic.
That was
very classic.
You're talking to the wrong dude, man. You're talking about the wrong guy, man.
He called him soft.
Yeah, because Bill said Woodson didn't tackle.
Romo in. Bill, stop. What are you doing?
Bill said Woodson wouldn't tackle. And it was like, oh no.
Well, he said, "What do you know? You didn't
basically
play.
Said
you
he's
didn't
soft,
play football,
right? Yeah, exactly. Ron did not like
what
that.
What did you just say?
Oh man, we broke him up during the break.
Romo, walk it back. Walk it back, JJ. Walk it back.
All right, let's talk to Rod Woodson, one of the best around now, the Hall of Famer, analyst for the Ravens on the radio.
He's the enemy now. He's a Raven.
He is. Yeah, I know. We can't be nice to him. I love Rod. All right, we'll get into it. Ravens 49ers talk. Next, keep voting on the poll. It's Pop in Lund on a Friday on the Here on the Sports Leader. Toyotathon is on. It's on right now, or else I wouldn't be telling you about it. At Modesto Toyota, it's the biggest event of the year. It's Toyotathon. Now, that means great deals for you and end-of-the-year savings on that new Toyota you want. It's savings on all 23 and 24 Toyotas, so you come check out the models or the deals, and you go to ModestoToyota.com like I did. You check out all the incoming vehicles. You pick out the one you want. It's got all the bells and whistles. That's the one you need right there with the great Toyotathon deals. But they go quickly, so do not wait. The time is now to save big on gas with many of the hybrids, like I have, that RAV4 hybrid. It's awesome, white with the black wheels, great-looking SUV. Cars and SUVs, trucks, even the all-electric, so you don't even need gas at all. The BZ4X, check that one out. It's great prices, special lease deals as well on the BZ4X. Toyotathon, it's on at Modesto Toyota, and, of course, Modesto Toyota. Family-owned since 1965. Thousands of happy customers like me because of the great service and great prices, and now is the time. The big year-end deals, they're going right now, and did I tell you there's no dealer markup right now? So Toyotathon, the best time of the year. Come get your new Toyota at Modesto Toyota, where I get my Toyotas, my son's Toyota. Modesto Toyota and ModestoToyota.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
1st and 10 Ravens at their 46.
I guess the ref did something right.
Got to give them their propers when they get it. Lamar off the play fake. Deep drop. Firing deep. He's got Isaiah Likely wide open at the 20-yard line. Likely to the 10. 5. Touchdown Ravens. Isaiah Likely puts the Ravens in front for the first time today.
Just a wheel route by Isaiah Likely. He got lost with the other two receivers going inside. They were so scared of the speed by the other two receivers, they forgot about number 80 going outside, and he was down the field. And everybody I think in the field was like hoping that Lamar found number 80 down the sideline, and he found him.
There you go, Isaiah Likely. He's a guy that's not talked about a lot without Mark Andrews, though. They got a lot of improved skill position players. Ravens and 49ers will play on Christmas night, the finale of it all on Christmas, and this is one of our favorite people around. And if he didn't accomplish on a football field, it did not need to be accomplished. Super Bowl champion, Defensive Player of the Year, 6-time first-team All-Pro, All-Decade Team, 75th and 100th anniversary. I could go on and on. It would take us 10 minutes, but our good friend, that's right, Hall of Famer. He is Rod Woodson, our friend, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line, as you heard him there on the Ravens Radio Network. Man, it's been too long, Hall of Famer. How are you?
I'm doing good. What's going on, Paula?
We miss you, man. I can't wait to see you on Christmas night. So I know, you're head coach and GM with the Vegas Vipers. And how long have you been in the Ravens radio booth with Jerry Sandusky, Rod?
Well, I did it 2 years ago for preseason. I was calling games already for Westwood One. And then they called me early, probably about May of before last year, the season started. Asked me if I want to do it, and I'm like, yeah, let's do it. I mean, it's just a lot of traveling, but other than that, I built up a lot of miles that my kids can use.
So where are you living now? Where are you living? What coast are you? You're in Vegas.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Wow.
Man.
So it's a short
a little
flight.
traveling, but it's okay.
Yeah. That ain't bad.
Can't wait to see you on Christmas night. So tell us about just the weapons around Lamar and Todd Monken, how he's changed the offense from the Greg Roman days. And just starting with that call, Isaiah Likely, what a play, lined up as an inline wide tight end to the right, went in pre-snap motion, kind of like that Tyreek Hill cheater motion, Rod, and then just got outside the outside receiver in a slot and ran it out and up the wheel, and they completely dropped him. So he's a threat minus Mark Andrews, and Zay Flowers out of the slot. What does OBJ have left? Rashad Bateman, the young guy's making plays, and Nelson Aguilar's playing like a young guy again, Rod.
Yeah, you know what? It's a different offense in a sense that this is a West Coast offense. Todd Monken, that's where his background is at. But it's still a run-first football team. I mean, they still run for 167 yards, rushing their first in the National Football League. So everything's still going to be predicated on them running football. And some of those runs, though, aren't called runs like it was last year. Some of those runs is just, number 8, Lamar Jackson, just doing what he does well, of getting in and out of the pocket and making it hard for defensive linemen and linebackers to run him down. But with all the weapons, now one of the things, losing Keaton Mitchell hurts just for the fact that he was a big play hitter from the running back room that that they're sorely going to miss. Justice Hill's going to have more opportunity now to be out there. We know Gus Edwards is a banger. I would think Gordon is going to dress out, and he'll be that third running back. But, Odell Beckham, Zay Flowers, Bateman, Nelson, all those guys are playing really good football. And, Isaiah Likely and Kohler, but Isaiah Likely has gotten a lot of opportunities since Mark Andrews' injury. The one thing that's what Lamar has proved upon is throwing the football consistently outside the numbers. And he's, completing about 67% of his passes, which is outstanding for him, almost 68%. So, he has played at a high level. But the key for him is when he gets in and out of the pocket, when he gets in trouble, he's still looking down the field. 2 years ago, Lamar Jackson would have took off and ran with the football. This year, Lamar Jackson, he is looking down the field still to make big plays. So you have to plaster with your guys if you're a defensive guy. If you don't and you come up to him, he's going to throw the ball over your head.
Rod Woodson has joined us, the Hall of Famer, Ravens radio network, as we get ready on Christmas Day, the finale of it all, Christmas night, I should say, the Ravens and the 49ers. I know, Rod, it's in different ways, but don't these two teams basically mirror each other in terms of they both want to be physical? These are the top two running teams in terms of attempts per game. They want to kind of do the same thing, and they just want to out-physical you on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, these two teams, out of all the other teams in the National Football League, reminds me of the old school philosophy of football. And, I mean, they're smash mouth. They want to hit you. They love contact. They don't shy away from it. The receivers for both sides do a great job of blocking down the field to help the running game. Chris McCaffrey, you know, if he's not the best back in the league, I don't know who is. You look at Debo and Ayuk and Kittle. There's so many different playmakers. But then Brock Purdy, you know, everybody, you know, some people give him love, some people don't. But you got to respect what he does, man. 29 touchdowns. He's finding the open receivers. He's doing everything that's asked of him. He is a guy that, as you know, you think about where he's come from and how he's playing today. Man, they're not the same football team without him. And that, to me, is what a franchise quarterback is. So this guy has played lights out football. I love the matchup. And, you know, this could be a precursor to the Super Bowl. And it's just one of those things that it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. It's going to be fun to watch and talk and call an old-fashioned smash mouth football. Even though you can get in trouble for hitting guys too hard nowadays, but they still like to hit you.
And you know it. You talked about Christian being the best running back in the league, and I agree with you. But I would say we have arguably two of the best running backs in football playing against each other. And it's Christian McCaffrey against Lamar Jackson. He's a quarterback. I know he throws the ball, but his running ability, Rod, is, the numbers are there. He could go over 1,000 yards again, leads the team in rushing every year he plays. You played, Cordell Stewart was a teammate of yours. You played against Michael Vick. You played against some of the great running quarterbacks of all time, Randall Cunningham, Steve Young. You were a teammate of his. Is Lamar the best in just the way he does it and spins out of it and keeps himself alive as a runner, as a thrower, as a runner? Is he the best running quarterback of all time?
Well, you know, you look at it where in the previous years they had a system that really helped you. And I think the way the league is set up today is that it helps them because they do have the zone read, and the zone read is just a kind of a variation of the wing T, right? So you got the zone read. Now you're reading different people if you're going to, you know, that option and whatnot. It's all that. You got the RPO inside of that. So it's a little different to say he's the best ever. I think Michael Vick was a great scrambling quarterback. I think the rules set for him today, but the stuff that he does on the day last week, he dropped back, stepped up in the pocket, dropped back, stepped back up in the pocket. Then he ran back out of the pocket and came to the right-hand side and then found the guy down the field. I mean, some of the stuff that he does is just, as a defensive coordinator in the league, it gives you headaches. You know, he reminds me, to be honest, of rules that we would put in place for Barry Sanders, saying, hey, listen, if he goes to the left, don't fold and go underneath because he might come back. And if he comes back and nobody's there, it's going to be a big game. So it's those type of rules. Is he the best runner at the quarterback position? I think he's the most exciting runner at the quarterback position. I think Michael Vick was dynamic in his own right. Wish he would have had that zone read RPO type of offense that's in today. But he didn't. He just played in the true West Coast philosophy. So watching Lamar grow. Is he the most exciting running back at the quarterback position? Yes, he is.
Rod Woodson, the Hall of Famer, joining us, Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader, obviously talking Ravens and 49ers. Can you expand a little bit more on Purdy, just because I have such immense respect for your knowledge of the game, and you look at a game as a defense and how to slow him down, but he's got so many weapons, and sometimes he gets penalized, or Kyle Shanahan, and you know this offense as well as anybody. But the way he's playing, and you mentioned this, his tight end is a backup with the Ravens, his tight end at Iowa State, Charlie Kohler. So I don't know if he's going to would give any kind of insight to the Ravens defense, but just his play in general, what do you think of it?
Well, I think Purdy is a dynamic playmaker. I think he reads defenses well. The pre-snap motions that Kyle Shanahan has in his system really puts defenses at a bind if they don't have all their rules in place. And the key is for a quarterback is to be able to read a defense, yes, and then be able to distribute the football to his playmakers who are open. That's what quarterbacks supposed to do. That's what the great quarterbacks find those guys, right? And Brock Purdy is finding those guys, but nobody, a lot of people don't want to say he's great. And I think, we all have to be very cautious about using the word great all the time. But I think he is a solid player, and if he keeps doing it the way he's doing it, they will start calling him. I think he is the franchise quarterback for the 49ers, but I think you can start using the word great for him. But I think he has played outstanding football, man. He finds everybody. He finds the open receiver. And that's the job of the quarterback, to read the defense, find the doggone open receiver, give the ball to your playmakers, and let them go make plays. That's the quarterback's job, and he does it as good as anybody else in the National Football League. And whatever you want to call that, great, excellent, whatever you want to call it, whatever adjective you want to use it. But I know one thing, they would not be the same without Brock Purdy at the helm.
What he's so great at, Rod, is the pre-snap read, and then more importantly, post-snap, or even why the snap is going on, because you guys do. Baltimore does a lot of things very different defensively, and you may fool them a little bit as you go from pre to post-snap, but he'll figure it out eventually, which I want to ask you about Mike McDonald in this defense and all the bluffing with the linebackers up there with Roquan and Patrick Queen. I think the first thing that Brock's going to do on Christmas night is identify Kyle Hamilton, where he is, but he's hard to read because he'll show you something pre-snap and then roll out of it and get to center field or conversely start in center, come down. And Dick LeBeau, your great coach with Pittsburgh, kind of brought that fire zone, the zone blitz into the NFL, and Mike McDonald does that a lot.
Yeah, the fire zone is just, five-man pressure, and you really do a good job of disguising what we would call sugar one way and come the other, right? And I think Mike McDonald's group has done it extremely well this year. I think they play extremely fast physical football. I believe the same thing is with the 49ers, is that, they play fast physical football. And for Mike McDonald and what he used, if Roquan Smith did not come over last year, I don't think it'd be the same defense. But since Agent O is in the building, he has really changed the trajectory of Patrick Queen. Getting Clowney in the offseason win, which is a huge pickup, and getting, believe it or not, what's crazy, getting Cal Van Noy, who was on the couch, 5 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago, doing the Pat McAfee show. He's playing good football. It's really amazing how these guys come together and how Mike McDonald puts these guys in really good positions to go make plays. And they just play fast football. And that's what, the 49ers defense do the exact same thing. So it's going to be fun to watch. I think these are the best two teams in the National Football League. It's going to be fun to watch it and see how it unfolds and see which team makes the least amount of mistakes, because that's what's going to come down to. Whoever doesn't make the mistakes, that team is going to win.
Absolutely. Is there any doubt whatsoever that after watching what the Cardinals did against the 49ers, missing those two big guys inside in Hargrave and Armstead, that's where it's going to start for the Ravens offense, just to test that middle of that defense?
Well, they're one thing that they do and what they love to do is they want to run the football. I know it's a passing league. I know it's a new offense. They don't get in 13 personnel like they did last year. They don't have any snaps of that, but they get in 21 personnel a lot more. They get in 22 personnel a lot more than they did. So it's going to be fun to see how they attack the run game. And, what they do for the Ravens is that If it doesn't work, they're going to keep banging you. They're going to keep banging, just like the 49ers, because the run is a part of their system. And you can't get away from your system and what you do well. You got to be who you are. If a defense makes you change your philosophy and you just become a throwing football team and you got to throw the ball 45 times, 50 times in a game, the advantage goes to the defense. So I think they will try to attack the inside. But I think, with Lamar, you don't know where he's going to go. I mean, sometimes he's supposed to run in the A gap, but he goes into the B gap. He goes in the C gap. He'll put his foot on the ground and go back the other way. You just never really know with Lamar. And it's going to be fun to watch because they got speed. I mean, Fred Warner, that dude is a beast. So I love what Kyle was built over there. I think, like I said, these are the best two teams by far in the National Football League. And it's going to be a fun game to watch on Christmas Eve. And maybe it's a precursor because we know colors that the Super Bowl is in.
No, in Vegas, red and purple.
Is red and purple.
Oh, I didn't know that. See, you're living in Vegas. You gave me something.
Oh, that's going to be fun.
And they did meet in the Super Bowl. They met in Super Bowl 47 in New Orleans, and it was the Harbaugh Bowl. Jim is gone, and he's coming back to Cali for a Rose Bowl against Nick Saban. But you know both of them really well, and John Harbaugh. And, the Ravens just don't come here a whole lot. We saw him a couple of years after the Super Bowl year, but Lamar's never played at Levi's. Just from the whole, Big Brother and Jim and the history of the Niners, he won't say that. He's talking about the Advent calendar and getting ready to play on Christmas. But does this game mean a little more to John Harbaugh, Jack Harbaugh, in light of how it ended for Jim Harbaugh here, Rod?
I don't know if it means more because at the end of the day, Jim's not a part of the Ravens organization. If it's family, yes. Blood is thicker than water. The crazy thing, Lamar going out there, Lamar, for some odd reason, doesn't lose. I think he's lost one time against the NFC.
19-1. 19-1.
So since he's been playing in the league and starts. So, does it mean more to John? I don't know if it means more to John. I think, for the family's sake, maybe so. But for the team's sake, no, it's another game that is a good precursor because this game, they know they got a tough game next week against Miami. When they play the Steelers, it's always a good game at the end of the year. So these next three games are going to kind of galvanize them and get them ready for the postseason. And which team better to do it with? I think the best team in the NFC is the 49ers.
Great stuff, Rod. It is so good to catch up with you, and as great of a football player as you were, you're even a better person. Thanks for the time. We appreciate it. Have a great call, and we'll see you on Christmas. We're looking forward to it.
I'll see you on Christmas, guys. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Rod. Welcome back, brother.
There is the
former Niner. He was hurt when he was a Niner, but he hobbled his way through that year and had some big moments with the Raiders as well. But he's a Steeler, and now he's a Raven. Wow.
Yeah, and that was one of the most fun hours that we've ever done. I mean, that football hour when he and Romanowski would go head-to-head on that show.
And then he became a Raider coach for a number of years. Yep. Assistant defensive backs coach and then cornerback coach for 3 years there, 15 through 17, John. And he's still, Vegas Vipers. Did you know that the colors of the Super Bowl in Vegas this year?
I didn't know that till he mentioned
are purple and red?
How about that?
How perfect is this?
That's a done deal, isn't it?
It's 49ers Ravens. Let's go.
Yeah, it's got to be. Wow. Yeah, that's a done deal. All right, Connor Letourneau, we'll flip it to the Warriors at the bottom of the hour. Jordan Poole's returning. You know that. He's got a great piece in the Chronicle about it. We'll get into that whole conversation as well. By the way, lots of great stuff in the text line about the Niners and cold cocking, by the way. 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. Give us your best stuff on the text line, as well as YouTube and Twitch. We're there. A lot of people talking in those forums as well, so make sure that you check all that stuff out. Connor at the bottom. We'll talk some Warriors. Get it back to Jordan Poole. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Giants lose out to the Dodgers again. Yamamoto goes to the Dodgers. Ohtani did before. You know these things. But what now? That story and more are trending right now on KNBR.com and the new KNBR app.
Morgan Hill, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Morgan Hill's sports leader.
Faithful, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Yeah, I think that's where he's progressed the most, honestly, is just when he is running, yeah, he can hurt you with his legs, but he can also hurt you by running to then look down the field and throw an explosive pass on you, that sort of thing. And him being more aware of wanting to stay in the pocket and deliver the football to his receivers, his playmakers, so you can't just sit there and say, hey, just hold him in the pocket, don't let him get loose. You hold him in the pocket and you don't apply pressure, then he's going to hit you deep. So that's where it's like we got to be on top of every little detail going into this week.
That's Fred Warner kind of saying, look, we can't do what we did to Jalen Hurts against Lamar Jackson. And then good comp by Rod Woodson, who just joined us, the Hall of Famer and friend of ours. And you can go to KNBR.com. We'll have that up shortly. Great conversation with Rod. He comped him to Barry Sanders back to his day. One thing, if you're a bettor that's not in the Niners' favor, which isn't great, they're 5.5-point favorites. Lamar Jackson is 11-2 as an underdog in his career, and the Ravens are 19-4 against the spread as a dog since 2018. So those aren't great numbers.
Yeah, it's great catching up with Rod, and he's got such a historical perspective. And, I asked him if he's the greatest running quarterback of all time, and he comped him to Barry Sanders. Say no more.
Yeah.
His change of direction, the wicked cuts, and, Michael Vick was an incredible runner. Bobby Douglas back in the 70s ran for almost 1,000 yards in 14 games. He did it differently. He was big and strong, and Randall Cunningham can run, and Steve Young can run, and there's been a lot of great Josh Allen today and Cam Newton. There's been a lot of great running quarterbacks. But this guy, and what Rod's point was, if you gave Michael Vick a zone read offense, they didn't run that back then. So just the way they've opened up the game, and Greg Roman, and everybody's trying to bash Greg Roman now. He made Colin Kaepernick what he was. He designed a whole offense during the Harbaugh years with Jim at Stanford, completely different offense around a run-based quarterback. And he did the same with Lamar. Todd Monken has opened it up a lot. But the beautiful thing is, even when they go empty and they put 5 out on the line, eligibles, they're never empty as the quarterback takes the snap. He's the best running back on the team. And it's just his ability to make you miss and to hem him in. He's a way better runner than Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts, I don't know what his 40 time is. He can't run, but Lamar Jackson, he's powerful. And, the brotherly shove gets him all those touchdowns, but he's not turning the edge the way Lamar does, and he stares down the rush. This guy's different. He's not a precise thrower of the football, but his percentage this year is up to a career high, 66.3. He's a better pocket quarterback, and he will stand in there and pierce you because he has guys that can win one-on-one. Zay Flowers is going to be a problem. So, and I think the reason he's 19-1 against the NFC West in his career, and that's amazing, the only game he lost was last year to the New York Giants. You just don't see this type of running quarterback. You see more zone read, obviously, but you don't see it the way he does it and the way Baltimore built their offense around it with a 300-pound fullback and the mesh point, and he's so good at that mesh point. The one thing is with Justice Hill does fumble the ball quite a bit off that mesh point. So just when he holds it, rides it, and then pulls it. So it's a good thing the Niners have an extra day and night. It's not only a Monday game; it's a Monday night game late. So you got like a day and a half to get ready for this guy. And they were tracking a lot yesterday on zone read, just over and over and over again, and he does it every now and then, but it's always the threat of it at any given play. So, when you look at the numbers and how he's led this team in rushing throughout his years, and 1,200 yards, 1,000 yards this year at 741. And he still has 3 more games to go. He could easily get to 1,000. To me, if he's not there yet, statistically, he's going to be the best running quarterback of all time. And I think just watching him run, the way they use the run, and the way they build the whole offense around his legs and how it helps his arm, to me, he's the best running quarterback of all time.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, what Rod was talking about, and again, if you're the superstitious type, what he was talking about was the colors of the game. And if you look at the last couple of years, now maybe this is nothing because it's not a huge trend, but 2 years ago, Bengals at Rams, the Super Bowl colors were orange and yellow. Check.
Orange and gold. Okay.
Yeah. Last year, it was Eagles and Kansas City. Eagles
Green
and Chiefs.
And red?
Green and red were the colors. And this year, the colors, as Rod pointed out, are red and purple, which might suggest 49ers and Ravens. So that's what he was talking about. They have official colors and the logos and everything. And this year, the logo happens to be red and purple. So
who could screw that up? We got red. They're the Chiefs.
Vikings and Chiefs.
Vikings and Chiefs could screw that up.
Screw that up. Is that about it? Nobody else is purple. There's a lot of red.
We could see purple and red in the AFC Championship game, but that would not be the Super Bowl.
Right. But yeah, if the Vikings went on some miraculous run behind BDN, then yeah, I guess so, but unlikely. Anybody else purple? No.
Besides the Vikings?
Vikings and Ravens, isn't that it as far as purple goes?
Prince.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So anyway, if you're the superstitious type, that is
I did not know that.
I didn't either until Rod mentioned that, and I just looked it up, and then somebody hit me on
You think Mark Davis, when they
Twitter.
were, what colors do we want for our Super Bowl, boss? And they said red. You think he was down with that? That's either the Chiefs or that's the 49ers. That's the one game.
I guess it could be Bills. I mean,
That's
they're
the
red,
one
white,
game.
and blue. You could go Bills, Vikings.
Definitely Bills.
You could do Bills, Vikings.
Yeah.
Could be there. But, yeah, I mean, the most likely, these are the two teams with 11-3 records. So
Did Mark bring up, wasn't it red last year? Do we have to go red? Can't we have, how about black? Even though black is not a color, it's an absence of color. My dad used to sue people for putting on black uniforms. Remember that? Whenever anybody wore black or silver, the Carolina Panthers, he sued Jerry Richardson because Carolina had black in their jerseys.
That is so
What are you going to
funny.
do? You trademark the color? It's not even a color. It's absence of color.
Yeah, that's
Classic,
funny.
yeah.
All right, let's get to Connor Letourneau. He is coming up next. Got a great piece on Jordan Poole's return to the Bay Area and the Chase Center tonight. By the way, there's a great piece, too, in The Athletic about Jordan Poole. So read those as you get ready for this whole thing. And by the way, so great guest list today. Connor's going to join us at 11:30. Then Matt Mayoko at 11:50. Bags to talk about what the Giants and how they pivot from here at 12:30. And then more on Jordan. Logan Murdoch knows him well, and he's going to join us at 1:15. So a tremendous guest list. We'll start it with Connor. We'll talk about the return of Jordan Poole. What kind of ovation or not does he get? We'll update the poll. We'll do it all coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader. The Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. I can see again. It is glorious. That's what's awesome. Now, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, what happened with me is that I had a LASIK procedure at another place that didn't work as well as I would have liked, and went to the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, explained that to them during my free consultation, and they said, hey, CLR, custom lens replacement, it might work for you. Well, that's what worked for Pop. That's what brought me in. And I had the procedure, and they explained everything. I felt very confident about it. And the doctors, Dr. Bindi and Dr. Ling, they were absolutely great. The entire team, it just takes minutes. It's a really simple procedure. Had a couple of follow-ups, and it's worked out tremendous for me. Now, what they want at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley during this free consultation that you get, whatever it is that works best for you. So CLR worked for me. They do 3 different kinds of LASIK. Maybe that's going to work best for you. Smile Evo ICL, which is an insertable contact lens. So it's not like it used to be where it's just like one size fits all and you're on a conveyor belt. There's a lot of different things that, depending on your situation, can help you. So what you need to do, get that free consultation at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, and they will talk to you about what's going to work for you. It is awesome. And like I said, I can't speak highly enough of Dr. Bindi and Dr. Ling. So make that free consultation right now. Find out what's going to work best for you. It's the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
White at the top, squares for three, missed it. Rebound Wiggins, 5 seconds to go in the quarter. Ahead to Poole at half with 2. Poole's going to shoot a deep 3, and he hits it just inside a half court. 23-point lead for the Warriors, end of 3 quarters.
Shout out to Dub Nation. Pool parties all summer. Grab the floaties. Listen, we're pool parties all summer.
Get your scuba gear, okay? Scuba Steve's coming out.
Goggles. I'm almost speechless, but not really, because, like, we're here. We did it. What KG say? Bay Area, this is for you.
That is Jordan Poole. There you go. Pool party. The pool party, Jordan Poole. It returns tonight. Strange circumstances. No Draymond Green at Chase Center. And by the way, we're asking the question, Jordan Poole returns to Chase Center tonight. How would or will you react? Very positively. Respectful applause is 63%. Steve Kerr asked for a massive ovation. That's 19%. Light booing and massive booing are tied at 9%. So there's about 20% of the people that are hating on Jordan Poole. Connor Letourneau, per normal, writes a great piece on the return of Jordan Poole tonight in the Chronicle that you need to check out. As he says, Friday's return to Chase Center was supposed to be Jordan Poole's opportunity to show his old team what it was missing. Instead, Poole will arrive back in San Francisco as a league-wide punchline. Let's talk to Connor, courtesy of the UMA guest line. Make sure that you're following him at Con_Cron. How are you? League-wide punchline, huh?
Yeah, I mean, if you've been following what's going on with the Wizards, it's been rough out there for him, man. Yep.
I agree. I agree. I feel bad for the guy at sometimes because I don't know that he's ready at this point of his career to be a number one guy, and where defenses are focusing on him. It's a lot easier when you got a guy like Steph Curry. So like you said, they're not winning. He's struggling as a number one option, and I'm sure he wishes things were different.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty crazy to think about how much has changed in the past 15 or so months. You know, entering last season, he really looked like the future face of the franchise, the heir apparent to Steph. You know, he was a key part of that championship team in 2022. I really think the punch changed everything. You know, it kind of, as I wrote in the story, it fractured the locker room. It kind of put him on a course to ultimately have to leave the franchise. And obviously he was jettisoned to a lottery-bound team where he doesn't have a ton of help, a ton of guidance, and it's been tough. I still think he can be a really good NBA player, but you know, you can't help but feel for the guy. I mean, you get punched in the way he got punched in a viral way, and then now you're in this situation with the Wizards. But hey, at least the guy's making $140 million. I mean, life could be worse, right?
He got cold cocked. And I just spew things out my mouth, and I do like that term because it sounds great.
Term.
You actually wrote Draymond Green cold cocking Poole. Did you give it a lot of thought? It's more like a slang expression. Do we know the genesis of cold cocking, Connor? I just love that line.
I don't know. I got a little tired of the verb punch, so
okay.
had to find some synonyms, you know?
Yeah, sucker punch would have worked, but cold cocking actually is upside the head in the face, so that's what he did. But even last year, Connor, he had his moments. The guy averaged 20 points a game last year, which is hard to do in the NBA. It was a career high. Now his turnovers were way too high. His shot selection was poor. Just how much do you think the cold cocking, the sucker punching, what happened on October the 5th of 2022, what did that do? They talked about it afterwards, the biggest crisis, and after they were eliminated by the Lakers. But do you think that basically ended Jordan Poole's time here, was when he got punched in the face?
Effectively. I mean, when you look back at it now with hindsight being 2020, I think that's a fair statement to make. I mean, just being in that locker room last year after the punch, it was very clear he was never fully comfortable again. And like you said, he did have some nice moments during the regular season, struggled mightily in the playoffs. But the vibe in the locker room, the vibe around him was never quite the same. And ultimately, I do think the Warriors had to pick between Draymond and Jordan. I don't think that was a sustainable situation, and they obviously picked Draymond. And, you can critique that now given what's happened with Draymond, but I think it was, at least at the time, the right decision, just given the history that Draymond has with the franchise. I mean, Steve and Mike Dunleavy said before they signed Draymond to the $100 million extension, we're not going to win another title without Draymond. And I think that was a fair feeling to have. But unfortunately, the optics of it weren't great. I mean, you pick the puncher over the guy he assaulted. I mean, not awesome, but that's life in the NBA sometimes,
Connor Letourneau joining us, talking about, of course, Jordan Poole's return to Chase Center tonight with the Wiz. The thing that I think is interesting, Connor, and I don't know if we know the answer to this, I don't think Draymond alone got him traded, because when the powers that be get together, they're going to consult Steph Curry. Steve Kerr is going to be in on this conversation. Joe Lacob is ultimately going to make the final decision. So is this kind of a unanimous thing? And I agree with you. I think he's still here if it wasn't for the punch. But what other factors contributed? Because the thing I can think that it is most consistent is he's immature. I get it. But most people at his age are immature. So what else contributed to the fact that Jordan Poole tonight is going to come in as a member of the Wizards?
Oh, yeah, to be clear, I don't think it was a situation where Draymond, went to the front office and was like, get rid of this guy at all. It wasn't like that. It was one of those situations where the front office and the coaching staff are monitoring, what's going on the court and behind the scenes. And I think it was just clear that the situation with those two being on the same team wasn't super sustainable. But as you mentioned, there were other factors at play. I mean, Jordan Poole never proved that he could defend. And Steve Kerr literally said when Jordan Poole signed that huge extension, Jordan Poole needs to prove that he can defend and he deserves to play crunch time minutes in playoff games. He didn't prove that. He was sitting on the bench in crunch time in the playoffs because he never proved he could defend. His shot selection was very all over the place, especially during the postseason. And he never kind of reined himself in where he needed to rein himself in. And so, I think that the moment he signed that $140 million extension, it within a week or two, it started to look bad. I mean, it was like, was that the best investment? I mean, I understand why the Warriors signed him to that deal, and keep in mind they had negotiated that deal before the punch and everything. So I understand why they did it, but it became clear pretty quickly that was a bad contract, and especially given where they were as a franchise and with the luxury tax, they just couldn't keep him on the books, and they had to trade him.
All right, so he comes back just a few days before Christmas, and the same time that Draymond Green is 1 week into a indefinite NBA suspension. So he's not going to be in the building tonight, which will probably make it a little easier for everybody involved to bring Jordan back. But Ron Krojcik, your partner at the Cron, wrote an amazing, exhaustive piece where he spoke to workplace health experts about Draymond and his violent acts, recurring acts and outbursts in the workplace, and what happened with Jordan. And the headline just read, "Did Warriors embolden Draymond Green after Jordan Poole's punch?" And the experts weigh in, and they basically say the Warriors made a mistake. So looking back on it, Connor, this all went down quickly. October the 5th of 2022 is the punch when they got back from Japan, playing the preseason games there. And then, 10 days later, they give Jordan Poole this massive extension. They have to, decide whether they're going to suspend Draymond. He's taken away from the team for a while. He got fined some money, but he never got suspended. He played on opening night for ring night and all that. Do the Warriors, either privately or if you asked them on the record, would they admit that they emboldened Draymond Green's behavior by not punishing him after that? And in retrospect, was that the critical error that was made?
I mean, Steve and others have kind of alluded to that. I don't know if they haven't used the word emboldened or anything, but they have expressed some level of remorse for how they handled it, or more aptly didn't handle it. And I do think that was a huge, huge mistake by the Warriors, as I've written many times. And I think it continues to be a mistake that hurts them. They set a dangerous precedent by not suspending him. after that. They didn't hold him accountable. And by doing that, they basically said, Draymond, you know what? As long as your play is outweighing everything else, like, it's all good. Just keep being Draymond. That's effectively the message they sent by not suspending him. And look where we're at now. He's had 4 acts of violence in the past year plus. He has had 2 in a month-long span. He's suspended indefinitely. His career and his legacy are in doubt. And, I'm not saying that it's solely because they didn't suspend him, but it definitely didn't help.
I agree 100%. I said before even, and I know you've written many times about it, I said before that was actually the perfect time to suspend him, because why suspend him when it doesn't matter? I know that he wanted to get his ring. I know that he earned it. I know he wanted to be part of it, but you can't. One of the worst things you can do is punch your teammate. And I don't know what Jordan Poole said or did, but you just can't do that. And even at the end of the season, Steve Kerr said it, Draymond Green said it, that punch ruined their season. I mean, it just, chemistry-wise, whatever, on the court, whatever the case may be, whatever you want to say about Jordan Poole, he didn't deserve to be punched in the face. So to me, that was the perfect time to suspend him, to say we are serious. So to me, they've enabled him, and then they gave him more power when they traded the guy and then gave him $100 million. So not only are we going to say, hey, you punched him in the face, we're going to trade the guy, which on the surface, even though it's not accurate as we discussed, it seems like Draymond Green pushed him out of town, and then they said, hey, here's $100 million, Draymond. Go get him. I mean, it's like your kid. You don't punish him and then you go buy him a brand new car, and it's like, well, I can get away with anything.
100%. I mean, it definitely set a horrible precedent. And I thought Ron's story was fascinating. I thought it was a much needed story that needed to be written. Just looking at the actual ramifications of that decision, because I think it's easy to forget, but like, an NBA team is a workplace. Yes, it's different, than my newsroom or your radio station and things like that. But at the end of the day, it is a workplace. And if an employee insulted another employee, first of all, he would be fired. And second of all, that would be a completely untenable work environment until he got fired. Now, I understand why the Warriors kept Draymond around and signed him to the extension, but to just not even, suspend him in any way, it was bad. And, I think that the NBA basically let the Warriors handle that. They gave the Warriors a chance to do the right thing, and the Warriors didn't do it. They didn't do anything, really. And so the NBA had to step in, and you're seeing the NBA, kind of crack down on Draymond in a very serious way, and they're not letting the Warriors handle anything anymore because the Warriors didn't prove they could handle it properly.
Well, these things do happen in professional sports. It's just there's not video of it that's broadcasted on the 30 Mile Zone, TMZ. And the Warriors' outrage initially was more about how the video got out and a serious leak in the sanctity of what they do there. Do we know definitively now how that video did get to TMZ?
We don't. I still don't know. I don't think anyone knows. I haven't been told or anything that the Warriors even know. I know they had launched an internal investigation, but I still to this day have not heard exactly what happened there.
It's interesting. What if there was no video of that? Would those guys have kept that in-house? How would they have handled that? And if nobody knew that Jordan Poole got cold-cocked like that, may have been able to move on. So it's fascinating. But since we do have our poll up, I want you to weigh in on it. How do you think Jordan Poole is going to be received when he's introduced tonight, Connor? Massive ovation, respectful applause, light booing, or massive booing? And then after he gets into the game and the introductions are over and the video tribute to him as a Warrior champion are done, and it's time to play against him, does he get the villain, Dylan the villain treatment, Dylan Brooks, and do the Warrior fans boo him every time he touches the ball?
Well, I think he'll get a loud applause. I'm not sure he'll get a full-on ovation, but I do think he'll get a loud applause. And no, he definitely won't be getting booed every time he touches the ball. I think Warriors fans pay attention. They understand the dynamics at play. I don't think anyone holds anything against Jordan Poole. I mean, ultimately, he was a victim in that whole situation with Draymond. And, you can take issue with Jordan as a player, his playoff performance. That's all fair. But it definitely doesn't warrant booing. Ultimately, this is a guy who was a big reason this team kind of reignited the dynasty and won that title in 2022. I really think it's fair to say that they wouldn't have won that title without Jordan Poole. He was so huge in those playoffs, and that alone deserves him, a special place in Warriors history. I do think that Warriors fans should feel good about him in the annals of franchise history.
Great stuff. Connor, thanks as always. Great piece. We really appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, appreciate it, guys.
Thank you, Connor.
Take care. That is at Con_Cron. Great piece today on Jordan Poole. By the way, I did look up synonyms because you did come up with the best one. But jab, slap, bash, belt, biff, bop,
biff,
clout, cuff,
biff,
knock, plunk, poke, pummel, which I like.
The Superman?
Pummel.
Okay. I like
slam,
all those.
smack,
I like all those. I like all
smash, sock,
I like all
strike,
those.
thrust,
I got it.
thump,
I
or
got it.
wallop.
I got it. But what I'm asking for is, what does cold cocking mean? Where's that from?
Well, every time I bring it up,
slapping a cold chicken. It's slang to some degree. No. Logan Murdoch will know.
Knock someone out typically with a blow to the head.
Well, where's it from? Where did it come from?
Is
it done only when you're out ice fishing?
No, I've been ice fishing.
Okay, where's the cold come from? Because it's cold.
Mm-hmm.
It's
well, this is okay. Here's another one: the act of putting someone's head in a block of ice and then smashing it.
What?
I don't know.
Well, he didn't do that.
The act of sucker punching someone with great force.
I do wonder what he did when the video stopped rolling. When he was crumpled in the corner
when he jumped on him there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the great assistant coach walked by, Ron Adams.
Yeah.
Ron was like, "What just happened? Did he? What did he do from there?"
Don't go to Urban Dictionary to look this up. That's not safe for work.
Why did you tell me that? Why did you tell me?
All right, Matt Mayoko.
It's an orgy in International Falls, Minnesota?
Something like that. Yeah, it's a little different.
Okay.
All right, Matt Mayoko, he'll know. He knows everything. He's a wordsmith, that guy. He'll know where cold cocking came from. Cold cocking. He'll know. All right. Don't go to Urban Dictionary. Matt Mayoko, he'll talk about the 49ers, too, as we get you ready for Ravens and 49ers with the great Matt Mayoko next on the Sports Leader.
Sure, KNBR's got you covered on game day with Greg in the booth and John hosting pre and post. But NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko has your Niners news all week long. Here's Papa Lund and Mayoko on the Sports Leader.
They snap it. Purdy under seven-step drop. Gets chased out of there. Will throw on the run. Wide open. McCaffrey makes the catch. Goes down. Gets up. Touchdown. CMC. What a play there. Brock Purdy rolling out to the left. McCaffrey was so wide open. He caught the ball. Backpedaling McCaffrey over his helmet, Tim, fell down, but no one could get there to touch him down. He popped up and he scored.
Well, in an absolute bust in coverage by the Arizona Cardinals.
45-29. The good news, they scored all those points. The bad news is the Cardinals ran for 234. That's what the Ravens are going to try to do. So we're going to talk all about it with Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider, of course, the 49ers Talk podcast, NBC Sports Bay Area. Let's get all into it. That is on Christmas. By the way, this is the most important news. I was going to your Twitter/X. You've switched over to Threads. You've switched over to Threads, right?
Yeah, I don't think I've made that official.
But that's where you're caught. Like I was like, he hasn't posted here since like November. So then I went to Threads, and that's where your stuff is.
Yeah, I'm trying to increase my Threads audience.
No, I get it.
Yeah, the more you can do, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I was just confirming. Before we get into everything,
I thought you were going to say that you saw that I was named the 2024 alumnus or honorary alumnus of the year at St. Mary's.
Were you really?
Yeah. I don't like to brag.
Whoa, that's a low bar. But congratulations.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
I don't know what it means, but I was told that it is something that if I have any kind of character issues that come to light, that can be taken away from me. So you'll find me on my best behavior for at least the next month.
Omar
they didn't call me.
Is ready in case you get disqualified. He'll take that honor from you.
Yeah. Omar was announced as the
Corbin Burns. Corbin Burns.
Yeah.
Boy, that is a
he
good
could
list.
Be a Dodger within an hour, so let's not go there.
That's a good point.
People always say, like, hey, you're a St. Mary's alum, right? And then I can kind of mutter honorary alum. Yes.
No, you weren't
honorary.
Is it a doctorate? Do they give you a doctor?
I don't know.
Dr. Mayoko.
Wow.
Paging Dr. Mayoko.
I would definitely abuse that title.
That's got a good ring to it. Before we get into the Niners, we need you because you're great with the words.
Oh, wow.
We've been getting into this whole conversation because Jordan Poole is coming back about how Draymond Green cold-cocked him, which I think that's probably the best term ever.
Yeah,
and by the way, I'm on a certain website, and the example they use is, I swear this is what it says. It says, dude, Greg was in this wicked bar fight, and he got totally cold-cocked by a biker. That's the example.
Yeah. Is that a Bostonian?
Greg. Yeah, it said
it wouldn't have been Greg, it would have been Sean, because you did the New England accent, where they do lead the league in cold cocking.
That is true. But do you know where the term cold cock comes from? Do you know the genesis of that term?
Yeah, I do. It's,
you do?
It's a poultry reference.
See?
And it's whenever a chicken is beheaded for purposes of consumption. It's done so that the chicken doesn't see it coming, so that it kind of lessens the pain. I don't know. I just made that up.
No, that's what I think it does mean. That's why I'm uncomfortable with it. I like it because of the way it sounds.
I was buying that hook, line, and sinker,
it's alliteration, but I did think that, Matt. That's why I'm reluctant to go there.
Yeah. No, it could be. It could be. Yeah, it could be that. But
if you'd have played that out to the end, people would have believed you. You were doing that very well.
Yeah, I could have kept going. The only thing that kind of gave me pause as I was making up my explanation was that that would be only only male chicken.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
That could be cold cocked.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That would be the female side of that. By the way, I just got a text from St. Mary's College. You're out.
Oh boy! I shouldn't have.
You've been undoctored, whatever the word is.
See, that's what happens. Every
I know.
time
Coming on the show, you'll end up.
This show will get
lawyers get disbarred.
Yeah, you'll get undoctored on this show.
Writers talking about cold cocking,
at least you guys aren't talking about that guy that wrote the book about his relations with the dolphin anymore. So,
Malcolm.
Thank God for that.
Malcolm. No, that's the opposite of cold cocking. Anyway, we'll stay out of the blowhole, and we'll come in. So we
you had to bring that up, didn't you?
Came in with, and I think that play I think that play that we played. Think of a play that they've had this year that shows the equal brilliance of two of the top candidates for MVP. Because usually it's a little more McCaffrey. One play it's a little more Brock. That play where Brock Purdy got pressure in the A-gap immediately from Roy Lopez, that big D tackle, and Brock had to spin away from the pressure, and he spun to his left. You'd like him to step up and get to his right, but he didn't have any time. He just spun out of there, and he went to his left. He squared his feet and shoulders down the field, and the brilliance of McCaffrey resulted in one of the great players in football, Jalen Thompson, their safety, just busting on the play, dropping him. And then Christian got all turned around, and then he looked like Toby Gerhardt playing center field at Stanford. I don't think CMC played center. But in any event, he made this amazing over-the-helmet catch. He was so wide open. He went down, he got up, and he still scored. To me, at NFL honors, and they're the finalists, that's the play that will show the equal brilliance of Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey in 2023. But just as we move ahead, Matt, and we'll get into the importance of the football game, but as far as the MVP balloting and all that, and then you got Lamar on the other side, do you feel like how the game goes down Christmas night will determine how the voters look at the MVP balloting ultimately?
I think so. Yeah, I do. I know there's 2 games left, but I think that the probably the winner of that game, if the winner of the game does go ahead and becomes the number 1 seed in his respective conference, that's going to go a long way toward determining that. So, yeah, and I do think maybe the onus is more on Lamar Jackson to have a great game and to lead the Ravens to the victory than it is on Brock Purdy. I mean, at this point, I think all Brock has to do is kind of tread water. And although treading water for him is still a remarkable accomplishment when you have a passer rating of 119. Right now, that would be number 5 overall in the history single season of the NFL. So that kind of tells you the rarefied air that he's in. But yeah, no, I think, everybody will be watching. I would say perception is more that Lamar Jackson has to do more for the Ravens to win than Brock Purdy has to do for the 49ers to win. It's just that what Brock does is just kind of overkill. I mean, he's just so good and has been putting up video game types of numbers, but it's just going to be, I would think right now, very difficult for any voter to overlook just the sheer volume of what he's been able to do with the passer rating, with the yards per attempt, with the completion percentage, with the yards passing, with the touchdowns, and the relatively few interceptions. And plus, if the 49ers are the number 1 seed, it's going to be really difficult for anybody not to vote for Brock Purdy. unless the Ravens come to town and the Ravens defense does a number on Brock and Lamar Jackson does a number on the 49ers defense. So that's kind of how I view it, that I think things will be a lot more in focus after this game Monday night.
Matt Mayoka joining us, of course, talking Ravens and 49ers. On the other side of the ball, your concern level for the guys inside, it doesn't look like Armstead's going to play. Maybe Hargrave plays, but clearly Arizona, 234 yards rushing. There were a couple of big plays in there that blew that number up a little bit, but that's what the Ravens want to do. They want to run it right at you.
Yeah, well, I think the concern level is maybe even looking past this. I think Hargrave will be – I don't think there's any concerns as far as the long-term status of him. He might play Monday night, but if he doesn't, I don't think there's any concern about his health going forward and for the postseason. But Armstead is a little bit more tricky. This was something with the foot that he battled. He had some injuries last year that really cut into his season. But then once he got healthy for the postseason, he was their most productive defensive lineman in those games. So, what they really need to do is, of course, the game Monday night is important, but, they can still be the number one seed. They can still do everything they want to do, even if they get upset Monday night. Their bigger priority is just to make sure that Armstead and everybody else is ready to go when the playoffs begin. Because I think at this point, they kind of have to fall on their face a little bit to not be the number one seed, especially when you consider in that, the Eagles might lose another game, the Cowboys could lose another game, and the Lions could lose another game. So all they have to do is win 2 of their final 3, and that's if all those other teams win out. So I really think, as much as there will be a lot of attention on this game, the bigger picture is that this game probably means more for the Ravens than it does for the 49ers, but that's not to undersell this. It's a game the 49ers desperately want to, but not a win it at all cost kind of mentality.
The Harbaugh angle here, and John Harbaugh's been coaching this team for 16 years. What an incredible run!
Yeah.
And last time the Niners saw him in a big, huge game, he was the coach. But Jim Harbaugh was coaching the 49ers. Well, obviously, we moved on from Jim to Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch and all the drama, Jim and Bulky and all that. But the importance of the game, just in a larger scale, you think for the Harbaugh family, for John Harbaugh himself, for the Niners, and there's a possibility here that these two teams meet in the Super Bowl February the 11th, that it wouldn't be the Harbaugh Bowl, but it would still be the Niners against a Harbaugh all over again, and Jim would probably be on their sideline for the Super Bowl. So just the Harbaugh factor in this game, Matty, is there anything there, or is it all gone now?
I would think it's all gone. They did play in 2019. But like you said, this game, it's going to be fun to watch. It's on Christmas night, only the second time the 49ers have played on Christmas in franchise history. But as you noted, there is a chance, and I would say, right now, of all the potential matchups for a Super Bowl, this would probably be at the top of the list. We're talking probably, what would you say, 35, 40% chance that this is the matchup for the Super Bowl. So I think what is interesting about this game is, we know how Kyle Shanahan schemes it up and all that. How much of this game, and I know they're not going to hey, boy, look at these flaws and the things that, the 49ers could exploit. Let's save it for the Super Bowl. I don't think there'll be any of that, but I do think where this game kind of sets up well for the 49ers as far as if there is another game is that the Ravens, do a lot of stuff defensively, and it would probably be very good experience for Brock Purdy to sit at the line of scrimmage and see them pre-snap and then see how they rotate post-snap and be able to go through a game kind of like a dry run to kind of get a feel for what the Ravens like to do defensively and any, body language keys that he's able to pick up on. I think all that would be really beneficial. I think more beneficial to the 49ers this game Monday night if they meet again.
Matt Maiocco joining us, of course, talking about the Ravens and the 49ers coming up on Christmas night to wrap up the weekend. In regards to just where they sit right now, we were talking about this a little bit yesterday, and I don't know what term you would use. Again, I'm gonna ask you to come up with a term
cold
here.
cock.
But
I think I'll go with
that's
cold
a good
cock.
one. That's a great one. I mean,
decapitating those poor little chickens. Why are you doing that? Stop it.
But, obviously,
Terrible.
Super Bowl 47, they were close 5 yards away. 2019, they had a big lead, and then Jet Wasp happened. But just looking at where the 49ers are talent-wise and generally health-wise, and I think they can get some of these guys back, what's happening in the AFC with Kansas City's offense not being up to par, that could change, but so far it hasn't. Joe Burrow is hurt. They vanquished the Eagles and the Cowboys rather easily, and the Cowboys can't win on the road, so they'd have to come through here. It just seems to me that if the 49ers, who have been, desperate, urgent to win a Super Bowl for the last number of years and probably believe that they should have already won a couple of Super Bowls, this is their best chance, just because not only the way they're playing, but what's going on in the rest of the league as well.
Well, if I may be a smart aleck, it's
Go
their
for
best
it.
chance because we know they already lost those other two games.
True. Good point.
So we know they didn't win those. But yeah, I mean, you know what? I remember, was it 2002 where, the Giants were 5 outs away from the World Series, and we all know what happened in Game 6. And I remember thinking, you know what? This was their closest chance. They will never win a World Series in my lifetime, because if they can't win up by 5 runs in the 7th inning in a clinching game, then they never will win. That was, as a fan, as a heartbroken Giants fan, that's the way I felt. And then, of course, they win, 3 in 5 years. So, yeah, I mean, the 49ers have as good a chance as any. I would guess they have probably a better chance than most, or maybe a better chance than any. But, in football, where it comes down to one game, you just never know. But they are definitely set up to win a Super Bowl. I mean, and they might be set up again next year to win a Super Bowl. As long as Brock Purdy is making the league minimum and he's the 48th highest paid player on the team, that really enables the 49ers to keep the roster together, or probably not go out and get somebody else. But it's a roster that I don't think is going away anytime soon. So, yeah, I mean, you need to take advantage. If you're going to add to the trophy case, this is as good a time as any. And, they could have easily have won. They were in contention 3 of the past 4 years. And, they had a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter of the Super Bowl in Miami. And then the last 2 years, I kind of look at, the injuries to the quarterback position. That's not excuses. That's reasons. Jimmy Garoppolo wasn't healthy when he could barely even throw a football the year the 49ers lost to the Rams. And then the Rams go ahead, and that was still a close game. And then the Rams go ahead and win the Super Bowl. And then last year, if the 49ers had found a way to beat Philadelphia, if Brock Purdy had stayed healthy, they would have had a good chance to win that Super Bowl too. So, I mean, I guess they've done all they can do as far as putting themselves in position, and now the only thing left for them to do is finish the deal.
Giants may not have won in 02, but they got 3 in a 5-year span in 10, 12, 14. 16, they haven't won a playoff series in a while, full decade. Meanwhile, the Dodgers have won 10 of the last 11 National League West. So we haven't gotten your thoughts on the Dodger offseason.
Well, you know what? I'm just going to throw it out there. It's going to be so fun to see them fold in October.
You're calling it already?
Very nice.
Oh, yeah.
It's good.
Yamamoto will make a difference. Glass down.
Yeah, and
Ohtani, none of it.
I think probably the Dodgers are claiming that one World Series where it's like a 50-game season. Like, why don't they just put a Cactus League banner up instead of the World Series? I mean, that's ridiculous. But here's the thing about the Dodgers is
it was 60
the
games, man.
team.
It was 60 that year.
Okay.
And they were 43 and 17. But go on.
Yeah, but you know what? Look at what happens to them late in the year. Their pitchers get injured, they choke, and so they would have done the same thing that year too. So if I were the Dodgers, I'd petition the MLB to just make every year a 60-year season, because then they would dominate.
How are they going to pay those contracts if they wipe
Only
away
have
102 games? They're going to give up 51 home dates? They ain't doing that.
First off, how do you like Bitter Matt?
Yeah, I like Bitter Matt a lot because I feel the same way. I was at the beginning of the broadcast. I'm like, oh, you can't give a 12-year contract away. It's like it's just pure jealousy. I mean, if the Giants had done it, I'd be all behind it. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. That wasn't fun last night when that officially happened.
Yeah.
So
yeah, you guys kind of cold cocked me.
We did.
Oh,
cold cocked you there.
Very nice.
I think you hit the exact genesis of that term, so I'm staying away from it.
I thought it was pretty
I
great.
don't like it. I don't like the decapitation.
Well, you know what?
Chicky.
There is this thing called Google. You should check it.
I did check it. I couldn't find anything. Believe me,
Seriously?
Matt, I don't want to get you what do they do to you?
Disbarred.
Yeah, disbarred, whatever.
His
But if you look
doctor
up,
had taken
but if
away.
you look up cold cock on Google, yeah,
So
it's
I
not
think what
safe
you're
for
saying
work.
is do not do it with a company laptop.
No, exactly. Do not look up the term cold cock with your company laptop or iPad.
Hell,
You're gonna be
I'm going to do it right now,
unemployed.
Levi. See what happens.
That's good advice.
How do you cold cock Lamar Jackson?
It's gonna start.
Let's see what happens.
The alarms are going to start going off.
And I
down
won't
there.
say, hey, I won't go into my daughter's room and, hey, can you fire up your laptop? I need to check something.
No.
Exactly.
No.
Yeah,
We wanna
there's
do
going to be
that.
viruses on that thing quickly,
Very
quickly.
let's not do that.
Can I get off this call
Yeah,
before
go.
I
All right,
go.
get my
Get
honorary
Practice.
alumni?
Go find out if
that's true.
Jawan Jennings will clear concussion protocol.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
You're going to get a text
Okay, I'll
right now.
read my update on Threads.
I will.
Okay. Yeah, Threads. That's the place
X
to get
is
Mayoko
gone.
because
Elon Musk has lost everybody.
I looked.
Great Mayoko.
I looked and I'm like, that's not possible that he didn't update since November. And then I went to Threads Mayoko, and Threads Mayoko had something that was like an hour old. So I was like, oh, okay, Threads. So that's where to go. And the 49ers Talk podcast. All right, that was a lot of fun. It's Papa and Lund. We will update you on the Jordan Poole discussion, and we'll give you that as well. Plus the guest list. Sorry, I was looking up sweatshirts and mugs and everything. I think I would like a sweatshirt that just said cold cock. People would look at you really strange. I was just looking.
Don't go
one
to
up.
a chicken farm.
He had me for a minute. I'm like, oh, Mayoko actually knows this. Well, he's
That's what I
great on
thought
the
it
fly.
was. That's why I was not comfortable with it. But
Great on the fly. Andrew Baggerly in 15 minutes. We did briefly talk about Yamamoto. The Dodgers are getting them all. How do the Giants pivot? Hopefully it's better than last year. Extra Bags, Andrew Baggerly, our good pal, is going to join us at 12:30, and then Logan Murdoch, more on this Jordan Poole situation. He actually traveled back and has talked to Jordan. He knows him as well as anybody. He's going to join us at 1:15 to discuss. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Ken Grove, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Ken Grove's Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Jim Kamakami of The Athletic, he joined Dieter and Tracy this morning to discuss Brock Purdy's relationship with Tyrese Haliburton. Both went to Iowa State. That story and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Call it whatever you want, but don't forget to say chat before you say anything.
Yeah.
What we do.
You better forget.
See y'all next year back at the Warriors Invitation. Come on, man. That's what we do. Straight like that. Give it to me. Straight like that.
Draymond Green and Jordan Poole used to hang out. There you go. It was right after the championship. They were very happy together. By the way, the poll, Danny's big poll today, Jordan Poole returns to Chase Center tonight. How would or will you react if you're going to the game? 62% respectful applause, massive ovation, which is what Steve Kerr said should happen, 20%. So 82% a positive response, 9% light booing, 9% massive booing, so about 20% saying they're going to boo or would, 80% saying a positive reaction, and 20% saying a massively positive reaction. Is that what you thought when we started this thing?
It's amazing to me. We'll see what actually happens. How many people responded to that?
We're about 500 or so in on this thing. Mm-hmm.
There'll be like 18,000 more at the game tonight, so we'll see how they all respond. Usually it's an indicator of what's going on. I think it'll be overwhelmingly responsive, positive, whether or not it's a massive ovation or respectful applauding. They are going to do it right after a video presentation to highlight him winning a championship and all those great moments, the in-and-out dribbles, the half-court shots, great moments in his career. I think it'll be a little less awkward not having Draymond in the building. I do wonder about when Draymond's going to come out of hiding here. I mean, the Warriors got games tonight and tomorrow night. They're flying to Denver for Christmas Eve. Both the Niners and the Warriors have no Christmas this year. The Warriors will get back home in time to have one. The Niners, they got to spend the night before a home game at a hotel, and then the game's at night, and it's just a weird time. Then they got a short week to get ready for the next one, so it's hard. But they'll, if they get a victory, they'll have that as a present. But in any event, it will be interesting to see exactly the reaction of what they do. And I now that we're talking about it more and the fans are giving us the feedback, beginning of the week, I would have thought it would have been Jordan Poole is certainly people think differently of him today than they did a year ago today or 14 months ago, whenever it was, October the 5th. And it's all changed. And I think he was the victim to start, and then they turned on him because of his uneven play, inefficient play, the high turnovers, the poor shot selection, all of it. They kind of blamed last year the way he handled himself, in the Sacramento series, all of it. And I wonder how Steph's going to react to him. The fans hopefully they'll be positive, like they said. And then what's it going to be like right before tip-off? You'll have a hug out. Will Andrew Wiggins come off and greet him? They're buddies. And Kevon Looney will be in the starting lineup, we assume. And how will Steph and Clay? Clay loves him. There's no doubt. Clay will reach out to him. But, when Steph gave that speech before they got on the bus to go to Sacramento, who was he exactly talking about? And was it partly Jordan Poole? And, they had to make some tough calls in the offseason to trade him or not. The other way we could have done the poll today, if you had to do it over again, I know he's playing terribly in Washington. He had a good game his last game out. But in retrospect to how the roster is composed, would you want to have Jordan Poole back on the roster and not have Chris Paul on the roster? But it just didn't turn out that way because of the finances, the Draymond saga. Or would you have, done the offseason over again and traded Draymond and kept Jordan Poole? So we could have gone that way, but let's just see where it's at. So no, I'm not surprised. I'll be anxious to actually hear. I'm not going to base it on what people are saying they're going to do to the poll. Let's just hear the reaction. I think it's going to be a little bit different. I think you'll hear generally it'll be loud no matter what it is, but sometimes boos have a way of cutting through more cheers. You just hear the groans and the moans and the boos a little bit. So it'll be something you're going to be there at the arena. It's tough to hear it on TV. Sometimes it just doesn't. The balance is not there, and you don't really hear it. So I'll be anxious to hear what you actually think went down tonight.
By the way, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is open, and many people have risked Googling cold cocked. They must be at home or not using a company computer. Now, I don't know if this is true. This is just, I've gotten about 4 or 5 of these different ones. The term cold cock seems to have arisen in the vicinity of 1918. Theories of its origin range from cocking the seams of a boat, cold cock, to striking someone with a blunt object such as a water faucet, which I did not know this.
A water faucet?
But a water faucet can be termed a cock.
Like
or
a spigot?
Yeah, I guess. And then or striking someone that resembles with a flaccid. Okay.
What?
So
resembles a what?
A flaccid,
A helmeted warrior?
Yeah, somehow. So anyway,
so
there's
there you
some
go.
terms. There's
I want to say it's from New England area. Is it a New England genesis of the term? It seems like New England.
But
that the
anyway,
Northeast would do
it seems
the
it seems to have many different origins according to people. This is an interesting term that we have stumbled on today.
Do you have to have a snoutful before you cold cock someone? Seems like
I don't know.
Seems like cold cocking comes after having a snoutful.
You know who would know? What are we talking about? You know who would know?
Who?
Andrew Baggerly. I mean, he is the king of Jeopardy. He's got to know.
But then we're going to take him down a
okay,
track.
fine.
We got to find out about Yamamoto and Shohei and Glass now. And
we're gonna steer clear.
Does Farhan want to cold cock Joe Wolf, who is Yamamoto's agent? Is that how we get a phrase?
He wrote a great piece today. How do the Giants pivot from here? Okay, Yamamoto, Ohtani, Tyler Glasnow, we get it.
All Dodgers. Dodgers.
So what's going on with the Giants? How do they pivot? Please don't make it like last year.
Introduce Blake Snell as a signing right before Jordan Poole gets announced tonight. We want to introduce the new Giants signing. Here's Blake Snell.
And Bellinger.
Just signed a 13-year deal.
And Chapman.
You need them all?
Yes, we need them all. All right, let's talk to Bags about it coming up next. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Dodgers, Scott, are getting an anomaly. Yoshinobu Yamamoto is 5'10" and 176 pounds and throws right-handed. Yamamoto is a power pitcher in the making of Pedro Martinez and Tim Lincecum and other small guys who know how to impart power on the baseball. And, he doesn't lift weights. He throws around mini soccer balls and mini javelins and does stretching and yoga and breathing, but he has somehow figured out how to perfect his body to throw a baseball at exceptional speeds up to 99 miles per hour with a split finger fastball that is otherworldly and a curveball that drops 5.5 feet. So what the Dodgers have gotten, quite simply, is probably one of the 10 best pitchers in the world. And it cost them $325 million to do it, but that is $325 in an offseason where they've already spent $700 million on Shohei Ohtani and another $136 million on Tyler Glasnow. This is the Dodgers, Scott, assembling the Avengers and putting together the super team they hope to end all super teams in Los Angeles.
Shut up, Jeff Passan.
How about Elvis?
A good choice of music, by the way.
You never hear this song again.
No.
It is a
Blue
Blue
is in the
Christmas,
Dodgers,
isn't
blue
it?
is in sad. Yeah.
Wow.
Double meaning for Elvis's Blue Christmas. Yamamoto, Ohtani, Glasnow, and the Giants are still waiting. Well, they're not waiting. They did. Jung-Hoo Lee, what a great press conference. But they got to do more. And as Bags writes today, Andrew Baggerly, they did not pivot well last year. They need to be better for the Giants, as he writes, to be competitive next season, or heck, for them to be watchable. They'll need to nail Plan B this time, as hard as they've tried to make a splash in free agency. This is an organization that continues to be left high and dry. Andrew Baggerly joins us of The Athletic, courtesy of the UMA guest line. How are you? And happy holidays.
Hey, same to you. Just dealing with the nightmare scenario of this offseason. I thought we had the nightmare scenario last offseason, but I'm not sure which is worse, to be honest.
Oh, this is worse. Having them get Ohtani and Yamamoto. Oh my God!
And Glasnow?
I think so too. I think this is worse than missing out on Judge and having Correa. As really just tough as it was, an egg on everyone's face moment for the Correa thing to not work out. And as awkward and shocking as that was. You're not talking about a guy you're going to be playing against because he's going to another team. I mean, this is in your division. This is your rival. And I've been thinking about this. Why all the Giants fans I'm hearing from are so upset, and it's not just that the Giants are just not the cool kids on the block right now and able to sign the big free agents they go after, but they're going to the Dodgers. You want to feel like that you're on even footing with your rival, even when they're winning the division every year. And boy, it's just tough to feel like you're anywhere in the same galaxy as the Dodgers right now, with the way they're pulling in stars, and obviously the Ohtani deal was just kind of unprecedented in the way it allowed them to have the flexibility to make one more huge move. So, yeah, it's just I got very little consolation for Giants fans right now, other than to say, hey, the Arizona Diamondbacks did win the pennant last year, so maybe they can be the Giant spirit animal.
That's the consolation prize. They're in your own division, and San Diego could be better. But I agree. I mean, last year they lost on a lot, but the Dodgers were just kind of idling, and we thought, well, they're loading up and they're waiting for this offseason, and they have, and they still won the National League West last year. They didn't win in the playoffs, but they've owned this division for a solid decade. It took 107 wins to beat them by one game. We know their lineup, adding Ohtani, is one of the best trios in the history of the sport. And now to add Glasnow on top of Yamamoto, on top of Walker Buehler and Bobby Miller and Yarborough and Sheehan, they've got Grove, they got Stone. Well, what are they going to do with Kershaw? They're going to bring him back at some point. I mean, this roster, maybe the bullpen a little bit bags, but we've seen this team win a very high total. I mean, are the Dodgers, if they stay healthy, are they capable of winning 115 to 120 games this year?
I mean, maybe. And to which you would say, well, what does it matter? It's almost like if you win 15-1 or you win 9-1 or you win, 7-1, it doesn't really matter. I mean, it's you either win the division or you don't. You get the number one seed in the National League or you don't. And so, yeah, you could sit back and say, you know what, they really are They basically are a team that's made the playoffs year after year after year. They won the division, 11 of the last 12. They just have the one World Series to show for it, obviously in the COVID year, which counts less to some than it does to others. I think, hey, it's just as legit that they won the games, but neutral site, it was a weird year. So they're trying to basically push all in and say, look, when you get to the playoffs, all the weird stuff happens, and it's sort of the great equalizer, and you throw in all the randomness and the ways that baseball's unpredictable. But they're basically saying, look, if this is what we have to do to give us as much certainty as we can, and we're just going to be able to plow through every round of the postseason, then this is what we're going to do. And I mean, you look at Mookie Betts, you look at Freddie Freeman, you look at Shohei Ohtani, and now the pitching that they've added. And yeah, it's probably as big a super team. The Avengers, I think, is what Jeff Passan called it. Well, I mean, it's about as big a super team as I think they can build, and they may not be done. I mean, there's another guy that they're going to compete with the Giants for if both teams need a shortstop, and they're both trying to trade for a Willy Adames type. So, it might be possible that the Giants aren't done being denied that some of these players are targeted by their chief rivals.
Bags, I said that at the beginning of the show because of what Ohtani allowed them to do, and they cleared the decks on a bunch of money. And if you're all in, you're all in. I mean, I could see them because I'm looking at the two, the 4 and the 5. Now maybe Kershaw comes back, but I'm looking at a couple of young guys in Sheehan and Miller as the 4 and 5. I don't think they're going to go into the season like that. I don't think they're going to go into the season with a hole at shortstop. I mean, if they're in, they're in. So that scares me. But as you pointed out from last year, and this is where I get nervous, not only not getting players, but spending the wrong money on players, spending money on the wrong players, which is what they did last offseason. They're stuck with Haniger. Conforto opted in. Stripling opted in. I don't know that I wouldn't say what they did was panicked, but they gave money to the wrong people. And so what would be worse than not getting anybody at all and trying to satisfy the lunatic fringe would be to spend more money on deals for guys who are going to do what last season's class did.
Well, and I think that's where the opt-ins and the opt-outs really hurt you because the deals that do work out, you lose the player, and the deals that don't work out, you're stuck with the player. And I will say that I think that Mitch Haniger is capable of having a year that's closer to what they envisioned. Still, he had a weird year. Conforto, I think is a guy who obviously, if he had the market for a bigger contract, would have opted out. I mean, Scott Boras, generally his clients will opt out when they can, but I think the writing was on the wall for, just what his year looked like last year, but they still believe that he can be more productive than he was last season after missing all of the previous year. So I don't think that those are necessarily 100% sunk cost contracts. Even Stripling, I think, has a chance to maybe be a little bit better. But you're right. I mean, there are a bunch of other deals that really have not worked out. Tommy La Stella really did not work out. Anthony DeSclafani has given them very, very little, and it hasn't been healthy since he signed his extension. And you can really go back to, I know Grant Brisbee has written a piece about this, that you could say that where this organization really started to make crucial mistakes was after 2021, when they were a hot team, and they were a team that maybe other players would want to be motivated to join, and they certainly had a marquee free agent of their own that really wanted to stay, and Kevin Gausman. And they sort of dogmatically just didn't want to sign a pitcher to a long-term contract, and you could say that that's where the things started to really go wrong for this administration.
All right, so what's next? It's time to pivot like they did last year when they failed Correa on the physical after Aaron Judge said no, and maybe they didn't pursue the right guys, but they got a bundle of them. There are a lot of guys out there. Would Blake Snell go to the very top of the list now? I remember talking to you last year when the Cubbies came in with Marcus Stroman and the Stroh show, and were they going to trade for him? And right at that time, the Cubs got really hot, and it looked like they were going to make the playoffs, but Stroman got hurt. Yamamoto's a smaller guy, kind of like Marcus Stroman. You got Jordan Montgomery out there. Just from the pitching side, where do you think they pivot to next?
Yeah, Stroman is a guy that they like. They've been on him before. They tried to sign him as a free agent. They tried to trade for him. I do expect that they're going to be checking on his market. Obviously, he wasn't healthy toward the end of the year, but it was more of a rib cage issue. It wasn't really a shoulder or elbow or anything like that. He's someone that they like. He fits their profile. And Shota Imanaga is another guy. I mean, he had a higher strikeout rate in Japan than Yamamoto did. So, in terms of the pure stuff, it's really, really good from the left side, and he would be much more than a consolation prize. Snell, it sounds funny to say it because he's the reigning Cy Young winner. I mean, that's not really, you're not disappointed to sign someone like that. And if they pair him with Logan Webb, you could say they're going to have the guys who finish 1-2 in the Cy Young race, next year atop their rotation. But, he just doesn't fit what the Giants value. And this is just me speculating, but, the walk rate being super high, every single staff that the Giants have put together since Farhan Zaidi took over, it's been about throw strikes, don't walk guys. And I'd have to really crunch the numbers from San Diego, but San Diego was a fantastic defensive team last year, and he stranded a lot of base runners, and a lot of those walks didn't score. I've got to think his defense helped him out a ton, and the Giants are trying to be a better defensive team. If they sign a Matt Chapman, they certainly would improve there. But I don't think you can comfortably say that this is going to be a solidly above-average defensive team as currently constructed. So I don't know. I don't know if a Blake Snell really is the best fit for them. Certainly with what he's going to cost versus some of these other options, you might be able to sign two pitchers who are pretty good instead of him. So, but you know what? This is a team that needs to also make a big splash and sign a big name, and a reigning Cy Young is a reigning Cy Young, and there may be some cachet in that for them as well.
And I wonder, Bob Melvin, Brian Price, I wonder what their view was of Blake Snell as well. As far as the sticks are concerned, we all know what the deal is. Are they in on Bellinger at all? You mentioned Chapman. And if they can't get anything done in that regard, which I don't know if they can, are they going to be open to trading some of these young players that we saw, identifying who they want to keep long-term and who they may move in deals? Because to me, they can always sign the pitching, and I think some pitchers will come here, but I'm not sure that the bats will, and I just wonder how willing they are to move some of those guys, some of those young guys we saw last year.
Yeah, I think, regardless of whether they were successful in getting Yamamoto or even Ohtani, I think that was going to be a focus for them this offseason. They knew it was going to have to be something that probably played out as a step 2, step 3 of this offseason, with the free agents sort of taking priority. But, they wanted to try to package some young pitching for some young position player needs, and maybe get a guy who can play shortstop in a couple other positions, whether that's a Tommy Edman or, there are a couple people on the Cardinals that fit. Obviously, the Reds have a lot of really good young position players, but they're, I think, a little less movable. But you know what? That's one thing that I think is another sort of prove-it area for this administration is we've seen the Giants add a lot of value in trades, but they've been for Mike Yastrzemski, they've been for Lamont Wade Jr., they've been for guys, who were kind of buried a little bit or seen as, quad A or not really established big leaguers. And when they join the roster, you wouldn't point to them and say, that's one of the 10 best players on this roster. Well, I think they need to start making trades where they trade for people and you say, hey, that's one of the 10 best players on this roster. Whether that's a Corbin Burns, whether it's a Dylan Cease, whether that's, position players who really are a Randy Arozarena type player. They need to start making deals like that because, like you said, they're not able to get those kinds of players in free agency, and it's been a struggle for them. So, if it just means they have to be more creative and trying to acquire talent in other ways, then that's just what they have to do because, they really can't afford to have another off season like last year.
So one of the moves the Giants have made recently, and it was more than concentrating on the move itself, but the domino effect after, is the signing of Tom Murphy, the right-handed hitting catcher. He's got a little pop in his bat. He would be a backup kind of catcher profiling with Colorado. We saw him, and then obviously in the American League in Seattle, which leads to, Blake Sable not being subjected to the Rule 5 rules. He could be going back and forth between the Giants and Sacramento. What does it mean for Joey Bart and the likelihood he would be traded this offseason? But the one thing I wanted to bring up was Patrick Bailey. And we love Patrick Bailey as a defensive player. Obviously, he was a Gold Glove finalist, and his ability to frame, although if they do bring in, the automated umpire, that could lessen that. But as an offensive player, Bags, Patrick Bailey just had a way of coming up with big, clutch hits. Maybe the last one he got was that Friday night in New York at Citi Field. And, he would he'd still come up with a big hit, but he doesn't walk hardly at all. The guy walked 21 times last year in 353 plate appearances. His on base is low. Murphy would, be the right-handed hitting complement. As we proceed forward, what is Patrick Bailey? He's got to play enough games to be a Gold Glove caliber catcher, what he can be. But do we have any clue what he is offensively?
I think he's still figuring it out. I mean, he clearly was not a finished product offensively in the minors. He struggled in Eugene, and as a lot of guys did, as Luis Matos did as well. In fact, I asked him, what was the reason for your turnaround with the bat? And he said, I got out of Eugene. So, there's a reason that was a short season league. Now it's a full season league, and you don't see the sun for most of April. But I think that he's still figuring it out. He's a switch hitter, so you layer that on as well. And it was kind of a backwards year because it was the right-handed swing, his natural swing, that was a real struggle for him in the minors. But he did much better right-handed in the major leagues. And, I think that, working longer plate appearances and drawing more walks will come. I think he can be a patient hitter. But, Murphy does take a little bit of pressure off him as somebody who can maybe pinch hit for him with a really good matchup late in the game, or someone who can, demonstrate a little more power. But I think they're looking at Bailey as a guy who really was an offensive asset until he just really ran out of gas in the second half. I think we all saw that. And, that's part of being acclimated to playing a full major league season, really for the first time. And so I think they're going to make sure they don't overexpose him. I've heard some people say, no, you can't platoon Patrick Bailey. He's an everyday player. Well, he's also a catcher, and catchers generally don't start more than 120 games. And guess what? The Giants faced a lefty starting pitcher like 44 times last year. So, that's how you get to 162. It doesn't have to mean it breaks down as a total platoon, but you do pick your spots to give him a day off when maybe you get Murphy the best matchup. And so, I think that's what they were looking at, and maybe it'll give Bailey a little more opportunity to really focus on one side. Although, talking to Bob Melvin, he says they're not going to have Bailey give up switch hitting at all. That's not on the table. So I think they're enthused. I think he's one guy that they're not super worried about and think is only going to get better. And especially as he gets to know these major league hitters better too for the work he does behind the plate.
The great Andrew Braggerly joining us. How do the Giants pivot from here? Make sure you check out his piece today in The Athletic and follow him at Extra Bags. Before we let you go, I can't resist this. So Jordan Poole is coming back for the Warriors, and of course he was cold-cocked by Draymond Green. You're the smartest guy I know. What is the origin of the term cold-cocked? Do you know? Cold-cocked, as in punching someone.
Damn it,
if you don't know, nobody knows. It's just nobody knows. That's okay. No, we've asked people. You would be the guy. You would be the only guy I know that would know.
I might have to plug that one in the old Google or something. I'm not sure.
Don't do that. Don't do that on a company computer.
Oh, wait a second.
Don't do that.
You're going to get in trouble.
Don't do that on an athletic computer.
Gotta be.
All right. Just checking. There is no origin if
it's happened in baseball so many times where a guy got cold cocked.
It happens.
Come on.
Well, there's so many great baseball, fight words. The brouhaha or a Donnybrook or
melee.
Melee, that's a good one. Fracas.
Fracas. You got a good fracas.
Yeah. Those are good. Those are really good. Yep, absolutely.
Tussle's a good one.
All right, Bags. Happy holidays. Thank you so much for the insight. Great piece as always, and we'll talk to you soon.
Rhubarb. You got a good rhubarb.
Drink a brouhaha. You could do that as well.
Rhubarb is solid.
Rhubarb. You put that on the grill?
Happy holidays, guys. Thanks.
You too.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, my mom used to be into a strawberry rhubarb pie, and I would pass every time.
That's a good one.
That is not for me. But, some people really like it. Good stuff.
Logan Murdoch, if anybody knows, I wonder if he knows. If he knows, I don't care about cold cock. Does he know what Jordan Poole said to Draymond?
I bet he does.
To get cold cocked.
I bet he does.
It's never been reported, though, right?
No,
We've heard crazy things. Well, crazy things are always on social media.
Oh, I know.
But we've heard people say some crazy things.
There's been a lot of weird
I wonder if Logan really knows and hasn't said. I bet he knows. Because he and Jordan Poole, that was his rook.
Yeah.
When Jordan Poole was a rookie, Logan Murdoch and he were tight, and they were tight the whole time he was here.
All right, top of the hour, we got your foreplay for you, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear on this Friday, and then Logan Murdoch will join us in the Ringer. He is absolutely great. Like you said, he's going to give us great insight into Jordan Poole, who returns to Chase Center tonight. Sweet, clean, family-friendly caboose. So still a lot to come on this Friday. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Will Warriors fans boo him, cheer him, somewhere in between? Jordan Poole returns tonight with the Wizards. That story and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the new KNBR app.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, thanks for joining us. Your foreplay for this Friday. I'm getting it together right now. By the way, thanks to Walter, because sometimes when Walter, our producer, sends the sound over for the 1 o'clock segment, it goes into my spam folder. So this time he wrote sound, not porn, which because he wrote the word porn, it went into my folder. Because if you write porn on something, it will go into somebody's folder, into their junk folder. So I had to go fish it out of there. And every single thing in there is like Viagra, pharmacy. My
From
goodness,
Canada?
man. Yes, the Canadian pharmacies. My gosh, man.
I get an email from the great Jim Plunkett just about every day.
You do?
From a Canadian pharmacy. Don't dare open. What does that mean?
That's pretty funny. So he just got hacked and it just keeps on.
I mean, years
coming
ago.
coming.
It's 15 years this has been going on.
Oh, my God.
I made a mistake one day, I think, of forwarding one of those to Amy Trask. Greg, why are you showing me? Why are you sending me Canadian Viagra? Well,
oh, man.
It's a little cold in the North Pole.
Oh, man. Oh, that is
You got it together
tremendous.
here, John?
Yeah, I got it
get
together.
this figured out by 1 o'clock? You've got 1 minute starting now. Timer now.
There's the first 3, boys, and I'll send the 4th over in just a second. We will hear from Brandon Ayuk, who I always love hearing from.
You did rate the line of scrimmage here.
Fred Warner.
Can.
Andrew Wiggins, by the way, on Jordan Poole's return tonight. So we'll get a little bit of Jordan. Guys, let me know in the studio when we're ready to go, and we'll get going.
Brandon
on all this
Ayuk,
stuff.
Fred Warner, Andrew Wiggins. What else do you have?
And I've got to give
Jordan
one
Poole?
more in here. Yeah, it's Poole. I don't see any Jordan Poole here. I guess he hasn't addressed everything. George is going to be a reporter for the game again tonight, and that's his assignment.
George?
I just went into his room.
Did you give him the exact question? What did you say to Draymond that got you cold-cocked on
he's gotta use
October
that term.
the 5th of 2022?
Yes, he's got to use, and I told him.
So you tell him to write that down.
Yeah, and I told him that's the term, too. I
Yeah,
said,
we
you
actually
have to
came
use
up
that
with
term.
cold-cocked days ago. I mean,
Yeah.
and then kind of the turnout just dropped to cold-cocked.
Yeah, so that's kind of what I told him. I said that's exactly how you have to ask that question. So he's like, okay. That's what's great about young people is that they're like, yeah, okay, yeah, sure.
I think the sucker punch is below the belt.
Sucker punch.
And a cold cock is to the head.
Yeah, cold cock is straight up. They just knocked you out. A sucker punch,
Well,
that's like
I think
they had their back turned
Mayoko
or
hit
something.
it. It's decapitating those little chickies. I don't know. I'm not a part of that.
All right, let's hit it. Here's Brandon Ayuk talking about the Ravens and the 49ers and saying that's a pretty nice Christmas gift for America.
For sure. It's going to be it's a good gift for everybody in the football world on Christmas, so we're excited as well, too.
By the way, here's your day. Bucks at Knicks 9 a.m., Raiders Chiefs 10 a.m., Warriors Nuggets 11:30, Giants at Eagles 1:30, Celtics Lakers 2 o'clock, 76ers Heat 5 o'clock, 49ers Ravens 5:15, Mavs and Suns 7:30. It's a pretty good day.
Dear God.
That's a pretty good day.
And America better be ready for this. You're going to see cold cocking.
Yeah, talk about that.
Their secondary, Marlon Humphrey, is a mauler.
Yeah.
A mauler. The young guy, Braden Stevens, used to play safety. When they put Kyle Hamilton in the nickel, they got Arthur Millette. Their guys hit you. The matchup between Marlon Humphrey, the Alabama corner, and Brandon Ayuk is going to be on fire.
Absolutely.
Somebody's getting a penalty. How many? I mean, I'm going to talk to Dre Greenlaw in a couple of hours, John.
Oh, nice.
Is Dre going to make it through this entire game without getting a personal foul?
That's a great point.
This is going to be a battle.
Yeah, because there's going to be a lot of energy. It's a lot of physicality.
It's going to be a lot of hitting.
That's a good point.
And they're going to hit to the echo of the whistle and beyond. This is going to be nasty. Is America ready for this on Christmas?
I could just see it. Lamar at the last second kind of darts out of bounds like he does, and Dre whacks him, shellacks him.
It's the slide.
Yeah.
You know how Kyler goes into that late slide at second base and you don't see him. Lamar doesn't really do that because he just spins and runs out of bounds.
He slips out of bounds.
Yeah,
That's what he does. He's slippery, and he'll make a cut, and then he's out of bounds. And then, Dre's on the white. Whack. I hope not. Here's Fred Warner. Speaking of Lamar Jackson, this is what is different from the last time Fred and the 49ers saw him, according to Fred.
I mean, that was a long while ago. I remember it was cold and rainy. I remember that.
That's accurate.
But, man, I think it's been so long. I think what's more relevant now is just watching the tape from this year and going off of that. But Lamar's always been a heck of a playmaker. I mean, things that he can do with his legs and throwing the football is incredible, and for sure going to be our toughest opponent this season.
That's saying something, too, because they've faced a lot of quarterbacks, but nobody's like Lamar. We've talked about it all week long. You got to be disciplined to play against this guy.
He's way better of a player than. And that year, he came out of nowhere. He wasn't a full-time starter his rookie year when he got drafted in 2018, and then he became the MVP of the league then. But he was a really limited thrower. He improved a lot between his rookie year and the second year. And that was just a different offense with Greg Roman. That was really a run-based offense. And they'll do that some. They have so many different gears in their offense now, but it's a straight drop-back passing game that's really interesting with the wide receivers, and they got OBJ and Flowers and Aguilar, and remember when they Philly fans got all over Aguilar for dropping balls? Remember the fireman caught a baby and said, I didn't like Aguilar it, which meant drop it. I mean, they were all over him in Philly. They had to send him to the Raiders. And Rashad Bateman. I mean, Baltimore never had wide receivers. They kept trying. They couldn't get any. Now they got 4, then the tight end, and they don't even have Mark Andrews. Isaiah Likely's fast. He's going to be a matchup. But Lamar's just he's a better football player now, but if he's got to get out there and dance on you, that guy can dance.
Absolutely. All right, let's flip it to the Warriors tonight. Jordan Poole's return to Chase Center with the Wizards. And here is Andrew Wiggins, how Jordan and the Warriors handled the situation with Draymond Green and the punch last year.
How did you see Jordan handle turbulence of last season and throughout the year?
I feel like he handled it better than 99% of people would. I feel like he handled it like a true professional.
All right.
Love that voice from Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah, he's got a great voice. I mean, I give him credit in that he never said anything. And I don't know, in today's world where through either an interview, a podcast, he's never slipped. He's never talked about it. We can talk about him being immature and his game being immature and he being immature, but I would agree with Andrew Wiggins there. By not saying anything when I'm sure he was really tempted to defend himself, he never did.
And I bet you Logan Murdoch baited him. How many times did he have him on a podcast and say, what'd you say today, to get cold-cocked?
Exactly. Just kind of slip it in there real quick.
I wonder if Logan's going to join us at 115. Anybody in the media that knows Jordan Poole the best, it's Logan Murdoch. So we'll find out what he's all thinking. But I agree with you. He's been very quiet. His dad, on the other hand, his dad's even been quiet this week because they asked his dad. He respectfully declined. Maybe after he goes out and has a big night tonight, he'll say something. I don't know. And the Warriors are seeing him in late February in Landover or in D.C. Draymond should play in that game. It's probably a good thing that he's not playing tonight, right? That'll make it a little more peaceful, goodwill on earth for men. 3 nights before Christmas. Good thing Draymond's not playing. How would that handle? What happened if he got switched on to Jordan Poole? That would be.
Yeah, I'm sad that's not happening. I mean, from our standpoint, I'm very sad that's not happening. I want to see that, but we're going to have to wait. And I want to see it here. Yeah, that would absolutely add fuel to this fire, but it's not happening. And finally, here is Steve Kerr before we talk to Logan in less than 10 minutes. This is what he talked about. Says that Jordan Poole is actually a success story, and he hates the way that it ended.
I'm excited to see Jordan tomorrow. I think he's going to get a great reception from everybody, coaches, players, especially our fans. I think, given that this is the one visit to Chase this year, and it's our first chance to really thank Jordan for his contributions, for helping us win a championship a year and a half ago, for being a huge part of that, and for everything that he gave, the way he worked, the way he approached things. So I really look at Jordan as a huge success story. 28th pick, it doesn't happen often that the 28th pick works his way up to, key player on a championship team, life-changing contract, it really couldn't have gone any better. And then I hate the way it ended. It's just really unfortunate how it all played out. You just wish that things could end in a more positive note, in a more positive way. But it didn't happen that way. And all that has been documented. But I can tell you that everybody here looks forward to seeing him, and we appreciate him.
That's what Steve Kerr said. And again, the term he used, massive ovation in our poll today. How will you or how would you respond to Jordan Poole when they announce his name tonight? 63% said respectful applause, massive ovation 20%, light booing 9%, massive booing 8%. So that's what people say. But Steve Kerr did say massive ovation is what they should do for Jordan Poole.
Where'd that finish second behind respectful applause?
Yeah, 20%. We're about 600 votes in. So that's what people.
And then I do wonder. I agree he's going to get mostly positive, but I think we'll hear some groans and boos. It'll be loud, but they're going to do it right after a video presentation for him, where it's going to show his great plays. They're not going to edit in Draymond cold-cocking him October the 5th, although that would be hilarious. They're not going to do that, nor should they. But then I wonder, Connor Letourneau shot us down. What would be the reaction when they're just playing now? And Kuminga goes to get him, or later his buddy Andrew Wiggins goes to get him, and Jordan Poole's bringing the ball up in midcourt. Is there a buzz? Is it like Dylan the Villain Brooks, and they boo him every time he touches it? Once the game starts, how do they treat Jordan Poole?
I think it depends on how Jordan Poole's playing. I think if he's not hitting shots and not playing well, I don't think there's going to be much reaction. If he's hitting shots, I wonder how Jordan Poole will react, because people react off him. So in other words, if Jordan Poole's red hot and he's hitting shots and he's beating stuff off the dribble and he's talking and being demonstrative, then people, I think, will start booing him. And I could see him doing that, because although he has resisted the urge to say anything, a lot of players love to do their talking on the court, on the field, on the ice, and I would imagine that Jordan Poole, if he starts getting a little bit hot, might show off a little bit. I could be wrong.
Well, how about right away? Like, let's say they win the opening tap, and Jordan Poole gets the ball right away, and it's 0-0, and here they come. How do they boo him right then, or just let him settle in? How do they handle that?
It's a good question. I don't know. I try to say, here's what the fans I think will do. A lot of times I'm wrong. I don't know how they're going to react to
it's
him when he's
also
on
a
the
Friday
floor.
night. It's the first night,
right,
as we look at the Advent calendar, Coach Harbaugh, which I've been looking at a lot. He loves that Advent calender.
He does.
And we're really not going back to work. It's, Monday's Christmas.
You're right.
And
you're saying people
are going to be eggnogged up. Right there. Yeah,
that's true. You got to take that into account.
When Reggie hit home runs, they littered the field with a Reggie bar. Are they going to throw the Jordan Poole bobbleheads that you've had all boxed up?
Yeah,
you ever going to open that, John?
I'm going to open it at the end of the show today.
Give that to George to bring to Jordan Poole tonight to sign.
Oh, that's not
Jordan,
a bad idea.
I got a gift for you. And in response, would you tell me what you said to Draymond to get cold-cocked?
Oh, that's a great idea. I got a Christmas present for you. All you got to do to get it is, what did you say to get cold-cocked?
How many of those Jordan Poole bobbleheads do you think actually Jordan Poole has? All around the circumference of his pool?
0
in Virginia. You don't think he has any of those?
No.
I disagree.
I don't think
he's
so.
Got a whole
I think
garage.
he got rid of all his Warriors
He's got a
gear.
garage shelf. You think he gave back the championship ring? He didn't get that back.
Yeah, I think he hawked that ring.
No, he did not. He did not.
I think it's at a pawn shop in Maryland.
Like for money? He's got $120 million large.
I don't think he wants anything to do with the Warriors.
Yeah.
Although, like you said, they're the ones who gave him the money.
I bet he makes the first basket tonight, slides right into Joe's lap, and make it rain, Joe.
Does the make it rain?
For that old man? You still got to pay me.
Oh, that's the guy he's going to try to go after tonight, right?
I'll see
Chris
you
Paul.
The 1st of January, the 15th of January, the 1st of February, the 15th of February. I see you twice a month. You traded me?
He's going to try to isolate Chris Paul all night. Like, this guy. He's going to start talking. That's what's going to happen.
Jordan's got to guard him on the other end.
Yeah, that's not good, ever. All right, Logan Murdoch knows him as well as anybody. He does a tremendous job covering the NBA, and we're going to ask him about Jordan Poole and what he thinks the reaction is going to be like and what it's going to be like in the arena, how the players react to him, all those kind of things. We'll ask him all those questions next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Giants lose out to the Dodgers again. Yamamoto goes to the Dodgers. Ohtani did before. You know these things. But what now? That story and more are trending right now on KNBR.com and the new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
Jose. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Thanks for joining us. Oh, Mama said knock you out. Very nice. Jordan Poole comes back to Chase Center tonight. Our friend Logan Murdoch knows him as well as anybody. Make sure that you check out his podcast, Real Ones, with Raja Bell, Ringer, as well as Spotify. He joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line as we get you ready for the game tonight between the Warriors and the Wiz at Chase. Joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. Hi, Logan. Good to talk to you again, man. How are you?
I'm good. Did I just hear a sound effect for Raja Bell?
You guys are
I think you may have.
Oh.
That's
okay, I gotta let him know. That's what's up. And I got the LL Cool J joining there too, man. All right, for sure.
Dude, we got to step it up when you're on, bro.
It's called producer. We know how you and Raja Bell roll. So, thought of you right away this morning with all the Jordan Poole talk. First of all, take us back. His rookie year, you guys got tight. You were tight throughout all his trials and tribulations, going down to the G League, coming back up, winning the championship, the chaos of last year. Just give us a feel for the relationship, Logan, you have with Jordan.
I mean, I was one of the first handshakes he had when he was wearing those that weird hairdo that he had on his press conference. I was working at NBC at the time, and he was just cool. Like, he was just the guy that was around similar age. He listened to Tyler, the Creator, a lot. And he was a sad boy, so we kind of linked up that way, right? Had a lot of similar interests.
Logan Murdoch joining us. We're talking about Jordan Poole. So look, obviously you're not going to make public anything that you may have talked to him in terms of what happened with this whole thing, but in terms of the season itself, is Jordan Poole a Warrior today, if not for that punch?
Oh, I believe so, for sure. I think he's 100% a Warrior. And they are, if that punch doesn't happen, a lot of things probably go differently. I think that the Warriors are more in competition for a title last year. They have a lot better chemistry in the locker room. A lot of things just go differently if that punch doesn't happen. Maybe the suspension doesn't happen. Maybe the current one with Draymond. Maybe they whatever differences that Draymond and Jordan had would just, in a perfect world for the Warriors would be resolved amicably. But that eroded a lot of things about the Warriors' future plans. That punch, I don't think we were going to fully appreciate the magnitude of that punch for years to come. But it was a huge chapter in this Warriors dynasty.
October the 5th of 2022, they were the reigning NBA champions. They just went to Japan for a goodwill tour in the preseason. They came back a little sleep-deprived, and Draymond went off. It's never been divulged publicly why that happened from Draymond or Jordan or people around. TMZ got the video, Logan, but there's no audio on it. Do you know exactly what Jordan Poole said to Draymond or what precipitated that punch?
I'm not sure. I don't know for sure. There's always the theories and the rumors and all of those things that happen. I haven't been able to pin down the exact thing that was said to Draymond to get him to punch Jordan, but I think it's a part of a larger thing. And this is stuff that Draymond has said publicly. In the aftermath, if you look at the aftermath of the punch, I think the first press conference, Draymond says he was going through things. Now that has been something that. He hasn't divulged publicly, but he's been going through a lot of things. In his private life, and a lot of things that that he has been honest about to a point. But he's been going through things that have really colored what's going on his on the court issues, right? Where controlling his emotions, and he has a lot he has to figure out, which is why he's away from the team right now. But a lot of that stuff that that has been said during this time right now about why he's out has been said out of his own mouth, even in the aftermath of that punch. I think in the press conference he said that he was going through a lot of stuff going into that practice, and that probably just got him over the edge. And we've seen repeated instances of him trying to cause bodily harm to both his teammates and other players on the basketball court. So I think it's a bigger symptom of what Draymond was going through because, let's be honest, man, Draymond was a big advocate of Jordan, was a big brother to Jordan throughout his first couple of times. There was an instance that I've written about where at a G League game, Jordan was popping off at Brian Shaw, who was, I think, the G League Ignite coach at the time, and Draymond got wind of it and got the G League coach's number, Coach Weems, who was the coach at the time, got Coach Weems' number to ask, yo, what's going on with Jordan? What's going on? Like, let him know if he needs me. And during the pandemic, Jordan would go up to Draymond's hotel room, and they would just, talk about life and talk about, the future and how they're going to win and how it's going to be okay for Jordan. He's got to stay the course. So there's a lot of, that relationship was something that was severed. That I think this is me projecting now. I think hurt both of them, and it's going to forever be a topic of discussion. But there was a relationship that was broken there that I don't think will ever be the same again.
That's great insight. Logan Murdoch is joining us at Logan M. Murdoch. Make sure you're following him. The Real Ones podcast. Check it out. Spotify, Ringer. Does great work and great insight into Jordan Poole. Has had a good relationship with him as well. We're talking about the Draymond side of things, but what you just mentioned there, to lose a mentor, that's a term I'm using. Maybe that's too strong, but to lose a mentor to yourself when you're that young and Jordan Poole and start to come into his own, how much did that throw him? Because it seems to me that he kind of never recovered, and now it's spiraling into what's happening in Washington, which is a really tough situation where a guy who's maybe not ready to lead is expected to lead a franchise that's been down for so long. So is this just still from the punch, this residual effect for him?
I mean, that punch derailed his career. He was supposed to be Steve Kerr, at least publicly, was talking about how the hope is to pass the baton to Jordan, and Jordan wanted to be on the Warriors. I talked to him the day after the season ended, and, he was like, I want to be within the fabric of this organization. I want to be here. I am a Warrior. And, he'll always be a Warrior to a certain extent, but he's having to learn on the fly with an organization like the Wizards that's just doesn't have the infrastructure to help him in the way the Warriors did. And he's having to figure out the real NBA on his own. And you kind of see that, he's not ready to lead in the way that, he might have thought he was, but he's not ready to, he's not ready for this moment in this way. And a lot of that has to do because it was derailed by his time with his end with the Warriors. And so he's going to have to figure out a lot of stuff on his own. And that's tough. And I think, you see in the last couple of days, Steve Kerr has been asked about him, Curry's been asked about him, and I talked to Steph earlier this season about his relationship with Jordan, and they're still looking after him. Steph is, at least Clay is, at least. He has a lot of people. Kevin Durant actually is looking out for Jordan, right? There's a lot of people within the Warriors ecosystem that is wishes him well and are trying to balance the side of, man, we wish we could have had him in the fold, but circumstances have made it that he can't be in the fold, but he's still a brother to us. And there's going to be some healing that has to go on, but, it'll never be the same because of what happened on, October 5th, 2022. So
it's amazing when you go back to the previous June, they're dancing on the parquet as NBA champions, and they don't do that without the contribution of Jordan Poole. But then going into that training camp, there was uncertainty about both of their contracts. And Draymond did not get an extension. He wound up getting one in the summer when he took it right to the first minute into free agency, but he got the 4-year, $100 million deal. It was literally 10 days after Draymond punched Jordan Poole, Logan, that Jordan Poole got the extension. 4 years at $123 million, which is just now kicking in. What was the weight of the finances and the looming contracts? Did that create in part a division that caused Draymond to lash out that day?
I'm not sure about that. I can't speak for certain. I think that'll come out in due time, obviously. But I do know that there's not just only division between Draymond and Jordan in that month. There was and I know you know this, Pop, there's a lot of division in the front office about whether they wanted to sign Jordan anyway, right? Because from the time that he got into the building, there was a divide on should we have even taken this guy? Is he ready to even contribute, especially during the rookie time, right? And also, Jordan developed a propensity to talk and trash talk, and that brashness really rubbed a lot of people in the front office the wrong way, and at times, including his coach, Steve Kerr. And so there were a lot of things at play there, and a lot, and we go back to Draymond on that. Draymond shielded Jordan a lot from the division in the front office from him, and when he got fed up, it was all over for whatever reason that was, right? And we can speculate, but we haven't really gotten a concrete from Jordan or Draymond exactly why this happened. And I know Draymond said some breadcrumbs about you just don't say certain things to someone, but that has more to do with what Draymond has been going through, over the last few years that he's been, just left breadcrumbs about it. Hasn't fully told the world what's going on, but I think it's a symptom of, stuff that was going on in his life, of the reason why he lashed out. Because, I think Draymond has a soft spot, and Jordan will always have that for him. But, the circumstances happened the way they did. But I can't say for certain that I think the contract in general was weighing on Draymond, just because, he wants to retire a Warrior. But I can't really say that led directly to the punch that day. I can't say that for certain.
Logan Murdoch joining us. Of course, Jordan Poole's returning to Chase Center tonight with the Wizards. It wasn't all the punch, 100% of it. Why else did he get traded? Are there other reasons behind it? And why could they just not get past it? Because, as you know better than anybody else, Steve Kerr said it derailed the season. Draymond said at the end it derailed the season. Was this that big of a deal, the punch, and they just could not get past it?
Well, they didn't really address it. When in the aftermath of the punch, they didn't suspend Draymond. They gave him maybe a couple games and a fine or something like that. Or they didn't really give Draymond the punishment that he would normally get. And they kicked the can down the road. And so what happens is you have the situation where people in the locker room have to pick sides, right? And that inherently divides the locker room, because Jordan is on one hand thinking, hey, you guys say you value me, at least publicly, but you don't suspend the guy that punched me on camera and do anything. So that erodes trust. And that whole time, you're either on Poole's side or you're on Draymond's side, right? And it's hard to really, that really reverberates the other young guys. Kuminga sees, hey, man, why aren't you guys valuing the young guys in this thing, right? Whether it's Steve Kerr not giving him the minutes, Kuminga the minutes that he wants to get down the stretch, right? There's a lot of different things, and it just leads to this divide that probably could have been nipped in the bud, but there wasn't accountability in that locker room last season. And that has reverberated all to this season and beyond, and it hasn't been repaired. And so you get into a situation where there's no accountability on one end, and maybe there's too much accountability on the other, and it erodes trust within the locker room, and then, it just divides it. So that's what happened. That's the story of last season. This is divided locker room of a really talented group, but they could never get on the same page when they needed to get on the same page.
So how does this go down tonight? From a Jordan Poole perspective, you went and visited him in Washington during training camp. The schedule was already out. He knew it was December the 22nd when he comes back. December the 22nd has arrived. How does Jordan Poole handle tonight, Logan?
I think that he handles it as best he can. I'm curious, just like the rest of us, to see how he does handle it. I don't know if he's going to be a gunner. I don't know how he's going to try to. I know he knows this is the most eyes that's going to be on him since he left. But I think from the Warriors' perspective, there's going to be a nice reception. I'm sure there's going to be a tribute video. I'm sure there's going to be some healing tonight. But as far as performance, I don't know if Jordan is going to use this as a way to drop 40 and win the game. He's a really competitive person, but he likes to keep a lot of stuff close to the vest. But we'll see what happens. I'm curious as you guys are. It's going to be an interesting night, and not just for tonight, but in Warriors history, right? Because look, whether you think it or not, Jordan Poole is a Warrior, and he's a part of this fabric. And it's going to be interesting to see how he's taken by the crowd. I'm curious to see how they do it, because there's a lot of people in Dub Nation that really, wish that this didn't happen, all of it that didn't happen. So I'm curious to see how they respond to it.
Logan, too, we ran a poll today of how people are going to react to him, and overwhelmingly people are saying that they'll do polite applause for him, about 60%, and then we said 20% because, Steve Kerr said that he deserves a huge ovation tonight. But then there's about 20% who are saying that they'll boo Jordan Poole, and I guess I don't understand that because, what did he do? He was immature. Okay, all of us at that age are immature, but what did Jordan Poole do to be so polarizing in a negative sense for Warriors fans? I don't understand that.
I'm not sure. I can't really answer that. I think the brashness, also the mistakes. Like, let's be honest. For every great 40-point night, there were egregious mistakes that were happening and turnovers that were happening, right? And there were things that were just blatant. So, Warrior fans do have a right to be annoyed on that end for sure. Like, he was a frustrating player to watch at times, and he was also a very magnetic player to watch at times. He could. When Jordan was on, it was a sight to see. But when he was, the turnovers, he was a frustrating player too. So I get why the 20% is there. That's understandable. But it's going to be interesting to see what the fans are going to think. But I could see why the 20% is the 20%. He was a frustrating player at times for sure.
Great stuff. Logan, thanks so much, man. We always appreciate your insight. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. Hey, Pop, man.
Yo.
Did you see Antonio Pierce in the lowrider? Did you see him do that?
I did not.
Antonio Pierce riding the games in a lowrider?
I got to see that.
It was great. It was great. I know that the Raiders will never be as good as the 49ers at this point, but that just warmed my heart because it was like all of my OGs that used to go to Raider games, and the Raiders that you love, there was just a peak of that in there. The Raiders that you love, and it was great. You should look at the videos. All I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Call me, and I'll tell you the story of what Antonio Pierce said as a member of the Giants about Al Davis's Raiders. So I've had a hard time with Antonio Pierce being the Raider head coach, but I've told this story on the air. You and I will talk about it. You know what the colors are for your Vegas Super Bowl this year? Red,
we don't have
red and purple. Raiders, Ravens, bringing a banshee and looking for the son of a bitch.
Wow,
That's what we're doing.
Wow.
That's what we're
Let's
doing.
go Lamar. Let's do Lamar.
I was going to invite you, Logan, and then you had to go there.
That's classic, man.
Maybe that'll be Jordan Poole tonight, swinging a banshee, looking for the son of a bitch. Love you, brother.
All right, love you, buddy.
He had to go and
Thanks, man.
Pearson lowrider on you. Unbelievable.
That's the great Logan Murdoch. Make sure the real ones check out the podcast. He and Raja Bell do it. It is awesome. And, of course, the Ringer, Spotify, at Logan M. Murdoch.
He's a star now, man. He's a star.
He's great. Absolutely great. All right, we got an update for you on 49ers practice, who's in, who's out. This is our final show together of 2023. Isn't that
I have
correct?
some thoughts, John. We're not reconvening until Jan 2 of 2024, maybe even Jan 3 if I get lost on the East Coast. You never know.
Yeah, my son's birthday is January 3rd. He's going to be 20. 20 years of this
Nothing.
kid.
He needs to turn 21. Get that boy a fake
ID. Yeah, I know. 21, man. Fake ID. Anyway,
be careful in bars, though. You do get cold cocked in bars.
I have a great fake ID story. Maybe I'll tell that next. Anyway, I will tell that next.
You don't need one now, John. You're good.
No, I'm very young.
Do you love when you get carded now?
When's the last time you got carded?
It's been a long time. 2 hours ago.
Really?
You card me all the time. Like, dude, I'm 61. Are you out of your mind? I'm older than the bar.
When you're 21, you just cannot wait to whip that thing out like a few years past. You're like, come on, man.
I was waiting to whip out when I was 21.
I don't want to dig into my wallet and get this thing, okay?
I got a library card here. Will that suffice? I'm Dewey Decimal.
All right, we'll give you a few of those. I don't have a lot of caboose today, but I just want to reminisce, and we'll discuss our last show, and then
you to make me cry.
Yeah, no, not at all, not at all. I know JD's doing 2 to 6 today. I was texting with him earlier. Is it JD and Crowley again today from 2 to 6? Is that what we got? Okay, I want to make sure I promote the right thing.
John Dickinson.
Yeah, top of the hour. We'll see JD. I'll see JD. He was just texting me the for what George, what he wants George to do, and like you said, first question, Jordan Poole. What'd you do to get cold cocked?
He drank a lot of JD that morning. Draymond was out of heater.
All right, we'll do it next. It's Pop and Lund on your Friday on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund. About 18 more minutes, and then we're not done for the year because obviously you're calling games. I'm going to be doing pre and post on for the Niners. So
we're done for the year.
But we are done as a show.
10 to 2.
Yeah, 10 to 2. We won't be back until early January. So
I got a lot of questions for you, John.
Like what?
Well, when we reconvene early in January,
I love these. I do love
of
these.
2024.
Yeah.
Will the Niners have wrapped up the number 1 seed in the NFC? They could accomplish that even if the other teams all win, Dallas, Detroit,
Right.
Philadelphia, by winning on Christmas night against the Lamars and winning in Washington against the Commandos.
Yes.
So they will be the 1 seed. They're going to win both games. Done.
I'm going to say yes, but the Ravens make me nervous because, and this shouldn't even matter, but they're one of the few teams historically, and they don't play a lot together or a lot against the Ravens. This is, as you said, Lamar's first foray into Levi's Stadium. The Ravens just kind of have a thing, and it's exactly what the Niners do, and they do the same thing, a lot of it, in terms of just the physicality of the game. So this is going to be a really tough game, and to me, the key is those two guys inside. Is Hargrave playing? Armstead I don't think is, but if Javon Hargrave plays and they can be solid in the middle, then they can win this football game. If he doesn't, I don't know if they can win. Just being honest.
Well, I think he's going to try to play. What's the update? I don't think Eric Armstead's going to play, is my thought.
No, that's what it sounds
But I think the Gravedigger will try, but it's a hammy. And you don't really try until it's 5:15 on Christmas night. You got to go get Lamar in the A-gap. And he's got to get off and, go after that center, who's one of the best players on their team, Tyler Linderbaum. So it's possible he plays and has to come out of the game. So you think this is somewhat of a difficult game? So are you saying when we reconvene, the Niners will be champions of the NFC?
Yeah.
They will be the number
I'll
one.
answer your
not
question.
the champions. They have to play the playoffs to win the NFC. They'll be the number 1 seed throughout the NFC playoffs.
Yes. I'm going to say yes,
right.
because Hargrave did practice today. The one guy who was making me nervous as well, but I mean they can win without him, but he's underrated. That's Juwan Jennings. He's got that concussion, and you just never know with concussions. So I don't know that he's going to play or not, but he did not practice today, so we got a little bit of time before that. But we do have until Monday, so that gives these guys a little extra time.
All right. Well, that time we reconvene, Farhan Zaidi and the San Francisco Giants will have inked Blake Snell, Matt Chapman. Name who? Well, they're not going to get Cody Bellinger.
No, they're not.
Well, now they got John Hooley. I don't know if they need him. Will they get Blake Snell or Matt Chapman?
I have lost a lot of confidence. And Bags said that Snell is not their kind of guy, but what kind of influence is Brian Price?
I don't know if I agree with it. He gushed on him.
Melvin.
When Brian Price was on with us, he gushed about Blake Snell.
And I think that's the difference.
Because of the walk rate and all that.
Plus, here's the other thing, too, and this goes back to Bellinger. I don't think he's coming here. But the Giants are in gather talent mode. So if Bellinger wants to come here or would come here, I'd sign him. If Snell, you can't be all that picky like, Snell walks too many guys or Bellinger this or that. It's like, man, you gotta get talent on this team. I have a feeling that they're going to trade. They cannot go and have another offseason like they had in which they're desperate to throw their money at somebody who will take it. I have a feeling that when we reconvene that there may be a trade, like the Adamas Burns trade kind of a thing. One? Well, Adamas Burns, that's a big one, right?
Is Kyle Harrison going? Who's going outbound?
Obviously, I don't think they want to move Harrison, especially for rentals like Adamas and Burns are, but they got to do something here. I mean, they have got to, and I don't mean in just reaction to the Dodgers. Look what the Diamondbacks have done. I mean, they got Suarez, they got Rodriguez. There's talk of potentially a couple of DHs there. So, man, JD Martinez. The Diamondbacks are good. So they need to get some moves going. Not because the fan base is freaking out, just because this team has a real lack of talent. And are they just going to count on young guys to make progress?
So you're saying
Dicey.
between now and our reconvening on Jan 2, 10 a.m.,
Yeah.
assuming we make it, could be cold cocked between now and then over a plate of cold cuts. You never know. You're saying they're not going to sign Blake Snell nor Matt Chapman, but they are going to make a trade?
Yeah, that's what I predict. I think
Okay.
they're going to make a trade. It's going to be this is a good way to qualify it. It'll be bigger than Jung-Hoo Lee. How about that? Bigger than Jung-Hoo Lee.
That was pretty big. They
Yeah, it was
paid him
pretty
a
big.
lot of money.
They did. They paid him a lot of money, but I think they're going to have a name that's going to be bigger than Jung-Hoo Lee, where Giants fans go, oh, how about that? That exact sound.
What's the name?
Ooh.
Does Adamas and Burns qualify as bigger than
Yeah.
Jung-Hoo Lee?
Oh, I think so. You get
Bring him
Corbin
home.
Burns.
And now that the Dodgers have got Glass now and they got Yamamoto, do they need Corbin Burns?
There's a story in the LA Times today that says they're going after Burns and Adamas.
Yeah, try for
my
Eric
God.
Burns. Go get Eric Burns to be one of your broadcasters. That'd be my advice. All right, my last question to you, John.
I love these, by the way.
When
These are
we
great.
reconvene on Jan 2, the Warriors will have played 5 games tonight against the Jordan Pooles.
Yeah.
Portland tomorrow night.
Okay.
Christmas Day in Denver against the Joker. Jan 28 against Miami. December the 30th against Dallas. How many of those 5 games do they win?
3 and 2. They're either going to lose to
these
Miami
first
or Dallas.
2?
Probably lose to Dallas. Dallas is pretty good.
They'll beat Washington. They'll beat Portland, lose to Denver,
Yeah.
lose to Miami, and beat Dallas. That's your 3 and 2?
I'm going to say they're going to lose to the Mavs. I'm starting to believe in the
They're
Mavericks.
going to beat Miami? They always
Yeah.
find a way of beating Spoelstra and Riles at home, don't they?
Yeah. Yeah, that's always a good game.
All right, so beat Washington, Portland, Miami, lose to the Joker
And
on
Dallas.
Christmas Day, and lose to Kyrie and
Luke is
Luka.
so good, and that. Well, the one thing is that I need to check on the Mavs. The kid out of Duke, Derek Lively, when he plays, they're really good defensively. So I'm not sure if he's playing right now. So that might sway things a little
All right,
bit.
3 and 2 won't be bad.
No,
That
I'd be
means, though,
fine.
when we
'Cause
reconvene,
that's no
there'll be a
Draymond.
500 basketball team.
Yeah, they're going to be a 500 basketball team. Boy, I'm being overly optimistic, aren't I? Very.
And they're going to be
optimistic.
one game over when they go to Denver. They're going to win both these games this weekend?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they Portland and Washington, they can't lose to the Fighting Jordan Pooles tonight.
Unless
No
he
way.
goes for 100.
He'll go crazy. Yeah, he
What's
would.
his career high, by the way? He's at least 40.
Yeah, let me look that up. Yeah, I'll look that up. Yeah.
Sorry to take your caboose pistol away.
No, I don't mind it at all. I like this
We're going
stuff,
to be.
man.
We're going to be away from each other for a
So
while.
what? So here's what I'm curious about. You asked me all those questions, and I love the game that we just played. I love it. So how do you handle Christmas? So you're going to be working.
Yeah, that's a hard one.
You're working.
And it's not even that. I'm going to ask Kyle this about the team. The night before a game, even a home game, they
Ooh,
stay in a
Christmas
hotel.
Eve, man.
They stay in a hotel.
Right.
And then, like Thanksgiving, okay, blow off Thanksgiving. We'll celebrate Thanksgiving right when the game's over. Wait a minute. Right when the game's over is Monday night, and they got to start getting ready for Washington. And so we'll figure it out. I'm going to take all next week off, so we'll be all right.
Yeah.
But for Kyle, the coaches, and the players, honestly, you know what I think they'll do? Is celebrate Christmas tomorrow. Because Saturday is Friday in the NFL schedule. And Friday afternoon around 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, Kyle normally goes home for a home game and takes a nap from like 3:30 to 5:30, goes out to dinner with his family,
right,
and comes home and does the script to the first 25. Now, that's normally on Friday night. I think they'll do that on Saturday, which is the 23rd. So I think most of the Niner players will celebrate Christmas on December the 23rd.
That's
Is that Festivus, by the way, in the John Harbaugh Advent calendar?
That's a good question.
I think that's Festivus, isn't it?
You know the kind of power they have, too? That's amazing that they can get word to Santa, because I know they all have kids.
Well,
and stuff.
I'm not sure the presents are going to arrive.
They get word to Santa that
that's
says,
a different
look,
deal.
we
Presents
need a
come
couple
anyway.
extra days early.
Presents Dad's not going to be home on Christmas Eve. So then the issue then is who eats Santa's cookies.
Oh.
That's part of the deal is you got to eat the cookies. You got to drink the eggnog and eat the cookies. But not eat the entire cookie.
Right.
You got to leave a little crumbs that Santa was here.
If Santa ever screwed up your presents, it's probably my fault because we never left out milk and cookies. We left out
You didn't do that?
bourbon and we left
You
out
did?
like bourbon and pretzels. You know what I mean?
Did you? Well, you'd rather have that, wouldn't you?
Well, that's what I figure. It's cold out there. You know, a little bit of whiskey,
Yeah.
a few pretzels to give you a little bit of a base, and that's what we
Daddy,
left out
does
for
Santa really like that, or does Daddy?
I know when I
Well,
was
it's not so much for Santa; it's for Rudolph. I think he got that red nose.
Well, that's
With all that
exactly.
bourbon.
You mentioned you used a great term before. I mean, we've been so stuck on cold cock, but a snoutful is a snoutful.
That's
is
how your
when-
nose gets red and
yeah,
bulbous.
that's
You have a
exactly right.
snoutful.
You have a
gotcha.
snoutful, and that's
I
what
gotcha.
you do.
gotcha.
So I don't know. Maybe some people do milk and cookies to each their own. My dad always
Eggnog.
thought,
Santa liked eggnog.
Yeah.
And usually
Yeah,
spiked
exactly.
old eggnog from
Oh,
Gold Bar
man.
Whiskey, the official whiskey of the San Francisco 49ers.
You know what? I think I'm going to do that. I think I'm
Spike
gonna,
it?
Yeah, a little heated up eggnog is real nice. You put it.
I
you
had
can
that
eat-
recently. Where was
Yeah,
I? I just had
you
that.
You can put it in a microwave, but it's not nearly as good. If you put it in a pan and heat and warm it up a little bit nice, stir it a little bit, a little nutmeg, a little
Yeah.
cinnamon, pour a little like you said of the good stuff in there.
You know,
and,
I had it.
good to go.
They had a function called the Holiday Heroes at Oracle
Oh, yeah,
Park a couple
sure.
of Tuesdays ago, and they were serving the spiked eggnog. It was so good on a
It
cold
is
night.
good.
You know who was there reading children's stories to all the kiddies sitting on his lap?
Who?
Gabe Kapler, the Giant manager. Was there. I never told you that story the next day.
Unbelievable.
Something happened big that night that took us off. Cap was there.
He
Twas
posted
the night
oh my
before
gosh.
Christmas, and I got fired by that analytics guy. Sorry, children.
Sorry, children. Let me keep to the script there. He posted yesterday. He's got one of those, thanks to the Giants, I'm sure. He's got one of these giant live-in vans, but I mean, like it's all jacked up.
He
It's
lives down by the river?
Yeah, it's military green.
What?
It's got giant wheels and tires on it, and he did like somebody had to do the video for him, like this big thing of everything that's in it and all this kind of stuff, and he narrates it. And he made some thing of it like, live life to the fullest or your next thing, and then he's sitting on top
What's
of
in
this
there?
thing.
Is it armed?
Oh, it looks like it, man. It looks like
boy.
a bomb shelter. And then he's sitting on top of it at the end, and it's snowing wherever he is, and he's got like some sort of a concoction in his hand. He is one of a kind,
Some
man.
dark liquor.
Yeah, some dark liquor, and he is one of a kind.
He's the assistant GM of the Miami Marlins. We haven't talked about that.
He
landed on his feet.
Yeah, he did all right. So, all right, a couple of remnants before we get out of here, and then at the top of the hour, our good friend JD, who I'm going to see tonight, John Dickinson and one Kerry Crowley, coming up at 2:00 on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Jim Kamakami of The Athletic, he joined Dieter and Tracy this morning to discuss Brock Purdy's relationship with Tyrese Haliburton. Both went to Iowa State. That story and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is your favorite, right?
This is my favorite by far.
Absolutely.
Did Derek request this? Did you remember?
Oh, we remember.
This is my favorite.
Oh, we know.
I wouldn't let the kids go to the Christmas tree till they heard. You've been good this year, Clarence. Not so much. Not so much.
Not so much.
This is the classic. Bruce Springsteen live, Madison Square Garden. Bruce is coming to the Bay Area, isn't he?
Yeah.
I think he's coming here. Not many, not many.
All right, we got to get it out of the way for JD and Kerry Crowley. Well, I can't step on this.
This is it, John. Santa Claus is coming to town. Santa Claus. It's classic Bruce, isn't it?
Nice.
And he's bringing Lamar Jackson.
Well, let's go. Everybody have a thank you so much for a great 2023. We will be back on the show from 10 to 2 in 2024, early in January. But, of course, we'll be back. I'll be doing the pre and the half and the post. You'll be doing, of course, all the calls for the 49ers. So you'll still hear us on the Sports Leader, but we won't be back on the show, on the Pop and Lunch show, until the first of the year. So really appreciate a great 2023. Thank you so much for listening, or whether you're watching on YouTube or Twitch or however you're getting it, app, stream, whatever the case may be. Thanks for a great 2023. Be safe, have fun, enjoy the holidays, and we will see you back when we return. And I will see you on Christmas.
I will see you then. And just try in the next 10 days and nights not to get cold-cocked. That would be the goal. And don't do any cold-cocking yourself. Stay clean.
No.
Spread
Very much
love.
so.
Peace
gonna
among
good.
mankind.
Thanks today, Rod Woodson, Connor
the honor
Letourneau,
of the
Miyoko.
Advent calendar.
Yes, Bags and Logan Murdoch, all at KNBR.com. Happy holidays, everybody. JD and Kerry Crowley are coming up next, only here on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, a Cumulus media station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay, while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
All right, the countdown to Christmas night in Santa Clara is on 49ers and the Ravens. Jordan Poole returns to the Bay Area Chase Center this evening. The Dodgers have signed Yoshinobu Yamamoto to a 12-year, $325 million contract. The rich get richer, and the Giants still must answer. John Dickinson, Kerry Crowley in for Tolbert and Copes. JD, we got a heck of a show. Kyle Shanahan going to join us in the 3 o'clock hour, maybe 3:15, 3:30. We'll hear from the 49ers head coach previewing all things Niners-Ravens. But today's a big day in the world of the Warriors.
It really is. Jordan Poole returns with his Wizards squad as the Warriors look to continue their winning ways, as they've won the last 3. But all eyes going to be on Jordan Poole as he's introduced to the Chase Center crowd here in his return for the first time since the trade of the offseason and the Warriors acquiring Chris Paul and moving off of Poole and his contract. And Draymond Green not going to be in the building at 7:06 when that introduction is made. But I think, Kerry, I would be surprised if Jordan Poole didn't get a lengthy, warm ovation from the Chase Center faithful tonight at the game, just based on the fact that he will help them win that fourth championship, which I think most people would have believed going into that season 2 years ago was something that just couldn't have been done given the way that the prior couple of years had gone and all the injuries. And he was such a key component to that year specifically at the beginning of the season, starting for Klay Thompson until Klay Thompson came back from the second injury, and then was a part of their best five, really, with Steph and Klay and Draymond and Andrew Wiggins in the playoff series. And so, yeah, I think it's positivity outweighing last year and everything that happened with the punch and all of that. So Warrior fans, I think, tend to look big picture over how things ended. But even if things ended weirdly, I think you could make the case that's not totally Jordan Poole's fault either.
Yeah, and we'll be watching closely to see what type of ovation he receives. We're definitely going to take phone calls today from Warriors fans, anyone who might be headed to Chase Center this evening. What type of ovation will you give Jordan Poole? How do you remember his Warriors tenure? And JD, maybe one of the most unique players in the dynasty era that the Warriors have had, because, it started pretty poorly for Jordan Poole. I mean, he's someone who had to go back to the G League. He couldn't get it going. And then he finishes out that 2022 championship season by, as you said, not just being a piece of the dynasty run to that fourth title. He was a core player. Steve Kerr called him part of the foundational six at one point for the Golden State Warriors. And then all of a sudden, things go awry in 2023. We all know the punch of Draymond and the punch that Draymond sent Jordan Poole. I just think that you look at his career arc compared to the other players who've been with Golden State for more than just a handful of seasons, and maybe one of the most interesting players when you dial in on each of those years that he spent with this Warriors franchise.
He put himself in a position to where people were starting to speak of him as the heir apparent to Stephen Curry, right? Because there's nobody that's going to be Steph Curry. I'm not saying that by any means, but his style of play and the Warriors could plug him in on nights where Steph was out, and they could run the same system, and Jordan Poole could play well enough to where they'd be able to win games with him basically starting at the one. But he had vaulted himself into the position where he earned that contract that he received. And 18.5 points per game. He had his best year in terms of 3-point shooting going back to 2 years ago, shooting 36.4%. He was 92.5 from the free throw line, which led the NBA. If you remember, he actually beat out Steph by 100th of a percentage point on the last day of the season to win the crown for the best or the highest free throw percentage. But yeah, it was just, he was efficient. He played for Steph. He played for Klay. And he was sort of the foundational piece of the two timeline plan. And the fact that he was the guy that was sort of the bridge, because he could play at an extremely high level with Steph and Klay and Draymond. But then I think they also sort of viewed him as somebody that was going to be the headliner of whatever Kuminga and Wiseman and Moses Moody could have become in playing together, and it just never was able to come to fruition. And I just remember the vibes being so good around the Warriors going back to last October at training camp, and then Draymond hits him, and everything changes from there, and it really just cast a pall on the entire Warriors season, to the point where you fast forward to them being eliminated in LA, and he was so bad in the two playoff series against Sacramento and against the Lakers that you wondered if they're going to move off of anybody, would it be him? And that's ultimately what they wound up doing.
And so this is his first game back in San Francisco at Chase Center in front of Warriors fans, and we're eager to see the type of reception he gets, because I think both JD and I are of the opinion that you celebrate the people who helped you win a championship. But you can also understand Warriors fans who may not have those warm, fuzzy feelings, understanding that, people thought that this dynasty window, this championship window, could be extended if there was harmony within the organization. And Jordan Poole really was part of a foundational six, and he was part of that two-timeline plan. And so there will be people tonight, and I don't know how many. I don't know what percentage of Warriors fans will boo Jordan Poole. I don't know how many people will stay in their seats after the Warriors inevitably do something like a tribute video to honor his time with this team. But there will be people who aren't on the same page, and that's what makes this one of the most interesting returns of any player player to the Bay Area in really a long time.
Yeah, I think he will be well received, but you're right. And even when you go down the path of he didn't have a great season a year ago, and there were times where, Stephen Curry, the bus ride to Sacramento and the speech and everything that was reported about that. I mean, he was singling out Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga as the two players that basically weren't locked in enough in that series. And so I think that was how it got to that point is the fascinating debate, because whether he was more checked out because he was a championship player or because he had been paid or because he felt like he wasn't a part of the team because of what happened with Draymond Green. There are a bunch of different reasons why it ended up the way it ended up. And you could almost make the case that none of it's his fault, right? Like, other than if he did sort of check out because of these other circumstances, because now you're a champion, because now you got paid, because of what happened with Draymond, I think there are a lot of people out there that would even in that say, well, I might check out too at that point. I just got the life-altering money and generational money that I'm going to need. I've already won the ring, so I'm not chasing that. And then it kind of becomes the old Ricky Waters, for who? For what? And so, but again, if you want to remove yourself from the front line of that conversation, you can also look at how the hell did it get to that point and also make a case that really Jordan Poole didn't ask for anything that helped lead it down that path.
Well, we are going to dive headfirst into the Poole discussions this afternoon here on KNBR. Crowley and JD in for Tolbert and Copes. We've got a great show. Tremendous guest list today. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. He'll join us around 2:50. Kyle Shanahan, 49ers head coach, in the 3 o'clock hour. Still trying to lock down that time, but about 3:15, 3:30 for Kyle. Later on, Tim Ryan, 49ers color commentator. And throughout the show, folks, you'll want to listen in. You've got an opportunity to win 2 tickets to see Bill Burr at San Jose Civic. If you're looking for a last-minute Christmas gift, this is a great way to secure one. It's June 19th, 2024. Bill Burr down at San Jose Civic. You can tune in today from now anytime until the end of the show, 6 p.m., when we give the cue to call. And guys, what is that cue to call?
Whenever I get McDonald's, I have a whole plan. At my age, I'm 48 years old. I know what I'm going to order. I'm going to go in there. It's going to taste great. 20 minutes later, I'm going to want to kill myself.
So there you have it. That's the cue to call. Be caller number 10 into the studio at 415-896-KNBR. Once again, 415-896-KNBR. If you're caller number 10, you will win those tickets furnished by Live Nation. The tickets on sale to see Bill Burr at livenation.com. You can grab those official contest rules at KNBR.com. Folks, lock in. JD, KC until 6 o'clock. You're listening to KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader. Jordan Poole makes his highly anticipated return to Chase tonight. How will the former Warriors champ be received by the San Francisco crowd? That story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
What?
Yeah. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Seam Heads, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
I'm excited to see Jordan tomorrow. I think he's going to get a great reception from everybody, coaches, players, especially our fans. I think, given that this is the one visit to Chase this year, and it's our first chance to really thank Jordan for his contributions, for helping us win a championship a year and a half ago, for being a huge part of that, and for everything that he gave, the way he worked, the way he approached things. So we don't win that championship without him, and I think everybody here recognizes that. Our fans recognize that. So Jordan's going to get a massive ovation tomorrow, and he deserves it.
Golden State Warriors head coach Steve Kerr predicting a massive ovation for Jordan Poole. John Dickinson, Kerry Crowley hanging with you until 6 o'clock ahead of this evening's matchup. Warriors and Wizards out at Chase Center. Monday night, 49ers and the Ravens down in Santa Clara. Huge weekend in the Bay Area sports world, JD. And 808 KNBR is the number. We would love to hear from you. How would you react to Jordan Poole if you were at Chase Center this evening? If you are on your way into the city to go watch the Dubs this evening, what will you say when Jordan Poole is announced? Are you up out of your seat cheering? Are you booing Jordan Poole? I think there's a number of different ways this goes, JD, but Steve Kerr clearly has a vision in his mind.
Yeah, and I think Steve, in part, that's what he believes. I think in part, he's hoping maybe some fans that are on the fence a little bit will hear his words and act right, act accordingly. But it is, I think, when you look at everything that he brought to the table as far as helping them win that championship in the 2021-22 season, I think that really is enough with the growth that he made as a player from somebody that honestly is a rookie in that year where Steph Curry played 5 games and Klay Thompson missed the entire season with the first injury with the knee. For him to progress and become the player that he did, given the way that he looked as a rookie, and help them win a championship, I mean, that's something that I don't think anybody could have reasonably imagined in their wildest dreams. And so he put in the work to do it. I know they did send him to the G League in the post-COVID year. I guess it was still the year where there weren't fans in the building until the end of the year, but they went and had that G League bubble in late 2020, early 2021, and he went and played there, really developed his game, and came back and basically played the last couple of months down the stretch of that season when the Warriors were eliminated in the play-in tournament. He really, that was the first sign of, okay, this guy's got a little something to him. He can be the backup combo guard, basically, when everybody's back. And then he stepped in and played for Klay Thompson alongside Steph Curry in the championship year. And once Klay Thompson came back, you could always play 2 of those 3 together, and it just gave the Warriors an offensive firepower and a jolt that they hadn't had as much as their benches had been pretty good in the strength and numbers title contending days. He gave them an element that they hadn't possessed before.
Yeah, you said it. No one is going to play like Steph Curry. No one is going to be the heir apparent to Steph Curry. He is one unto himself in the Bay Area, in the NBA. But Jordan Poole gave them a deep threat. Jordan Poole could launch from three-point range. He could launch from 30 feet, and he could make some of those shots. And like you said, JD, when he first came into the NBA, that was just a part of his game where he was so clearly off. He didn't have confidence, and when he did shoot from that range, some of those shots weren't even close.
Yeah, and anybody that would have an issue there were times where he looked just the audacious shots he would do stuff that Steph would do.
Yeah,
honestly, and take shots that you'd be like, why the hell would you take that shot? And he'd make it. And so he had a little bit of that just unbelievable confidence that both of those had, to where it was, almost like, people were talking about him as being the third Splash brother, basically, because of the style that he played with and the ability to get to the basket and create at times for others. I mean, he just looked like he was going to turn out to be an incredibly dynamic player, and a player that maybe the Warriors could build a second timeline around. And so, to me, when you look at the work that he put in to earn the contract, you look at the work that he put in to help that team win a championship, that 100% should lead down the path, in my mind, toward full-blown standing ovation, especially when you factor in the consideration that, well, why did it all turn sour? It all turned sour because Draymond Green hit him at that practice in October of 2022. And so that you could make the case, although we don't know what was said specifically, without relitigating that. I mean, because it doesn't matter. Like, you don't go off and hit a teammate in that particular, or any situation. So that was on Draymond in that instance. And so not Jordan Poole's fault. Where it gets a little weird and is the way Jordan played after that. And I think therein lies the question as to, do you believe, did it have such a profound impact on Poole that he just could not be the same player for that particular season? Did he slough off or anything, like that because he had gotten paid and already won a ring? I mean, I think there are different variations. Did he just kind of say, bleep it? Like, to hell with this. I don't, I'm not being treated as if I'm a significant portion of this team, so I'm just going to kind of go through the motions and not be the player that I worked myself into being. I mean, those are all the questions that I think Warrior fans have to grapple with based on the way that he played last year, played very poorly in the 2 playoff series when the Warriors really could have used offensive jolt. And so, if there's a case to be made for him kind of shutting it down, even if you want to go down that path, it all leads back to Draymond, and you can say, well, how can you blame him if he did? So I think, but that's the debate, if there is one, toward the negative. That wouldn't, in any stretch for me, lead toward, you would boo the guy, or you wouldn't feel comfortable with it.
Well, 808 KNBR is the number. Let your voice be heard. I know that JD's got the phone screen in front of him today. I don't have that luxury, but please light up the board. Your thoughts on Jordan Poole. And JD, I don't know if we are ready to take calls just yet, but I do wonder if Draymond not being there tonight has any impact on the way that Warriors fans will receive Jordan Poole. Draymond's not in the building, and so he can't react. He can't have a visible emotion.
Well, and they played obviously a whole season together last year after the incident, but it never felt like everything was right. It never felt like the Warriors were right at all that whole season, and it was because of the elephant in the room. And I think it worked itself to a point where once the Warriors were eliminated in Los Angeles in May, it became somebody has to go. It became Draymond Green has to go or Jordan Poole has to go. And I think that's the other fascinating dynamic in play at 808 KNBR is sort of the question of knowing everything we know now about where this Warriors team sits, trying to get themselves back to the 500 mark and over it, knowing the incidents that have happened since Draymond Green punched Jordan Poole and the fact that he's been out with multiple suspensions since then. And just the Warriors doubled down on Draymond Green, and basically in that whole somebody has to go conversation, they said Jordan Poole had to go. And they wanted to have – did they make the right move, knowing everything that we know now, while also looking at Jordan Poole's game as he goes to the Wizards, and he's been awful. He's been worse this year than he was at any point other than his rookie season with the Golden State Warriors.
And this is kind of the age-old question for dynasties. You know, do you lean in and keep your core players and hope that they can continue to be outliers and produce at an incredibly high level late into their career? You hope that, and obviously every dynasty has their own individual dynamics. Look, not every team has had a guy punch a teammate. That's pretty rare in the world of sports, which is why the Warrior situation differs from, say, you know, the New England Patriots and how they were trying to move on from Tom Brady. Now Bill Belichick under fire, and he may lose his job this offseason. You know, I think one of the great examples of a dynasty evolving is how the 49ers were able to go from Joe Montana to Steve Young and still win a title with Steve Young. I think that is so impressive. When you change your quarterback and you keep that dynasty, that championship window alive, that is one of the great achievements in all of sports. And of course there was tension in that situation. There was tension in the room with Joe Montana, Steve Young. They talk about it today, but they did it, and they did it successfully. And the Warriors trying to cling to this window. Is it shut because they chose Draymond Green? I don't know.
Yeah, to me, and the flip side to that is it would, and this is where I've come down on it, the moment at which the Warriors decide that Draymond Green or even Klay Thompson, I think, and I know Klay has played to varying degrees of success this year, got off to a horrible start. He's playing better, excellently in the last 4 games. He's been, before, I think you could extrapolate it out to maybe the last 12 to 15 games where it's been a little bit better, but he's been really good the last 4. But the way I've fallen is the moment at which the Warriors decide that Draymond Green or Klay Thompson are no longer worth having around is the moment that it officially is over. Like, it may be over anyway, but the moment you acknowledge, like, and they obviously are hoping that it's not over, but the moment you acknowledge that one of the big 3 is gone, and it ain't going to be Steph for a long time, but the moment you acknowledge that is the moment in which you're admitting that the dynasty is over, because I don't think this team has any chance of being a championship contender if they had told Draymond Green, hey, sorry, pal, you were in the wrong on this. We've had enough of the antics. It's a wrap. And so I think Steph Curry knew that. I think Steve Kerr knew that. I think Bob Myers before he left knew it. I think Joe Lacob knows it. Their only chance to try and continue to be a contender was to try and run it back with Steph, Klay, and Draymond, and I think that led to, all right, Jordan Poole's got to be the guy who goes.
Well, and you said something that stand out right there, and we'll get to this on the other side, but Steph Curry knew that it was important to keep Draymond. And I don't care that Bob Myers is a decision maker. I don't care that Steve Kerr is an important decision maker in this whole process. You kind of just go with what Steph wants because he is the key to the entire operation. He's the engine that makes this Warriors team go. And if Steph wants something, you got to keep that guy happy. So more on the other side. We'll take your phone calls. 808 KNBR is the number. JD and KC in for Tolbert and Copes. You're listening. KNBR 104.5, 680 Sports Leader.
Since we're the sports leader, it only makes sense that you should follow. Find us on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader.
How did you see Jordan handle turbulence of last season and throughout the year?
I feel like he handled it better than 99% of people would. You know, I feel like he handled it like a true professional. Yeah, that's my little bro right there. He's a joy to be around. You know, joy to be around. You know, he's like a little goofy, kid, always joking around, but worked hard. One of the hardest, workers I've seen, around my way in the NBA. But he's a great kid, great human. He's going to do great things in his league.
Jordan Poole returns to the Bay Area tonight with the Washington Wizards, the 5-22 Washington Wizards taking on the Golden State Warriors. That was Andrew Wiggins talking about Poole and what he saw from Poole and his work ethic and how he handled everything that went on last season. It's JD and KC, John Dickinson and Kerry Crowley taking you up until 6 o'clock this evening. Phone lines are open. 808-KNBR is the number. The question we have asked: how will you receive Jordan Poole tonight? Standing ovation? Would you give him a golf clap? Are you booing? What is your perspective of the way that Jordan Poole should be received at Chase Center?
Let's get to Mark in San Bruno here, 808-KNBR on the Sports Leader. Hey, Mark.
Hey, how you guys doing? Merry Christmas, happy holidays, happy whatever your preference is. Real quick, I'm not under the understanding here of what, the whole thing is about. If it's about Draymond Green pushing Jordan Poole, then why is it not about Jordan Poole pushing him for the guy to hit him? I'm just, I think they're both wrong, myself, because Jordan Poole shouldn't have pushed him. Draymond Green should have had a cooler head and not hit him. But, if you come up and push me, it's on. I mean, I'm going to pop you. Why am I going to let you push me around? So I don't understand what was said. We don't know that somebody didn't talk about somebody's mother or wife or who knows. Neither one of them should have been fighting. So tonight when I get there, I'm going to clap for the guy because he did a good job playing. I'm also going to boo him because between him and Draymond, I lost out. I'm not getting what I used to be able to see with those players playing together. As a fan and as a season ticket holder, I want to be there. I want to see Jordan Poole. Where is he? He's gone because these two men couldn't be men. I mean, it don't make sense to me. But anyway.
No, thanks, Mark. Appreciate the call. 808-KNBR, the number. Look, I think a lot of Warrior fans feel that way about the fact that the situation, regardless of whoever you want to blame, it wrecked a Warrior season. It prevented the Warriors as defending champions from really truly having the ability to maximize their team because they were going to be taken down from where they were the year before because of luxury tax issues and different things. But the one thing they could do was keep that top six that you talked about and that Steve Kerr had mentioned, and really nothing was the same from October on after the punch. And so it is interesting because Jordan Poole got himself to that point where he was such a major contributor, and that is the under-discussed part of this, and I know it's been hinted at, but it still doesn't, no matter what Jordan Poole said, it really doesn't, it just, there's no way Draymond can do that. And I know it's been hinted at, it was, maybe it was something pretty bad. Like maybe it was something, along the lines of, things where you might want to pop somebody, but it doesn't matter. You still can't do it. I think there are also a lot of Warrior fans that look at this thing and they say, well, Jordan Poole basically shut it down from that point forward or played like a guy last year, independent of the punch. Because I think there are some that will separate themselves from the punch completely, and independent of the punch, they'll say, well, Jordan Poole played like a guy who got paid and won a ring, and therefore there wasn't much else to be done. And so he just kind of played like a checked out dude, and maybe it helped him play like a checked out dude, the fact that Draymond had punched him and he knew he kind of had an excuse to just shut it down.
I think it was a great call to kick us off. 808-KNBR is the number. How will you receive Jordan Poole? Because it's a very valid perspective. You're going to clap for him. You're going to stand for him because he brought you a title. But you can also be disappointed because regardless of whose side you take, if you believe that Jordan Poole was in the wrong, if you think that Draymond Green was absolutely in the wrong for throwing the punch, regardless of how you view that incident, Warriors fans are the biggest losers. Not Jordan Poole, not Draymond Green, who both won titles, who both won rings, who both gotten paid. Warriors fans were robbed of seeing what this team could do last year because there's no doubt that the incident cast a pall over the rest of the season. There's no doubt that the Warriors were not the same after what happened.
You didn't know it at the time, although you probably would have believed it if you were somebody that had to have an opinion on it. Their chances of winning a title ended right then.
Yeah.
When that happened, and then obviously the video leaks out and all hell breaks loose. It was an incident that they could not overcome last year, and for a number of different reasons. And so it got so bad. The byproduct of it, the aftermath of it, got so bad to where it basically painted them into a situation where one of them had to go. And at the end of the line, it wasn't going to be Steph Curry saying, yeah, Draymond, you're going to go at that point. Because, again, I think it goes back to as bad as some of the incidents with Draymond Green have been, I think everybody from Joe Lacob on down knows that if you want to continue to believe you have a shot at winning a championship, you got to keep Steph with Draymond and with Klay Thompson. Let's keep it going. On the phone lines, 808 KNBR, Chris in Fresno next here on the Sports Leader.
Yes, sir. Man, you took pretty much what I was going to say. I was talking to the gentleman before you. Great show, by the way. Yeah, I just feel like he could have done a lot better towards the end stretch, maybe putting a little bit more effort. And like I said, I don't expect anything crazy as far as, like, you know, Steph Curry numbers, you know, Klay in his prime, but you have to admit just that little bit extra of effort could have helped us. And punch aside, like you had mentioned, you have to put in 110%. Every time you go on that floor, or else you're going to get beat. And it was proven, you know, Draymond, he was obviously taking out a series against, you know, LeBron when they pretty much beat us when they were down when we had them. You see it. If you don't have 110% effort, the team's not going to play the way that they're supposed to. And I just feel like he robbed us, you know, the fans, the franchise, y'all. I mean, everyone. He just could have done a little bit more just to say, you know, I'll leave at the end of the year, but let me suck on my pride, you know. But I'm sure there was a lot more than we know. That's just how I feel.
Yeah, I think it just created a real awkward environment throughout the entirety of it. And I think Jordan Poole was, in part, a player that some of the other younger players looked up to in the locker room. And I think Jonathan Kuminga is a big one, to where I think part of that decision was they thought Kuminga was maybe starting to take after Poole a little bit, or that they didn't want Poole to be the guy that Kuminga was taking after, considering everything that had gone on and kind of the way he had carried himself down the stretch of that season. So I think an underlying part of all of this is Jordan Poole had to be removed because you didn't want him to be an example for the other young players, even if the situation, as far as how it all started, maybe wasn't totally or at all his fault.
And this is one of the most under-discussed discussions in all of sports, and this is locker room dynamics when you've got guys who are in their mid-30s in Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green, and you've got guys who are coming out of college or, you know, coming out of the G League who are 19, 20 years old. Who are they going to find more relatable? A 23, 24-year-old Jordan Poole, or someone like Steph Curry who's been in the league for well over a decade, who's achieved everything you could possibly achieve, no matter what you can do as a leader? And everyone should be listening to Steph. They should be hanging on his every word. He's earned that right. But at the end of the day, if you're looking for a guy to go to dinner with, you're probably, if you're Jonathan Kuminga, dialing up Jordan Poole to see what he's got going on that evening on the road.
808 KNBR is the number. Let's go to Drew in Berkeley next here on The Sports Leader. Drew, you're on with JD and Kerry Crowley here on a Friday. What's going on, Drew?
Hey, guys. A couple of things. First, I want to agree with Chris. I think there's a lot more behind the scenes that we don't know. The other thing, I mean, could you imagine, put yourself in Poole's place, you get sucker punched from a teammate, and management doesn't suspend the other player or address it or do anything? Like, you feel like nobody's got your back, right?
No doubt.
And the other thing I wanted to say is, you guys keep mentioning we don't know what was said, but isn't it pretty widely reported what was said?
It's been speculated on as to what was said, and there have been varying different things that have been alluded to as far as what was said.
Not to speculate, but from my understanding, and, you know, everybody can Google it, but it was a reference to Draymond being an expensive backup to 30.
Your backpack. Yeah, you're an expensive backpack For 30. Yes, exactly. That is the why. I've heard people, and I don't want to get into things that can't be factually reported as true. I've heard that there was more even than that was said that, would be a lot uglier than that. But the one thing that I will say just generally is, and thanks for the call, Drew, I think generally it's Jordan Poole is a talker. Yeah. And I think part of the dynamic that was in play that led to that situation, Kerry, was the fact that Jordan Poole, I think, carried himself in a manner as if because he had helped them win that title, almost like, you know what, I'm one of you guys now. I'm one of you, Steph. I'm one of you, Dre. I'm one of you, Clay, as far as – and look, he helped them win the one, there's no doubt, but you weren't a 4-time champion, right? You weren't at that level. So I think there was a little bit of – yes, you're a champion, but have a little humility to understand that you're not full-blown at the grown-up table just yet to where you can speak out of pocket at the level that maybe he liked to speak out of pocket. And I think Draymond and him had a more unique relationship, too, where some things would fly back and forth between the two. And you never know when you're going to strike somebody in the wrong moment and things get a little out of pocket.
And it comes back to the age and achievement dynamics that, again, we rarely discuss when it comes to guys. You could be 19 years old and on the same team as someone who's 35 or 36, and you think about the generational gap in your own lives, that is magnified in the world of professional sports where you're around someone every single day.
Tim in Brentwood on the Sports Leader. Hey, Tim.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. I'd like to get your opinion on if you think the rest of the season would have played out like it did if this whole thing wasn't leaked and they were able to keep it in-house.
Yeah, I think if they were able to keep it in-house, I think it would have been different. I don't think there's any doubt about it. I think it being leaked and it becoming public and everybody seeing it, I think that, frankly, is what made it so difficult, and thanks for the call for Jordan Poole to – it wasn't so much that it happened. It was the fact that everybody saw it and everybody was talking about it. And I think it made some people in the league view Jordan Poole fairly or unfairly, made him viewed differently. Yeah. Like, oh, you let that dude just swing on you and like you didn't do anything about it. And so I think I just, to me, again, fair or unfair, I think he had to carry that around, and I think it became too much.
And it's so hard to envision because it did leak, and it leaked quickly. And it's a hypothetical there, but...
Well, you don't want to make it about that, but I mean, the sense that I get is if it hadn't, the Warriors do feel like they could have moved on from it.
And you're there. You're there every day. You know what's going on, and it's just, wow. That's a fascinating question. We'll get into that later on in this show. We want to keep the Jordan Poole calls rolling later on today as he comes back to Chase Center tonight with the Washington Wizards. Up next, Marcus Thompson of The Athletic going to join us. Talk a little Warriors, talk a little 49ers, preview the Christmas evening matchup between the Niners and the Ravens. And, of course, the Jordan Poole discussion will roll on with Marcus. You're listening to JD and KC in for Tolbert and Copes, KNBR 104.5, 680, the Sports Leader. Pro Football Hall of Famer and Ravens radio analyst Rod Woodson joined Papa and Lund today to preview the Christmas night clash between Baltimore and San Francisco. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
All right, we are back here on the leader. John Dickinson, Kerry Crowley, rolling with you until 6 p.m. Hoping to connect with Marcus Thompson here soon. Kyle Shanahan going to join us in the 3 o'clock hour. I think maybe 3:10, 3:15 for Kyle, talking all things 49ers football. We'll get updates on Javon Hargrave, Eric Armstead, Elijah Mitchell, and of course, what he thinks of the Baltimore Ravens, the top team in the AFC right now. So plenty to discuss in the Bay Area sports world this weekend, JD, with the Warriors playing host to the Wizards this evening. Jordan Poole making his return. Some great calls so far with people who've lit up the phone lines. 808 KNBR, the number. We've had really interesting perspectives on everything to do with Jordan Poole, Draymond Green, and how things went south for those two and the Golden State Warriors. And, of course, 49ers discussion with Monday's showdown between, we touched on it all day yesterday, the top MVP candidates. And, yeah, Lamar's sitting like 4th or 5th in terms of the odds right now, but we all know that if he comes in and beats the 49ers, there's no bigger statement that someone can make in the NFL than doing that in Santa Clara.
Yeah, top two teams, top MVP candidates, and a whole hell of a lot on the line at Levi's on Monday with a couple of teams that think that they're going to be seeing each other again on February 11th in Las Vegas at the Super Bowl. And so I think to me, it's the game of the year in the NFL, surpassing any of the Cowboys, Eagles, 49ers matchups, Eagles, Cowboys, any of those round-robin matchups that we've seen to this point.
Well, we have made the connection. The Athletics' Marcus Thompson, kind enough to join us. He's just leaving 49ers practice. Marcus, how are you?
No, I'm just getting here.
Oh.
You know how I roll.
The Thursday is their Thursday is Friday this week, and that's the late day, which is that's the day where it's no fun to be out there if you're going to be out there.
Yeah, you get out here for to maximize your time. It's all about efficiency, right? It's all about getting here at the perfect time and leaving at the perfect time.
Yeah, and
that's what I do. That's what I've mastered.
Yeah, I would say you're pretty good at that among everybody. You're pretty good at a lot of things, but mastering the proper timing is I think one of the best.
I appreciate it. Thanks for watching.
I'm always watching because that's one thing I wish I could get better at. I'm always like, I'm just going to get there early and hang, and then I end up regretting it, Marcus. I end up regretting it.
Yeah, I don't have those regrets. Sometimes I get there late, but I've learned not to regret that either because it's better to be a little late than to be extra early.
Yeah, that's how you roll. That's how everybody rolls. I don't have that clout to feel that comfortable in myself to where I can do that. So I overcompensate by getting there like far too early. Let's get into Jordan Poole and his return tonight. Such an interesting dynamic. Just everything that went down. He helps the Warriors win a title. He's developing into this guy that's being talked about as maybe the heir apparent to Steph, down the line. And then all hell breaks loose with Draymond punching him. And I think a lot of Warrior fans, Marcus, and I want to get your take, but I think a lot of Warrior fans want to show him the love and give him an ovation. But then I also think a lot of Warrior fans kind of think he quit on him last year too. But then how could he not, given everything that happened that led up to it? So Warrior fans are feeling all kinds of different ways, I feel like, about Jordan Poole.
You know what's interesting about this? The Jordan Poole situation really taught me the difference between Warrior fans online and Warrior fans not online. Because, I'd be talking to people about the whole Jordan Poole situation, and you hear all this, this venom towards Jordan Poole, and then you talk to people who, aren't online like that, and they have no idea what I'm talking about. It's like, yeah, man, he's a struggle. But I think the crowd in Chase Center will welcome him with open arms, right? Not only do you automatically just kind of do that for your former players, but he won a championship. They watched him grow up literally in that building. He never played at Oracle. His first year was the first year at Chase. He was raised in Chase Center. They saw him grow up, and some of those times are great. Some of them were bad, but he endured the 15-50 season and ended up delivering a championship. And by the way, I really must add this. This is the part that I think should be remembered as Jordan Poole comes back. The most he ever made from the Warriors was $3.9 million. He did all that on $3.9 million. When Clay was out, he filled in. He got them off to an 18-2 start. He was the guy who get 25. When Steph was out, it was Jordan Poole. He did it all on a rookie deal, and I think that should be remembered. It obviously didn't end well, but that don't mean the whole thing wasn't pretty good.
Yeah, providing plenty of value. Oh, Marcus, was the only move trading Jordan Poole? Could the Warriors have found something else to keep him in the building? Would they have ever considered, unloading Draymond Green at that point? Or was this just, once that all happened, was this the way that everything was headed?
I mean, it really depends on, like, what you want to do. There was another move, right? If at some point the Warriors decided the championship core has done all it's going to do, and we need to start building around Steph in a different way, then you keep Jordan Poole, you trade Draymond Green. And, Draymond Green was a free agent, right? So he had an opportunity to leave. He had offers out there. So it wasn't like it wasn't close to happening. Like, it was close to happening. But they want to win more than anything. So if you decide what's the best way to win right now, you just can't come up. If you just lay out all the options about winning right now, you're going to have a hard time coming up with an option that don't include Draymond Green. Now, once they made that decision, now it's going to be pretty tough to keep Jordan Poole around. Because either there has to be some major relationship management and renovation, right? Or, like, you have to split them up because that's just how it's going to be, right? That's just what it was. Some stuff you just don't really bounce back from so soon. So I think there was another way to go, but Steph Curry is on this team. Joe Lacob is a championship. Like, he wants a title. Him and Steph, they both want championships, like, above all things. So that means they wanted Draymond. And that spelled it out for Jordan Poole, basically.
I want to kind of get into the whole, would management ever go to Steph and say, hey, we want to do it a different way around you, and how receptive he would be to that notion? Because I think in the Draymond conversation, a lot of the time it's the Warriors have to put their foot down or should have done this or could do that. How much is Steph basically doing the calculus of, well, I need this dude, like, versus other guys around the league? Because it's hard for me to even kind of fathom, like, what it would look like, to use your term, if the Warriors said, hey, we want to build around you a different way.
Well, first off, like, hang on, it might be coming.
It might be. No, that's why I brought it up, because it might be.
It might be coming.
But does that have to come from Steph, or does it go from Steph to the organization, or would the organization do that? Like, what's that dynamic like in your mind?
I mean, we've seen, like, the history of it. They don't, like, always listen to Steph, right? If they listened to Steph, Mark Jackson would have remained the coach, right?
True.
If they listened to Steph, like, Avery Bradley would have taken the GP2 spot. So, like, especially when Bob Myers was in tow, it's like, hey, Steph, here's the thing. We want your input, but in the end, we're going to make the decision. And I think Steph feels that way, too. Steph is obviously a massive voice, right? Like, his opinion matters. I just don't think he's the only one who thinks the way he thinks. So, just like with, as it was with Bob Myers, I'm sure it's even true with Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob. What's the scenario that's going to be better? Like, if you present Steph a scenario, I think he'd probably prefer to win with Draymond and Clay. But, like, if you came and was like, hey, we could give Draymond and Clay for Giannis, like, who's saying no to that?
So it's got to be a no-brainer. It's got to be a no-brainer then.
No, but I'm just saying, but I'm just saying, like, you're trading 30-year-old dudes with massive money. You're not getting much back. That's the difficulty. It's not like saying, all right, you could work this or you could work that. I mean, if you start looking at the names out there, you could probably come with one, and that's Pascal Siakam. That is probably good enough and available enough to, like, make you really think about the thing. But clearly he's not actually available, right? The asking price for the Raptors is clearly too high because he's still there. So the move that you could make to say, all right, if we get rid of these guys and rejigger the whole process, right? Steph, and then who else? Like, that number 2 star is not there. Like, they're not getting it. So what's the actual thing you're presenting to Steph? You know, like, remember when before they did the whole Otto Porter, Nemanja Bjelica, they were trying to get Damian Lillard. They were trying to get Bradley Beal. Those deals weren't there. Like, and we saw it this year when Clay and Andrew Wiggins were not playing well, the Warriors tanked. You cannot win a championship in the NBA without a number 2 player. You probably need a number 3 player. So the question has always been, if you give up Draymond, if you give up Clay, are you replacing them with players who can help you win? And the answer has just been no. I mean, simple as that. So I don't think we've ever gotten to the crossroads, right, of deciding, what do? Do you keep them? It's always been a no-brainer because the amount of value that they will bring in would never match the value they have to the team. Number one, because Draymond, like, his market value isn't greater than his value to the Warriors. And then Clay had 2 massive injuries. So what are you getting for those guys? Clay's making $43 million, right? Like, there's the market for him is not massive coming off 2 major injuries. So I don't think they've ever been in a position where there was the player that might make them rethink this thing, and they didn't have it. Because even these kind of, I don't want to say mid, but these like second, third tier stars that they tried to get, they couldn't get them. Like Bradley Beal was one of them. Couldn't get Bradley Beal. And he's not, you might, if they traded for Bradley Beal, you might not be like, oh, they're top tier. You'd be like, oh, that's cool. But if they can't get Bradley Beal, the question is, what could they actually get? And that's because of that. I don't think they ever came to that crossroads. It's been very obvious. Draymond, you're not getting better than Draymond and Clay. Ride with him.
Well, going from Bradley Beal to Bjelica sounds like the offseason the San Francisco Giants are about to have, Marcus. So that's good for them.
I mean, are you delivering a championship? That you're saying you just predicted a championship for the Giants.
Exactly. Get the parade route down Market Street ready. I did want to ask you, because you're down in Santa Clara right now and covering, presumably looking forward to Monday night's game. Is there anything you can learn about the 49ers against Lamar Jackson on Monday night?
Yes. The issue with them over the years has been, how well does their defensive front handle mobile quarterbacks? And they've been really good so far this year. But then you started seeing Kyler Murray give them some problems, right? And it was like, uh-oh, right? They had such a good game plan against Jalen Hurts that he didn't destroy them. So, like, Lamar Jackson is a different beast. And I really want to see how they handle, like, that part of it. Like, because his running isn't, like, random. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's part of the game plan. Like, he's going to make some magical plays. How do they handle that? Because that very well could be the difference between the Super Bowl, right? To me, that's what I want to see. I want to see this team against greatness, because I believe they're the best team in the league. I believe they should win a Super Bowl. So I want to see them against greatness, because you're going to have to beat greatness to win the Super Bowl. They should have won a Super Bowl in 2020, but Patrick Mahomes, like, found another level, right? And it was like, man, what do you do with that? It's going to be Patrick Mahomes, or it's going to be, like, Lamar Jackson, right? Or it's going to be Josh Allen if he finds, like, some kind of hot streak. Like, that's what they're going to have to beat. So I want to see them against that. I want to see this offense against an elite defense. We've only seen them really have problems when there was no Debo and no Trent. To me, this is going to be the first massive test. Like, Cleveland was a huge test, but they didn't have their guys. Now they got their guys, and this Ravens defense is legit, right? This is top shelf right here. So to me, I feel like this is a great, like, kind of metric or measurement just to see how great these 49ers are. And if they've got that glow, like Bruce Leroy, yeah. Because if they get that Bruce Leroy glow, where it's like they know who they are, it's over, man. I'm telling you, it's over. If they find that groove where it's like, we know who we are, this is it, then nobody's beating them. And to me, this is going to be the first test to see if they realize who they are. Y'all don't know about no Bruce Leroy. It's more like a Neo in the Matrix, where he realized he was the one. Kerry is like, 7 years old? So you definitely don't know about no Bruce Leroy.
I do not, Marcus, but I do know that Monday night.
But I'll tell him, Marcus.
I do know that Monday night is the game of the year. Marcus Thompson, The Athletic. Merry Christmas. Thank you so much for joining us.
All right, have a good one. Get them cornrows back. You my guy. I love you better with cornrows.
I knew you'd say it. We're gonna drop.
I love it, man.
We're gonna drop that right now. We're gonna get to Kyle Shanahan, 49ers head coach. On the other side, he will join us talking all things Monday Night Showdown in Santa Clara. You're listening, KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
Gilroy, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Gilroy's sports leader.
The Athletics' Tim Kawakami joined this morning to discuss Brock Purdy and Tyrese Haliburton's underdog stories, the Giants' offseason, and Yoshinobu Yamamoto signing with the Dodgers. That podcast and more trending now on the KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Tolbert and Copes. Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
All right, we are back here on the leader alongside John Dickinson, Kerry Crowley here, filling in for Tolbert and Copes this afternoon. Kyle Shanahan, 49ers coach, going to join us in just a moment. Thanks to Marcus Thompson of The Athletic for stopping by. And JD, interesting points because you wanted to see the 49ers in a matchup with greatness against the Cowboys earlier this season. 49ers rolled them. You wanted to see it against the Eagles. 49ers rolled them. And now we have the opportunity on Christmas night to see the 49ers square off with the top team in the AFC. Should be special.
Yeah, should be. And just another box to be checked. I'm fascinated by the matchup against Lamar Jackson. Should be a good one.
Yeah, absolutely. It is time for the Kyle Shanahan Show.
Faithful to him, it's not just a team, it's family.
I appreciate everyone in here. Love you guys.
Yes, sir! Here's the head coach of your 49ers, Kyle Shanahan.
You got a chance to do something this year, man.
With Tolbert and Copes.
Sponsored by Nick the Greek. We welcome you to our house. Come taste the difference of our delicious local Greek flavors and become a fan.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, Friday afternoon here on The Leader, and kind enough to join us, 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan checking in from Santa Clara. Kyle, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. How are you?
Doing good, guys. How you guys doing?
Doing well. How special is it, Kyle, to be playing on Christmas? A game of this magnitude, the world's watching. It's typically an NBA day, but this matchup feels like an NBA matchup. Two best teams and stars everywhere under the lights.
It is pretty cool. I mean, I definitely didn't think it was cool when I got the schedule. We've been real lucky here. I mean, the 7 years I've been here, it's been so random, but we've gotten the Christmas off every day. We've had like 8-day weeks. We played on Saturday, the day before Christmas, our first year when we played Jacksonville. So we've been real lucky. And when we saw this, we weren't too excited about it, especially the family and stuff. But when you get to this point and you see where we're at and our record and everything and them and being on Christmas and knowing how I feel when I get to watch those basketball games and stuff, it is a pretty cool opportunity for us, a pretty special game, and happy to be in it, and we're going to enjoy it.
Yeah, and the first time in 30 years the 49ers are playing on Christmas. Now your dad was the OC in 1993 at Candlestick. It was the Niners and the Oilers. Does 14-year-old Kyle Shanahan remember anything about that game and against Warren Moon and the Oilers?
I remember not being able to open my presents that morning and having to wait till we got home later in the day to do it. So I was upset with my dad for that, which I'm sure my kids are going to be upset with me, but I didn't remember much about the game at that time. They were probably about clinched by then, knowing them back in the day.
Kind of odd, 10-7 Oilers win that day. Odd, low-scoring game with all that offensive firepower on both those teams.
Well, I'm going to have to give them some crap for that then. Ruining our Christmas.
Well, plenty of offensive firepower on the field on Monday night, Kyle. Obviously, everyone wants to know the status to your most important defensive players, and Armstead and Hargrave, also Elijah Mitchell on the injury report this week. What can you tell us about all the guys who may have question marks heading into this Monday's game?
Not much I can tell you yet. They still have question marks, and they're all questionable. They've been limited this week, and Armstead's a little bit more of a long shot, but we're going to wait to see. Hopefully we can get all three, but we're not going to rule anyone out till at the earliest tomorrow.
Kyle, what's the challenge that Lamar Jackson specifically presents? I mean, mobile quarterbacks, that's always kind of a talking point whenever you guys face them. How do you feel you've done against mobile quarterbacks? This season, every year's kind of different, and just how different is Lamar Jackson compared to even other mobile quarterbacks?
Well, he's the best one. So, I mean, anytime you have a mobile quarterback, it's such a pain for everybody because it changes your rules and just how you got to do certain things. Because if you go against a mobile quarterback who they use them in the run game and you just ignore it, as people have learned over the last 20 years, it's hard to compete. You'll get exposed extremely fast. So you got to do things to change up your scheme a little bit just so you can play 11-on-11 football instead of 10-on-11. But the key is not letting it slow you down and change who you are. So you got to be able to find balance with that and pick your spots. And you can't just sit there and wait to see if he pulls it. You got to play fast. You got to go. You got to be aggressive. And, we've been up and down with it. I thought we did good against Philly early in the year. I thought actually we did good versus Arizona. Can't really say that with the run stats that we gave up, but in terms of the quarterback runs, I thought we had a pretty good plan and didn't let the quarterback hurt us on the scrambles, but then the ball carriers got us. So there's so much that goes into it, not just the scheme, but also how hard he is to tackle, how hard the backs are to tackle if you give too much attention to him. And then if you sell out everything for the run game, you better hope that the running quarterback isn't good at throwing, and that's not the case with this one. Lamar's as good as there is when throwing the ball also. He can make every throw. He sees the field very well, and he's extremely accurate. So that's why he's had the success in the league he's had, and that's what we got to work cut out for us.
Kyle, I think one of the most interesting components of your tenure as head coach in San Francisco is you obviously had Robert Saleh and players adjusted to him. You had D'Amico Ryans, players adjusted to him, and now Steve Wilks. And what the defense has done over the last 6 weeks during this win streak, it's obviously gotten significantly better. It looks to me like it's playing with more confidence. How have you seen the defense evolve during maybe the second half of the season with Wilks?
You always get better or worse. And, we've lost a number of offensive coaches too over these years. And, I know when you lose a coordinator, it sticks out more, but there's always an adjustment. Even when you're trying to do things similar, the only way you get better at things is working together. And the only way you work together is going through these games. And, we spent a good offseason together, but each time you go into a game, a new thing comes up, a different way guys play you, how we adjust. And that's just about going through it together. We got lots of good coaches, lots of good players. The thing is just challenging each other each week till you kind of get in that flow and you feel like everyone's working together and kind of playing on the same levels together, and you kind of more of one unit. And I thought there was times earlier in the year, you can look at the numbers and especially when we started 5-0, we were doing a lot of good things on defense. But I just think right now, all three levels in terms of the D-line, the linebackers, the corners, they're doing it at the same time. They're kind of feeding off each other. When we get a good rush, our secondary is ready to tee off and get a pick. When we're not as good with the rush, we hold down more in coverage. And when you can tie those things together a little bit better, you lead to better results, and you lead to the offense making mistakes, which we've been able to capitalize on here recently.
Kyle, what about the Ravens' defense stands out as far as a challenge? Obviously, it's a real good one, but what do they do that you kind of look at as you plan for this one?
Well, starting with their personnel, they don't have a bad player out there. They got a bunch of very good players, some Pro Bowl players, but all of them are really good. And the way that they play, you can tell they've been playing together for a little bit. The way their two inside linebackers are, I keep comparing to ours. They're guys who have played together, who are extremely instinctive, very smart, and in a very good scheme for them. And they run and hit. These guys remind me of our style of play. There's not a game you're going to turn on where they're not running the ball and trying to bring it every single week. That's just what they do. And when you do that, they have a very sound scheme where they can play extremely well in zone coverage and try to get there with four because they have four good rushers, but mainly the 7 guys in coverage, they don't leave much space. So your quarterback's got to take a couple hitches to allow people to get open. And when you got to take a couple hitches, those 4 usually get there. And also, they got a very good blitz package that makes it real hard to sit and help people at times because you got so many issues of blocking the guys blitzing and having to get rid of the ball when they bring too many. So they balance it up very well to keep you off balance. They're sound in everything they do, so they usually make you work for everything down the field. They will get aggressive at times, and that's when they do. And if we can pick it up, that's our chance to get a big play. They just don't give it to you that much. So when they make you work for everything like that, have the talent, and then you look at their offense, just how well they run the ball, how many points they can score. It's a real good combination to win, and I think that's why both of us are sitting here with 2 good records.
Kyle, I think it was around this time last year when the entire NFL was viewing Brock Purdy as a revelation. What he had done was not just a one-off, a two-off. He was starting to consistently put together these type of performances that were truly special. As you look back a year later and where Brock is right now, where your offense is right now, what's been the most impressive component of his development in year 2?
Just that he's continued doing it. Brock played at such a high level last year in the 6 or 7 games that he had. That's what gave us so much confidence going into the offseason with him, even though, he had that injury and he wasn't going to be available towards till the end of training camp. He had played that well, and he had done it each week. He had done it in every situation in the playoffs, the regular season, on the road, versus good teams, versus bad teams. Had a big game in overtime in Vegas, played with injuries. So we had all that confidence because you got to show it all the first year. But then just going into the second year, he, just like kind of said with Baltimore's defense, when you're a good player and you got good guys around you, you stay healthy and you keep playing, you're only going to get better. And when he started out that way, and now he's been able to stay healthy throughout this year, and Brock, when you're a real quarterback, you can see it the right way and you're talented. It's just a matter of time. And the more he's out there, the better he gets, and the better guys get around him too.
Kyle, final question for you. I got to ask you about this past Monday night. And so, I was watching the Philly-Seattle game with some 49er fans, and I want to know, like, if you're watching that game, are you pumping your fist when Seattle scores? Is it weird? Do you root for Seattle? Are you so locked in that it's not even a thing because you're just kind of doing your own thing? But how does an NFL head coach watch a game like that?
That was awesome because we had an 8-day week. So we rarely get an extra day. So all of us were able to finish our work up earlier. So that was the first time I was home by halftime and got to sit and watch the game with my family for the second half. And it was probably one of the most exciting games I've been able to watch because it did pertain to us a little bit with what everyone was looking for. And I didn't have to do work at the time, so I got to sit down and enjoy it. However, I didn't enjoy it very much because I was so frustrated because it didn't look like Seattle was going to win. So I was starting to check out a little bit. And then all of a sudden that last drive, it was like, how the hell did that just happen? And my wife was cheering. We were pretty excited. And then I told her to settle down. It doesn't mean anything. We got to move on with our life and get this win. And then the next two after it. So it was fun watching it as a fan. Also having the time to do it. But I was really happy with those guys, which I don't always feel that way about Seattle, but I did then for a couple hours at least.
So you basically watched it like everybody else did. That's good to know. That's good to know.
I did. I missed the first half, but I mean, all our guys were. I got a couple FaceTimes from players right after it. It was fun to watch.
Well, all eyes were on Seattle. All eyes on Santa Clara on Monday night. Kyle, wishing you the best of luck and Merry Christmas to you and your family.
Hey, Merry Christmas to you guys too. Talk to you guys later.
All right. He is 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan, and on the other side, react to everything Kyle said headed into Monday evening showdown. Some good stuff on Lamar Jackson, the development of Brock Purdy in year 2, and of course, the way he consumes the NFL, just like you. JD, great question. More coming up next. You're listening to John Dickinson, Kerry Crowley here on KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
That was awesome because we had an 8-day week. So we rarely get an extra day. So all of us were able to finish our work up earlier. So that was the first time I was home by halftime and got to sit and watch the game with my family for the second half. And it was probably one of the most exciting games I've been able to watch because it did pertain to us a little bit with what everyone was looking for. And I didn't have to do work at the time, so I got to sit down and enjoy it. However, I didn't enjoy it very much because I was so frustrated because it didn't look like Seattle was going to win. So I was starting to check out a little bit, and then all of a sudden that last drive, it was like, how the hell did that just happen? And my wife was cheering. We were pretty excited, and then I told her to settle down. It doesn't mean anything. We got to move on with our life and get this win, and then the next two after it. So it was fun watching it as a fan, also having the time to do it, but I was really happy with those guys, which I don't always feel that way about Seattle, but I did then for a couple hours at least.
Kyle Shanahan, he's just like you, taking in the Seahawks and the Eagles on Monday night. And now we'll probably have a bunch of coaches around the league watching his team against the Baltimore Ravens on Monday evening in Santa Clara. John Dickinson, Kerry Crowley hanging with you until 6 o'clock on the leader. If you missed our interview with Kyle Shanahan, check out the KNBR podcast app later on this afternoon and evening. You'll be able to hear it there, and then we'll play it again for you around 5:30 this evening. So if you got a long drive, many of you do for the holidays, if you're tuning into KNBR all afternoon, try to keep things rolling here with more 49ers talk, more talk of Jordan Poole, his return to Chase Center this evening. But good conversation with Kyle.
Yeah, it really was. And, I mean, a lot to chew on as far as just the matchup individually. But yeah, as far as just looking back at the 49ers now controlling their own destiny and not even controlling their own destiny, they control it, and they only need two of the final three, which obviously they're thinking win this one and win the next one. And then they've got an opportunity in Week 18 to figure out what the heck they want to do, maybe with a bye on top of that. But yeah, that was a hell of a finish, and one that I think sets the 49ers up beautifully now to go in and show out against the Ravens, but also know that if they don't win it, it isn't necessarily going to be the difference between having to go on the road in the playoffs or not.
Yeah, I think the situation you'd like to avoid if you're the 49ers right now is having to play for the 1 seed against a Rams team that you could very well see 2 weeks later, because the 49ers could win that game, get the bye, but crazy stuff happens against division opponents. Sean McVay is an excellent coach. We saw it on display last night. Matt Stafford can light up any defense on the right day. And Puka Nacua, he has emerged as a continued playmaker for the Rams. They beat the Saints last night. And I don't know, that to me, JD, doesn't feel like a team that you want to see in the postseason if you're the 49ers. So you take care of business, and then you maybe start Sam Darnold Week 18.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes you see a team early in the year, and I think this happens every year, and you kind of wonder, because the Rams look like they had the potential to be one of the worst teams in the NFL in the preseason, and then the 49ers end up seeing them in Week 2 down in L.A., and they win the game. But if you remember, the Rams were right there with them throughout the first half, and it really flipped in the second half, and the 49ers were able to take control and win it. But you sort of file it away early in the year like, maybe the Rams are better than I thought. And now here we are looking up months later, and you look at the Rams, they are, and we'll see what happens with Minnesota and Seattle and others, but they're the 6th seed right now at 8-7 and control their own way to be able to get into the playoffs, which I think is something nobody would have thought going back to Week 2 when these teams last met.
And they really had a heck of an overtime game against the Ravens a few weeks ago. That was one that I was checking in on because obviously the Ravens were coming up on the 49ers schedule. It was a great late afternoon game, and you saw the punt return for a touchdown that ultimately decided it for Baltimore. Punt. But the Rams hung with them the entire time. That is a team that can absolutely, I mean, we talked about the way the 49ers dismantled the Cowboys, the way the 49ers rolled over the Eagles after the first quarter of that game. The Rams are a team that can hang with anyone, and if you're in that game, it just makes things tough, and it can come down to one play, one turnover, and that's not what the 49ers want in the postseason this year.
No, it's definitely not, and the quickest way to avoid it is to handle business against the Ravens and move forward and get that win on Monday night at Levi Stadium and in the big showdown game. And really, I think it has a lot to do with Lamar Jackson. And I keep going back to what Kyle had to say about him and the uniqueness of him as a quarterback and all the different ways that it impacts the offense, because it's not just, as Kyle laid out, about Lamar in the running game, but it's how it impacts the rest of the running game, how it impacts the way the defense has to move around, and you compensate for certain things, you leave other things open. And at times the 49ers have been vulnerable to that dynamic, and there's nobody, as Kyle Shanahan said, better at it than Lamar Jackson. So this is a true test, I think, on that side. And I don't mean it in the sense of, the 49ers haven't been tested or anything like that, but this is I think the most complete team that the 49ers have played on both sides of the ball to this point this season. And so, how their offense goes up against the Ravens defense, I think the physicality of this game is something else that stands out to me. Both these teams are just going to lay wood. I mean, back and forth. And so it can be the kind of game that takes a toll for future weeks. So all the more important that you don't want to wind up losing that game and then maybe end up being a little bit more banged up for the final couple of weeks when those two become surefire must-wins for the 1 seed.
Well, and this is a week where the 49ers' philosophy, their roster-building philosophy, their scheme on defense and offense, they all come into the spotlight because it's a Ravens team that obviously Lamar can extend plays. Lamar keeps his head down the field looking to pass when he escapes the pocket. The 49ers are built through their defensive line on defense. Yes, Fred Warner is sensational, maybe the best linebacker in football when he's on the right day. Dre Greenlaw's an excellent pairing for him, but they build through their line. You have Nick Bosa. You have Eric Armstead, who's obviously questionable right now. This is a game why you sign Hargrave this offseason, why you devote those resources to getting him. It's why you allocate the draft pick to go and trade for Chase Young, because you need people who can keep contain on Lamar Jackson. That's on Bosa. That's on Chase Young. And it's a thin 49ers defensive line right now. They've lost a significant number of players this season. So you go into a season building all this depth for these types of moments because you're going to be challenged. And then on the offensive side of the ball, obviously the Ravens play as physical of a type of football on defense as any team in the NFL. It's why they're so good defensively. But the 49ers have built through just an incredible run game, a very efficient pass game, and players on the outside who aren't afraid to lay blocks. I mean, you watch these highlights of the 49ers' big plays, almost always there's a Deebo Samuel or a Brandon Ayuk blocking 60 yards down the field for the other one, or George Kittle 45 yards down the field, Trent Williams getting down the field. You consistently see it, and that is going to be the biggest challenge for the 49ers. Can they do that against this Baltimore Ravens defense that gets off blocks, that doesn't give up those big plays as easily?
Yeah, it's just a phenomenal game. It's just a phenomenal matchup, and I think it is a test. Not that the 49ers need that test, but if they pass this one, if the 49ers pass this one and win, and I don't even think they have to win convincingly, they just have to play a good enough game to win, even if it ends up being grimy. And I think if they're not already the front runner, which I think they are in most people's eyes, the bandwagon for them being the heavy-duty favorite is only, I mean, it's going to increase exponentially here moving forward if the Niners can win this one. So hell of a matchup at Levi's. I think it's going to be tremendous. I mean, superstar players everywhere. There's the MVP race. I mean, this is one of the greatest late season games, I think, in regular season history. When you start to get into the final, 3-4 weeks of an NFL season, there have been very few matchups that are at this level with these two teams at the top of the conference and having the records that they do.
And on the day. I mean, Christmas night, the 49ers and the Ravens are taking over from a day that historically belongs to the NBA.
You could not have planned it any better if you were the NFL. And I thought it was funny. Kyle Shanahan's thinking, damn, the schedule comes out in May or whatever, and he's thinking, damn, no off day on Christmas. No off day on Christmas this year, and he was probably thinking it could have been because it was a Monday. Like if they had played on a Sunday, Christmas Eve, they fly back from wherever. Typically, it's not too far away, but if they end up playing Christmas Eve or even Saturday, everybody could have Christmas off basically because of the way that falls on the schedule. Show up basically on Wednesday and go get it for that next week. So. Yeah, I think I can definitely see where he's coming from as far as getting the schedule and seeing it, but then you look at the way everything shakes out, and yeah, it truly does feel like an NBA matchup. Like it's superstars everywhere, bright lights, best two teams, and what could wind up being a preview of the Super Bowl.
Yeah, you noticed the bit about Kyle saying that he couldn't open his presents back when he was a 14-year-old on the day that Mike Shanahan was coaching for the 49ers?
He didn't remember much about the game, but he remembered that.
And he's not going to make time for his kids to open their presents this year. 49ers don't play until 5:15 on Monday night, but they're not doing a 7 a.m. Christmas in the Shanahan household. They're not opening gifts on Christmas Eve. Kyle's saying it's all business until after the game.
Yeah, not on game day. Yeah. Not on game day.
I mean, what happens if the 49ers lose? Are the kids just not getting gifts this year?
2:30, by the way, was the game at Candlestick that day. 2:30.
Yeah. So he got home that night, reasonably, if Mike had cooled off from a woeful offensive performance.
Yeah, right.
He was ready to dial up his dad as soon as you mentioned that.
7 was the lowest output that they had in any game that season. Didn't quite. I can't remember if they had everything locked up or not, but they ended up 10-6 that season and did make the playoffs and lost to the Cowboys in the NFC Championship game.
Yeah, so we will see. Kyle Shanahan, is it a Merry Christmas in that household around 11 o'clock on Monday evening or whenever he gets home from the 49ers-Ravens game?
They bounced back, by the way, with 34 against Philadelphia in the final game of the year and 44 against the Giants in their first playoff game.
Not too bad.
They did all right.
Yeah.
Before losing to Dallas.
Yeah, before losing to Dallas. Not words that any 49ers fan wants to hear. So one thing that I did want to touch on real quick, I know we'll get to a commercial break here shortly, and we've got to talk more Warriors. We've got to talk this interesting Brock Purdy, Tyrese Haliburton story that Tim Kawakami wrote earlier this week. I want to get your perspective on that. I have long felt that under Kyle, the 49ers special teams have never quite been as good as they could be. I mean, the coverage units and the punt units, and my lasting image of the Ravens this season is their overtime walk-off punt return touchdown. And so when you've got two such evenly matched teams, I'm still picking the 49ers this week because of the dominance they've displayed over their last 6 wins, but special teams always scares me when you've got a matchup like this.
Yeah, and also the kickers as well. I mean, you look at Tucker for the Ravens. I mean, he's as good as there is in maybe the history of the NFL, and it's been a while since Jake Moody's got a little streak going.
He does.
He's got a little streak going, and it's funny because it felt like not many or any of these kicks have really mattered because the 49ers have been scoring a lot of points. But low-key, over the course of the season, it seems like he's gained enough confidence and hasn't had the big-time high-pressure kicks to where something that had the potential, I think, to be a problem this season, it hasn't really totally come to fruition because, again, the Niner offense has been so dominant and he's been able to get on a little bit of a run. But should the kicking game and maybe a closer game become a part of this, I wonder if that's something that could rear its head a little bit right before the playoffs, because the one thing if you're the Niners that you don't want and you think you're good enough to avoid is to have the whole season come down to having to make a kick come January
that's a nightmare.
February.
That is a total nightmare because of what we saw earlier this season. You mentioned he's been on a streak, but I think every 49ers fan right now would tell you you'd love to win these next 3 weeks, 10-point ball games, make it easy, win them going away, especially against Baltimore, because then it gives you a chance to head into the final 2 weeks, locking up the 1 seed with just 1 win. But I don't know that it would be the worst thing in the world if Jake Moody had a high-pressure kick with the ball game on the line before the postseason.
You would want to see that.
Exactly.
You want to see, okay, well, what if you get it and he misses it?
Is Robbie Gould retired?
Yes.
Is he definitely retired?
But I mean, hasn't that ship sailed, though?
Yes.
Totally. not only the Robbie Gould portion of it, but hasn't the ship sailed as far as Moody at this point, just based on the fact that he's been on the streak? Again, and not a lot of high-pressure kicks. But when's the last time he missed one? Minnesota? I want to say it's Minnesota.
Yeah, that's a good question.
I think the Minnesota game was the last time he missed one. So you're going all the way back to... Yeah, exactly. More PATs, yeah. Appreciate Tim chiming in. More PATs than any kicker in the NFL. So he's getting a lot of practice on those.
Yeah.
And he's making them.
So there you go. On the other side, one thing I do want to get into, again, is this Jordan Poole discussion, because we took a few phone calls about Jordan Poole. Folks, thoughts on his relationship with Draymond Green, and, of course, everything that transpired after the punch last year. But I do want to hear, if you're headed to Chase Center this evening, if you're in the car right now, what kind of ovation will you give Jordan Poole? JD and I are both on the same page here. We think that he'll get a loud ovation, standing ovation from the Warriors crowd, particularly after that tribute video is played of all his achievements, all his accomplishments. But 808 KNBR is the number. Want to get into this? Are you standing and cheering? Are you giving him a golf clap? Are you booing Jordan Poole because you feel robbed as a fan of seeing this dynasty window stay open just a little bit longer? So we'll take more calls on the other side. You're listening to John Dickinson, Kerry Crowley, in for Tolbert and Copes, KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader. Jordan Poole makes his highly anticipated return to Chase tonight. How will the former Warriors champ be received by the San Francisco crowd? That story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sean Dickinson, super reporter, big game bounties, boots on the ground.
We are back here on Leader, talking all things 49ers, Ravens, talking all things Warriors, Wizards on Friday evening at Chase Center. John Dickinson, Kerry Crowley hanging with you until 6 o'clock this evening. JD, Jordan Poole, back in the Bay. We opened the show talking about this. Obviously has not had the year that maybe anyone expected from him, but still with the Wizards 5-22 right now coming into Chase Center. I think the last thing Warriors fans want to see, as much as they want to give him a good ovation or however they want to react to Jordan Poole, the last thing they want to see is this guy coming in dropping 40 and upsetting the Warriors tonight.
No, it would be a really bad loss considering the way that the Wizards have played to this point this season. And yeah, Jordan Poole's numbers are down, to say the least. Jordan Poole averaging 17.2 points per game. He's not shooting the ball well at all. It's a career worst, really, offensively, other than his rookie year in terms of field goal percentage and three-point percentage and the like. He did make 8 threes the other night in Sacramento, but he made 8 threes in Sacramento and they were down 20. So it's just kind of been that kind of year for Jordan Poole and the Wizards. And yeah, I think the Warriors fans, and we had Marcus Thompson on earlier who spoke to, and I thought it was a fascinating point that he made as far as social media Warrior fans.
Yep.
Online Warrior fans versus those in person that pay to go to games inside Chase Center. And I think he was spot on in saying he thinks the fans in the building are the fans that will give Jordan Poole the ovation for helping them win a championship a couple of years ago, but also the way he put it, had a reverence for watching Jordan Poole be able to grow up in the Warriors franchise from somebody that looked honestly just completely lost in his rookie year, that inaugural season at Chase Center in 2019-20 that got shut down on March 11th due to the pandemic, when Klay Thompson had missed the whole year and Steph Curry played 5 games and they were 15-50. Jordan Poole was trying to find himself and not finding himself with the team that he thought he was going to be playing with when he was drafted. So he grew up a lot from that moment up until when he was, going down the parade route basically on his birthday, an NBA champion. And so, everything that happened since, it kind of all started with the punch, and then he didn't have a great year and kind of shut things down. It felt like in the playoffs a little bit, but I think he will still get a warm reception overall.
Absolutely. And for as inconsistent as maybe Jordan Poole has been since the punch, both for the Warriors and for the Wizards, the Warriors have also been inconsistent at the start of this season.
And I'll say this, just as far as even last year, as far as Jordan Poole goes, Stephen Curry missed 26 games last year.
Yep.
The Warriors went 14-12 in the 26 games that Stephen Curry missed. And a big part of the reason they went 14-12 was the fact that Jordan Poole, he played well in those games when he stepped in for Steph. And it really helped keep the Warriors afloat. There was a lot of home games around the holiday, right around this time, basically, where he stepped in and they won a lot of those games because he could just go get 25. And it wasn't always pretty and it wasn't always efficient, but you needed it. And that's really the one area, although the Warriors bench has been really good this year, top to bottom, it's been a collective. And I think the one area where the Warriors, I think, left themselves the most vulnerable, even in making the determination that they were going to trade Jordan Poole, is what happens if Steph Curry goes down. And fortunately for them, they really haven't had to deal with that other than a couple of games to this point this season. Makes me a little nervous, though, and I think it makes a lot of Warrior fans a little nervous. Just the fact that Steph has been available, and this team maybe hasn't maximized what their record needs to be, a game under 500, with him basically only missing a couple.
Yeah, 13-14 through the first 27. They've got Washington tonight. They've got Portland tomorrow, and then at Denver on Christmas. And so 808 KNBR is the number. We're going to open up the phone lines again. Head out. JD, who's on the board?
Yeah, let's go to Elijah in San Francisco on the Sports Leader. Hey, Elijah.
Hey, what's happening, man? I'm calling out the city, tapping in from San Fran. Hey, and I got nothing but love for Jordan Poole. He handled his business. Once he got socked by Green, he got a little dismantled, and that kind of made everybody look at him a little funny. I know I did. But other than that, man, bro, he's bad. I know he's doing shitty in Washington, but he still got love out here for me. And most people I fuck with, they really like the dude. So it's all good from us.
Thanks for the call. Yeah, okay, sweet. Yeah, thanks for the call. Sorry about that. 808 KNBR is the number. Appreciate it. It's a good call. And then he got a little off the rails.
Remember, folks, we'd love to have you on KNBR just to make sure that we're not getting any FCC violations.
And probably, those on the stream, I think, probably get a little, they get the full color version.
Exactly.
YouTube and Twitch, they get the full
that is the benefit of the stream is I often forget that I'm on camera here.
Yeah.
And it's not good. It's not good.
Unedited, but, appropriate points.
Yeah.
Appropriate points.
808 KNBR, who we got on the board right now?
Jeffrey in San Jose is next. Hey, Jeffrey.
Hi, how are you?
Doing well. How are you, Jeffrey? What's on your mind?
Well, it's Jordan Poole. Everyone thinks it was the punch that caused the downfall. I don't see that. I see it as when we were in strength in numbers during the championship season, he was all in the strength in numbers. And then he got it in his head that he was the number 2 guy and he was better than anyone else under Steph Curry. And it got in his head. And I believe that's what led to the punch. But beyond that, he started to take shots that he shouldn't have taken. He started turning the ball over a lot more than he should have. That's where I see him. He was the problem, and I think it's good that he's gone.
Thanks for the call. That is, I think, another side to it is the fact that, and I think it's fair to bring up, just the fact that Jordan Poole did, I think, want to be considered more a part of the superstar group than maybe the superstar group was willing to accept him as, even though he did help them win that title.
Yeah, and I think it's a difficult dynamic because at what point do you say, like, this guy is part of us, Like, at what point do you say he obviously played a critical role in winning a title, and if we're going to win another, you know that he's got to play a critical role. You know that you can't get outside pieces who can come in and, like Marcus Thompson said earlier, trade for a Damian Lillard, trade for a Bradley Beal. That wasn't going to happen with the Warriors and what they had.
I think you could make the case, and I've made this point from time to time, it's the fact that the veteran players, when you start to look at the 2 timeline thing and why it didn't work out, and some of it is James Wiseman just wasn't ready enough or good enough to this point as we now continue down the path of his career with the Pistons. And Kuminga maybe has not come along as quickly as people would have thought, although he's played really well lately. Moses Moody is a steady player as opposed to maybe a budding star kind of a player, which is fine. You need those kinds of players as well. But I think one thing that you do have to wonder about is, did the veteran, because the Warriors have been so based and rooted in their culture, right? And a lot of it is Steph, but it's also, did the veteran core, did they welcome and accept the younger core at the level that they needed to allow them to grow up and flourish? And I think that's a fair, I think that's a fair thing to have a discussion about as we start to look at why maybe this thing isn't farther along, even with some of the players who are productive, but maybe are behind where I think people would have anticipated. Because as much as I think people like Kuminga, and I think the fan base certainly does. I mean, he moves the needle when he does anything well, but I think most people would probably say that they think he would have been farther along than he is right now.
Well, and it's fascinating to think about Kuminga and Moody and that draft in light of comments made earlier this week by Tyrese Haliburton, who, discussed this with Tim Kawakami in The Athletic. Kawakami did a great article on Brock Purdy, Tyrese Haliburton, and their ascension to the top of the sports universe together, starting at Iowa State when they were freshmen out in Iowa. Hard to believe, but Haliburton thought that, the Warriors, what was it, the year before? When they were drafting Wiseman?
Yeah, 2020.
Yeah, when they were drafting Wiseman. Haliburton thought that if the Warriors were not picking number 2, if they were picking farther back in the draft, that he would have been a member of the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, quote, I was disappointed that they had number 2 because I felt if they were anywhere out of the top 3, I felt I was going to be the pick. And I know at that point there was rumor and reporting about the fact that there was basically a deal to be had if the Warriors wanted to do it. Now, I know the Warriors, I think, denied that the deal was on the table, but it was basically Wendell Carter would come to the Warriors. The Warriors would have swapped 2 for 4, added Wendell Carter Jr., and then been able to have their pick, obviously, of anybody that wasn't James Wiseman or Anthony Edwards or LaMelo Ball.
It's a very interesting discussion.
And Haliburton, to me, I could not believe Haliburton slipped to 12.
Yeah.
That was he was and look, we all had a lot of free time back then.
No one became a bigger draft expert than sports radio show host during the pandemic.
We had a lot of time on our hands to be looking at that draft. A lot of time, and it didn't happen until like the week before Thanksgiving. And so it was, I loved Haliburton.
Yeah.
Loved him. To the point where I wouldn't have taken him 2, but I would have taken him 4. I get why Wiseman was up there, LaMelo Ball, obviously Anthony Edwards. It's funny to think one of the questions about Anthony Edwards, not to get off on a tangent on him, but it's funny to think that people were questioning his commitment or even like the dog in him a little bit. Like that guy is all dog.
He's all commitment, all dog. That's what he's known for.
In the best ways. And so, yeah, it's interesting now. So they've got a good one, obviously, with Minnesota. Wiseman has not worked out. LaMelo has not been healthy enough to really know if he can work out, but he's been a decent player when he has been. But Haliburton is the guy. And it's so funny because I look back at that draft for the Warriors, and this was coming off of the 15 and 50. This was the day that Klay Thompson re-injured himself. If you remember, it was that day, that morning, basically, and the news broke in the afternoon with just a couple of hours before the draft that Klay Thompson, who was fully recovered from the knee, had ruptured the Achilles and was going to have another over a year rehab before he would be able to return in January of 2022. And so the question that day and the discussion that day was, hey, everybody thinks they're going to pick Wiseman. Everybody thinks they're going to pick Wiseman. Do you pivot because you now know you're not going to have Klay Thompson for a full season plus part of the following season? And I think the Warriors probably considered it, but they're like, no, we can't overreact. Wiseman's the guy that they had all the grades on that they wanted to select there. But I also think the Warriors, and this was the mistake, they were hell-bent on finding a star. They wanted to find someone that could be the future headliner. And the irony is, and I don't think they knew it at the time because of the multiple Klay injuries, because of the fact that Steph had only played 5 games the year before, because they were now a couple of years removed from being a championship team, I think they thought it was over. And I think they thought, well, they were probably going to have great years of Steph, that the rest of it wasn't necessarily going to align. Kevin Durant was gone, and they thought we need to try to find the next star. The reality is, and they didn't know it or believe it at the time, what they needed was steady. Mm-hmm. What they needed was a guy who could come in and play with Steph because Klay Thompson was going to be out again, and also play behind him. Now, I know Jordan Poole factors into that too. I know there were some in the organization that felt bringing in a guard would, lessen Jordan Poole's development as somebody that they had just taken at the end of the first round in 2019. But the irony is Steady would have turned out to be a star had they been able to roll with and pick Tyrese Haliburton.
Well, and there are parallels here that go back to Iowa State, Haliburton, and Purdy, because when the 49ers were ready to move on from Jimmy Garoppolo, what they wanted at the quarterback position and why they took Trey Lance is because they wanted a star. They wanted that dual threat star who could take the offense to the next level, and what they needed was steady. And what is Brock Purdy? Brock Purdy is far steadier.
Turned into a star.
Exactly. Far steadier than Jimmy Garoppolo. And what is Tyrese Haliburton? Steady turning into a star. And that's what these two guys have been.
Yeah, and it was the perfect, both of them wound up being the perfect fit in terms of plug and play, able to contribute in a couple of different ways. And Haliburton began his career playing with De'Aaron Fox, so he was able to play with a lead guard that was going to be ball dominant and all of that and be a complementary player. Fox, obviously a much different style of player than Stephen Curry is. But Haliburton could have played with Steph, with Clay, behind Steph, behind Clay. Like they could have really figured it out. And I know some were probably driving around thinking, JD, what the hell are you talking about? There's no way, because you know how it rolls, right? There's no way the Warriors would have developed Haliburton. They can't develop young players. I'm sure there's people screaming at their radios right now or their phones that are thinking that. But no, I think Haliburton was the kind of player that the Warriors really would have died to have had over the course of the last couple of years. That instant plug and play, ready to go type of player that, while he's able to help this team win now, is developing into a star. That's basically the niche that Jonathan Kuminga had not been able since he'd been in the league to reach, where he could be a consistent role player on a championship contending team while he's developing into more. The more may get there, but it took, I think, longer than they would have wanted for him to reach that level of what we've seen from him really these last 8 to 10 games.
Well, and this is my next question for you. The Warriors have won 3 in a row, and obviously Draymond Green out right now. Klay Thompson has been inconsistent by Klay standards for this season, although he's been better of late. But they've had to rely on their youth a little bit more. How do you feel about the young core that the Warriors have on their roster right now?
I think they have some nice complementary players. I don't know that they have a next wave or anything like that. I think it's too early to say that, but they're helping right now. And it's Kuminga, and it's Moody, and it's Podziemski. I mean, Podziemski maybe even more consistently than the other two, to be honest. Trace Jackson-Davis the last couple of games. I've said this a lot on Dubs OT, and after the ball game tonight, by the way, Dubs OT right here on KNBR, the sports leader, and YouTube and Twitch and all of that stuff. So check us out. The great Greg Silver producing that show. So Steve Kerr's got to find it. He's got to find the right combinations on the right nights. It's not a matter of anoint the young players, the new starters or the second coming or whatever. Kuminga's earned the right to start for Draymond. Podziemski, it was working out with him in for Wiggins and Clay getting bumped to the 3. It was all working. You got to roll with it. And I think it's not, do you make Trace Jackson-Davis the starter, as was a big part of the discussion after the way that he played against the Celtics in Portland before that. The question is, does Steve Kerr have to make sure that he plays him every single night? And then you find out, okay, is this a night where he can make an impact? Or you have to look at the opponent that you're playing and do your homework and understand, at least give yourself, it's never always going to work out, because the young players are so unpredictable at times. But are you putting the young players on the floor, giving them the best chance most frequently to be able to succeed against other like matchups? Like, that was one of the things, and I haven't quite been as high throughout his career on Kuminga as others have been, but it made absolutely no sense for the night that Jonathan Kuminga got benched and pulled out of the rotation to be against the Portland freaking Trailblazers. Like, that makes no sense. A young team not winning, a lot of athletes that are similar body type and skill set to Jonathan Kuminga that are trying to find themselves in the league. That's when you play Jonathan Kuminga. That's when you come up and it's to me, it's a lot like you bring the guy that's been dominating in AAA or in the minor league, you bring that guy up against another team that's basically full of a bunch of young players.
Yep.
And you let him play because he's playing against like players. He's probably going to thrive.
And you know what you don't do? You don't platoon him. You bring him up and you put him right in the ball game.
You don't. Yeah, you
don't platoon him.
You definitely don't. You definitely don't platoon him. But I think Steve Kerr has found himself on the wrong end of the NBA version of some of that. Like, he's picked the wrong nights to sit guys. He's picked the wrong nights maybe to play them. And then it proves the point in his mind that maybe they shouldn't be playing. And then it sets everything off course. So I think Steve Kerr, by necessity, has kind of figured it out. My suggestion to him would be just keep it rolling. Keep it rolling until those guys prove that maybe they don't need to be out on the court. And then at that point, maybe Wiggins is playing better. Maybe Draymond's back in the fold. And then you can ease your way back toward the core guys that you intended to count on the most.
The Warriors need to keep it rolling. JD is rolling on this Warriors discussion. Tim Ryan going to join us at 4:30. More Warriors, more 49ers talk on the other side. You're listening to JD and KC in for Tolbert and Copes. KNBR 105.6 680, the sports leader.
Redwood City. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Redwood City's sports leader.
Pro Football Hall of Famer and Ravens radio analyst Rod Woodson joined Papa and Lund today to preview the Christmas night clash between Baltimore and San Francisco. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
I get McDonald's, I have a whole plan. At my age, I'm 48 years old. I know what I'm going to order. I'm going to go in there. It's going to taste great. 20 minutes later, I'm going to want to kill myself.
KNBR heads. Our digital team is dropping daily dimes on TikTok at The Sports Leader. We are KNBR.
Taking him out of his comfort zone, taking the space out of his run game stuff, and he's their top rusher. So, yeah, just making him uncomfortable in the pass game, not rushing scared, not trying to mirror like we did sometimes against some of the other mobile guys, but getting on him and wrapping him up so he can't break tackles.
Can't agree more.
It's 49er star Nick Bosa talking about Baltimore Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson. 49ers squaring off against Jackson and the number one seed in the AFC right now on Monday night, Christmas evening in Santa Clara. John Dickinson, Kerry Crowley back here with you on the Leader. Is Lamar Jackson the toughest test the 49ers have faced this season? Obviously up against Dak Prescott, Jalen Hurts. This is a 49ers team that has beaten some really good players this season. But Lamar, in my opinion, JD, just presents a unique challenge. Much like Christian McCaffrey, no one ever hits him square.
Yeah, I think he's number one. The only other one I would throw in there, and this guy lit him up, was Joe Burrow. They got Joe Burrow.
They do not do well against Burrow.
Before Joe Burrow got hurt, and Joe Burrow torched him at the end of that 3-game losing streak. And look, it was a short week, and the Niners, I think, were gassed defensively, banged up, and he and the Bengals, before he got hurt, had their way with the Niners. I thought in a major way. So I'd throw him into the equation there. But as far as just the dual threat and ability to beat you both with his legs and throwing the football and taking some deep shots, I think it absolutely is Lamar.
I think this is the week where Fred Warner kind of separates himself as he's obviously a 2-time All-Pro player, but this is the week where the Pro Bowlers and the All-Pros at the linebacker position separate themselves. Because if Warner's able to contain Gus Edwards and this Baltimore rushing attack, and he's able to keep Lamar from, getting to the sideline and, turning a 5-yard run when he scrambles outside the pocket into a 20, 25-yard run with all the 49ers DBs down the field. This is the week that helps Fred Warner, earn that recognition. Not that he hasn't earned it already, but in the 2023 season, this is where he becomes the all-pro linebacker that 49ers fans have known and love.
And he's been huge in the biggest games.
Yes.
He has come up large. I think there's been times where he's been banged up. I think there's been times where the defense overall has been less than whole, and they maybe haven't put up the numbers that that the guys that have been around since 2019 or before 2019 are used to. But All-Pro Fred has been All-Pro Fred in each and every one of these games that have been the big eyeball games, right? The Dallas game, the Philadelphia, and typically it's him and it's Greenlaw flying around and hitting somebody early to kind of set the tone, and
then hitting somebody late to set the tone too.
Maybe a little bit of both, maybe a little bit of both there. Big Dom, look how Big Dom. So no, but I think the standard is set by the defensive line typically, but they're going to be shorthanded in all likelihood on the defensive line as they have been. So the linebackers have to step up and set the. I just keep going back to Pittsburgh early. Fred Warner just absolutely was laying wood in that game early, and it set the tone, I think, for the whole 5-game winning streak. Basically, that teams were not going to be able to move the football and score on the 49ers, and if they did, they were going to pay a price physically for it. And I feel like that tone has been there in a lot of these games, even if the overall production and the stats maybe haven't been up to standard.
Yeah, I totally agree with you from a tone standpoint, and that he's shown up in the biggest games. Because last week against Arizona, I don't think anyone would claim that was one of Fred Warner's best games. There were some awkward run fits. The Cardinals at times kind of gashed the 49ers. James Conner has had a successful career against the 49ers. They just don't seem to bring him down with the same type of regularity that they do other running backs. But these are the stages. It's the big night games. The 49ers have always seemed to get up for. It's Fred Warner's show, and that's what I'm really looking forward to. And the other thing is, Bosa talked about containing Lamar Jackson, making sure that they're hitting him, bringing him down, collapsing the pocket on him. I also really am looking forward to seeing Chase Young because this is one of those reasons that you trade for him, that you bring him in and you give Nick Bosa a bookend compliment on the other side of the line because it allows a team to not necessarily, it forces the Ravens to think creatively. They can't just exploit one side of the line, which I think that maybe teams in the past have been able to do when the 49ers haven't had that compliment to Nick Bosa.
And you look at Chase Young's overall numbers, and it's not like, they don't really pop.
No, they don't. But you watch him play, and he's making a difference.
But you watch him play, and he's making a huge difference. And you watch the impact that his presence has on everybody else's ability to make a huge difference. And I think that's where the move has paid tremendous dividends for the 49ers. Their defense has leveled up. And again, they've been banged up lately. In the Arizona game, I think from a total number standpoint, we had Kyle Shanahan on earlier, and he talked about the run game and how Arizona, yardage-wise, it wasn't really what you would want. But they have been, I think, since Chase Young came back, much better at getting pressure on the quarterback and forcing enough mistakes.
Yeah. The other element that we haven't really discussed is, yes, Baltimore, number one in rushing offense in the league, and number one by a lot. They run the ball better than just about everyone. But it's a pretty good wide receiver core. I've been impressed by Zay Flowers this year. I think that there are other players in that group that you look at. Odell Beckham, I think he's over the hill. I don't think that he's the same player that he once was, but he's made some positive contributions for them. Rashad Bateman, it's a group that, can go 4 deep with Nelson Aguilar, and that will test a 49ers secondary that I don't want to say is a weakness because this 49ers defense has looked really good for much of the season, but if there is one way you can beat the 49ers, it's Lamar Jackson extending plays, forcing these guys to cover 5 or 6 seconds, and then Baltimore's receivers getting open behind the defense.
Yeah, I think you're right about that, and so that comes down to, like, Lamar is the folk. To me, Lamar is everything in this whole thing. It's his ability to make off schedule plays, its ability to extend plays, it's his ability to just be live in the run game out of what is designed, and I think that's the new challenge. That's the wrinkle for this 49ers defense to see if it can hold up, because when the Niners have lost games, typically it is the quarterback picking up a big first down or making an off-schedule play or doing things that essentially prevent the while also not turning the football, because they've been better at getting turnovers.
They have
lately, and during the 6-game winning streak than they were even during the 5-game winning streak at the beginning of the season. So yeah, containing Lamar is huge. Containing Lamar's ability to make off-schedule plays, I think, is a big part of what the 49ers need to do. And I think this is the most talented team the Niners have faced. I really do. Both ways. I think this is the most talented, and it's no slight against the Eagles, who are obviously up against it now. It's no slight against Dallas. Like, I'm not looking to make this a hot take fest against some of these other teams, but I just think you look at top to bottom, from the quarterback on down, offensively and defensively, I think this is the most complete team they've played.
And I might also say that it's the best coach team that the 49ers have faced, because John Harbaugh has been consistent, has won in Baltimore for years, and Todd Monken, a great hire as the offensive coordinator. They haven't lost a step since Greg Roman.
Greg Roman?
Yeah.
Who?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you really would have thought that. I don't think every coordinator you could bring in seamlessly adjusts to the type of offense the Ravens have. As good as Lamar Jackson is, I think so many people are stuck in their ideologies, and so many people have an idea of what they have to do when they're coming into an organization. And Todd Monken has highlighted the strengths of that Baltimore offense and makes them a really tough team to stop. Much like I think, it took an adjustment period for the 49ers, but Steve Wilkes has highlighted a lot of the strengths of this 49ers defense. There were people calling for his job early in the season when the 49ers lost 3 in a row and they didn't look schematically sound. I get it, but there's an adjustment period for everyone, and now the 49ers, the yardage numbers weren't great, but they were banged up a little bit against Arizona. Now the 49ers defense has another opportunity to make a real big statement. So we will break all of that down on the other side with 49ers color commentator Tim Ryan. He's going to join us previewing the Christmas evening showdown against the Baltimore Ravens right here on KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader. All right, we are back here on the leader. JD and KC filling in for Tolbert and Copes. Pleasure to be joined by 49ers color commentator, the voice you hear on Sundays and this Monday alongside Greg Papa. Tim Ryan. Tim, how are you? Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you, Kerry, John. How you guys doing?
We're doing well. Pumped up. Can't wait for Monday night. Have you spent Christmas at a football stadium before?
Well, I think so. I don't know, man. I've been in an NFL stadium every game, every weekend since 2001. But I do know this will be the first time because my family's away. They're up at the ranch, so I will not wake up with my family, my wife, and my kids for the first time in our whole lives. So a little bit different, but fired up for this big ass matchup, man. It is going to be a great football game. You look at this one on paper, you look at it, and when you watch the tape, and you watch both teams, and I don't think there's any question these are the two best teams in the NFL as of right now, and the two best teams in their conference. So this one should be everything that it's supposed to be when you look at this matchup.
Yeah, Tim. I mean, to me, we can get into the X's and O's and different things, but isn't a lot of it just two teams that love to be as physical as possible and just want to hit you and kind of make you tap out, right? Both ways.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of ice bags in this game, and that's the style of play the 49ers have always played under Kyle Shanahan, and typically that's an advantage this late in the year, and Baltimore's exactly the same way. I think, John, this is year 16 for him, 11 in the playoffs, obviously a Super Bowl championship, and he will have his team ready to go, and he will – and say what you want. I know it's a long trip and it's Christmas and they're coming off a primetime game against Jacksonville from week 15 and then have a big matchup next week. This is going to be a smash mouth football game and the styles are going to collide. So this is a heavyweight brawl, bro. And somebody's going to walk away with the W and somebody's going to walk away with an L. And who knows if, this is an eventual Super Bowl matchup. A lot of football between now and then, but I love it because this style of play, it's right where my eyes go as a guy who played on the line of scrimmage. And say what you want about all the weapons, and, man, it's fun to watch, and it's entertainment, and the 49ers have more weapons than anybody, and they are damn good. On the other side, I think when you look at Lamar and what he is, no question an MVP candidate. He is a dual threat playmaker and capable of making plays in the pocket, out of the pocket with his legs. He can turn a disaster play into a miracle play. But at the end of the day, I think this one's coming down to the line of scrimmage and which team can run it and which team can stop the run. And you look at Baltimore year in and year out. Seems like they're one of the top, if not the top rushing team in pro football. They're very, very committed to it when you include all the quarterback runs. And it's a variety of different runs and schematic challenges for the defense. But they run it 33 times a game. And we all know the 49ers' MO is get that, ground and pound, win the line of scrimmage, get the play action game going and get to that 30 run mark themselves, which the record is outstanding when they achieve 30 runs in a football game. So at the end of the day, this one's going to come down to who can block and who can tackle in the run box, I think.
Yeah, well said, and great perspective on both of these teams and the way they try and win. There's no doubt the clock will be running for both of these teams as they try to win the same way. I want to ask you, Tim, obviously the 49ers do not know yet if they will have Hargrave, if they will have Armstead. If either of those guys are out, one of those guys, who do you look at on the defensive line as having an opportunity here to make a name for himself, to stop this great Baltimore rushing attack? Who uses Week 16 against Baltimore as a coming out party for themselves?
Well, hopefully one, if not both of those guys can go. And I know it's iffy in terms of their ability and or inability to practice this week. But, hopefully one of them is ready to go because and nobody knows, this matchup as well as the gravedigger, Javon Hargrave, with those years in Pittsburgh and going against Baltimore in some big-ass games. So hopefully he's going to get a uniform. We'll see with his hamstring, and same goes for Armstead, who's an absolute force in there when he's playing. Look, and judging from last week in Arizona, and it's a lot of the same runs now, and they certainly have more quarterback runs and a different variety of the zone read plays for Lamar. And the 49ers are going to have to be, in tune with, when they call those, I call them, zone read stoppers in terms of the scheme that they're calling. If you watch Baltimore, a lot of those runs are down in the red zone. When they get in, in the high red zone, they'll start getting into some of those zone reads and those quarterback runs. But Arizona, a lot of the same runs with the gap, down blocks, double teams, and pullers had a lot of success against the 49ers and contributed to that, a lot of it to their offensive line. I thought the 49ers D tackles, certainly when Kalia Davis went down, started to get a little bit winded. They were just running out of bodies. James Conner is a very good back. And they weren't, the 49ers weren't sound in their gap stuff in terms of guys staying in those gaps as they move down the line of scrimmage and they're trying to work those combo blocks to the second level. So I think one guy that I think he's going to shine this week, and we've seen flashes, and I think Kinlaw's got to play great. He's got to step it up from what happened last week because, he played well, but there were a couple of challenges versus some of those runs and for the, variety of reasons that I just talked about. Kevin Givens, I'm a big fan of in terms of what he does. So he's going to have to play well. But I think the guy who's going to step forward and make some plays is going to be Chase Young this week. With all the zone read stuff they do and all the matchup on the edge versus their tackles and Ronnie Stanley and Morgan Moses. And I think Chase Young, just based on what I've seen at practice this week, is he's really starting to kind of flow into what the 49ers are asking of him in terms of the job description. I think he's a guy with all that talent that can step forward and have a big impact in this game.
Yeah, and I want to get your take kind of on Chase Young to this point with the 49ers. I think it's a good way to go with this because, you look at some of the numbers and you're like, all right, hasn't put up great numbers. But if you're watching, he's helping others get their numbers, and he's helping the collective really play at a much higher level than they were before he arrived. So just kind of how do you assess his time so far with San Francisco?
Room to improve for sure, but as I said, there's flashes of what he can do, and he's been able to get to the quarterback a couple times. You're exactly right on, setting guys up, the old Buckeye Blitz, I call it now, or the new Buckeye Blitz with Bosa and Chase Young working together. He's really good at working those twist games, and whether he's the first guy through or he's the guy wrapping around, he has made the pocket dirty and helped to make the pocket dirty for quarterbacks, and that's what you're going to need to do against Lamar Jackson. There's two plays you got to defend. The first one in terms of the passing game is him trying to get through his first two reads, and he can work the quick game now. He can make plays out of the pocket, getting that ball out in 2 seconds. But if the 49ers coverage is tight, and I anticipate it will be, then you got to defend the second play, which is him looking for an escape lane, and not always to run, but to continue to keep his eyes down the field. And Zay Flowers, that rookie, he's playing at a different speed than most guys out there. This young cat is tough. He is fast. They will multi-align him and move him around. He's become, at least to me, watching, and I haven't watched all their games, but 4 or 5 games on tape, when they get into that playground football, into that scramble drill and defending that second play, he's the guy you got to go plaster. But yeah, that's the thing that Chase is just a monster. He's a humongous human being, and he's long, and he plays the game the right way. He's nasty in terms of his attitude, and this is a perfect spot for him with this football team, with this coach, with this scheme. So I think it's just going to keep getting better and better, hopefully for the next several weeks and until this team gets to where they want to go.
Tim Ryan joining us here on KNBR, breaking down the Christmas evening matchup between the Ravens and the 49ers. And Tim, to me, one of the most exciting elements of watching a great defense in the NFL is when you've got a versatile player who can play in the box, who can play deep in the defensive backfield. Hufanga has been that guy a little bit for the 49ers, obviously injured right now, but Kyle Hamilton, the safety for the Ravens, he changes what they do, and it's almost Polamalu-esque the way you watch him move around the field. How much of a key is he for what the 49ers are trying to do on offense?
Yeah, he's a huge key, and I'm curious to see if, they have not played. You go back and look at some of the numbers on them. I think they've only faced 19 snaps of 21 personnel, which is 2 running backs, a tight end, and 2 wide receivers, right? The old traditional pro set. And for the listeners, that's when Juszczyk usually is on the field with a tailback behind him. And Juice is, so versatile that it's, at times it's H-back, it's tight end, it's wide receiver, it's fullback. He just does so much out of the 21 personnel. So I'm curious to see if they're going to get into their base defense, which is their 5-man front, and then in that, you're going to see the 5 guys at the line, the 2 linebackers, and then the coverage behind it, and that's when Kyle Hamilton is playing, more of the traditional safety, and he can play deep middle, he can play up in the box and cover hook to flat, he can certainly man up a tight end. But they play a lot of nickel, and watching what they did, I watched the Rams game today, and I think he got nicked a little bit in that game. But so now, and the Rams do run a lot of 11 personnel, but one with the 3 wide receivers, he has changed their defense, in my opinion. Now those 2 linebackers are really good, especially Roquan Smith and Patrick Queen, and they know how to use their speed, and they know how to simulate a lot of pressures where those guys are either up on the line of scrimmage coming or they're bluffing, which is going to challenge the protections, and then they end up getting free runners off the edge, which at times is Kyle Hamilton. They love those nickel corner blitzes, and then they'll flash the defensive lineman inside, and so they're already going to occupy a blocker, so they force a squeeze protection, and then they bail out into shallow zone coverage. And then here comes the edge blitzers, and Kyle Hamilton is a big part of that package. So really good on perimeter screens because of his length. He's 6'4", 220 pounds. And to be able to play in the slot at that size versus some of the slot wide receivers in this league is really remarkable. So he's a complete player. I don't really love talking and glowingly about Golden Domers and Notre Dame players. But,
neither do I.
I got to give him his credit, man, because he plays faster than he times. He lines up everywhere. He is ahead of the game in terms of, his football intelligence, and allows him to take some risks and try to get after it. Now, having said all that, you can get him at times when he is taking risks, and you can get him with some double moves and some different things. So, boy, if they come in and try to match up, and they play a lot of man, you guys, in big situations, especially down in the red zone. Him on Kittle, that matchup should be a really good one because he's got the length and the size to be able to defend George. I don't know if he's got as much foot speed as George has because George is a lot faster than people think, but that should be a great matchup if they end up playing a lot of man coverage and see if they can match their safety on the 49ers all-world tight end.
Yeah, Tim, I'm curious what you think the Ravens will look, and you've answered some of this, what you think the Ravens will look to take away and then where maybe that leaves them vulnerable for the 49ers to be able to attack.
Yeah, I think they're going to try to take away. They're going to have to load the box and stop the run game, period. And that's where this team has had some challenges when you look at their run defense. The Rams were able to run it on them. Rams are a different animal now with that Kyron Williams. I don't know how much you've watched them, but they've really kind of flipped the script in terms of what they are now as a tough, physical, rushing offense. So I think what they're going to try to do is they're going to try to load the box, take the run game away. This is going to be the biggest challenge for Brock in the offense, in my mind, since the Cleveland game. And there are some similarities in terms of how they roll their defense and, run through blitzes with the linebackers and get those guys up in your face. They disguise and simulate pressure, some of the things I was talking about earlier, and they play really well from front to back as kind of as a cohesive unit. So I think they're going to try to make the 49ers one-dimensional. And then they're going to do what they've done all year long. They're going to try to get after the quarterback. They lead the league with 50 sacks. That number's up from last year. And they're going to try to keep everything in front of them and not allow explosive plays. And that, second to the run game box matchup, the team that can get the explosives and the runs of 10+ and the passes of 20+ will be a big pelt on the wall for their offense. And the Ravens are second in the league at allowing those plays. The 49ers are first in the league by a pretty good margin of creating and generating those plays. So play a lot of keeping it up in front of you. They don't give a lot over the top. There will be some opportunities to do it when they get into that single safety high stuff, especially if the 49ers can run the ball. But I think play action, is big. And, of course, you got to be able to run it to be able to get them to suck up on those play action plays. But yards after the catch is – and, again, that's where I love this 49er team. Year after year, the yards after the catch are at the top of the league because of the playmakers and the quarterback Brock is able to get it out and get to those guys where they don't have to really get off their path. He hits them on the run and some of those underneath things and those underneath patterns, and they're able to get big yards after the catch. So that to me will be a big one. Yards after the catch for the weapons, in the quick game to get that ball out before the rush gets there.
And we see it every week, Tim. If there's a big yak play, if Debo's going deep down the field, Brandon Ayuk's laying a block 60 yards down the field. If it's right. Ayuk, Debo's the guy 45 yards down the field. And that's what I can't wait to see with this matchup because the Ravens are physical on the outside. They are a team that will challenge the 49ers even more so in that regard. And so I just think you hit the nail on the head right there with the yards after the catch because this will test the 49ers blockers on the perimeter in a way that maybe they haven't been yet.
Right, and no, there's no doubt. And Marlon Humphrey wants to beat you up on the boundary now. And they line him up to the boundary and just let him get after it. And he's a big press corner. The other corner's big and very physical and Brandon Stevens as well. We've talked about the safeties. So it's digging out those guys. And at times they're going to have to be linebackers. At times they're going to have to be defensive ends. When you talk about some of the pin plays and some of those, crack blocks by the wide receivers in the run game. And that's really what allows the 49er run game to crank is they get 9 hats on 9 defenders and then you got one deep middle safety and hopefully if it goes like the 49ers want to, you got McCaffrey matched up on him in the middle of the field. So it's going to be a huge game. Again, back to the line of scrimmage and the blocking and tackling aspect of football. which 49ers do as well as anybody.
Can't wait. Tim will be listening on Monday night. Best of luck to you and Greg in the booth, and Merry Christmas to you and yours.
Kerry, John, thank you guys. Appreciate you, and Merry Christmas to you guys and all your listeners out there. Merry Christmas, everybody. Have a great one.
All right. He is Tim Ryan, and always a fun discussion talking 49ers football, getting into the real scheme components and all the X's and O's, the matchups that you'll see on Monday night. And the more we talk about it, JD, the more it just feels like these two teams are so evenly matched, and it would be a huge statement for either team, whoever comes up with this win.
Yeah, I mean, 11-3 versus 11-3. It's 1 versus 1. It's the physicality. I mean, it's just going to be a grudge match. I feel like both ways, which is that's the kind of game that I like. And the Niners always want to play that way. And so I think it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. And who can the Niners hit explosive plays? The comp to the Browns, and I was in Cleveland for that game, and the Niners just kind of bogged down. Now they got guys banged up, but part of the reason guys were banged up was because the Browns came out and they were laying wood early and taking even some cheap shots, I thought, early in that game to just let the 49ers know that it was going to be a different afternoon there in Cleveland, and it was kind of dank and dreary, and the wind was coming up off the lake, and it was a little wet, and it was the one game this year, I think, where you could make the case that the opponent was as physical or more than the 49ers were. Hell, they even came in. They even brought their own boombox.
That's right.
And the dog pound. Remember, they were all white. It was everybody was in white, and they had their own boombox guy come out. And I'll never forget kind of being down in the tunnel early. And some guy comes over and he's wearing Browns gear and he has his boombox and he just kind of sets it on the ground. I'm like, what the heck is what's going on here? Like, this doesn't look like the Niner boombox. And then sure enough, the Browns come out with a boombox and it was a different challenge for the 49ers that day.
Great moments in NFL pregame routine history from John Dickinson right there.
They put it down next to the big ass scary dog.
Yes.
The big dog.
Oh, yeah.
That they put out on the field that the players kind of run through. I was like, what is going on here?
It's different in Cleveland. That's fun.
It was different.
That's fun. On the other side, Warriors taking on the Wizards this evening. Jordan Poole returns to Chase Center to play in front of a Warriors crowd. How will they receive him when he is introduced? Tribute video for the Warriors this evening. What will that look like? And some comments Jordan Poole made in a recent article with Anthony Slater of The Athletic. We'll get into that on the other side. We'll also take your calls. If you're headed to Chase Center, how are you going to receive Jordan Poole? Standing ovation, golf clap, are you booing the guy? We'd love to hear from you. 808 KNBR is the number. We're here till 6. It's JD, Kerry Crowley, KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader. The Athletic's Tim Kawakami joined this morning to discuss Brock Purdy and Tyrese Haliburton's underdog stories, the Giants' offseason, and Yoshinobu Yamamoto signing with the Dodgers. That podcast and more trending now on the KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Much conversation about Draymond, going back to obviously the preseason incident. Even postseason, they were pretty adamant that they felt like it really impacted what went on last season. What is your just general perspective on how much of an impact the Draymond punch had on last season, and how is it left now with him and them?
Yeah, I mean, we're in Washington now. Playing with Kuz, great duo. Being able to really flourish, expand your game, and help, like I said, a new team, lead an entire group of guys. It's a challenge that we're up for. We got a new front office, and there's a lot of people that's invested. Everybody is locked in, wants to be here, start something that we can have that can be special.
Well, it hasn't started special for Jordan Poole in Washington.
5-22?
5-22 so far.
5-22.
Yeah. Warriors hoping they don't make it 6 tonight as Jordan Poole makes his highly anticipated return to Chase Center. John Dickinson, Kerry Crowley hanging with you another hour until 6 p.m. this evening. If you missed Kyle Shanahan earlier, he will join us. We'll replay that interview at 5:30. But we're going to keep the conversation going with some more Jordan Poole. I got to credit Anthony Slater. He's been persistent. That quote that you just heard from Jordan Poole talking about teaming up with Kyle Kuzma, I think that was from July. And earlier this week, I think Slater may have gone to Sacramento. JD, you can confirm.
Yeah, I was in Sacramento as well, and I know Anthony does have a little bit of a relationship with Jordan. I was kind of lurking around, seeing if he wanted to maybe talk, but he didn't. And so I think Slater did eventually get him in kind of a one-on-one situation due to the familiarity and their prior relationship.
Yeah, and you read the quotes, and like I said, I give Slater credit for asking, but Jordan Poole did not give in one bit. I'm going to read verbatim here. I think Poole said, "When do we play there? Friday?" He smiled, apparently, and then said, "We have Portland on Thursday. Got any Portland questions?" And Slater asked, "How do you look back on the final season with the Warriors and how everything went sideways?" Next question, Poole said. Not often that you get next question in a one-on-one interview.
In a one-on-one, quietly in an empty locker room in Sacramento.
So that gives you any insight into how much Jordan Poole wants to talk about the Warriors, the Draymond Green punch. I think that kind of tells the whole story for us.
It does. And Washington won last night, by the way, in Portland. One of the 5. 118 to 117.
Wow.
The Wizards beat the Blazers. So second of a back-to-back for them as they go at it at Chase Center tonight. But yeah, I mean, look, Jordan, he was put in a really tough spot. And I think so many of the cues for how the rest of the season was going to go for the Warriors last year were going to be determined by how Jordan Poole handled that situation. And it just never really seemed like he was ever comfortable or himself. And that's not a blame.
No, not at all.
Like,
I can't imagine anyone in that situation feeling comfortable.
Exactly. And I can't imagine if you put yourself in those shoes, and I don't think I would have handled it any better. In fact, it probably would be a lot worse. And so I think you can understand. But I think if it had any chance to succeed last year, it was going to be based on the fact that he was welcoming, I feel like, in terms of, just being forthcoming about things that he really didn't like. I mean, none of it was his fault, that any of that had happened. And even if he did say something that ticked Draymond off to the point where he popped him as he did, that doesn't make it right. Mm-hmm. And so for Jordan to almost have to be the guy up on the podium speaking to how everybody would move forward and having it kind of be on his, how he would react to it, it just was something that I think he was never going to be comfortable with, as much as the Warriors believed that it was their best chance coming off of a championship to try and be able to win another one.
Yeah, and the one time in this interview that Slater had with Jordan Poole, and again, you can read it on The Athletic, where Poole expanded on an answer, didn't, next question him. He said, "I learned that I'm built tougher." I think that was pretty dope. I mean, being at the highest level, you get so much media, so much of everything, just being with that organization. It made me realize I was built for a lot tougher. And so, Jordan Poole uses this and look, I don't want to say it's motivation or anything, but he uses that experience to put it in the past, and he moves on, and he clearly has moved on with the Wizards. And no, it's not going the way that he wants it to go, but he's moved on, he's found a fresh start, and the Warriors have found a fresh start.
Yeah, and we'll see what ultimately happens. I think part of this that hadn't really been discussed is the fact that Jordan became a player who had won an NBA championship and had gotten that first massive contract extension, the one that kicked in this year and $4 and $120, and basically, I think he wanted, as much as anything, especially after everything went down with Draymond, I think a fresh opportunity to be more of a franchise-type player. Now, you could make the case, hey, if Jordan Poole is your franchise player, and I think the Wizards are already kind of looking around like, uh-oh, this isn't working. I mean, there were reports within the first 10, 15 games that they were already looking to maybe move on from him.
Yeah.
And so, but I think that was an opportunity that he sort of viewed as the next phase is, all right, I got my title, I got my first big contract. Now it's time to go cook and try and make a bunch of money and try and be a lead dog on to be a franchise player, basically. And if that meant going to a team that might be among the worst in the NBA, then so be it. So I think in some ways that he was looking to play with somebody that was closer to his age that he could see if they could grow with, and the Warriors accommodated.
Exactly. I wonder, I want to look into the John Dickinson crystal ball here, because I know you've covered the Warriors for 12 years. You've been, at Oracle Arena on a daily basis, at Chase Center on a daily basis. You've watched Jordan Poole, his development from the time where he was bricking shots as a rookie. He had to go back to the G League during the pandemic, and then he became a critical part of a championship team with the Warriors in 2022. What does maybe the most optimistic outlook look like for Jordan Poole? And is it possible that it's with the Wizards? Can he come into his own in Washington, or does he need to go elsewhere to potentially find that?
I don't think he's a franchise player. I don't think he's a 1. Mm-hmm. I think, could he be a 2? We'll see. I think he's going to have to make an adjustment as far as just having his skill set be complementary to other players on the court. It just seems like right now he's all about kind of getting his numbers and the rest of the system or everything else bedamned. Like he's just kind of out there playing, which a lot of the times I think it looks like, if you watch the league on a nightly basis, that's what it looks like for a lot of bad teams with young talent and guys trying to grow their game. So I don't think he's a 1. He may not be a 2. I think we've seen that he can be a winning player as a bench guy, as sort of a super sub 6th man that can also start. I think that role that he had carved out for him and he accepted, I think, in his return in 2021 when the Warriors were eliminated in the play-in tournament, and then the role that he had when he started for Klay Thompson at the beginning of the championship season and then ended up shifting to the bench and basically was so good that the Warriors couldn't not have him on the floor, so they were throwing him into starting lineups and all of that, in particular in the Denver series. I mean, he was awesome in the first-round series against Denver, and the Warriors basically won that series on Steph, Klay, and Jordan Poole's offensive prowess and the ability to play the 3 of them together with Andrew Wiggins and basically Draymond Green to be able to – and it kind of ran – Jokic and look, that was a much different Nuggets team, obviously, without Murray or Porter or some of the role players they acquired to win the title last year, but they kind of ran them off the floor with the offensive firepower. So I think Poole still is probably a 3 in terms of 3rd best player on a playoff type team or a good team. It may be more like even the 4th best player, the first sub on a championship contending team, but he's young. Right? He's only 24, I believe.
We've already seen a miraculous development in his game before. He's already gone from unusable to critical.
Yeah.
So you can't rule anything out at this point.
He's 24. He'll be 25 in June. And so I think at this point, what it gets back to for Jordan Poole is the simple, like, when does he accept the fact that he needs to make an adjustment again to be a winning player? Like right now, I feel like he thinks, hey, I'm a champion. I got paid. I'm getting mine. This is fun. Although I don't think he's enjoying the losing. I don't mean to act like he doesn't care, but I think at some point he's going to be like, okay, I need to find a combination to where I can win and not. Unfortunately for him, he's kind of been a laughing stock this year. Like as a player, like independent of Draymond, independent of everything else, like. I mean, the nightly basis, there would be montages of just some of the worst basketball plays you'll ever see in games that he was playing, with him falling down and taking terrible shots and, looking out at the crowd. And, I mean, there were just all kinds of different things that had popped up.
Well, and to that point, at the commercial break, I just walked out into the hallway. I picked up my copy of the San Francisco Chronicle, and the reefer to the sports section today said, Poole returns as a punchline. And that's what he has become in Washington, D.C. And I think punchline was probably used for multiple reasons there. I think that was a play on words. But it's interesting. And the one element, we may not have enough time to truly dive into this tonight. We've talked so much about Jordan Poole, is he's returning, and Draymond Green isn't going to be there tonight because he's serving this indefinite suspension with the Golden State Warriors right now. And you wonder, we've just asked what the future holds for Jordan Poole in the league. I wonder what the future holds for Draymond Green after all this.
Yeah, I mean, I think Draymond's coming back. I mean, at some point, and I think I'll believe it when I see it, as far as Draymond making the necessary changes to move forward and not have these incidents pop up again. But I think the Warriors have been pretty clear in assessing the fact that the things that have happened this year have been different from things that maybe have happened in prior years with officials and things like that. Like it's basically reached a level too far, compared to and maybe that's a subtle line. But I think Draymond's going to come back and keep himself under control to the extent that he's capable of. Like, I don't think he's never going to be kicked out of a game again or anything like that. But what it can't be is these altercations basically with other players. It can't be Nurkic. It can't be the Rudy Gobert type of thing. It can't be Sabonis where you're stomping on a guy basically. Those are the kinds of things, the personal one-on-one matchups. That's the stuff where he gets a little out of pocket, and I think he has to be able to control.
Yeah, and you know that when he does come back, every opponent is going to test the limit there. They're going to be looking to get under his skin. Every team is going to be saying, how can we agitate Draymond to see if this happens again? And so the initial games back are going to be a major test for Draymond Green.
No, they definitely will. And where do the Warriors find themselves?
Exactly.
At that point, are they a team that is still contending at that point? Are they, where are they? And I think that's where you look at the Warriors' ability to win these last couple of games, 3 games now with the Boston game. And to me, I mean, I've said this on the Dubs OT shows. Tonight's game they got to win, and tomorrow night against Portland is a game
you can't lose these games.
It's a game you got to win, and then you're 15-14, and then I think you can start to have conversations about, all right, like once you get to that point, then I'm more open toward looking at some of the games that you lost and say, well, you could have won this game or that game if you hadn't blown a lead. It doesn't mean you are your record of if you had won all those games, but I'm at least spare me all of that when you're 4 or 5 games under 500, because when you're 4 or 5 games under 500 and you're talking about all the games you let slip away, that's just what a bad team does. Yeah. And I think, unfortunately, the Warriors were dipping dangerously close to just being a bad team, and a bad team that had a guy like Draymond Green that was unavailable and letting his squad down.
Yeah, no one loves revisionist history more than bad teams. So on the other side, we will get into the Christmas weekend sports calendar. We've got plenty of games. We'll pump up JD's Dubs OT show later on this evening. And at 5:30, Kyle Shanahan, 49ers head coach, he stopped by earlier this afternoon to discuss the matchup with the Baltimore Ravens. What it's like to play on Christmas Day. We'll play that interview for you at the bottom of the hour. You're listening to JD and Kerry Crowley, KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
Jordan Poole makes his highly anticipated return to Chase tonight. How will the former Warriors champ be received by the San Francisco crowd? That story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Nation. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's not Greg Papa and Bruce Springsteen live on Christmas, but it'll do. Nice work, Tim. Back here on The Leader is JD and KC, John Dickinson, Kerry Crowley hanging with you. Leading into a heck of a weekend in the Bay Area sports world. Warriors going for their 4th consecutive victory. They'll try to do it against the 5-22 Jordan Poole-led Washington Wizards at the Chase Center. The 49ers playing host to the Baltimore Ravens on Monday, Christmas evening in Santa Clara. JD, these are not just 2 big games in the Bay Area sports world. These are 2 big games in a sports world that has a weekend full of great events. I mean, we got NBA on Christmas Day, Warriors Nuggets. You've got Lakers Celtics classic matchup. You've got some really good NFL games this weekend. There's a lot to watch.
There is a lot to watch, and it's going to be on full display here in the Bay beginning tonight with Jordan Poole's return, and another big one for the Warriors. And, I mean, to me, it doesn't get any better than Christmas with the Warriors in Denver to go against the Nuggets, and then the Niners end up playing the Ravens at 5 o'clock or 5:15 at Levi's. I mean, I think that's terrific. If you're at home, you can watch Lakers and Celtics in between those 2 games, which is always fun and a big-time rivalry. I mean, the Raiders are playing on Christmas against the Chiefs. The Eagles are playing against the Giants. I mean, there are games galore here over the next few days. It's going to be a lot of fun.
You've covered a lot of Christmas Day games in the NBA because the Warriors have been involved in so many. Got a favorite Christmas Day sporting event memory?
I'm trying to think. Yeah, the one. There have been a lot of them. I don't feel like they've been all that memorable.
Exactly.
To be honest,
Phoenix was a great one, right?
Yeah, the Warriors in Phoenix a couple of years ago. Yeah, that was a good one. I didn't cover that one in person, though.
I was supposed to cover that one in person.
Yeah.
Then the COVID bug bit me, so.
Gotcha. So, yeah, that was one I didn't cover in person. I'm trying to think. I mean, they went to Cleveland in 2016 and got beat in the game where Kevin Durant had a shot at the end.
That's right.
The one that came to mind, honestly, and this is crazy, was the 15-50 here and at Chase. They played the Rockets and beat the Rockets on Christmas, and Draymond Green was incredible. And that was the year they were terrible, but they beat the Rockets, who at that point were still good, and James Harden was a part of it as well. By the way, a little bit of breaking Warriors news here out of the Steve Kerr pregame press conference. This via Anthony Slater, who's sitting in that pregame press conference. No Andrew Wiggins tonight for the Warriors. Pajemski's going to play, but no Andrew Wiggins for the Warriors. General illness. So that's been kind of going around the Warriors team a little bit, and no Wiggins for Golden State.
No Wiggins, but Pajemski in the lineup, and he's someone who every Warriors fan wants to see more of right now. So, you obviously want to be at full strength at all times, and the Warriors can't really afford to lose more of their core players with Draymond Green already serving the suspension right now. But if there was a night to see your young talent on display, if maybe a 2-game stretch to see your young talent on display, obviously the Pistons aren't coming to town, but the Wizards and the Blazers are a pretty good opportunity for these guys to showcase what they have.
Yeah, no, it is, and I think we've seen it already in a couple of matchups that the Warriors have had against Portland here in the last couple of weeks. I mean, Trace Jackson-Davis was able to come in and play really well against Portland, going back to the game on Sunday. Kuminga's real breakout quarter and a half in the game in early December when Steve Kerr had basically pulled him out of the rotation for the first time this season. He won them that game against Portland. And yeah, Washington has just been miserable on the second of a back-to-back. The Warriors are going to play the second of a back-to-back against the Blazers tomorrow. So this just needs to be 2 wins. And honestly, Wiggins has started to come around a little bit more of late. We've talked a lot about Klay Thompson. All of that, these need to be 2 wins for the Warriors to get back and to above 500 and feeling good about themselves.
And what I like about what has happened during this mini 3-game win streak, and a few years ago we never would have talked about 3 games as an achievement for the Golden State Warriors, but with the way they started this season, kind of feel like 3 games is important to build some momentum. They've obviously got a great opportunity to make it 5 with these next 2 games. What I like is this team's depth has been tested, and some of the young players that you just mentioned, Trayce Jackson-Davis, Podziemski, these guys have risen to the occasion in recent weeks, and you've started to see them flow better. They've obviously had to be incorporated in the lineups more because Steve Kerr has been left without a choice with Draymond Green out serving this suspension. And you'd like to feel like headed into the new year, this Warriors team is going to get meaningful contributions from guys who open the season at the bottom half of this Warriors roster.
Yeah, and the difficult part for Steve Kerr is going to be how does he organize it all as this team gets closer to being whole?
Mm-hmm.
How does Jonathan Kuminga's minutes become impacted by the return of Draymond Green? And how do you make sure that you're maximizing Kuminga while understanding that Draymond Green is hugely important to what the Warriors do and how they function? Wiggins at some point, I think, is a player that the Warriors do want to get back into the starting lineup. So where does that leave Podziemski when Steve Kerr has really enjoyed playing Podziemski with other point guards, right? I think there are a lot of people that are thinking if Paul or Curry are out, play Podziemski at the point guard. Don't play Corey Joseph. Let him be the one. And, Steve Kerr has not done that to this point. So is that an area of Podziemski's game where I do think they like him as a connector and they like him as a combo guard? They like him playing with a point guard. So I think that becomes something to where, do they have to allow Podziemski to play a little bit more of a different role once they get others back into their normal roles? That management, I think, is as key to anything as the Warriors move forward here with this season. Can Steve Kerr balance it? Is he just going to acknowledge the fact that he's going to play 3 centers every single night? He's going to play Looney some, and he's going to play Trayce Jackson-Davis some, he's going to play Saric some, and he's going to figure out who is playing the best for that particular matchup on that particular night, and that player's going to wind up getting the bulk of the minutes.
These questions remind me a lot of covering the 2017, 2018, 2019 San Francisco Giants when the window was shut. And I don't want to say that the Warriors' window is shut, but man, there were opportunities where Bruce Bochy, who is an absolute legend in San Francisco, one of the best managers, maybe the best manager of the modern era, to do what he's done when there were times where guys just wanted to see some young talent on the field, and Bochy was going to ride his veterans. Bochy was going to keep using the same players who might be past their prime, but they gave him the best opportunity to win on that given night. And I think that the Warriors are facing a little bit of this conundrum right now of, do you just hand the keys over alongside Steph and Klay to some of these kids and sink or swim with them, or do you, still keep your veterans who you've signed to be important pieces in your lineup, and the kids' minutes are going to fluctuate on a night-to-night basis?
Yeah, I think it's going to have to be bordering on more consistent with the young players' minutes. And if that means that the veteran players are going to play a little bit less, then try to flip the script and use that as an advantage for the Warriors. I mean, try to use that as a means to keep the veteran players fresher, so you have them when you need them. Because that's the thing. If the Warriors truly are better for having played the young players more, then they have to continue to play. It's a bottom line, results oriented business. I think the thing that happened with that 2017 Giants team was they just weren't going to be good enough. I think the Warriors still believe that this team has the ability to be good enough. It just may have to function in a different way than they originally anticipated. Will Steve Kerr buy into that and dive fully into that to maximize this roster? That's the part that I don't want to say he's been unwilling to do, but he hasn't been able to find the full-blown right combinations to be able to execute it effectively.
Yeah, and obviously there's now, 2 months until the trade deadline? questions are going to start looming, and people are going to start. Yeah, people are going to start asking, what this Warriors roster looks like into the middle of February and down the stretch, because you can't miss another year of Steph Curry when he's playing this well. You have to give him and the organization every opportunity to win, and so there should be a lot of tinkering. There should be a lot of changes, and how much of that we see over the next few weeks, I think will come to define a lot of the decisions that are made when the trade deadline does roll around. And I don't know, JD, you can tell me a lot more about the flexibility the Warriors might have, but how do you see it?
I think they do have some flexibility if they think they're good enough to make a move and want to add. They do have some flexibility with the Chris Paul contract that a team can take on and basically unload a $30-ish million player back their way. And then that team that acquires Chris Paul can basically have Chris Paul's contract go away at the end of the season. Now, that's also a chip that the Warriors can use in the offseason because it's an option for next year. So you could basically trade Chris Paul to a team that wanted to offload a player that's making roughly what Chris Paul is making and then turn that 30 into a zero, basically just not picking up his option. So that's an option, but I get the impression that the Warriors don't really want to do that because they kind of like having Chris Paul around. So it feels like that's the nothing works, tear it all down, cost effective, like there's no point in having Chris Paul around. And if you do that, you're probably not taking that player back in return. And so I don't think that's the preferred method or path that the Warriors go down. But then it becomes a question of, can you get anything for Wiggins? Like, let's say you want to just add, and you think this team is good enough. Is Wiggins a tradable player, or is Wiggins a playable player? Is Kuminga a tradable player, or is he playing so well that you want to keep him? Because I think a lot of the players that have helped the Warriors lately are the exact same players that other teams are maybe going to want if they continue down that path. And if that's the case, isn't it just better to keep them if you're the Warriors? And so that brings its own group of problems into the equation.
Well, it sounds like you won't be short for topics on Dubs OT tonight. You can catch JD later on this evening after Jordan Poole makes his return to Chase Center with the Washington Wizards. I'm sure you'll be breaking down all things with the ovation, all things to do with how the Warriors perform with no Andrew Wiggins and Draymond Green. Again, you just said Anthony Slater reporting that Wiggins will not be in tonight's lineup because of a general illness. So a number of different factors that make tonight's game very compelling, and JD will have you for the entirety of the post-game show here on The Leader. KNBR 104.5, 680. Up next, we've got Kyle Shanahan, who was on with us earlier this afternoon. If you missed that interview, we're going to play it for you on the other side. Kyle Shanahan breaking down Monday evening's matchup with the Baltimore Ravens and what it's like to play on Christmas Day. You're listening. KNBR 104.5, 680, the Sports Leader.
Faithful to him, it's not just a team, it's family.
I appreciate everyone in here. Love you guys.
Yes, sir! Here's the head coach of your 49ers, Kyle Shanahan.
You got a chance to do something this year, man.
With Tolbert and Copes.
Sponsored by Nick the Greek. We welcome you to our house. Come taste the difference of our delicious local Greek flavors and become a fan.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, Friday afternoon here on The Leader, and kind enough to join us, 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan checking in from Santa Clara. Kyle, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. How are you?
Doing good, guys. How you guys doing?
Doing well. How special is it, Kyle, to be playing on Christmas? A game of this magnitude, the world's watching. It's typically an NBA day, but this matchup feels like an NBA matchup. Two best teams and stars everywhere under the lights.
It is pretty cool. I mean, I definitely didn't think it was cool when I got the schedule. We've been real lucky here. I mean, the 7 years I've been here, it's been so random. We've gotten the Christmas off every day. We've had like 8-day weeks. We played on Saturday, the day before Christmas, our first year when we played Jacksonville. So we've been real lucky. And when we saw this, we weren't too excited about it, especially the family and stuff. But when you get to this point and you see where we're at and our record and everything and them and being on Christmas and knowing how I feel when I get to watch those basketball games and stuff, it is a pretty cool opportunity for us, a pretty special game, and happy to be in it, and we're going to enjoy it.
Yeah, and the first time in 30 years the 49ers are playing on Christmas. Now your dad was the OC in 1993 at Candlestick. It was the Niners and the Oilers. Does 14-year-old Kyle Shanahan remember anything about that game and against Warren Moon and the Oilers?
I remember not being able to open my presents that morning and having to wait till we got home later in the day to do it. So I was upset with my dad for that, which I'm sure my kids are going to be upset with me. But I didn't remember much about the game at that time. They were probably about clinched by then, knowing them back in the day.
Kind of odd, 10-7 Oilers win that day. Odd, low-scoring game with all that offensive firepower on both those teams.
Well, I'm going to have to give them some crap for that then. Don't in our Christmas.
Well, plenty of offensive firepower on the field on Monday night, Kyle. Obviously, everyone wants to know the status to your most important defensive players, and Armstead and Hargrave, also Elijah Mitchell on the injury report this week. What can you tell us about all the guys who may have question marks heading into this Monday's game?
Not much I can tell you yet. They still have question marks, and they're all questionable. They've been limited this week, and Armstead's a little bit more of a long shot, but we're going to wait to see. Hopefully we can get all three, but we're not going to rule anyone out till at the earliest tomorrow.
Kyle, what's the challenge that Lamar Jackson specifically presents? I mean, mobile quarterbacks, that's always kind of a talking point whenever you guys face them. How do you feel you've done against mobile quarterbacks? This season, every year's kind of different, and just how different is Lamar Jackson compared to even other mobile quarterbacks?
Well, he's the best one. So, I mean, anytime you have a mobile quarterback, it's such a pain for everybody because it changes your rules and just how you got to do certain things. Because if you go against a mobile quarterback who they use them in the run game and you just ignore it, as people have learned over the last 20 years, it's hard to compete. You'll get exposed extremely fast. So you got to do things to change up your scheme a little bit just so you can play 11-on-11 football instead of 10-on-11. But the key is not letting it slow you down and change who you are. So you got to be able to find balance with that and pick your spots. And you can't just sit there and wait to see if he pulls it. You got to play fast. You got to go. You got to be aggressive. And, we've been up and down with it. I thought we did good against Philly early in the year. I thought actually we did good versus Arizona. Can't really say that with the run stats that we gave up, but in terms of the quarterback runs, I thought we had a pretty good plan and didn't let the quarterback hurt us on the scrambles, but then the ball carriers got us. So there's so much that goes into it, not just the scheme, but also how hard he is to tackle, how hard the backs are to tackle if you give too much attention to him. And then if you sell out everything for the run game, you better hope that the running quarterback isn't good at throwing, and that's not the case with this one. Lamar's as good as there is when throwing the ball also. He can make every throw. He sees the field very well, and he's extremely accurate. So that's why he's had the success in the league he's had, and that's what we got our work cut out for us.
Kyle, I think one of the most interesting components of your tenure as head coach in San Francisco is you obviously had Robert Saleh and players adjusted to him. You had D'Amico Ryans, players adjusted to him, and now Steve Wilks. And what the defense has done over the last 6 weeks during this win streak, it's obviously gotten significantly better. It looks to me like it's playing with more confidence. How have you seen the defense evolve during maybe the second half of the season with Wilks?
I mean, you always get better or worse, and we've lost a number of offensive coaches too over these years, and I know when you lose a coordinator, it sticks out more, but there's always an adjustment, even when you're trying to do things similar. The only way you get better at things is working together, and the only way you work together is going through these games. And we spent a good offseason together, but each time you go into a game, a new thing comes up, a different way guys play you, how we adjust, and that's just about going through it together. We got lots of good coaches, lots of good players. The thing is just challenging each other each week till you kind of get in that flow, and you feel like everyone's working together and kind of playing on the same levels together, and you kind of more of one unit. And I thought there was times earlier in the year, you can look at the numbers and especially when we started 5-0, we were doing a lot of good things on defense. But I just think right now, all three levels in terms of the D-line, the linebackers, the corners, they're doing it at the same time. They're kind of feeding off each other. When we get a good rush, our secondary is ready to tee off and get a pick. When we're not as good with the rush, we hold down more in coverage. And when you can tie those things together a little bit better, you lead to better results, and you lead to the offense making mistakes, which we've been able to capitalize on here recently.
Kyle, what about the Ravens' defense stands out as far as a challenge? Obviously, it's a real good one, but what do they do that you kind of look at as you plan for this one?
Well, I mean, starting with their personnel, they don't have a bad player out there. They got a bunch of very good players, some Pro Bowl players, but all of them are really good. And the way that they play, you can tell they've been playing together for a little bit. The way their two inside linebackers are, I keep comparing to ours. They're guys who have played together, who are extremely instinctive, very smart, and in a very good scheme for them. And they run and hit. These guys remind me of our style of play. There's not a game you're going to turn on where they're not running the ball and trying to bring it every single week. That's just what they do. And when you do that, they have a very sound scheme where they can play extremely well in zone coverage and try to get there with four, because they have four good rushers, but mainly the seven guys in coverage, they don't leave much space. So your quarterback's got to take a couple hitches to allow people to get open. And when you got to take a couple hitches, those four usually get there. And also, they got a very good blitz package that makes it real hard to sit and help people at times, because you got so many issues of blocking the guys blitzing and having to get rid of the ball when they bring too many. So they balance it up very well to keep you off balance. They're sound in everything they do, so they usually make you work for everything down the field. They will get aggressive at times, and that's when they do. And if we can pick it up, that's our chance to get a big play. They just don't give it to you that much. So when they make you work for everything like that, have the talent, and then you look at their offense, just how well they run the ball, how many points they can score. It's a real good combination to win, and I think that's why both of us are sitting here with two good records.
Kyle, I think it was around this time last year when the entire NFL was viewing Brock Purdy as a revelation. What he had done was not just a one-off, a two-off. He was starting to consistently put together these type of performances that were truly special. As you look back a year later and where Brock is right now, where your offense is right now, what's been the most impressive component of his development in year two?
Just that he's continued doing it. I mean, Brock played at such a high level last year in the 6 or 7 games that he had. I mean, that's what gave us so much confidence going into the offseason with him, even though, he had that injury and he wasn't going to be available till the end of training camp. He had played that well, and he had done it each week. He had done it in every situation, in the playoffs, the regular season, on the road, versus good teams, versus bad teams. Had a big game in overtime in Vegas, played with injuries. So we had all that confidence because you got to show it all the first year. But then just going into the second year, he, just like kind of said with Baltimore's defense, when you're a good player and you got good guys around you, you stay healthy and you keep playing, you're only going to get better. And when he started out that way, and now he's been able to stay healthy throughout this year, and Brock, when you're a real quarterback, you can see it the right way and you're talented. It's just a matter of time. And the more he's out there, the better he gets, and the better guys get around him too.
Kyle, final question for you. I got to ask you about this past Monday night. And so, I was watching the Philly-Seattle game with some 49er fans, and I want to know, like, if you're watching that game, are you pumping your fist when Seattle scores? Is it weird? Do you root for Seattle? Are you so locked in that it's not even a thing because you're just kind of doing your own thing? But how does an NFL head coach watch a game like that?
That was awesome because we had an 8-day week. So we rarely get an extra day. So all of us were able to finish our work up earlier. So that was the first time I was home by halftime and got to sit and watch the game with my family for the second half. And it was probably one of the most exciting games I've been able to watch because it did pertain to us a little bit with what everyone was looking for. And I didn't have to do work at the time, so I got to sit down and enjoy it. However, I didn't enjoy it very much because I was so frustrated because it didn't look like Seattle was going to win. So I was starting to check out a little bit. And then all of a sudden that last drive, it was like, how the hell did that just happen? And my wife was cheering. We were pretty excited. And then I told her to settle down. It doesn't mean anything. We got to move on with our life and get this win. And then the next two after it. So it was fun watching it as a fan. Also having the time to do it. But I was really happy with those guys, which I don't always feel that way about Seattle, but I did then for a couple hours at least.
So you basically watched it like everybody else did. That's good to know.
I did. I missed the first half, but I mean, all our guys were. I got a couple FaceTimes from players right after it. It was fun to watch.
Well, all eyes were on Seattle. All eyes on Santa Clara on Monday night. Kyle, wishing you the best of luck and Merry Christmas to you and your family.
And Merry Christmas to you guys too. Talk to you guys later.
All right, that was 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan, kind enough to join us. And again, no significant update on Eric Armstead, Hargrave. 49ers don't know much about Elijah Mitchell at this point. He said all three of those guys questionable. But my favorite part of that was Kyle Shanahan breaking down Christmas Day and his memory from 1993. 14-year-old Kyle Shanahan was not able to open his gifts on Christmas morning because his dad had to go coordinate the offense for the 49ers. And like he said, he might give him a call because the 49ers lost 10-7 to the Houston Oilers that day. And so I'm not sure what Christmas Day will look like in the Shanahan family, but everyone around the Bay Area who's rooting for the 49ers, hoping that San Francisco can emerge as the number one team in the NFL. A massive showdown with the Baltimore Ravens. We have spent all week previewing it here on KNBR, and I can't wait to tune into the pregame show on Monday afternoon. You got Copes, you got Lund, you got Dennis Brown, you got the whole gang prepping you for Papa and Tim Ryan on Monday evening from Levi Stadium. It promises to be an incredible showdown between these two teams. If you heard Tim Ryan earlier, just two teams that match up so well, very physical teams that want to run the ball against you. And if you didn't have the opportunity to hear that, I encourage you to check it out in the KNBR podcast app. If you're a scheme head, if you love football, T-Rock breaks it down in a major way. So we're looking forward to Monday night's game. On the other side, quick one from me. I'll break down what the Giants missed out on in Yoshinobu Yamamoto going to the Los Angeles Dodgers. We'll wrap things up and send you into this holiday weekend as the Warriors are on at Chase Center tonight against the Washington Wizards. JD has Dubs OT. He's made his way over to Chase Center already, so we'll wrap things up on the other side. Kerry Crowley hanging with you until 6 o'clock on the Leader. KNBR 104.5, 680, the Sports Leader. Pro Football Hall of Famer and Ravens radio analyst Rod Woodson joined Papa and Lund today to preview the Christmas night clash between Baltimore and San Francisco. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. All right, we are back here on the leader, Kerry Crowley. My buddy John Dickinson has taken off for Chase Center this evening. If you want more JD, guess what? You're in luck. The next 2 nights, JD will be hosting Dubs OT here on the leader. Tonight, after the Warriors take on the Wizards, hoping to extend their win streak to 4 games, JD will be on as soon as that game ends. And then tomorrow evening, second end of a back-to-back, you can catch some more Dubs OT. JD on the air after Warriors Blazers, but also in case you want any more JD, the guy's on the air tomorrow morning as well, talking all things Warriors in the week that was with more Dubs OT. So every Saturday you can catch him, every Warriors post game you can catch him. Just a thrill to work with him this week. Have always admired the work that JD does. Now that he's here with us at KNBR, just really, really excited to see what he brings to the table moving forward, because he is an authoritative voice on the Golden State Warriors. No one knows that team better, and so really interested to hear what he has to say post-game tonight after the Warriors-Wizards matchup. A quick look around the NBA right now, just some scores that are early right now. The Philadelphia 76ers leading the Toronto Raptors 92-89 late third quarter. The Brooklyn Nets up ahead of the Denver Nuggets right now. Warriors will take the Nuggets on Christmas Day. Brooklyn leads 64-61 early third quarter in that game at the Barclays Center. Second quarter action in Miami, where the Heat lead the Atlanta Hawks 49-43 midway through the second in that one. Houston Rockets leading the Dallas Mavericks 31-19 early second quarter there. Warriors-Wizards not the only late game this evening, also on the West Coast up in Sacramento. The Sacramento Kings taking on the Phoenix Suns. The Kings 16-10 this season. The Suns sitting at 14-13. So plenty of good NBA action this evening. Also, we've got an incredible NFL schedule this weekend. If you're looking for games, we got plenty for you here on KNBR. We got plenty of bowl games as well over the next few weeks. Really looking forward to the Saturday matchup between the Cincinnati Bengals and the Pittsburgh Steelers, in part because I think Jake Browning right now, one of the best stories in the NFL. JD and I were talking earlier about how Joe Burrow torched the 49ers before he went down. That, of course, was one of their losses this season, one of the 3 that the 49ers have lost in the 14 games that they've played so far. But Jake Browning has been kind of a revelation for the Bengals since taking over, and I thought that the ceiling on him was limited. I thought that the Bengals were going to stumble completely out of playoff contention. That has not happened, and they will play in Pittsburgh against a Steelers team that's reeling. There are questions about Mike Tomlin now and the direction of that franchise, and that was for years, well over a decade, one of the steadiest franchises. I mean, it's a franchise that sticks with its head coaches. Remember how long Bill Cowher was there? I think Tomlin might be in year 17. If Jake Browning beats Mike Tomlin and the Steelers, who are starting Mason Rudolph this weekend, that is bad news for the Pittsburgh Steelers. So the other Saturday matchup this weekend, you got NFL games Saturday, Sunday, Christmas Eve, and of course on Monday. The other Saturday matchup is the Buffalo Bills against the Los Angeles Chargers. And JD and I were throwing around the Bills earlier this week as kind of the team that no one wants to play right now in the AFC. Obviously, the Ravens are that team, and the 49ers have the opportunity to beat them on Monday evening in Santa Clara. But the Bills back on track. Josh Allen catching fire of late. It's a team that, who knows, could be hitting its stride right now. And so plenty of Sunday action in the NFL as well, as there always is on this Christmas Eve. The Colts heading to Atlanta to take on a Falcons team led by Taylor Heineke. Desmond Ridder has been benched for the Falcons for the second time this season. Seattle Seahawks head to Tennessee to keep their playoff hopes alive after the Drew Lock-led miracle on Monday night. Kyle Shanahan with the great reaction to that, how excited he was to watch the second half at home with his wife and his family. They were all pumping their fists as they dealt the Eagles a loss. Now the Seahawks trying to keep their playoff hopes alive against the Tennessee Titans on Sunday. Detroit Lions will take on the Minnesota Vikings, the Nick Mullins-led Minnesota Vikings. Head coach Kevin O'Connell has gone through 3 quarterbacks this season. First, it was Kirk Cousins.